Gloria, true to her name, stands as a paragon of glory, heralding her family's triumphant return to the magical realm. In the annals of history, whispers abound that Gloria harbors the potential of a Dark Lord, yet she resolutely chooses to ally herself with the forces of righteousness. Chapter 1. The Isolated Manor. Enveloped by serene forests and azure lakes, a magnificent manor stands majestically. In the fountain resembling a small lake before the estate, water transforms into various fantastical creatures, leaping above the surface, frolicking upon the water, or diving back into its depths. Exquisite sculptures adorn the fountain, casting shimmering sprays that refract the sunlight into radiant rainbows, a sight to behold. Not far from the fountain, a broad expanse of verdant leaves sways gently, where a girl reclines upon a soft, leaf-covered sofa, a hefty tome floating before her, its pages turning. Autonomously, the girl, possessing delicate features, boasts a cascade of thick, light golden hair cascading down to her waist, her silver eyes intently fixed upon the text, seemingly amused by an intriguing passage, emitting soft giggles. With a sudden pop, a house elf adorned in a clean, embroidered pillowcase appears, bowing until its head nearly touches the grass. Esteemed Miss Gloria, lunch is prepared. Shall we return to the manor to partake? Its tennis ball-like green eyes brim with reverence and submission. Even at this moment, should it be commanded to perish, the house elf would comply without hesitation. Let us return, Gloria replies, reluctantly closing her book, rising with grace. Have the night steeds been fed? Oh, esteemed Miss Gloria, they have been tended to. Is it truly unnecessary for Coco to escort you directly? The carriage journey will take quite some time, and you won't arrive at the distant Hogwarts until nightfall. Coco, the house elf, wears a look of profound concern, for their lady has always been under their meticulous care, never venturing far, save for playful excursions in the nearby forests and lakes. That won't be necessary, Gloria firmly declines. Do not fret, the carriage is spacious enough for my comfort. Let us proceed, for I am quite hungry. Coco's eyes well with tears. Oh, noble Miss Gloria, it is my fault for not preparing lunch sooner. Coco is a negligent elf. Large droplets cascade down its cheeks, yet refrains from punishing itself, for Gloria was once frightened by their self-imposed penalties in their youth, and since then, she has commanded that no self-punishment be permitted unless she consents. Unfazed by Coco's sorrowful lamentations, Gloria states, "Very well, take me back to the manor." Coco gingerly grasps the hem of Gloria's satin gown, and together, they vanish from sight. The manor is vast, and walking to the dining room would take at least 20 minutes. After lunch, Gloria ventures into a special chamber, adorned with portraits of her ancestors, some dating back over a millennium. That a closer inspection reveals not a few infamous dark wizards who have made their mark in the annals of magical history. A portrait of a man, clad in vintage elegance with an air of arrogance, remarks slowly, "Ah, the little one is off to Hogwarts. Our family has not ventured there since Salazar." A beautifully attired female portrait, her beauty marred by a sharp tongue, retorts, with the tomes and notes amassed by the Slytherin lineage, "What need have we to learn trivial magic there?" Gloria raised an eyebrow as she surveyed the portraits, deeply entrenched in their pure blood ideologies and obsessed with dark magic. Were it not for her firmly established sense of right and wrong, she might have become one of those haughty dark sorceresses long ago. Nevertheless, after more than a decade of coexistence, Gloria felt she had been somewhat influenced. For instance, the vitriolic tirades of the portraits against muggles no longer irked her as much as they did in her youth. "Hey, I'm about to leave and won't return until Christmas, so if you have anything to say it now," she interrupted their incessant disparagement of Hogwarts. One portrait, disdainfully waving a feather fan, remarked, "Oh, take a sufficiently large empty portrait to school. I'm quite curious about what Hogwarts is like now." The young, handsome male portrait, with his chin perpetually held high, questioned, "So are we. It's been ages since we ventured outside. Your mother only took us to see the Black family manor once, and frankly, it was quite ordinary. It's hard to fathom how their family has endured in England for so many years. Scant they at least switched to a different estate." Gloria raised her hands in exasperation. "Please, do not belittle the Black family in my presence. And most of you, whose visages are preserved in the annals of magical history, were once reluctant to even alter your faces while engaging in dark magic. Do you have any idea the uproar it would cause for students to see you? That's out of the question. We are Slytherin. It is humiliating enough to conceal our surname. We shall never hide our true appearances." This statement garnered support from many portraits, prompting Gloria to place her hands on her hips. Thus, this request is dismissed. The portraits lamented this decision despite the grandeur of the Slytherin estate. They had grown weary of it over the years. "The little one will undoubtedly encounter many suitors at school. I fear there will be no need for clandestine selections this time," one remarked. Gloria, Our minimum requirement for the father of your future child is that there be no Muggle blood within 5 generations, another insisted. Indeed, we shall not allow the Slytherin lineage to be sullied. Echoed another doe. I find Muggles rather agreeable. Gloria teased the portraits with deliberate mischief. What? The portraits erupted in outrage. Absolutely not. They are filthy mudbloods and have no right to be associated with the Slytherin family. If you seek to muddy our bloodlines with Muggles, we will find a way to deal with you, even if it means self-immolation. Gloria chuckled at their flustered reactions. This had become her favorite pastime over the years. Soon enough, the portraits realized her playful provocation. I understand. So your minimum standard is pure blood. What are the other criteria? Once they regained their composure, the portraits resumed their haughty demeanor. High standards naturally require power and prowess, alas. Your parents passed away too early, or they could have secured a betrothal for you shortly after your birth. When Aurora left over a decade ago, there were still some pure blood families in Britain. To be precise, they weren't pure blood in the sense we understand today, but there are more half-bloods and Muggleborns, which truly worries me for the future of the Slytherin. Bloodline. Do not fret, there are pure blood families in other countries. Did we not do this before? We need not limit our selection to those in Britain. With the advent of Gloria's generation, the Slytherin family is poised to re-establish its prominence within the magical realm. One can only surmise that numerous pure blood families will eagerly seek alliances through marriage, observing their growing excitement, as if they could hardly wait to see her wed and bear the next Slytherin heir. Gloria felt compelled to interject. Enough. I am but 12 years old, and soon we shall depart for school. Upon my return for Christmas, I shall bring you delightful treasures. The portraits could only watch as the girl skipped merrily out of the room. As Gloria hummed a cheerful tune, her belongings, expertly packed by the house elves, awaited her in the carriage. At last, she could leave the confines of the estate and explore the world beyond. From the moment of her birth, she understood that she was not a true infant. Though devoid of previous memories, she possessed a keen awareness of her surroundings. Growing up in a carefree manner during her formative years, she had lost her mother shortly after her birth and was cared for by the house elves. Her mother's portrait, disinterested in remaining in that room, had been placed in a separate chamber by Gloria. At one point, she fancied herself a Muggle, but that notion had since evaporated. Beyond her lineage, Gloria had long been accompanied by a system, which seemed solely dedicated to providing her with resources. It housed an astonishing sum exceeding 10 million galleons, along with several million magical gemstones and crystals. The galleons were stored in the system space, forming a veritable mountain. As for the crystals, those of various hues, upon absorption, could enhance the efficacy of her spells. The radiant gems replenished her magical energy, and some even expanded her internal reservoir of magic. Having utilized a good number of them, Gloria found them quite satisfactory. The system also contained over 1,000 keys to Gringotts, though she remained unaware of what treasures each key corresponded to, as she had never ventured beyond the estate. Additionally, there were a dozen exquisitely crafted wands, each uniquely designed and extraordinarily powerful, not fashioned from traditional cores like phoenix feathers or dragon heartstrings, but from crystals that emanated magic and a gentle glow, reminiscent of gemstones. Moreover, one need not mention the multitude of magical herbs and potions, all belonging to her personal assets. Of course, the Slytherin family was not without its own wealth. The reclusive heir had engaged in clandestine investments in major companies over the years. While some of those enterprises had gradually faded into obscurity, they had never ceased their investments. Presently, they had stakes in the Daily Prophet, the Extraordinary Garments Boutique, various publishing houses, and several broomstick companies, among others. Chapter 2. An Encounter with a Schoolmate. In her dialogues with the portraits, Gloria discovers the existence of magic, and she learns that Slytherin is a renowned family within the magical realm. However, this illustrious lineage has withdrawn from society for nearly a millennium, particularly noting one of its ancestors, Salazar Slytherin, who co-founded the magical school over 1,000 years ago but departed due to differing ideologies. Upon learning that Hogwarts sends acceptance letters to every 11-year-old child awakening their magical abilities within the UK, she eagerly anticipates her 11th birthday. Yet, when the fateful day arrives, the letter fails to materialize, leaving Gloria disheartened, believing she must wait until she turns 17 to leave the estate. Fortunately, in July, the system delivers her long-awaited acceptance letter, granting her admission directly into the second year. Ecstatic, Gloria is reminded by the system that if she encounters the basilisk left behind by her ancestor Salazar within the school, she should not hastily reclaim it, as there will be an opportunity for retrieval at the end of the academic year. Without a second thought, she agrees. Before the estate's fountain, a carriage drawn by 12 thestrals awaits her arrival. Gloria has often observed these ethereal creatures in the vast woods that comprise the Slytherin family domain, which, apart from the estate, encompasses a significant portion of forest and several expansive lakes. bored and unable to venture outside. She has become quite familiar with the magical beings residing there, hidden from both wizards and muggles alike. As many magical creatures prefer to inhabit the protected areas of the estate, she reaches out to caress the lead thestral, a magnificent creature with a dark, imposing presence. Expressing her gratitude for their service today, the lead thestral snorts in response, gently bowing its head. Coco, her devoted house elf, watches with a heavy heart. Knowing this is the first time in over a decade that Gloria is leaving the estate. Noble Miss Gloria, Coco proclaims, I, along with the other house elves, shall ensure that the great Slytherin estate remains safeguarded, preventing any creature from encroaching upon it. Her voice trembles with emotion. With a smile and a wave, Gloria assures her, return now, and when I return at Christmas, I wish to see Slytherin estate shine as brightly as before. Oh, Coco will certainly accomplish that, she exclaims. But soon tears stream down her face, soaking her beautiful pillowcase. Climbing aboard the carriage, which has been enchanted to allow for seamless expansion, she finds herself surrounded by luxurious sofas and several food-laden trolleys. Once settled, the 12 thestrals gallop forward, lifting the carriage off the ground and soaring into the clear sky. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, obstructed by Dobby, miss the Hogwarts Express. In their haste, they forget to inform the school via letter and, in a fit of enthusiasm, take a magically enhanced car to pursue the train, unaware that muggles have witnessed their vehicle, which soon makes headlines in the Daily Prophet. As the journey progresses, Gloria occupies her time by immersing herself in her studies, aiming to familiarize herself with the second-year curriculum. After hours of travel, dusk begins to settle outside. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupts her concentration, and the thestrals begin to whinny. Peering out, she inquires, what is it? The thestrals alter their flight path, piercing through the thick clouds, and Gloria catches sight of a car flying through the sky, her first instinct being that muggle vehicles cannot fly. Inside their car, Harry and Ron experience a dull boredom. Transitioning from the initial thrill of their adventure, indulging in delectable treats, playing games, and chatting, to a state of listlessness. Ron stared vacantly. When will we arrive at school? We must be late. Ron, Harry exclaimed, pointing at the window beside him. Look, what is that? They turned in unison, discovering a carriage soaring through the air. Merlin socks. It's a carriage. The two, unacquainted with death, could not see the thestrals and presumed the carriage had been bewitched like their own vehicle. To their astonishment, someone was waving to them from the carriage's window. Gloria urged the thestrals closer to the car, sensing through magic that the enchanted vehicle was growing weary and would likely falter in just over half an hour. Hi, are you also headed to Hogwarts? She inquired excitedly. Harry and Ron, still in shock, nodded after a moment of hesitation. Harry had not anticipated that other students, like them, were not taking the express train to school. He mused that he was not alone, and perhaps the professor's punishments would not be so terrifying after all. Indeed, I don't believe I've seen you before, Gloria noted. Feeling the increasingly agitated magical energy of the car, she pointed towards it and said, I think you should board my carriage first. Your vehicle looks ready to collapse. As if in agreement, the enchanted car emitted a series of protesting sputters, signaling its overexertion. Gloria opened the carriage door and leaned closer. Before Ron could turn the steering wheel, the magical car instinctively edged towards the carriage, and the two quickly climbed aboard. Gloria waved her wand, and a partition extended from the back of the carriage. Go ahead, stop on that platform, she instructed the car. The self-driving magical vehicle adeptly settled onto the platform, and two ropes sprang forth, securing the front wheels tightly. Ron's blue eyes were wide with disbelief. I had no idea it could fly without a driver. Gloria closed the door, acknowledging that enchanted objects possess a semblance of autonomy, derived from the wizard who cast the spell. She turned to the two and extended her hand. Gloria Albus, a second-year student at Hogwarts. Albus was her grandmother's surname, chosen for her adventures to conceal her true lineage. Harry Potter, second-year Gryffindor. Ron Weasley, also a second-year Gryffindor. Harry, somewhat lean with tousled black hair and bright green eyes, wore a lightning-shaped scar revealed by the wind tousling his bangs. You are Harry Potter? I've read about you in modern magical history, Gloria remarked, impressed. After all, the notorious Voldemort, a scion of Slytherin, had been vanquished by a mere infant. And the portraits often spoke of the extraordinary magical protection surrounding Harry. Having attended Hogwarts for a year, Harry was accustomed to the admiration he garnered. Beside him, Ron, with his vibrant red hair and freckled cheeks, sat somewhat awkwardly in the carriage but was eager to engage. Merlin, your carriage is enormous. It looks completely different from the outside, Ron remarked, though he was still a bit reserved. Did you want a snack? It feels like we've already arrived late. Gloria suggested, pointing towards a cart that glided automatically towards them, its drawers opening one by one for their selection. Wow, Ron exclaimed, taken aback by the exquisite pastries. Gloria delicately held two small cakes in her hands and offered them, exclaiming that they were freshly made. Harry, no longer hesitant, took a spoonful to taste. Locking eyes with Ron, both sharing an unspoken sentiment. Delectable. While savoring the treat, Harry inquired, Gloria, did you transfer here? A girl as lovely as she was. It seemed impossible they wouldn't have known her if she had been at Hogwarts since her first year. I didn't transfer. I simply couldn't attend in my first year due to certain reasons. However, there were no issues with my coursework, so I can enter directly into the second year. Gloria recited her pre-prepared explanation. Ron marveled. I've never heard of a student being able to start in the second year. As they examined the interior decorations of the carriage, it became apparent that Gloria hailed from a family of considerable wealth, yet the surname Albert was unfamiliar to them. Was she perhaps foreign? Harry quickly swallowed his cake and remarked, So you haven't been sorted into a house yet. You'll have to join the first years for that. Gloria shook her head, uncertain, stating it would depend on the day of the sorting. Ron chimed in, As long as it's not Slytherin, I'm fine with any house. Upon hearing her surname, Gloria raised her gaze. I think Slytherin is quite splendid. I hope I get sorted into that house. The portraits had warned that if one did not get sorted into Slytherin, they should not return. Instantly, Harry and Ron thought of the loathsome Malfoy, feeling a wave of nausea, but she had kindly brought them delicious cake. Before they could explain the characteristics of Slytherin, Gloria, brimming with curiosity, began to inquire about Hogwarts. Chapter 3. Is the wand truly that fragile? Harry and Ron took it upon themselves to enlighten Gloria about Hogwarts, sharing details about the professors and the peculiarities of the moving staircases. Gloria listened with rapt attention, so engrossed that she did not question why they were traveling by carriage to Hogwarts. They noticed that while Gloria sometimes seemed unaware of the magical world, her occasional insights hinted at a wealth of knowledge they had yet to discover. The joyful exchange passed swiftly, and through the carriage window, they beheld the majestic Hogwarts. The 12 Thestrals landed gracefully. As Gloria disembarked, her first action was to untie the front wheel's securing rope, causing the magical car to reverse and turn around, abruptly opening the trunk in front of the trio, unceremoniously ejecting their luggage. The car door swung open, and Hedwig's cage, already damaged at King's Cross, was tossed out, with Hedwig screaming and soaring into the air. Hedwig, Harry called out weakly, feeling she ought to return to the Ollery. The cage containing Scabbers tumbled on the ground, scattering straw everywhere, startling the rat into frantic squeaks. Ron rushed over to pick up the cage, his voice filled with concern. Scabbers, are you all right? Did you get hurt? The magical car closed its doors with a thud and wobbled off towards the forbidden forest. Gloria pursed her lips, not blaming the magical car for its irritation after having flown for so long, nearly reaching its limits. Ron attempted to chase after it, but stumbled and fell, breaking his wand in the process. My wand. Harry, disregarding the suitcase abandoned on the ground, hurried to assist the fallen individual. Ron, gazing at the shattered wand, was on the verge of tears, casting a glance towards the direction from which the enchanted car had departed. Dad will not let me off the hook. Gloria's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the wand truly so fragile? Cautiously glancing at her own wand, 13 inches, made of acacia wood, with a dragon heartstring core. Possessing a slight flexibility, it was indeed a remarkably powerful and proud wand. The disheartened duo picked up their suitcase, only to turn and see Gloria's suitcase lying beside her, while the carriage had already vanished from sight. Ron, puzzled, inquired, What about your carriage? With an innocent expression, Gloria responded, Of course it has gone back. It is my family's carriage. These night steeds were not like those from the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Seizing the moment when their attention was diverted by the magical car, Gloria had secretly fed them magical gems, granting them the strength to return and enjoy the cocoa prepared for them, a reward for their arduous journey. Let us depart. The start of the welcoming feast should be underway, Gloria declared, lifting her light suitcase and leading the way, with the two boys trailing behind, though their own suitcases seemed considerably heavier. Once they placed their suitcases in the storage area, Harry and Ron reflected on how fortunate they were to have eaten something on the carriage. The trio then noticed the scruffy long-haired cat cradled in Gloria's arms, with sparse fur and tattered clothing, glaring down at them with bulbous eyes. Their caretaker, Filch. Ron muttered, Filch. Filch regarded Harry and the others with evident glee, then shifted his gaze to Gloria, stating, Professor McGonagall will escort you to the headmaster's office for sorting, and then to the Great Hall. By this time, the sorting ceremony had concluded, and the sorting hat now resided in the headmaster's office. Filch then glanced at the two unfortunate souls, smirking as he remarked, Look at these two. The students who missed the Hogwarts Express are awaiting expulsion. The malicious grin on Filch's face made Harry and Ron's hearts sink. As Filch turned to lead the way, Gloria whispered reassuringly to them, Do not worry. You will not be expelled. After all, how could someone like Harry, the savior, be expelled? It would be impossible to expel him without also expelling Ron. With her comforting words, the two boys felt a slight improvement in their spirits. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall emerged and took Gloria to the headmaster's office, where Headmaster Dumbledore awaited. In the spacious, circular room adorned with portraits of former headmasters, each resting in their respective frames, The scene evoked in Gloria a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the room in the Slytherin manor. Dumbledore sat behind an enormous desk, with the Phoenix Fox perched on a shelf nearby. "Miss Albert, you have arrived not too late. I did not expect you to travel by night steed carriage," he remarked. Dumbledore, with his silvery hair and beard of equal length, possessed a pair of blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, dressed in a long purple robe adorned with warm yellow moons. Exuding a benevolent and approachable aura, I have a good rapport with them, hence my ability to summon them for assistance. Dumbledore's mood was evidently bright today, as he chuckled and placed the sorting hat upon Gloria's head, stating, "We must sort you first." The aged voice echoed in her mind. A rather extraordinary mindset, courageous, somewhat kind-hearted, and endowed with a formidable ambition. Such a pure, yet benign ambition is a rarity I have not encountered in many years. "You are truly an intriguing young lady." Gloria sincerely responded, "Thank you for your kind words." Slytherin. The sorting hat's declaration momentarily astonished the cheerful Dumbledore, but the headmaster quickly regained his composure, presenting her with a piece of candy. "Have some sweets, it is getting late, and I shall escort you to the Great Hall." Gloria had donned her school uniform prior to their departure, thus she wasted no time, clutching the candy as she accompanied Dumbledore to the hall. "This candy is delightful." "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore." The vibrant confection boasted a pleasing flavor, rich in fruity essence. The house elf typically prepared substantial meals, and she had never requested snacks before. "I am glad you enjoy it. This is the Duke of Honey's fruit-flavored gummy, saved especially for a young lady like you." After traversing a lengthy corridor and ascending several staircases, a wooden door swung open, revealing a cacophony of voices. Thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the spacious hall, while the magically enchanted ceiling displayed a view of the starry sky beyond, a truly wondrous sight. Gloria followed the headmaster inside, where he suddenly appeared before the professor's table with a student, drawing the attention of many. "Silence, please. Today, Hogwarts welcomes a new student, Miss Gloria Albert, who will be joining the second year at Slytherin House." Sparse applause erupted from the audience, and Gloria noticed that aside from the headmaster, one of the faculty seats was unoccupied. Professor McGonagall rose to speak quietly with Dumbledore, and Gloria surmised it pertained to Harry and Ron. The empty seat belonged to Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Upon hearing her remarks, Dumbledore gently instructed Gloria, "Find a vacant seat at that table, and after the meal, the prefect will escort you back to the dormitory." Gloria nodded obediently and made her way toward the Slytherin table, having caught only a fleeting glimpse. Gloria quickly discerned the distinctions among the four houses. Hufflepuff students huddled together, their eyes filled with curiosity. Ravenclaw maintained a calm demeanor. Gryffindor exhibited a sense of inquiry. Slytherin, however, was rife with scrutiny. The young men and women at the table, still youthful, had not shed their rebelliousness and arrogance, each sitting upright before the table. Gloria took a seat among the first years, as this was the only area with available space. Since they were not of the same year, they merely exchanged nods in acknowledgement. Gloria gazed at the food on the table, feeling little appetite, having eaten quite a bit during the carriage ride. She was not hungry at this moment. She sat quietly, observing her surroundings, while students from other years, particularly those in the second year, unabashedly cast glances in her direction, speculating about her lineage. Chapter 4, The Serpent of Slytherin. "Albert, this is the first time I've ever heard that surname. Surely the house has accepted a mudblood." "Pansy," with her short black hair, nearly exclaimed, recalling her search for any association with the Albert name. The debonair Zabini, with his narrow, smiling eyes, gazed at Gloria's profile. Thinking how beautiful she was, she would undoubtedly become Hogwarts belle. Several girls who were familiar with each other displayed expressions of disdain. Daphne, with her golden locks, cast a cold smile. In Slytherin, mere beauty would not suffice. A circle of pure-blooded boys and girls exchanged scornful glances, conveying a singular message. Upon returning to the common room, Miss Albert must be detained for conversation. Draco, with his platinum hair neatly styled and his gray-blue eyes glancing at Gloria, then noticed her school uniform. Whether she hailed from a pure-blood family could be discerned upon contact. Zabini observed for a moment and remarked, "At least she appears to come from a well-off background." The discerning young ladies noticed the quality of Gloria's uniform fabric, which was not ordinary. While most students might overlook such details, those from noble families understood that Mrs. Malkin's robe shop provided expensive materials for uniforms to affluent clients, and could even embroider family crests and intricate patterns to signify noble status. Being part of the elite in Slytherin, they chose luxurious fabrics for their uniforms each year. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, but upon touch or with an informed eye, the disparities became evident. "Perhaps she could secure a husband from a fallen pureblood family through her wealth," Pansy maliciously commented. However, the platinum-haired gentleman thought otherwise. The Malfoy family held a central position in the British wizarding world, and he had encountered finer things than Zabini's wealthy mother could offer. He recognized the fabric of her uniform, for it matched the one he wore, though the quantity was sufficient for only 2 students. Zabini drummed his fingers on the table before pausing. I just recalled. All eyes turned to him. Albert, a pure-blood family from France, was once prominent in the French wizarding community over 40 years ago, but they seem to have fallen into strife over property issues, with all heirs perishing and their estate divided among the Ministry of Magic and other families. I heard mention of this family when my mother and I attended a soirée in France. At this moment, the mockery faded from Zabini's eyes as he pondered how the Albert bloodline, long severed, could still yield a girl. Suddenly, the group fell silent. Familiar with British pureblood families, but lacking knowledge of those abroad, Gloria glanced towards the Gryffindor table, only to find Harry and Ron absent. The first-year students beside her were rather reserved, perhaps due to nerves, and had hardly touched their food. They expressed a desire to return to the dormitory, prompting the 2 prefects seated nearby to rise. Gloria did not expect to accompany the second years back, so she stood and joined the line. After being confined in the carriage for several hours, her body felt stiff, and she yearned to return to her dormitory to freshen up and change. As a second year, she was not required to be with the first years, and due to a substantial donation made to Hogwarts prior to enrollment, she had secured a solitary dormitory. Upon entering, a house elf dressed in Slytherin manor-themed pillowcases was magically arranging freshly cooked dishes. Noticing Gloria's arrival, it immediately bowed, saying, "Esteemed Miss Gloria, Talk was concerned you hadn't eaten at the banquet, so Talk has prepared your favorite meals, and all your belongings have been organized. The layout of the dormitory has been transformed, evoking a sense of comfort. Well done, Talk. However, I have dined on the carriage, so please remove it and leave the prepared fresh meat." "Very well, my lady." With a snap of his fingers, Talk made the steaming food vanish, leaving behind several exquisite bags before disappearing. Gloria picked up the bags and swept aside the bed curtains, revealing not only a soft and cozy mattress with blankets, but also a circular cushion upon which curled 3 slender snakes. The first to emerge were a pair of twin serpents, the female, adorned with golden scales and eyes, and the male, with white scales and golden eyes. Alongside them was a broad-backed black serpent with red eyes. The golden female snake darted to Gloria's hand, her cool scales brushing against the delicate skin of her palm. "Garina, are you hungry? Talk has already provided me with food. Come here." One of the bags opened, and the female snake named Garina slithered inside. Watching the eager movements of the other 2 serpents, Gloria opened 2 more bags. The bags, enchanted with a seamless extension spell, were pre-filled with fresh meat for the 3 snakes to enjoy. These serpents were remnants of Slytherin's ancestry, predating Salazar himself, having been uniquely transformed through special magic and alchemical means. Spells could not harm them, and their dual eyes possessed extraordinary abilities. They would heed only the commands of Slytherin's direct bloodline. Before Gloria's birth, they had passively guarded the family members, rarely employing their own magic. The golden-scaled female snake, named Garina, could entice any living creature, even ghosts, to obey her commands, far surpassing the terrors of the soul-binding curse. For years, no one had managed to escape her control. The white-scaled male, Garina's brother, was named Yermagad, the largest among the 3, endowed with the power to curse. Not merely in the physical realm, but with soul-wrenching curses even more brutal. The black serpent, named Apophis, possessed the ability to inflict suffering upon any being, with no spell or potion capable of alleviating it. Gloria rested her chin on her hand, watching them eagerly devour the meat from the bags, planning to offer a few magical gems once they finished, a single meal capable of sustaining them for a month, making them relatively easy to care for. Sated, the 3 serpents lazily coiled out, and she retrieved a box filled to the brim with magical gems, which the serpents eyed with longing. "Remember to restrain your magic and behave well within my school uniform. Under no circumstances are you to appear without my permission, or it could lead to considerable trouble." Garina nudged against her hand, seeking affection. "Can I have a few more gems today?" The other 2 snakes quietly observed as Garina displayed her charm, knowing that if she succeeded, they would enjoy the spoils as well. "Very well, but alas, we cannot retrieve the basilisk just yet, otherwise you would have a companion to alleviate your boredom." The basilisk, bred by Salazar and kept in the Chamber of Secrets, was far less powerful than these 3, but still a formidable serpent. As the heir, she was tasked with reclaiming it, though regrettably, that would have to wait until the end of the school year. Despite being weaker than the 3 before her, the basilisk remained a terrifying presence for modern wizards, and Gloria mused that even if she could not retrieve it immediately, she would seize any opportunity to meet it. To accommodate the swallowing of gems as wide as 2 fingers, the 3 snakes slightly increased in size, comfortably consuming them before returning to their circular cushion, coiling their bodies contentedly. After spending many years in confinement, Bagirus must be quite feeble. Are we truly prepared to reclaim it? Yermagad recalls that serpent creature, whose gaze possesses a petrifying ability that is rather intriguing, albeit its raw power is insufficient. Apophis hisses in agreement. "Indeed. Reclaiming it will undoubtedly deplete a considerable number of gems. Gloria secures the box and remarks with resignation, "Fear not, as long as I draw breath. The gems shall remain abundant." The system, in addition to the items already possessed, rewards users with additional items daily for checking in, randomly distributing gold, gems, crystals, potions, and so forth, thus perpetually augmenting her personal assets. Chapter 5. A Preliminary Acquaintance. The sight of Gloria engaging in delightful conversation with 3 serpents would undoubtedly astonish the entire magical community. Suddenly, the serpents simultaneously direct their heads toward the entrance. Gloria warns, "Someone is attempting to enter without permission." Gloria rises, and a scream penetrates the door, indicating that the counter curse has been activated. "I shall step outside for a moment." She draws the curtain and opens the door to find 2 girls waiting. "What have you done to the door?" A girl with short black hair and a rather ordinary appearance, her nostrils slightly flared, inquires sharply. Gloria steps out of her dormitory, closing the door behind her. "My personal safety awareness is quite strong. I have cast a counter curse on the door. Aside from knocking, any other form of contact will be rebounded." The girl beside her, with golden hair, smiles, and says, "Pansy did not mean any harm. As second-year students, we would like to invite you to the common room to get to know each other." In the face of Pansy's disgruntled gaze, the 3 act as though the previous incident had never transpired. Upon arriving at the common room, they encounter members of the pureblood family clique led by Malfoy. Among them, Draco, with his platinum hair slicked back and a pale complexion that accentuates his handsome features, wears a self-satisfied expression as he peruses the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. "My father has informed me that the car, which has been seen by many muggles, belongs to that penniless Weasley. The Ministry of Magic has already initiated an investigation. He is likely to be expelled." Zabini scoffs, expressing disbelief at how Harry Potter could associate with such friends. "Our headmaster left the banquet, seemingly due to the matter of that car." Draco tosses aside the newspaper, his expression and words dripping with disdain. "St. Potter, surrounded by a pure-blood traitor like Weasley and a mud-blood like Granger. Truly, Potter's lineage has been thoroughly tainted by his mud-blood mother's bloodline." Having endured years of insults directed at muggles and mudbloods within the Slytherin mansion, Gloria has successfully developed an immunity to this highly derogatory term, which had initially struck her as jarring. She is certain that Harry, upon hearing such words, would not hesitate to deliver a hard punch to Malfoy's pretty face. Laughter erupts among the crowd, affirming Draco's remarks. Zabini glances up and notices the stunning new classmate, her light golden hair reflecting the soft glow of candlelight. Her rare silver eyes calm and unruffled, her brow slightly furrowed. Perhaps due to her seated position, there is an inexplicable sensation of being looked down upon from above. "Look, Miss Albert from France has arrived." Gloria's eyelids flutter. Indeed, her grandmother was a miss of the Albert family in France, yet after her union with Gloria's grandfather, she severed ties with her family to ensure the Slytherin lineage remained in obscurity. "Gloria Albert, it is a pleasure to meet you." As she introduced herself, a genuine smile blossomed from her heart, adding a touch of vitality to her exquisite features and conveying an impression of sincerity. Draco was the first to rise. The 12-year-old boy shedding the childish pudginess of his first year, his stature noticeably elevated, now nearly matching Gloria's height. As he approached, the crisp scent of lime mingled with a hint of mint from his hair gel slowly enveloped Gloria. He extended his slender, pale right hand towards her, introducing himself as Draco Malfoy, welcoming her, a pure blood, to Slytherin. From the moment he stated his name, it was evident that Draco took immense pride in his family lineage. Gloria gently grasped his slightly warm fingers before quickly withdrawing her hand. She had familiarized herself with the 4 houses prior to arriving at school and felt that Slytherin suited her best. The platinum-haired young gentleman appeared quite pleased with her response, a smile gracing his pallidly handsome face as he remarked, "Quite right." He returned to the sofa and gestured towards the other seats, inviting her to sit. Each couch was already occupied, and Gloria felt a bit uncomfortable sharing a sofa with others. "Toffee," came the sharp call of the house elf, who appeared with its head nearly grazing the ground. "What does the esteemed Miss Gloria require?" "A sofa," she replied, with a snap of Draco's fingers. A new sofa materialized across the coffee table, identical to those in the lounge. Gloria walked over and sat down alone. It was then that she learned the names of the others present. Blaise Zabini, with his deep complexion and elongated eyes, stood out as the only one of comparable status to Draco among the attendees. The 2 girls who had called her were Pansy Parkinson, with dark hair and an evident infatuation for Draco, her gaze fixated on him since their arrival in the lounge, and Daphne Greengrass, who appeared to be friendly with Pansy while secretly vying for superiority. Seated closely beside Pansy was a sturdy girl with dark hair named Millicent Bulstrode. In the corner of the sofa sat a quiet, slender boy whose name was revealed by Zabini as Theodore Knott. 2 tall, muscular boys, appearing somewhat dim-witted, were Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe. Besides the closely knit pureblood families, several members of smaller houses were also present, an upperclassman of pureblood descent passing by would greet Draco. After a brief introduction, the group resumed their own conversations. Draco held his head high, his tone unmistakably boastful as he declared, "My father said that as long as I make it onto the Quidditch team through selection, I shall receive a reward." Although his father was displeased that he had lost to a muggle in his end-of-term grades, he still showered Draco with affection. "Draco, you will undoubtedly make the team," Pansy said, her adoring gaze glued to him. Zabini chimed in, "Your father is certainly generous." Draco reveled in the compliments regarding his family and father. And as he reminisced about encountering the Weasleys and Potter at the Leaky Cauldron, he added, their fireplace looked as if it hadn't been cleaned in a decade, each one resembling a goblin just emerging from a mud hole. Pansy giggled, covering her mouth. "I saw Potter in the headlines of the Daily Prophet. He was covered in dirt and grime." Gloria reminisced about the shy yet kind-hearted boys, Harry and Ron, who shared her carriage, a smile gracing her lips. "However, what exactly is a goblin? Albert, did you see Potter's ludicrous face in the newspaper?" Draco suddenly inquired. "No, I was merely curious about what a goblin is." Draco tilted his chin. "A pest, a house elf. You wouldn't want to lay eyes on those filthy creatures. By the way, I've never seen Miss Albert at any of the gatherings." Daphne gently shifted the conversation towards Gloria. "Did you grow up in France?" Gloria shook her head. "No. I was born in England and just departed from the estate today." "You've been at the estate all this time?" Zabini asked, surprised. "Indeed. Which is why I am quite fond of this school." Gloria surveyed the common room, equally enamored by the academy. The small group enjoyed their conversation. Yet within half an hour, Gloria felt fatigued. After bidding them farewell, she departed, reminding herself to rest well for the classes ahead. As soon as she vanished from sight, Pansy eagerly exclaimed, "Is she truly an Albert? Why was she born and raised in England?" Zabini shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps her ancestors chose to leave France to avoid familial strife and live discreetly." Pansy turned to Draco, seeking his perspective, only to find him fixated on the direction Gloria had taken. "Draco," he slowly turned, pondering before speaking, "is the Albert family crest characterized by initials entwined with 3 serpents? The Malfoy crest, in contrast, displays the colors black, silver, and green, adorned with serpentine motifs, flanked by 2 soaring dragons, while the family ring features a silver serpent, signifying reverence for Salazar Slytherin. However, few families bear such a crest. I shall write to my mother. I have never encountered such an emblem," Zabini remarked thoughtfully. Draco raised an eyebrow, choosing not to pursue the topic further, yet resolved to write to his father, for this Miss Albert was an enigma, beautiful and affluent, worthy of investigation. Chapter 6, The First Herbology Class. In the early morning, Gloria arose at the urging of the 3 serpents, dressing and placing them within the inner pockets of her robe. 4 pockets in total, reserving the last for the basilisk. The morning herbology class was to be attended with Gryffindor, but first, breakfast awaited. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the tables were already laden with steaming dishes. Gloria casually selected a seat, and as she sat down, the offerings before her transformed into her preferred delicacies. Draco entered the hall, accompanied by a throng of admirers, and immediately spotted the strikingly beautiful Gloria with her light golden hair. She was too radiant to overlook. Yet he soon noticed the absence of books on her table. Had she forgotten to bring them? While Gloria dined quietly, she sensed someone seated beside her. The faint sense of lime and mint made her instantly aware of his presence. "Good morning, Malfoy," she greeted, her tone familiar as though they had known each other for ages. "Good morning. Did you forget your books?" he asked, noting that his own were carried by 2 bodyguards. "I brought them," she replied just as a cacophony erupted above. 100 owls swooped into the hall, circling the ceiling before accurately delivering letters and parcels to their intended recipients. Soon, 2 of the largest owls soared above Gloria's head, their wingspan approaching 6 feet. The brown-feathered one descended slowly, startling the surrounding students, who leaned back to avoid its wings. Amy Gloria gently touched its wing. Moments later, another owl landed on the table, revealing itself to be Draco's own owl. He was surprised to discover that there was another person at school with the same breed of owl. Amy had come empty-handed, primarily seeking a meal. Understanding its intention, Gloria retrieved a bag of fresh meat, knowing that the owl was not fond of canned food. Amy hooted joyfully, bowing her head to feast heartily, while Draco's owl approached, calling out and pecking at Draco's sleeve, clearly begging for food. The usually dignified Draco showed a faint blush on his pale cheeks due to his owl's behavior. Gloria produced a small leather pouch, offering it to the owl if it did not mind. Draco hesitated for a moment before nodding, and the owl began to eat upon receiving his approval. "Thank you," the platinum-haired boy murmured, to which Gloria simply smiled lightly. The owls gradually departed, with the 2 majestic ones flying away once sated. Shortly after, an elderly owl laboriously flapped its wings, descending to a height before landing directly in the plate of food on the Gryffindor table, eliciting peals of laughter from everyone. Noticing the owl's landing spot was in front of Ron, Draco chuckled alongside his companion. Look everyone, Ron has received a howler. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Ron, and Gloria felt the laughter beside her intensify. A howler? Draco turned to explain. It's a rather rude letter that shouts at you. Remember to cover your ears. Gloria was unfamiliar with the concept of a howler and was curious about its effects. However, when Ron opened the letter, a deafening roar erupted like an explosion. The overwhelming reprimand echoing through the hall and causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Gloria leaned back in shock, utterly astounded by the howler's power. It was no wonder Ron had looked so pale earlier. Mrs. Weasley was infuriated with her son for taking Harry on a magical car ride, leading to Mr. Weasley being investigated at work and warned that further misbehavior would result in him being sent home. Ultimately, she expressed relief over her daughter Ginny being sorted into Gryffindor. Gloria noticed the red-haired girl quietly bowing her head. As the howling ceased, its echoes still buzzing in the hall, the red envelope completed its mission and spontaneously ignited. Turning to Ash, Harry and Ron remained dazed. As if swept away by a violent tide, laughter erupted around them, and conversations resumed. Gloria observed Draco's left arm positioned protectively behind her. Thank you. I thought it would just be a talking envelope, she remarked. Draco withdrew his arm. It's nothing. Consider this protection a reward for the food you provided for my owl. As for the howler, only the uncouth would resort to such means. Finished? Shall we go together? Several curious gazes fell upon the two, among them Pansy, who seemed ready to slay her with a mere glance. Despite his occasional childishness, Draco's demeanor was generally impeccable, albeit a touch too proud. Yet, he had the merit to be so. In the classroom, Gloria observed Professor Sprout, a diminutive which adorned with a patched hat and her garments besmirched with earth. Today's lesson was held in the third greenhouse, where the earthy aroma of moist soil and fertilizer mingled with the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers. Gloria endeavored to acclimatize herself to the myriad scents, while enormous green leaves and blossoms cascaded from the ceiling. She marveled at the diverse flora within the greenhouse. Some plants were familiar from the nearby woods, while others were entirely novel. In the center of the greenhouse stood a long table adorned with planting pots, and in one corner, Gloria noticed a stack of ear protection. She retrieved two in a deep hue. For today's herbology class, all students donned linen robes to prevent their uniforms from becoming soiled, and they wore dragonhide gloves to shield their skin from the corrosive sap of the plants. Once prepared, Professor Sprout greeted everyone with her usual warmth, announcing the commencement of the new academic year and the introduction of a new lesson, repotting mandrakes, which had grown sufficiently large for their small pots. Now, who can share the characteristics of the mandrake? A girl with fluffy brown hair and prominent front teeth eagerly raised her hand. Gloria curiously glanced over and saw that she was flanked by Harry and Ron. The mandrake, also known as mandragora, she recited flawlessly, echoing the characteristics as if rehearsed. The affable professor beamed with satisfaction, declaring, "Excellent. 10 points for Gryffindor." Draco, nearby, scoffed in disdain. Professor Sprout then inquired about the dangers posed by the mandrake, prompting Hermione to raise her hand again, nearly knocking Harry's glasses askew. Her correct response earned Gryffindor another 10 points, yet the Slytherins wore grim expressions. Professor Sprout gestured toward the deep dish on the table, saying, "These mandrakes are still quite young. Their cries are not fatal, but improper handling could render you unconscious for several hours. Therefore, each of you must don a pair of ear protectors." The ear protectors, in a variety of colors, were eagerly snatched up by the students. Gloria shared one of her ear protectors with Draco. With everyone's attention focused on her, Professor Sprout meticulously explained, "To avoid fainting for several hours, ensure that your ears are completely covered when wearing the ear protectors. Watch closely as I demonstrate the repotting process. When it is safe, I will signal with 2 thumbs up." Following the professor's instructions, Gloria donned her ear protectors, immediately silencing all extraneous noise. Draco gently tapped her arm and attempted to speak, but she could not hear a single syllable. He gestured and shook his head, but unable to hear her own voice, he finally nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Professor Sprout rolled up her sleeves, firmly grasped a cluster of grass leaves, and yanked them from the soil with determination. Gloria furrowed her brow tightly. The mandrake's roots resembled an unsightly infant, its wide-open mouth suggesting a silent scream, a harrowing sound that could induce hours of unconsciousness. Quickly, the professor placed it into a larger pot, covering it with moist, dark compost, and the entire class observed with furrowed brows as she completed the process. Upon finishing, the professor clapped her hands, gave everyone a thumbs up, and was the first to remove her ear protectors. Gloria discovered a student named Neville from Gryffindor unconscious due to improperly worn ear protection. Professor Sprout sighed in resignation, indicating that she would have to escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. Draco and his companions scoffed, provoking an angry glare from Harry, but upon seeing Gloria, his expression shifted to one of complexity. After all, he viewed Slytherins as malevolent wizards. However, Gloria, who kindly invited him and Ron into the carriage and shared her food, evidently did not belong to the category of villainy in his eyes. Noticing Harry's gaze upon her, Gloria waved in greeting. Professor Sprout clapped her hands, instructing them to don their ear protection once more to repot the mandrakes, as she intended to take Neville to the infirmary. Chapter 7. New Friends. Once the professor departed, everyone donned their ear protection, and as they yanked the mandrakes from their pots, they realized that not only were they screaming, but they were also thrashing their roots vigorously. Distaste was evident on each face. Gloria observed her own mandrake, which was slender and elongated, and glanced at Draco beside her, who was tugging on a rather plump mandrake. In a playful mood, the mischievous young gentleman inserted his finger into the screaming mouth, only to be bitten. In a panic, he yanked his finger free, roughly tossing the mandrake into another pot, and upon turning back, he found Gloria beaming with delight, which only fueled his irritation as he wiped his bitten finger on her robes. Gloria paid no mind to this, focusing intently on repotting the mandrake, as the outside world indeed held remarkable wonders. As the class concluded, many students were drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Draco was called away by members of his small clique. Second-year students were permitted to try out for the Quidditch team, and they needed to familiarize themselves with the pitch. As they passed by Gloria, Pansy strutted with pride, only to realize that the object of their disdain was oblivious to their actions. Once Gloria returned her ear protection to its rightful place, she turned to find Harry and Ron waiting for her, along with a bright and clever brown-haired girl. "Harry, Ron, how was your night? I told you that you wouldn't be expelled." The two boys appeared sheepish, while Hermione regarded her with curiosity, introducing herself. "I'm Hermione Granger. I heard them mention last night that you helped them arrive at the school safely. It was quite fortuitous, especially considering how exhausting that carriage ride was, without timely rest. They might not have landed safely." Gloria recalled the tumultuous ride of the magical car, and the three grimaced, unaware that the situation had been so dire. Hermione's expression turned earnest. "Then we must be sure to thank you properly. If you wish to thank me, we could converse more, while I have some understanding of magic. There remains much I do not grasp, particularly regarding essay writing." "Of course, but are you a muggle?" Hermione asked, astonished. Gloria chuckled and shook her head. "I am pureblood. Aside from my home, I had no exposure to the outside world before coming to Hogwarts." Ron breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you are unaware of Slytherin's wickedness." To be honest, when Hermione told us you were sorted into Slytherin, we could hardly believe it. Indeed, many students from Slytherin were difficult to approach. Yet I find it tolerable. The people here maintain a certain distance, ensuring that strangers do not intrude upon me. The Sorting Hat remarked that I possess a pure, unmalicious ambition, which is quite intriguing and fitting for this house. In contrast to the aloof students who predominantly scrutinized her, Gloria found herself more inclined to engage in conversation with Hermione and her companions. The trio, upon witnessing her innocent smile and the beauty of her golden hair and silver eyes, felt their previous concerns dissipate. At least Gloria did not embody the same malevolence as many of the other Slytherins. Their conversation soon shifted to the defense against the dark arts class, a subject that filled Hermione with anticipation and admiration, much to the dismay of the two boys. Professor Lockhart, with his captivating publications, made reading his works akin to embarking on thrilling adventures. Hermione transformed into an enamored fan when she mentioned Lockhart, particularly noting his striking handsomeness. Gloria recalled the designated textbooks, which were essentially novels adorned with Lockhart's overly charming visage. While his features were indeed appealing and his teeth gleamed almost blindingly white, she felt an innate aversion towards him. She considered the professor's abilities to be rather unimpressive, as the spells contained within his writings lacked sophistication. Noticing Gloria's disdain for Lockhart, Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to avoid a lengthy discussion about the new professor. Gloria remarked, "I am more interested in the quality of his teaching. I hope it proves to be engaging." Hermione was confident it would be nothing short of spectacular. "Oh, by the way, have you recovered your car?" Gloria inquired, curious about its fate. Upon the mention of the enchanted automobile, Ron's expression fell, his hair seemingly losing its vibrancy. "We plan to enlist Hagrid's help to search for it in the Forbidden Forest, hoping that my dad can investigate the matter through his work. It's likely we won't have a flying car at home again." Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, was also a caretaker of the magical creatures residing in the Forbidden Forest, and Harry spoke highly of him. "Is that so? I would love the opportunity to meet him." "Speaking of magical creatures, have you ever encountered a goblin?" Gloria asked. "Goblins?" Ron was puzzled by her question, yet he responded, "Of course, I've seen them. They frequently inhabit my garden. Every holiday, I spend time with Percy, Fred, and George clearing them out." "I have seen them too," Harry chimed in, a smile gracing his face as he recalled their time spent cleaning goblins at Ron's home. Hermione interjected, "I've seen illustrations of goblins in books. They often burrow in the gardens of wizards, damaging the roots of plants, necessitating regular clearing to prevent them from destroying the garden. Why do you bring up such creatures?" Gloria's gaze lingered on Harry and Ron, and she chuckled. Malfoy mentioned that when he saw you at Flourish and Blots, you looked like goblins freshly emerged from their burrows. I had never seen a goblin before, so I was curious and thought they might be rather cute. At the mention of Malfoy, all three displayed expressions of distaste. Harry, concerned, asked, "They haven't bullied you, have they?" "No one can bully me," she replied confidently, having learned quite a few dark spells in the Slytherin library. "That's good to hear. In any case, Malfoy and his cronies are quite loathsome individuals," Ron added, animatedly describing Draco and his gang's nefariousness. Gloria shrugged lightly. "He may be rather unpleasant, but he is undeniably handsome. I quite admire his appearance." In truth, there were reasons beyond mere looks that she could not divulge. The three of them spoke in unison, their incredulous gazes directed at her, accompanied by an unmistakable disdain for Malfoy. "Are you out of your mind? Malfoy is attractive." Ron nearly choked on the word attractive, while Harry wore an expression of profound dismay. Hermione explained to Gloria, "We have been so preoccupied with our disdain for him that we never took notice of his appearance." From Draco's taunts towards Harry and the others last night, along with the trio's remarks today, it was evident that the two factions had harbored animosity for quite some time. "Knowing you do not favor him, shall we head to the library together? We need to work on our herbology essay," she suggested, as today's assignment naturally pertained to mandrakes. With enthusiasm and seriousness, Hermione not only instructed her on how to compose the essay, but also reinforced knowledge from their first-year textbooks. Gloria, being exceptionally bright, could effortlessly retain any information after a single explanation. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were scratching their heads in frustration while writing their essays. Ron occasionally leaned towards Hermione, attempting to copy some content to alleviate his stress, but Hermione always firmly thwarted his attempts. Gloria and Hermione completed their essays with remarkable speed. She shared with Hermione some of her invented minor spells, such as a charm that would cause a book to turn its pages automatically. Gloria intended to employ this on the Slytherin library's collection. Additionally, there was another spell that, when cast, would deliver a punch-like impact, the potency of which depended on the caster's strength. "You are truly remarkable. To invent spells at just 12 years old. I have yet to learn many spells myself." Hermione marveled at Gloria's genius. "These are merely minor spells, easily learned. Truly powerful spells require considerable effort to invent," Gloria explained, noting her continuous attempts to create spells ranging from those that facilitate daily life to those with offensive capabilities. Harry had already mastered the spell for slowing page turns, causing the papers of the book on the table to flutter every 15 seconds. Witnessing this, the Chosen One's emerald eyes sparkled with eagerness. He was keen to test the effects of the punch spell. Gloria glanced around before lowering her head to huddle with them, suggesting, "Let us try it out with a pillow when we return. If you ever decide to use it on someone, remember to speak the incantation softly. I have but one request. Do not use it on Malfoy. It's perfectly fine to target his friends instead." Though the three were puzzled by her reasoning, they acquiesced. After all, Gloria was their teacher. Chapter 8. A Dreadful Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Draco soared through the Quidditch pitch for over an hour, riding the latest model, the Firebolt 2001. The Quidditch tryouts were scheduled for the second week of school, and the house would select new members prior to this event. The current captain, Marcus Flint, held high hopes for him, as Draco's performance was indeed the best among the candidates. Upon returning to his dormitory to wash up and change, he reflected on the contents of a letter from his father. "Dear Draco, regarding the Miss Albert you mentioned, I have conducted some research. All members of the Albert family residing in France have perished, and their estate has been divided. If any heirs were to survive, the French Ministry of Magic would not permit another family to seize the entire fortune. Therefore, I lean towards the notion that this Miss Albert may be a descendant of the Albert lineage. Albert may not be her true surname, but there is certainly a connection. Pureblood families always possess some means to navigate Hogwarts admission list. As for the badge you described, I do not recall seeing it, nor have I encountered the family portrait. For now, it suffices to maintain a regular correspondence with her. Moreover, your mother has expressed her disapproval of your joining the Quidditch team. Yet my promise remains steadfast. Should you succeed in joining, I shall present the entire team with Nimbus 2001 brooms. With love, your father." Draco recalled that he had not greeted Gloria after their herbology class and wondered what she might be up to. With such thoughts, he made his way to the Great Hall, only to encounter the loathsome Potter and his entourage, where the Mudblood Granger was hand in hand with Gloria, engaged in lively conversation. How dare she? Laughing and chatting with a Mudblood. Pansy, who followed closely behind, immediately remarked, "Is she truly pureblood? How could she associate with Potter and his lot? The Sorting Hat should have placed her in Gryffindor." Zabini shook his head. Perhaps she simply did not care about their opinions. Last night, he had sensed that this new girl, aside from a fleeting glance at Draco, had disregarded everyone else, including him. Moreover, he had a premonition that Gloria was not entirely ignorant of their sentiments. Draco let out a heavy huff and turned to take a seat at the table. The two house tables were in close proximity, and Gloria chose a spot near the Gryffindor side. As the dishes in front of her changed, She lifted a plate of food that looked particularly appetizing and called out, "Hermione, you must try this." The two cast-iron pots were filled with golden rice adorned with shrimp, crab, clams, and oysters. Hermione, being Muggle-born, recognized it as Brazilian seafood rice. Weren't the dishes the same for every house? Leaning closer to her ear, Gloria whispered, "This is a special from my house elf. Just as delicious as those from renowned Brazilian restaurants." Hermione nodded in understanding and, after expressing her gratitude, turned to invite Harry and Ron to sample it as well. Ron, trying exotic cuisine for the first time, stuffed his mouth to the brim, while Harry turned back to thank her for her generosity. Gloria felt a piercing gaze and looked up to see Draco's face twisted in anger, as if he felt betrayed. In response, she merely offered a radiant smile, while the platinum-haired young man sulkily averted his gaze. Before long, commotion arose from the Gryffindor table. A gray-haired boy, his cheeks flushed with excitement, held a camera and snapped pictures of Harry, chattering incessantly and even requesting a photo with him and an autograph. Gloria noticed the fleeting embarrassment on Harry's face. Draco, who had been watching her covertly, was filled with fury. Was Potter truly worthy of such attention? The illustrious Harry Potter was about to give out signed photos. Already exasperated, Draco appeared beside Harry, flanked by two bodyguards. After all, this was Harry Potter's autograph. Perhaps keeping it close could provide protection against dark magic. "Shut it, Malfoy!" Harry exclaimed, his fists clenched in anger, as if ready to strike Draco in the next moment, while Crabbe and Goyle stood in front to block him, with Draco behind, arms crossed. Watching the spectacle unfold, seeing his idol in trouble, Colin Creevey stepped forward. "You're just jealous of Harry." "Jealous? I would never wish for such an ugly scar." "Only you lot admire it," Draco retorted mockingly, eliciting laughter from the Slytherin side. Gloria shook her head discreetly. It seemed that whenever they crossed paths, Draco would inevitably clash with Harry. "Get lost, Malfoy!" Ron shouted, rising in indignation, standing beside Harry with eyes blazing like sparks, fixated on Draco and his companions. "Watch it, Weasley." Draco alluded to the Howler from the morning, sarcastically remarking, "We would be delighted to see your mother escort you home," as the Howler made abundantly clear. The mention of the Howler elicited even louder laughter from the Slytherin students, leaving Harry and Ron seething with embarrassment. Yet Draco was not inclined to cease. Turning to Gloria and taunting, "Aren't you going to assist your new friends, Albert?" Under his gaze, Gloria averted her eyes, prompting everyone to follow suit and discover the arrival of Professor Lockhart. The charming blonde with captivating blue eyes beamed a radiant smile and asked, "What is everyone gathered here for? I seem to hear someone requesting an autograph. May I add my name to the list?" Lockhart's entrance diverted all attention, as he enveloped Harry in an embrace and had Colin snap a photograph. With a few casual remarks, the commotion was swiftly resolved, and Draco departed the hall. Casting a glance back at Gloria, who was entranced by the two being photographed, the spectacle in the Great Hall was soon forgotten by the students, who buzzed with excitement over Professor Lockhart's dashing looks and his wealth of adventurous tales, eagerly wondering if more tales of adventure would be shared in class. On their way to the classroom, Hermione urged Gloria to sit beside her, causing the girl's cheeks to flush crimson. Gloria scanned the classroom, which had been adorned in a flamboyant manner by Lockhart. The life-size portraits depicted him in elaborate attire, frequently flashing toothy grins, leaving many female students, including Hermione, utterly enchanted. At last, Lockhart made his entrance, striking a pose at the lectern while reciting an extensive list of his titles. He then produced a stack of papers, announcing a time limit of 30 minutes for completion. The boys who received the papers were left speechless. What kind of questions were these? What is your favorite color? What is your greatest achievement? Gloria sighed, wishing time could fast forward. Unlike Hermione, who fervently scribbled, Gloria had only skimmed through a few books. After 30 minutes, Hermione was duly praised, securing 10 points for Gryffindor. Next came the highlight of the lesson. Lockhart revealed a cage draped with a cloth, declaring it contained the most malevolent creature known to the wizarding world, which induced a wave of anxiety among the students. After some earnest words, he dramatically unveiled the cloth, revealing a creature approximately 8 inches tall with a pointed face, shrieking and bouncing about. It was a Cornish pixie. Seamus Finnegan could not suppress a chuckle. Lockhart's handsome visage struggled to maintain its composure, as he nearly gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes, what of it?" Seamus quickly backpedaled, "Nothing, they're extremely dangerous." Though his words suggested otherwise, his eyes betrayed him. Fuming with indignation, Lockhart flung open the cage, warning, "Do not underestimate these cunning little sprites. I have employed numerous spells to keep them lively. Your task for today is to attempt to subdue them and return them to the cage." The Cornish pixies erupted from the cage, wreaking havoc, tearing pages from books, overturning tables, shattering glass, and splattering ink everywhere. In an instant, half the class sought refuge under their desks, terrified by the pandemonium caused by the mischievous sprites. Gloria noticed Hermione crouched on the floor, edging closer to Harry and Ron. While shouting to her, "Gloria, Come over here and hide. Don't worry. Gloria laughed joyfully, reaching out to catch a tiny sprite, but the nimble creature evaded her grasp. Meanwhile, Neville found himself being tugged by several sprites, suspended from the chandelier in a state of panic. The classroom descended into chaos. Lockhart attempted to wave his wand to restore order, only to have it snatched away by a sprite and flung out the window. Left with no recourse, he sought refuge. While Neville, dangling from the chandelier, was too distraught to notice the commotion below, Gloria managed to seize one of the sprites, which, with its sharp teeth, attempted to bite her palm. In the next instant, it froze in terror as a serpent's head emerged from the lining of Gloria's robe, none other than Gloria, whose golden eyes fixated intently on the sprite. The sprite wished to scream, yet no sound escaped its mouth. "Oh, do you wish to bite me?" Gloria cooed affectionately, stroking its head. "You are so slender. You must be quite fragile." With a look of dread in its eyes, the sprite was guided into her robe, where Gloria eagerly awaited a taste. 3 serpents collaborated to shred the sprite and devour it. The creature that sought to harm Gloria was now at their mercy. Unbeknownst to the other sprites, who remained oblivious to their companion's fate, the ruckus continued unabated. The Slytherin students were the first to flee the classroom, followed closely by the Gryffindors. Gloria stood atop a desk, determined to capture more sprites. As Draco rushed past, he noticed her apparent delight and bit his lip to suppress the urge to take her with him as he exited the classroom. Hermione was ensnared by a sprite tugging at her hair, while Harry swatted at another with his book. Lockhart, too, made his escape, casting a final glance at the remaining 4 students and mustering a strained smile. "What brave students you are. Please capture the remaining sprites and return them to their cages." With that, he hastily exited, leaving the door ajar. Ultimately, the sprites from Cornwall were apprehended one by one using the freezing spell, while Gloria slyly retained 3 to feed to her serpents, confident that Lockhart would not concern himself with the exact number of sprites captured. Chapter 9, Potions Class and the Weekend. Lockhart's incompetent performance during the first lesson succeeded in diminishing the admiration many girls held for him. Most were still making excuses for the inept professor, believing the sprites from Cornwall to be particularly troublesome, and that he intended to challenge them. Gloria had enjoyed a fulfilling couple of days, attending core classes such as Charms, Transfiguration, and History of Magic, earning Slytherin an additional 20 points in the process. Today, she was set to attend the potions class taught by the head of Slytherin House. Professor Snape's expertise in potions was renowned, a rarity to behold. In the few days since the term began, Gloria had yet to catch a glimpse of the headmaster, who remained elusive even during meals. Truly, he was a busy man. This afternoon's potions class would finally provide the opportunity to meet him. In class, Gloria sat alongside Hermione, as the Slytherin students had begun to disregard her, viewing her as a traitor for her close relations with the Gryffindors. Draco had not uttered a word to her, expressing his discontent with a disdainful snort whenever their paths crossed. Suddenly, the classroom door was flung open, and before Gloria could fully comprehend the scene, a tall, shadowy figure in black robes surged into the room like a crashing wave, gliding effortlessly to the podium. With a flick of his wand, the door slammed shut behind him. At this moment, she discerned the visage of the newcomer. His eyes, as dark as abysses, swept over the students below, while his hawkish nose accentuated his brooding demeanor. Professor Snape's youth surprised her, for he had assumed the role of potions master in his early 20s and was now merely in his 30s. His hair, not particularly greasy, fell in fine, limp strands on either side of his face, which, combined with his expressionless countenance, exuded an intimidating aura. When her gaze met his, he turned impassively to the blackboard and waved his wand, listing the ingredients and procedures required for the potion to be brewed that lesson. "I hope this year your minds will engage, so I can spare you the trouble of frequenting the hospital wing. Today, we shall concoct a sleeping draught, which I am certain many of you have tasted during your overnight stays in the infirmary." With that, he cast a glance at Neville, who was hunched over, his neck retracted. Through 2 days of gossip, Gloria had learned that Neville was notorious for his mishaps in potions, often injuring himself and inadvertently endangering others, prompting their classmates to steer clear of him. As anticipated, Professor Snape began to single out Harry, berating him regarding the handling of ingredients and the vigor required for stirring the potion, while deducting 5 points from Gryffindor, precisely as described by Harry and his companions. Gloria observed the entire scene, her mouth slightly agape, until the stern professor noticed her presence. "Miss Albert, are you not stirring your potion?" "Yes, Professor," she replied, lowering her gaze to immerse herself in the potion-making process. Gloria possessed a commendable talent for potions, having come from a lineage of potion-making prodigies, and she had mastered a plethora of techniques for brewing various concoctions. The simple sleeping draught was easily within her grasp. When she finally regained her awareness, she realized that the shadowy professor had been standing beside her for an indeterminate length of time. The potion in her cauldron exhibited a flawless hue, and the aromatic vapors rising from it adhered to the highest standards. Professor Snape's deep, cello-like voice resonated. Miss Albert has brewed a perfectly effective sleeping draft. 10 points to Slytherin. He completely disregarded Hermione, who was nearby. Once the class had concluded, Hermione relaxed her tense body and whispered, "He stood next to you for at least 15 minutes. I hardly dared to breathe." "Is that so?" "I hadn't noticed," Gloria replied. Hermione nodded, clearly perceiving her total immersion in potion making. "Now, let us bottle the potion." The steaming potion was transferred into slender vials, and understanding the pressure Hermione faced from Professor Snape, Gloria proactively submitted the potion. As the class came to an end, Harry and Ron, having produced a disastrous, mud-like potion, were left behind to clean up after all the students had departed. Hermione could only offer them a sympathetic glance, unable to assist, as Hogwarts welcomed its first weekend. Second-year students were prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade, prompting many to seek out friends for casual conversations or to complete their essays in the library and common room. Gloria changed into casual attire, donning silver-gray trousers paired with a white robe, her light blonde hair cascading loosely, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Yesterday, Hermione had mentioned that while they could not go to Hogsmeade, they could enlist the help of older students to bring back supplies. And everyone was keen to replenish their learning materials and snacks. With a small bag containing her books, Gloria jogged out of the dormitory, noticing that many students from her house were also dressed in casual clothing. The boys were animatedly discussing Quidditch, while the girls exchanged fashion tips, reveling in the leisurely pace of the weekend. She had anticipated a sparsely populated public lounge in the morning, yet to her surprise, every sofa was occupied. Upon reaching the auditorium, Hermione and the others were already partaking in breakfast. Gloria rushed over to greet them. Her attire, casual for the weekend rather than the school uniform, did not seem out of place at the Gryffindor table. "Hi, Gloria. Today, you can finally sit beside me. We have compiled a list of items to purchase." "What about you?" The seniors they had entrusted were none other than the Weasley twins, accompanied by their friends. As for the diligent Percy, he was preoccupied with his studies. Gloria produced a piece of paper, mentioning how delectable the juice-flavored gummies given by Professor Dumbledore had been, prompting her to declare that she wanted the latest candy assortment from Honeydukes, along with ink and quills. "How much money have you prepared?" Hermione inquired, taking the list to present to the Weasley twins together. Gloria handed her a palm-sized wallet, filled with coins, capable of accommodating the items she intended to procure. "I have quite a few things on my list." Hermione pouted slightly, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, I can see that. But is it truly necessary to buy so many sweets? Fred and George visit Hogsmeade every week." Gloria reassured her. "I won't be purchasing this much every week." As breakfast neared its conclusion, the two girls engaged in hushed conversation. Harry, seated across from them, glanced up and noticed Malfoy glaring intently at Gloria's retreating figure, and he shot a fierce look back at him. With a hint of mischief, Harry leaned in closer to them. Noting how Malfoy's eyes were nearly bulging out from staring at Gloria, Gloria quickly turned her head, unexpectedly locking eyes with Draco, who blushed crimson at being caught. "Is it really all right?" Hermione expressed her concern, considering Gloria was, after all, a Slytherin student. Unfazed, Gloria waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry. We're just having a bit of a spat for now. However, if my relationship with him grows closer in the future, I hope you won't mind too much." Ron, struggling to swallow a mouthful of chicken, found it hard to believe his ears. "You could become close with him?" To Ron, Malfoy appeared friendless, surrounded only by sycophants, with no genuine friendships in sight. Gloria responded affirmatively, "Of course. In fact, we became friends on the very first day of school. He may be upset with me, but hasn't caused trouble, which indicates he doesn't truly dislike me. It's you he genuinely shows disdain for." Harry managed a wry smile. "We dislike him as well." "I know, which is why I'm giving you a heads up." Gloria adjusted her posture. "My relationship with Draco will surely improve. To you, he may be intolerable, but in my eyes, he is not. Much like how he dislikes you while I quite like you." Hermione was the first to voice her opinion. "I absolutely detest Malfoy, but you are, after all, a Slytherin student." The opportunities for the two houses to attend classes together were limited. Gloria could not always be with them. Harry and Ron exchanged conflicted expressions. Yet Hermione was correct. Malfoy and Gloria were both Slytherin students with a decent rapport, and they would ultimately reconcile. Gloria stood to gather her belongings. "Well, I shall take my leave." When the Weasley twins returned from Hogsmeade later that evening, Gloria had amassed several bags of sweet treats, which she generously shared with Hermione and the others. The following morning during breakfast in the auditorium, an unfamiliar owl landed before Draco, delivering a parcel containing the most popular candies sold by Honeydukes. He observed it for a while before slowly tucking it away. Chapter 10. A Conversation in the Astronomy Tower. As time progressed, everyone's thoughts gradually aligned with their studies. Gloria had not spoken to any member of Slytherin for over a week. After the afternoon classes concluded, she returned to her dormitory to gather her belongings for the astronomy class at 11 that evening. Upon her return, she noticed a group surrounding Draco, led by Pansy, and prepared to walk past them without acknowledging their presence. You've truly fallen, Pansy sneered. All your classes with Gryffindor alongside that mudblood. The Sorting Hat surely made a mistake placing you in Slytherin. Pansy stood up and directed her mockery at Gloria. To their astonishment, Gloria drew her wand, advancing towards Pansy step by step, declaring with each word, "Do not insult my friend." Pansy let out an exaggerated laugh, brandishing her wand in return. A mudblood-esque friend? Let us see if you truly deserve to be in Slytherin. Leaning against the sofa, Draco's hand, concealed beneath his robe, began to tighten into a fist. Pansy aimed to embarrass Gloria, intending to make her dance comically before striking her flawlessly beautiful face. Gloria raised her wand slightly, whispering an incantation. Pansy's spell collided with an invisible barrier, extinguishing like a firework. Pansy was thrown back by a surge of force, toppling the sofa, while Crabbe and Goyle, seated beside her, groaned in pain, leaving the onlookers stunned. Gloria approached with measured steps, looking down upon Pansy. As a Slytherin, you are unworthy to insult my friend. You foolish attention-seeker. Her words held double meaning as her silver eyes glinted coldly, regarding Pansy as one would a piece of filthy refuse. Pansy, with her sharp and haughty demeanor, was left seething, having sought trouble after enduring days of humiliation. Gloria smirked, subtly glancing at Draco, witnessing the platinum-haired young man suppressing a laugh. Pansy, mortified, wished to vanish on the spot due to the embarrassment before her crush. Daphne, as if oblivious to the commotion, helped her up. You shouldn't have acted impulsively. At least ascertain her capabilities first. Pansy, stubbornly defensive, retorted, I was just having an off day. Zabini chuckled. I thought her spell was quite impressive. Professor Flitwick calls on her for demonstrations every lesson. And the fact that the headmaster permitted her house elf to remain here suggests her family possesses clout. Pansy, puzzled, remarked, but the Albert family is supposed to be extinct. Isn't it? That's what you all uncovered. With nearly half a month into the term, everyone present had gathered substantial information. Pansy's contempt for Gloria intensified, fueled by speculation that she was an orphan. Daphne softly mused. Perhaps the Albert family secretly retained some wealth, which she inherited alone. Observing Pansy's superficial arrogance, Daphne felt the burden of her own family holding her back, questioning why she needed to compete discreetly with someone inferior in both beauty and strength. Zabini then turned his gaze toward Draco, stating, I noticed when Albert left, she looked at you. She cares about you. The ambiguous words caused a faint blush to rise in Draco's cheeks, yet he replied, and so what? She associates with Potter and his lot. With her words unspoken, Gloria rose and returned to her dormitory. She paid no heed to the discussions of those who remained behind. The first act upon her return was to release 3 snakes. Professor Lockhart's class had been dreadfully dull, regrettably lacking the magical creatures that could have entertained us. Apophis was the first to shake his head, dismissing the idea. Let it be. That little sprite nearly choked me last time. I prefer succulent, plump prey. Gloria chimed in. Your professor is rather foolish. Ermengarde flicked his tongue. This year, you shan't acquire any valuable knowledge. Do peruse the volumes in your study when you return home for the holidays. Gloria took out a magical gem and fed it to the 3 serpents. I shall heed your counsel. A nourishing meal is in order. We have astronomy class at 11. Gloria coiled around her hand, noting how lively the students were. It had been years since she had heard such chatter. Ermengarde swiftly twitched his tail. Listening to their conversations makes for sweeter slumber. Gloria felt a wave of contentment wash over her. As long as you are not contemplating human consumption, all is well. Apophis raised his voice. How could a human possibly compare to a magical gem? Gloria remarked. Shouldn't that ugly wretch be dealt with? She dared to cast a spell on you. Had it not been for Gloria's repeated warnings, they would have rushed out to eliminate Pansy. Gloria caressed her golden scales. No need. It was merely a trivial skirmish. Unless my life is in peril, it is best to disregard the rest. At 11 o'clock that evening, in the astronomy tower, Professor Sinistra had already set up the telescope and instructed the students to quiet down. Tonight, we shall observe the constellation Draco, charting its trajectory and mapping its stars for our assignment. Gloria was intrigued to see Draco nearby, the origin of the name of the Platinum Heir. While other students engaged in conversation, she remained focused, diligently recording the trajectory and meticulously drafting the star map. Having seen all 88 constellations during her time at Slytherin Manor, she was well acquainted with the notable stars within. The hour passed swiftly, and Gloria secured her parchment, directing the telescope towards other constellations. With 10 minutes until midnight, Professor Sinistra instructed everyone to pack up and prepare to return. It was inconsequential if Filch saw them at this hour. He was well aware of the astronomy class schedule for each house on Thursdays. Draco addressed Zabini and the others. You may head back first. I have something to attend to. The group's gaze fell upon Gloria, who remained fixated on the telescope, clearly not observing Draco. As they departed, only Draco and Gloria remained in the astronomy tower. Are you truly willing to betray Slytherin? Draco's voice floated from behind her. Gloria turned to see his brow furrowed with concern. Are you worried about me, Malfoy? At her words, Draco averted his gaze, his jaw clenched tightly. Worried about you? I simply do not understand. You could easily become one of us. I have not betrayed Slytherin, Gloria replied calmly. As the sole heir of the Slytherin legacy, having received decades of education from the portraits, how could she betray them? Draco's tightly pressed lips gradually relaxed. Then why associate with Potter and his ilk? Knowing one is a pure-blood traitor, another of mixed heritage, and the last of mudblood? Gloria chuckled softly. Malfoy, there's no need to speak so harshly. Hermione is merely of Muggle descent. And you defend her? That is not loyalty to Slytherin. Draco retorted angrily, striding toward her. You are a pure-blood. Do you wish to align yourself with the traitorous Weasley family? Gloria rose, gently grasping his sleeve. Calm down. My willingness to befriend them is based on sound reasoning. I am indeed a Slytherin. The moonlight illuminated Draco's face, deepening the azure of his eyes as he glanced at her hand resting on his sleeve. Then enlighten me with your reasoning. Gloria released his sleeve and leaned against the railing of the astronomy tower. Gryffindors possess remarkable courage and integrity, often to the point of recklessness, but they hold a distinct advantage worth cultivating. Draco averted his gaze, agreeing only with the term reckless. He was patient enough to listen to Gloria's explanation. An advantage? Gloria nodded, her lush, golden hair flowing with the movement, the curls catching the moonlight in a captivating dance. Sincerity, especially towards friends, Malfoy. In this regard, you cannot deny that Slytherin falls short of Gryffindor. From the moment I met you all, each of you has scrutinized me, my lineage, my purity of blood, my strength. The foundation of friendship lies in compatibility. While I do not find the predatory nature of Slytherin distasteful, it does not deter my desire for genuine friendships, which are hard to find in Slytherin. Thus, Gryffindor presents a commendable alternative. Draco opened his mouth, at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, sincerity exists in Slytherin, albeit rarely. Even he, a Malfoy, must navigate his status within a small circle, always striving to outshine Zabini. Since you were sorted into Slytherin, you must accept this reality, he concluded tersely. No, Malfoy. My acceptance of this situation does not preclude the possibility of exploring other avenues. For now, I have succeeded. In Slytherin, your admirer Pansy is neither bold nor astute. She seems eager to curse me at every turn. Greengrass is cunning and treats me as an incomplete rival, not remain silent. Your two bodyguards are merely attentive to your mood, and Zabini is quite shrewd with excellent social skills. Upon mentioning admirer, Draco instinctively turned his face away, fixating instead on the numerous pureblood ladies vying for his attention, with Pansy being the most conspicuous. They had known each other since childhood, and Mrs. Parkinson had always endeared herself to his mother, while his father found the Parkinson family easily manageable, thus allowing Pansy to draw near. He reminded himself that pureblood family unions do not prioritize appearances, yet the truth remained that Pansy's looks were rather unremarkable. Lifting his gaze to Gloria, this new classmate who had recently joined, he found himself captivated from their first encounter. Her silver eyes and golden hair, coupled with an air of enigmatic heritage and effortless grace, ensnared the attention of a boy on the cusp of adolescence. Chapter 11, Reconciliation. Gloria gazed up at the moon, her profile bathed in its silvery light, causing Draco to momentarily lose his train of thought, oblivious to the intensity of his gaze upon her. Malfoy, I arrived at this school only in my second year, too late to forge deep friendships. In the ensuing years, I wish to avoid the petty rivalries and comparisons with my fellow housemates, for they are unworthy. However, I share a remarkable connection with Potter and his friends. On my first day at school, I fortuitously encountered them in the sky, and they invited me into my carriage for a brief conversation. Through this bond, I also came to know Hermione, who is both intelligent and endearing. Perhaps this is the reason a muggle like her can possess magic. You did not mention me in your earlier remarks. Why is that? Gloria paused, surprised that he cared about this. Draco approached her, his gaze fixed on her eyes. Why did you not speak of me? What is your opinion of me? Gloria turned to face him and candidly replied, to be honest, I have never regarded the members of your little group with any esteem. But you are different. You are Draco. Suddenly addressed by his name, Draco's cheeks flushed. Uncertain if it was from anger or embarrassment, his gaze faltering. You should call me Malfoy. May I call you Draco? If you prefer, you may call me Gloria or Lori. Lori, she said, a name that connotes beauty and elegance. Draco immediately resolved to use it. He had observed Potter and his companions addressing Gloria as Gloria. The ability to call each other by their names made Gloria more at ease. To be honest, aside from you, I find no one else in Slytherin's second year worthy of my attention. They are foolish and cunning. Even if they could be of use, they would only squander resources, and their abilities would not flourish. Gloria offered a sharp critique, leaving Draco both proud and perplexed about the inadequacies of others. Yet Potter and his friends are different. Harry carries the title of the Chosen One. Hermione is astutely intelligent and bound for a significant role in the Ministry of Magic. And Ron, though seemingly ordinary, has remarkable siblings, You all frequently label the Weasley family as traitors to purebloods, yet each of them is formidable. Draco, these are the kind of friends worth cultivating. Those who are sincere with those close to them, who will not drain my resources, and who possess their own charisma. Thus, I am willing to treat them with genuine regard. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. Draco, as the only child, was indulged by his parents, proud and arrogant, always seeking to shine. However, this does not imply he is devoid of intelligence. Gloria meticulously elucidated the disparity between the two groups, and he certainly comprehended her points. The sorting hat did not err in placing you. In this pursuit of friendship, there is sincerity and an evaluation of benefits, a typical Slytherin approach. Draco reluctantly accepted her enthusiasm for befriending Potter's group, yet he still harbored disdain for Potter and was unwilling to continue listening to her praises of them. What were you just looking at in the stars? Wasn't he at the constellation of Draco? It pertains to my father's constellation. He shares the same name as you. Gloria replied as she began to gather her belongings. We should return. It would be difficult to explain if Filch finds us out here too late. Draco only confirmed that the stars she observed were not Draco, yet he remained unaware of which constellation she had been gazing upon. Your father? Draco assisted her in tidying up. Gloria had never mentioned anything about her family, while others had, to varying degrees, spoken of their parents. But she remained silent on the matter. Indeed, but for some reason, I cannot elaborate further. Are you still upset with me? All the tools used in astronomy class were neatly packed into a small box, and the ever-gentle Draco graciously carried it, though his demeanor remained prickly. Naturally, he was angry. As you refuse to sever ties with Potter and his entourage, let us make a bargain. If you must confront them, please do not involve me, all right? Both sides are friends, and I wish to avoid the discomfort of being caught in the middle. Draco's lips twitched slightly, revealing the greed typical of a Slytherin. Gloria was unfazed by Draco's indifferent reproach. She had matters of her own to unravel. Though my time here has been brief, it is evident that Zabini's interactions with you are rather peculiar. Aside from Crabbe and Goyle, others instinctively glance at Zabini after hearing Draco's words. Upon the mention of Zabini, Draco's expression shifted, displaying an unusual discomfort. Zabini's mother is formidable, having been married 7 times, each husband met with mysterious demise, thus inheriting considerable wealth and mingling with numerous pureblood families, yet still falling short of rivaling the Malfoy lineage. Gloria grasped the implication. The fortune from 7 husbands must be substantial, yet seeing Draco maintain his dominant position within their circle, it was clear that the Zabini family still had much to prove. Their relationship likely mirrored that of Pansy and Daphne, marked by an unspoken rivalry. Draco continued, Zabini treats Pansy well. The Parkinson family produced a minister of magic in the 18th century. Despite being ousted, they have retained valuable connections. My mother believes he wishes to marry Pansy, yet has never found the opportunity. Gloria's teasing gaze lingered on him. The lack of opportunity only indicated that the domineering young lady had her affections firmly set on Draco. While Zabini sought to elevate his family through marriage, a sentiment that Pansy evidently shared. It is no wonder you two appear so odd. He evidently does not acknowledge your status. Draco scoffed disdainfully. His family cannot compare to the Malfoys, yet he frequently measures himself against us. From his contemptuous expression, Gloria discerned that Draco looked down upon Zabini's various actions, merely maintaining a facade of harmony for the sake of family. As they strolled back to the common room, they were surprised to find Zabini and others lounging by the fireplace. Pansy abruptly stood, incredulous at the scene before her. Draco, why are you walking with her? Her accusatory tone resembled that of a wife discovering her husband's infidelity. Gloria stifled a laugh as she took the small suitcase from Draco's grasp and patted his arm. I shall take my leave now. You all converse. Draco grasped her wrist. I will wait for you here tomorrow morning. You must come to the Quidditch pitch to watch my tryouts. Gloria replied matter-of-factly, very well, good night. While others fumed in disbelief or astonishment, Zabini's gaze was profound. This enigmatic Miss Albert possessed considerable skill. Draco's disdain for Potter was well known, yet she managed to reconcile with him in less than half an hour alone. Has she chosen to abandon any friendship with Potter and his cohorts? What prompted this change of heart? Zabini inquired, echoing the curiosity of others. Draco did not occupy his usual seat, instead leaning on the sofa with one hand, because I have come to realize that she possesses certain qualities that are quintessentially Slytherin. Recalling Gloria's assessment of these individuals, a barely perceptible smirk of disdain flickered at the corners of her mouth. The following Thursday morning, devoid of any classes, the Quidditch team seized the opportunity for trials. At dawn, Gloria witnessed Draco riding a broom for the first time, his movements fluid and every gesture executed with remarkable ease. Among the candidates vying for the position of Seeker, his performance was unparalleled, and as expected, he secured the role, albeit as a substitute. However, the prestige of the Malfoy lineage compelled the other team members to elevate him to a formal position. Seated alone in a corner, Gloria observed the girls on the opposite side clapping enthusiastically, with Pansy displaying the most fervor, vigorously waving at Draco on his broom. As Draco approached, Pansy let out a jubilant scream, "Draco!" Yet, the very person she yearned for bypassed her, stopping instead in front of her most detested rival, causing her complexion to drain of color. "I did it!" exclaimed Draco, gripping his broom with excitement. "Father promised me that if I made it onto the Quidditch team, he'd gift the entire team Nimbus 2000 once. Just wait and see how Potter's Nimbus 2000 fares against mine." Gloria brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead and congratulated him. "Well done. But why on earth do you need hair gel to play Quidditch?" Draco felt his ears heat up. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he was ever mindful of his appearance. "Well, I suppose you might look even better without it," Gloria remarked, her compliment only adding to his discomfort. "Let us head back to the common room to celebrate." Chapter 12. Confrontation on the Field. Within 2 hours of Draco's selection to the Quidditch team, the Nimbus 2001 brooms for both official members and substitutes were delivered to the school. Such lavishness only increased the number of students from Slytherin eager to befriend Draco. Due to differing schedules, Gloria found herself unable to meet Potter and his friends for nearly 2 days. Throughout several meals, Draco consistently sat beside Gloria, indulging in a variety of exotic dishes. And the two often engaged in lively conversation at the table. The Slytherin little snakes were left in astonishment. Mere days ago, they had been at odds, and now they seemed to be in a state of infatuation. During potions class, Draco firmly grasped Gloria's wrist, insisting she accompany him. The warmth radiating from his palm penetrated through her clothing to her skin. Soon, Potter and his friends entered the classroom, and upon witnessing the scene, Hermione appeared struck by lightning, astonished that Gloria had indeed managed to reconcile with Draco. Fortunately, they had prearranged their group, and the three of them completed their pairing. Albeit clumsily, the old bat entered the classroom punctually, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Gloria that bore an almost mocking sneer. "Ah, Miss Albert, it seems you have finally recognized the importance of brewing potions alongside your fellow housemates." Behind her, Pansy and Millicent snickered derisively. Draco glanced at Gloria and handed her the stirring spoon for their potion. She grasped it lightly, turning to face the two who sought to provoke her, displaying a smile that could only be described as wicked. Pansy held her head high, while Millicent appeared visibly anxious. No one could continually provoke Slytherin. Pansy and Millicent huddled together, whispering, and those around them speculated they were speaking ill of Gloria. Garina curled within herself, her head lifting slowly as it crept up the body of Gloria, eventually peeking out at the nape of her neck. Pansy and Millicent, upon seeing the serpentine gaze, were momentarily entranced, for its power manifested without any magical fluctuations. "You, like a lionhound with Parkinson's, have no right to call me a black bear." Millicent's sudden, furious shouts startled all the students, causing them to shudder. In the next moment, the smaller Pansy was yanked by her hair and violently thrust towards the preheated cauldron, spilling scalding water everywhere. Draco pulled Gloria aside, bewildered by the chaos erupting around them. Pansy, clutching her head and shrieking, caught sight of her bloodied hands and lunged at Millicent, both girls entangled in a fierce hair-pulling struggle. The scene was more chaotic than that of the Cornish pixies. Severus Snape, his face darkened with rage, barked, "Enough!" A spell swiftly separated the two, both sporting bruises. Snape's expression was more forbidding than that of a troll. "Follow the potion-making process on the board. I will return to inspect your work." With that, he led the two sobbing girls away, leaving the disheveled table in pristine condition. Showing no intent to deduct points, Draco returned to his seat, his expression one of incredulity. They must be mad, causing such a scene in class. Gloria's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, perhaps. A closer examination would reveal that Pansy's impulsive remark had indeed provoked Millicent, igniting this embarrassing brawl. The Gryffindor students, noticing Professor Snape's absence, whispered among themselves about how Slytherin not only housed snakes, but also lion hounds and black bears. Gloria willingly took on the task of handling the potion ingredients, and Draco, intrigued by her unique methods, could not resist inquiring. She demonstrated how to prepare sneezewort by striking it with the back of a knife, and then massaging it for about 10 seconds to enhance its medicinal properties. Similar demonstrations had been conducted for Hermione multiple times. At that moment, she resembled a deputy professor of potions. "You possess an extensive knowledge." "I am aware of a different method," Draco remarked, his own talent in potion-making being quite exceptional, earning him favoritism from Professor Snape, not merely due to being from the same house, but because of his innate skill. Together, they concocted a flawless potion, certain it would alleviate Snape's grim demeanor. Draco felt a swell of pride. Their collaboration was remarkably harmonious. "You should have been in my group all along. If not for..." As Gloria filled a narrow-necked vial with the potion, she recalled Draco's promise to overlook her social circle. Malfoy's word is his bond, she thought. Draco, maintaining a serious expression, insisted, "From now on, you must work alongside me in every class." What could Gloria say but to acquiesce? Pansy and Millicent's disgraceful brawl had sullied Slytherin's honor before Gryffindor, leading even Zabini and the others to distance themselves from the two. This Saturday, Draco would officially join the Slytherin Quidditch team for the first training session. Gloria appeared as if still half asleep in the common room, and Draco, brimming with enthusiasm, called to her, "Come on, Lori, let us grab breakfast and head to the pitch." Noticing her lack of energy, he seized her wrist and pulled her outside. Gloria felt as though she had floated into the hall, where only a handful of people lingered. Beside her, several Quidditch team members were eagerly clutching their brand new Nimbus 2001 brooms, anxious to showcase their prowess on the field. They devoured their meals with haste, while Gloria managed to savor a piece of sweetbread, quite pleased with the blueberry jam. Draco swallowed the last bite of his grilled salmon, rose, and prepared to depart with his teammates. Noticing Gloria leisurely enjoying her breakfast, he casually tucked a strand of her light golden hair behind her shoulder, reminding her, "Be sure to finish your breakfast before heading to the pitch." Gloria nodded with her eyes closed. Once they left, the dining table fell into a serene silence, prompting her to select half of a baked sweet potato, its texture delightfully dense and sweet. Where was Colin? She had clearly seen him when leaving the dormitory. Voices from the Gryffindor table inquired, as the students there spoke with remarkable vigor. They mentioned that Colin had gone to watch Harry and the others practice Quidditch. Having skipped breakfast altogether, Gloria listened to the first-year students discussing Colin, Harry's little fan. There was no need for concern. Someone had saved them meals, so they would not go hungry. However, Gloria was not focused on the latter part of the conversation. Instead, she was pondering whether the Gryffindor Quidditch team was already on the pitch. What about Draco and the others? Goodness, with their mutual animosity, there would surely be chaos on the field. Ignoring her breakfast, she abandoned the sweet potato and dashed toward the pitch, hoping the situation was not too dire. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Harry and the others had already commenced training. After a few jibes at the incessantly chattering Colin, they spotted the Slytherin team, clad in their green robes. Arriving, an irate captain would stormed onto the field, somewhat unsteadily dismounting his broom. Following a heated exchange between the two captains, Flint produced a signed note from Professor Snape, diverting Wood's attention as he curiously inquired about the new seeker. Draco swaggered into view from the back of the line, his platinum hair glistening brilliantly under the morning sun. Malfoy. Harry could hardly believe it. This insufferable brat had made the Quidditch team as the new seeker, despite the fact that the previous seeker from Slytherin had not graduated. Indeed, Draco relished in Harry's astonishment, while Hermione and Ron, upon witnessing their own team confronting the Slytherins from the grass, approached to ascertain the situation. Like Harry, they were equally surprised that Malfoy had joined the Quidditch team. Ron's eyes fell upon the 7 sleek, polished new brooms, and as a Quidditch enthusiast, he instantly recognized them. Nimbus 2001. Why were there so many? Not just one, but one for each player. A gift from Malfoy's father, the latest model released just last month. Flint, appearing nonchalant, brushed off non-existent dust from the top of a broom, stating that it was significantly faster than the Nimbus 2000, and for the outdated Clean Sweep series, he suggested they be used for sweeping the floors instead. The laughter from the Slytherin side was piercing, as Draco cast a sidelong glance at Harry's broom, then turned to the disgruntled Ron, sneering, "For my father. This is merely a trifling expense, and as for your brother's Clean Sweep 5s, I believe the Broom Museum would be more than willing to make an offer." Flint and his entourage laughed even more raucously. Hermione panted heavily, retorting with sharp sarcasm, "At least the members of Gryffindor rely on their own abilities. None of them had to pay to gain entry." Draco's triumphant expression darkened as he glared at Hermione with his stormy gray-blue eyes, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. The most infuriating was the realization that Lori had become friends with such a fool. What could a muggle possibly understand about the wizarding world? He had ridden broomsticks since childhood, played Quidditch privately, while this mudblood knew nothing. He scorned the idea of explaining whether he had paid to join the team or earned his place through merit. Such a mudblood was simply unworthy. Gripping his new broom tightly, he approached step by step, exuding an overwhelming sense of superiority, his tone harsh. "You have no right to speak here, you filthy mudblood." "Draco." Gloria dashed over, breathless. However, those present discerned his intended insult, and Fred and George lunged forward, only to be obstructed by the imposing figure of Flint. The other Gryffindor players erupted in furious shouts, and Ron, enraged, brandished his battered wand, pointing it at Draco. "I know what you want to say, Malfoy." Gloria could not intervene in time. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the pitch. A green light erupted from the broken tip of Ron's wand, rebounding to strike him, sending him flying. No one was preoccupied with fighting anymore. They rushed to his side. Gloria stood frozen, her first thought being how fortunate it was that Draco was unharmed. And her second thought was that it was rather peculiar for a spell to rebound and hit its caster. Perhaps it was time for a new wand. Hermione knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Ron. "Are you all right, Ron? Say something." Ron's face turned pale. And though he opened his mouth, no words emerged. He retched and expelled a large, slimy slug. Chapter 13, Science. Gloria furrowed her brow as Ron's slug-vomiting spell rebounded, resulting in him being the one to vomit slugs. The Slytherins were doubled over in laughter, and Draco, who had initially been frightened by Ron's wand, transitioned from mild trepidation to mocking laughter. The group surrounding Ron was thoroughly disgusted, particularly as he continued to retch, seemingly unable to stop. The sound of a camera shutter clicked, and Colin exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, can we get a shot of his face, Harry?" "No, Colin," Harry snapped, along with Hermione. As they helped Ron, "We need to get him to Hagrid's hut." As they departed, Harry deliberately bumped into Draco's shoulder. Ron had embarrassed himself, and though Draco's anger had not subsided, he did not abandon his practice. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Gloria. Gloria remained in the stands, watching quietly as Draco soared freely through the sky, his dark demeanor gradually fading, revealing the youthful charm that was uniquely his. After 2 hours of warm-up, everyone was drenched in sweat. Due to the morning's events, Draco was not in optimal form, and they decided to resume training after lunch. Gloria's attire, crafted from the fiery mane of a fire dragon, provided a continuous warmth, courtesy of fire magic. As the players descended from the sky, she left the audience seats, and, upon reaching the pitch, Draco, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, awkwardly inquired, "Are you cold?" Gloria, enveloped in warmth and comfort, shook her head, replying, "Not at all. You should head back to your dormitory to freshen up. I will wait for you here, as there are matters I wish to discuss." Draco inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "For the sake of your good friends? You will understand when you arrive. I shall return to my seat for a while." Watching her retreating figure, Draco sulkily clutched his broomstick and headed back to the dormitory, contemplating resolutely not to return, allowing Gloria to endure the chill alone. However, upon reflection, he realized that his failure to seek out Potter and the others immediately after the conflict indicated his greater concern for her. Minutes later, Draco made his way back. Freshly groomed, his platinum hair tousled and devoid of styling gel, rendering him somewhat less haughty, though his innate nobility remained unmistakable. "What do you wish to say?" Draco asked, his expression sour as the autumn breeze swept through the stands, causing strands of hair to dance, with Gloria's golden locks brushing against his shoulder. "Are you cold?" she asked him, having learned through her studies of magical creatures that the Hungarian horntail had long been considered extinct and that few creatures could produce fire-related materials. "I'm not cold. Just speak quickly," he replied. Gloria understood that the animosity between Draco and Potter was unlikely to be resolved and bore him no blame. "Did you know that mudblood was not originally a term for wizards of Muggle descent?" she queried, neither accusing him nor defending Harry, successfully piquing Draco's curiosity. Who else could it describe? Gloria's silver eyes met his gray-blue ones, and she stifled a laugh. "Your family has resided in England for nearly a millennium. You are unaware of this? Did you summon me merely to mock my family?" Draco's temper flared. His lineage was a source of pride for him. "Do not be angry," Gloria continued. "In truth, mudblood initially referred to non-magical people. My family's portraits have always referred to Muggles in this manner, while wizards of Muggle descent were termed mud men." Draco's anger dissipated. He was learning something new. Long ago, in the eyes of wizards of that era, Muggles were regarded similarly to creatures like fairies and house elves, considered a different kind of intelligent being and not truly their kin, hence the term mudblood. However, within such bloodlines, wizards could emerge. Even mudbloods, possessing magic, were deemed half-kindred, thus called mud men. Gradually, Draco forgot the earlier quarrel. "My father never spoke of these matters, only that wizards of Muggle descent are all mudbloods, tainted blood." "I understand," Gloria said, leaning against the railing, remembering the portraits of her ancestors. Wizards were a rare breed, cherished by the world, and Muggles were not deemed impure as long as they possessed magic, though many wizards of that time still looked down upon those of such origins. And then, Draco pressed, "How did mudbloods become Muggles?" Gloria used her wand to inscribe 2 words in the air, revealing the connection between mudblood and Muggle through their letters. Mudblood, Muggle, throughout history. There has never been a shortage of wizards who are close to Muggles, especially as the number of wizards of Muggle descent continues to rise. After gaining a certain influence, many wizards have discussed changing the derogatory term for non-magical individuals from mudblood to Muggle. Some pureblood wizards resent this change and have gradually begun to apply the term mudblood to wizards of Muggle origin. Draco nodded in appreciation, thinking he would have done the same. "However, the ancestors depicted in my family portrait have always referred to Muggles as mudbloods and wizards of Muggle descent as mudmen, which led me to believe upon arriving at Hogwarts that Muggles were still permitted to learn magic." Draco was amused by her naive assumption, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Half an hour later, he was called away by Flint to review the tactics needed for the afternoon practice. Gloria, eager to assist, headed towards Hagrid's hut to find Potter and the others. Ron was still retching up slugs, not wishing to be seen by his classmates in such a state. Behind Hagrid's hut, 12 enormous pumpkins loomed, each nearly as tall as a person. Ron occasionally burped, expelling more slugs, while Hagrid was likely in the forbidden forest, tending to the magical creatures. Gloria emerged slowly, interrupting them. I think I can offer some help, so I came. The trio regarded her with mixed emotions. Earlier that morning, she had clearly intervened to prevent Draco from uttering derogatory remarks, yet she had not sought them out immediately. Gloria approached Ron, whose pallid complexion was accentuated by cold sweat, looking utterly dreadful. She drew her wand, her gaze inquiring. Ron finally nodded. Gloria cast a powerful stopping spell on him, and his color improved instantly, ceasing the expulsion of slugs, much to Harry and Hermione's relief. I understand that Draco should not have spoken to you in such a manner, and I cannot apologize on his behalf, Gloria said as she slowly put away her wand. Hermione, with a complex expression, felt considerably better after having friends and Hagrid's consolation. I know you are different from him. Harry could not help but ask. Do you really have to be friends with him? You and Malfoy are not the same. Gloria stowed her wand and replied earnestly, he is rather special to me. But I don't think he will insult you like that again. Ron, curious, asked what? Malfoy will listen to you? Not so much listen to me. But I merely revealed things that are not widely known. Given Malfoy's character, he will certainly flaunt this information. Gloria proceeded to enlighten them about the terms mudblood and mudmen. Harry and Ron were as if they were encountering the magical world for the first time, while Hermione appeared somewhat astonished, speculating that even Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, might not be aware of such details. Then came a note of regret. Gloria, I truly do not understand how you became friends with Malfoy. He had to pay to join the Quidditch team. Gloria shook her head in disapproval. Actually, he did not pay to join the team. I attended the selection day, and although I am not well versed in Quidditch, it was clear to me that he stood out among the candidates. Flint, however, did indeed use his influence to make him a full player rather than a substitute. Hermione fell silent for a moment, realizing, so that's why he insulted me. Harry and Ron exchanged few words. It was evident from their first-year flying lessons that Draco was quite proficient on his broom. The Nimbus 2001, with its ostentatious design, only fueled suspicions, especially given Draco's habitual displays of arrogance. Gloria reminded them that this matter might have temporarily passed, yet they should remain vigilant. Ron indeed had cast a spell against Draco, and even if Draco chose not to report it, others would likely do so. Many in Slytherin were eager to curry favor with him. Ron was indignant, exclaiming the unfairness of it all. Harry placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying not to worry, as they would support him. Gloria, however, felt powerless to assist. At least he would no longer have to vomit slugs. Chapter 14, Campus Life. Gloria's warning proved prescient, as Harry, Ron, and she bid farewell to Hagrid and Gloria. Heading back to the castle for lunch, they encountered Professor McGonagall, her expression grave, which immediately filled them with foreboding. As expected, Harry and Ron were sentenced to detention, Ron in the trophy room polishing silverware by hand, while Harry was tasked with assisting Lockhart in responding to his admirers. Harry felt despondent, desperately pleading to join Ron, but Professor McGonagall coldly refused. During lunch, Gloria noticed Harry and Ron's pallid expressions and, aside from Hermione, realized that these two unfortunate souls had not escaped punishment. Draco tugged at her arm, asking what was so interesting, as he was still in pursuit of a roasted chicken leg. The crispy, golden skin of the roasted chicken was highly sought after, and as Crabbe and Goyle sat across from them, Gloria generously offered them a platter, which they devoured greedily. She inquired about the nature of their punishment, lifting a chicken leg twice the size of her hand. With the tantalizing aroma of the chicken leg wafting through the air, Gloria made her way to the Gryffindor table. The sight of the succulent roasted chicken legs caught the attention of the lions. After placing the platter down, she said, "Help yourselves." The Weasley twins, always quick, immediately claimed the largest piece. Gloria then settled beside Hermione and pointed at the two dejected boys, asking, what punishment did they receive? After a moment of contemplation, Hermione replied, Ron is polishing silverware in the trophy room, and Harry is to help Professor Lockhart by replying to fan mail. Harry pleaded with Professor McGonagall to be with Ron, but she refused him. Hermione found Harry's avoidance bewildering, noting how many students yearned for the opportunity to assist Professor Lockhart. Had she been given such detention by McGonagall, she would have relished it for an entire academic year. Gloria understood the depths of Harry's disdain for Lockhart, as even renowned figures sought to bask in the glory of the chosen one. She mused that Harry would likely prefer polishing silverware instead. Hermione, incredulous, exclaimed, "Isn't it strange? Why wasn't I given detention? I was present as well." Gloria reflected on how Hermione, typically so focused on her studies, was willing to endure detention for her idol. It was indeed wise of them to place her in Gryffindor. As she casually turned, she caught a glimpse of Draco, who wore an enigmatic smirk. She hurriedly exchanged a few words before returning to her seat. "I heard that those two fools are in detention." "Humph. The privileges of the chosen one. Just a bit of writing for the professor," Draco mused. Recalling the previous year's detention in the Forbidden Forest when Filch had mentioned the methods of punishment, thinking that Potter should have been hung up and whipped, Gloria spoke earnestly. Trust me, he would rather clean the display room with Ron than write those replies. Draco scoffed, believing Potter was merely afraid of losing the spotlight to Lockhart. To him, Potter had always been the center of attention. Concerned that Draco might impulsively seek trouble with Harry, Gloria swiftly changed the subject. What are your training arrangements? I intend to write my thesis this afternoon and will not attend your training. What about your thesis? Once she finished her sentence in one breath, Draco began to discuss the training and academic schedules. As they spoke of the upcoming days, Draco casually complained about the essays for history of magic and defense against the dark arts, one dull and requiring research, the other a tedious task of praising Lockhart's adventures throughout his book. A piercing gaze, like needles, pricked at Gloria, prompting her to look up and discover it was Pansy. Pansy's right hand nearly bent the fork in her grip, while the imposing Millicent loomed 2 seats away, nearly occupying 2 places by herself. In stark contrast to Pansy's resentment, Millicent, upon noticing Gloria's glance, nearly buried her face in her plate out of fright. It seemed Miss Bulstrode's awareness of danger was far superior to Pansy's. Was this what one called subtlety within coarseness? Millicent gradually grasped the peculiar dynamics of her ongoing conflict with Pansy, but could not articulate the reasons, only vividly recalling Gloria's terrifying smile, resolutely deciding to avoid provoking her again. As October arrived, a chill enveloped the entire Hogwarts castle. A sudden wave of illness swept through the staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey overwhelmed with patients, while Professor Snape spent more time in his office concocting potions for the infirmary. How did Gloria know this so well? Because she had been summoned to serve as a potion maker, and Potter's group expressed deep sympathy for her plight. With Draco preoccupied with Quidditch and academics, he simply had no time for potion brewing. Moreover, the incessant rain had rendered the air damp, making it feel as though one could inhale 3 cups of water with a single breath. Gloria constantly felt her hair was insufficiently dry. Raindrops pelted the castle's glass like bullets, the lake's waters rising, and the unpaved grounds transformed into a quagmire. The castle's cleanliness was becoming a matter of concern, with muddy footprints strewn across every corridor and staircase. Nearby, Filch, also suffering from the cold, had a nose that appeared unusually red as he carried a bucket. Grumbling while he cleaned, "Everything is filthy. Hogwarts is a mess. Madame Loris, keep a close watch in the corridors tonight. I intend to catch a few contemptible students." Madame Loris, wearing a bow tie, crouched beside Filch, her gray cat appearing rather thin. Gloria retrieved a recently bottled potion from her bag and approached Filch. "Mr. Filch, if you don't mind, please accept this potion. It will help you recover from your cold more swiftly." The students typically avoided him, but few were as bold as she was in approaching him. With thinning hair and eyes bulging like light bulbs, Filch regarded her warily, which Gloria understood, given he had dealt with numerous troublesome students, particularly the Weasley twins. With grace, Gloria offered, "I have been assisting Professor Snape with potion making lately and have a few bottles to spare. Please take one." Ultimately, Filch silently extended his hand to accept the vial. As the time drew near, Gloria made her way towards the Quidditch pitch, observing numerous students with steaming ears along the way. Soon, she encountered Draco and his companions, drenched and muddied from head to toe. Without the need for hairspray, Draco's golden locks lay slick against his scalp. Shaking her head, Gloria drew her wand and conjured a gentle warm breeze that enveloped him, swiftly drying his sodden hair and clothes, followed by a cleansing charm that restored him to a pristine state. Must they train so fervently? Gloria had assumed Slytherin would avoid practice in inclement weather. Yet in the realm of Quidditch, every house seemed equally zealous. Draco, with his elegantly defined fingers, swept his hair back from his forehead. November was fast approaching, heralding the commencement of the Quidditch season. From early November until the following April, it would be a time of matches. Gloria handed him a vial of potion reserved for him, advising him to consume it before resting that evening as a precaution. Draco accepted it with composure, then smirked as he recalled, "During practice, I spotted the Weasley twins watching us from above." The Weasley twins had been in a rather foul mood lately, likely anxious about the impending Quidditch matches, especially considering Slytherin's advantage with their Nimbus 2001 brooms, rendering Harry's Nimbus 2000 rather inadequate in comparison. Gloria, unfazed, remarked, "Did you not also spy on their strategies? You were caught by Wood, after all." This incident had nearly sparked a brawl between the two teams on the pitch. Draco's expression shifted slightly, as he mused, "Everyone does it, right? Father has promised to attend my first match." At the mention of his father, the boy's gray-blue eyes sparkled with excitement, his handsome features animated. Having witnessed the brutality of Quidditch, Gloria cautioned him, "Regardless of your excitement, remember that your well-being is paramount." Chapter 15, Awkwardness. At the Gryffindor table, Percy Weasley glared menacingly at his twin brothers. Gloria, seizing the opportunity to share food, inquired with Hermione about the situation. Learning that the twins had pilfered a fire lizard from an unknown source, nearly causing an explosion in their dormitory. Truly, they were the most mischievous students at Hogwarts. By the way, Harry was invited to nearly headless Nick's death day party. We plan to attend together. Will you come? Hermione was curious about the ghostly banquet and eagerly anticipated it. Ron's face twisted in distaste, and he replied reluctantly, I feel it would be bad luck. Why don't you go with Harry, and I'll stay behind? Harry immediately placed a hand on Ron's shoulder, asserting, we agreed to go together. Gloria should join us too. While conversing with them, Gloria kept an ear tuned to Draco's side of things. Upon hearing the invitation, she quickly waved her hand dismissively. No, I would much prefer to indulge in the feast at the Halloween dinner. What entertainment could a gathering of ghosts possibly offer? I've heard that Professor Dumbledore has invited a skeleton dance troupe, and I wish to enjoy the food while watching the performance. The trio ceased their insistence. Yet Hermione remained undeterred, her normally concealed large front teeth gleaming as she smiled widely. When we return, I'll tell you all about the party. I dare say few living souls have attended such an event. Gloria mused. Indeed, I suspect not many would wish to partake in a ghostly celebration. Harry evidently concurred with this sentiment, which must have been quite amusing, though it unfortunately clashed with the Halloween feast. Ron began to sigh, lamenting that the party fell on the same day as the Halloween dinner. Gloria reflected on their misfortune of missing out on the sumptuous feast prepared by her family's house elf. And as she raised her gaze casually, she noticed a beautiful red-haired girl staring intently at her. It was none other than Ron's sister, Ginny, whose howling letter at the start of the term had left the young girl feeling rather embarrassed. The instant their eyes met, an unsettling chill and a hint of aggression emanated from Ginny. Gloria thought she might have misjudged the situation, but a fleeting glance confirmed that Ginny's expression was indeed untroubled, though her complexion was somewhat pale. As Halloween approached, Draco was no longer as preoccupied as he had been previously, often lingering in the common room after dinner to converse with his close-knit group. Gloria had never been one to partake in such gatherings, preferring to remain in the library most of the time. As was customary, after dinner today, she accompanied Hermione to the library, seizing the opportunity to complete her assignment before closing time. In the silver-green-hued Slytherin common room, Draco reclined on the sofa, the flickering firelight casting a glow on his face, causing other girls from different years standing nearby to feel a flutter of anxiety. A pure-blood, strikingly handsome, hailing from the esteemed Malfoy lineage. Even girls from reputable pure-blood families stole glances at him, while half-bloods dared not approach, having witnessed his disdain for their kind. Zabini, with a sly smile, crumpled a piece of pink parchment after reading its contents and tossed it into the fireplace. Draco, are you truly not in love? The first words out of his mouth startled Draco. Zabini, resting his chin on one hand, narrowed his elongated eyes. Gloria, are you two really not an item? The boy's fair cheeks flushed crimson. No, we are merely friends. Friends? Zabini laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Draco, you call her a friend. Yet you seem so close to Pansy and Daphne. Ever since Gloria reconciled with Draco, they had been dining together, attending classes side by side, spending less time with their usual company, and with Draco's recent inclusion in the Quidditch team, their conversations had dwindled even further. Pansy fixed her gaze on Draco. Draco, her lineage is unclear. Gloria is a pure blood, I can assure you, Draco interjected. You haven't spent enough time with her to know. Her family may be as ancient as the Malfoys. He had conveyed this to his father, who confirmed the authenticity of Gloria's lineage through an ancient portrait of their ancestors. Draco was eager to defend her, causing Pansy's temple to throb with tension as she abruptly stood, her voice piercingly sharp. The Albers? My family has researched them. They come from a lineage spanning over 7 centuries in France. What family among us doesn't boast a heritage of several hundred years? Even if they are of the Albers, they could be descendants of disowned members. Their bloodline in question, chimed in one of the girls flattering Pansy. Noting how lesser pure-blood families often align themselves with larger ones, much like Crabbe and Goyle were to Draco. Draco's flush faded, and his gaze grew colder as he surveyed the room. Do the Malfoys require your approval to make friends? The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with other students in the common room turning their attention toward them. Zabini maintained his composure and advised Pansy to adopt a more measured tone, reminding her that as a friend, one must exercise caution in their counsel, particularly when one is not a romantic partner. Draco, disinterested in their banter, declared his intention to retire for the evening, leaving them to their own devices. The great hall was adorned with live bats, and the enormous pumpkins cultivated by Hagrid had been carved into lanterns, each large enough to accommodate 3 individuals, their sweet aroma wafting through the air from afar. At 7 o'clock, the Halloween feast commenced in earnest, with decorations aglow and candles flickering. The tables were meticulously arranged with golden plates. Yet Harry and his companions were absent, having attended a memorial gathering. Gloria found Draco's behavior peculiar. He had not sat with her during class and opted to join Zabini and the others for the feast. Fred's voice rang out from above, teasingly noting Gloria's solitary presence among the Slytherins, and inquired if that pesky boy had finally ceased his pursuit. The Weasley twins, with hair as fiery as their namesake, flanked her, prompting Gloria to gesture towards the empty seats beside her. Perhaps it's for the best. You shall be seated behind me this evening. My house elf has prepared an abundance of delightful dishes, including the foreign cuisine I adore. George clapped his hands in appreciation, remarking that little Ron and the others had become rather plump under her care. Fred's blue eyes sparkled as he proposed sharing their forthcoming inventions with her, suggesting that she could utilize them against anyone who dared to mistreat her. I shall, and if possible, I would also consider investing in your creations, as my family frequently invests in various ventures. The twins exchanged glances, and Fred nodded in agreement without inquiring about the amount of investment. Of course. How much profit do you desire? Gloria waved her hand dismissively, stating that she sought no profit, merely a few samples whenever new products were launched. The Slytherin family had invested in numerous domains, and her personal assets were considerable. Thus, she felt confident there would be ample opportunities in the future. The twins merely needed a hint of investment to embark on their small business endeavors. Are you certain? George was taken aback by her lack of interest in profit. I am indeed. By the way, did Professor Dumbledore truly invite the skeleton dance troupe? Initially, she had believed it to be true, only to later discover it was mere rumor. The twins shook their heads, and Fred glanced at the professor's table, noting that the truth would only be revealed once the feast began, as many were hopeful it was indeed accurate. George chimed in, even Percy thinks so. The entertainment at Hogwarts was scant, with Quidditch being the only diversion aside from a myriad of gossip, which accounted for the perpetual antics of the charming twins, who were notably popular among the girls. Originally, the small group of girls had awaited the opportunity to witness Gloria's embarrassment, as Draco had been influenced by their conversation from the previous night and had not sought her out since, opting instead for the company of genuine friends during the feast. Yet, what was the situation? With Draco absent, the two handsome troublemakers from Gryffindor had taken seats beside her and were engaged in lively conversation. The professors had all arrived, and when Dumbledore made his entrance, the entire assembly of students and faculty erupted into enthusiastic applause. Gloria's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping that the headmaster would introduce the dance troupe in tandem with his arrival. The Weasley twins showed no haste to return to the Gryffindor table. Instead, they joined in the applause, whistling merrily, while the Slytherin students cast them bewildered glances, to which the trio remained unperturbed. Dumbledore raised his hand, signaling for silence. Before the Halloween banquet, I overheard some whispers regarding the skeleton dance troupe, and I was quite eager for such a performance. The headmaster extended his arms, and a multitude of palm-sized skeletons emerged from behind him, eliciting a thunderous cheer that nearly threatened to uproot the ceiling of the hall. Wow, the skeleton dance troupe truly exists. Gloria found these plump little skeletons utterly adorable as they divided into 4 groups, gracefully hovering above the dining tables of the academy. The performance was about to commence, heralding the start of the banquet. As Headmaster Dumbledore spoke, an abundance of sumptuous dishes appeared on the tables, piled high like miniature mountains. The fare before Gloria was distinct from that of her peers, prompting the Weasley twins to cart away several large bowls of food to indulge themselves. The skeletons formed small clusters, ensuring that every student had a clear view of their performance, which was executed with remarkable skill and a humorous flair, delighting everyone and eliciting peals of laughter. Draco, however, found no amusement in the spectacle. Since entering the hall, Gloria had not spared him a single glance. Instead, she was engrossed in conversation with those 2 impoverished Weasley siblings. Fueled by frustration, Draco felt as though the dancing skeletons were mocking him, wishing he could vanish them with a flick of his wand. Meanwhile, Gloria relished her meal: clam pasta, octopus spaghetti, tom yum soup, Buddha jumps over the wall, and Neapolitan pizza, an exquisite fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. Sipping the Buddha jumps over the wall, its flavor was exquisite, rich, and tender, a delightful medley of tastes. Suddenly, she felt compelled to share her culinary musings, only to glance up and find a boy furiously stabbing his plate with a fork. Oh, she truly couldn't fathom what his problem was. The last time they had a disagreement, Draco had sought her out. Perhaps she should attempt to reach out this time. Lost in thought, Draco caught sight of a bowl of soup gently descending before him. His first instinct was to look at Gloria, whose silver-eyed gaze was fixed upon him. Chapter 16. The chamber has been unlocked. Draco struggled to articulate his current feelings. Gloria remained blissfully unaware, her rosy lips pursed as she awaited his next move. Zabini's words from the previous night echoed in his mind, stirring his emotions towards this girl who had left a profound impression on him at first glance. Yet his initial instinct was to retreat. Noticing that the boy had yet to touch his meal, Gloria continued to eat, her frustration simmering beneath the surface, leaving her uninterested in the skeleton's performance. After a while, a low voice beside her inquired, "What kind of soup is this you've given me?" She looked up to find Draco navigating around the lengthy table to sit beside her. "It's Eastern cuisine. I find it delightful," he remarked as he took a seat. Naturally, Gloria pushed the food towards him and asked, What's bothering you today? With a sigh, he confessed, I am worried about the Quidditch match. My father has come to watch. Is that why you're sulking? Gloria's exquisite features bore an expression of irritation. Why should he project his troubles onto her? Draco cautiously glanced at her, noticing her displeasure. He instinctively began to poke at his food with his fork, stammering out an apology after several attempts to find the right words. I'm sorry. Seeing him truly troubled and disheartened, Gloria sighed inwardly. She pressed down on his errant hand, skewering a piece of pineapple chili tilapia, its sweet and spicy flavors tantalizingly appetizing. Try this, it's quite delicious, she urged. The platinum-haired young master felt a flush of crimson on his ears and cheeks. Without lifting his head, he sampled a piece of fish, confirming its exquisite taste. As the performance of the skeleton dance troupe drew to a close, the students redirected their focus entirely towards the feast. Once the banquet concluded, everyone surged towards the exit. Draco, striding swiftly, leaned towards Gloria and inquired, What did you discuss with those two Weasleys during the dinner? The sight of that interaction had ignited a fierce desire within him to smash the plate before him against their two red heads. The students behind them were merely a few steps away, and to maintain the privacy of their conversation, Gloria leaned in, her lips nearly brushing his ear, and whispered, We talked about investing in their inventions. They promised to send me a little bit of the profits each time they release a new product. The boy's heart raced unexpectedly, as the subtle fragrance of fruits and wood wafted from her, challenging his composure. His response came out somewhat stammering. So you want those profits? No. We have to share it. We are merely students, and besides, they need to cover their production costs. No sooner had he spoken than the people ahead halted, and they too came to a stop. Draco, guiding Gloria, moved to the forefront, where they encountered Harry and his friends standing in the damp corridor. The walls bearing two lines of blood-red letters. The chamber has been opened. Beware of the air. What sent shivers down the students' spines was the sight of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, suspended on the torch bracket, her body rigid as if carved from stone, leaving one to wonder whether she was alive or dead. The lively chatter of the gathering vanished instantaneously, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione standing in solitude, their faces betraying uncontainable dread. Draco read aloud the ominous words inscribed on the wall, his gaze shifting to Hermione. Is this your new tactic? Mudblood? Gloria seized his arm. Astonished that he refrained from using the more derogatory term, Filch pushed through the crowd, and upon seeing Mrs. Norris, he furiously seized Harry, vowing to kill him. His bulging eyes filled with hatred. Headmaster Dumbledore intervened to quell the chaos. His piercing blue eyes locked onto Harry, who appeared increasingly flustered, accompanied by the cat. The three implicated students departed the scene, leaving behind the unsettling blood-red inscription that haunted the onlookers. As the matter subsided, the remaining students engaged in hushed discussions while Gloria was led back to the dormitory by Draco. Others remained oblivious, but Gloria understood the significance of the chamber. It was Salazar Slytherin who had concealed the basilisk within it. Yet today, someone had managed to unlock it. Wasn't the Gaunt family the only remaining branch of Slytherin? Before reaching the dormitory, Gloria halted, pulling him aside to ensure they were alone. Draco, anxious, questioned, What are you doing? Something terrible just happened. It's dangerous to linger outside. He attempted to guide her back to their quarters. However, Gloria grasped his hand firmly. Draco, do you know about the chamber? The chamber? Draco furrowed his brow, struggling to recall, then shook his head. I don't know. Do you? Remembering that Gloria's family seemed to have a long-standing legacy, his earlier urgency dissipated. Gloria surveyed her surroundings before leaning closer to him and whispering. The chamber was constructed by Salazar Slytherin to purge the school of wizards of Muggle descent. However, the authenticity of the chamber has been doubted over the ages. Yet it truly exists, so you must be cautious in the days to come. Before Draco could inquire further, Gloria had already retrieved a peculiar necklace of an indeterminate material, glimmering silver, adorned with black scales reminiscent of ancient creatures. These are scales from a primordial being, imbued with protective magic, offering formidable defense. Were it well, the basilisk's gaze could be lethal, petrifying through reflection. The corridor where Harry and the others had previously stood was damp. Lady Loris might still be alive. She feared for Draco's encounter with the serpent. Draco, however, did not take it but regarded her intently, shaking his head. You should wear it. There's no need to worry about me. Gloria promptly revealed a similar necklace from beneath her collar, this one embellished with white scales. I have my own. Put it on and never take it off. No matter the circumstance. Before he could respond, she fastened it around his neck. Why are you so kind to me? Draco mused, certain that Harry and his friends lacked such necklaces. Aside from his doting parents, no one had ever shown him such selfless sincerity. Many who sought his companionship were merely drawn to the Malfoy name, often with ulterior motives. As Gloria turned to face him, her thick, light golden hair cascaded gracefully across her cheek, her silver eyes glowing softly like a full moon. Because you are special to me. Once she had reclaimed the basilisk, she would reveal certain truths to him. We must hurry. The legacy of Slytherin within the chamber is no trivial matter. Gloria tugged him toward the dormitory. I will rest upon our return. The common room will surely be abuzz with discussions about what just transpired. You may converse with those gathered. The scales on Draco's necklace were, in fact, those of Apophis, given to Gloria at her birth by 3 serpents. As a more powerful being, the basilisk could sense the scales and would not approach those who wore them. Upon reaching the common room, they found nearly all the Slytherin students awake, gathered to discuss the earlier events. The atmosphere was unusually lively, with Harry's name mentioned more than any other. Zabini raised his hand and called out, "Draco, over here." He had grown accustomed to Gloria's preference for remaining outside the social circle. Gloria waved goodbye to Draco as she departed. Chapter 17, The Spotlight of Attention. Despite the throngs in the common room, none dared occupy Draco's designated seat. Before he could settle in, Zabini eagerly remarked, "Everyone is talking about the chamber, but no one knows much. What about you, Draco?" Draco slowly sat down, his slender fingers resting on the collar of his robe, the cool scales gradually warming to his body temperature. Reflecting on Gloria's words, he posed a rhetorical question, "You all have no idea?" This prompted a chorus of astonished gazes from the crowd, implying that he possessed knowledge they did not. The young man reclined on the sofa as usual. The Chamber of Secrets, constructed by Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, was rumored to have been created to purge Muggle-borns. I had previously harbored doubts regarding its existence. But after tonight's events, it appears the chamber is indeed real. Not only were Zabini and others astonished, but even the typically reticent Theodore raised his gaze. In the face of their scrutiny, Draco feigned nonchalance, suggesting they could write home to inquire. Those seated nearby overheard, and their expressions shifted in unison. Indeed, it seemed the Malfoy family possessed knowledge of such obscure matters. Relishing the awe of his peers, Draco basked in the attention. "What is a Muggle-born?" a student ventured to ask. Draco arched an eyebrow, leisurely explaining. "It refers to wizards of Muggle descent. Mudblood was once a term for Muggles several centuries ago. Subsequently, that group of Muggle-borns transformed it into Muggle, and the term Mudblood became their exclusive designation. Traitors among wizards deserve such treatment." "Is that so? I had never heard of this." In popular understanding, Mudblood simply denoted wizards born of Muggle lineage. Few could fathom its origins in the Muggle realm. Zabini nodded appreciatively. "You are correct. They indeed grew up in the Muggle world, and do not share the same sentiments as wizards from our world. No wonder you call Granger a Mudblood." Pansy had long since returned to her pure-blood circle, yet she declared her preference for the term Mudblood. Draco chose to ignore her. Almost the entire school's gaze was fixed upon the platinum-haired young man, who resolved to write to his father. The more he knew, the more he could share with Gloria. Meanwhile, Gloria returned to the dormitory and immediately released 3 serpents, sensing the presence of Basilisk. "Yamungad," she called. "Though a millennium has passed, I still recognize the scent." "It is indeed he." Galinia climbed onto Gloria's shoulder. "If only you had been able to act freely at that time, perhaps you could have tracked him down." Given the incident, although it involved a mere cat, the professors would undoubtedly be on high alert, especially Headmaster Dumbledore. Gloria felt a pang of frustration. Why was the system preventing her from immediately recalling the basilisk? She could only seek an opportunity to meet him. Once she encountered the basilisk, she could instruct him to deploy his membrane to shield against the serpent's gaze. Consequently, even if someone failed to perceive the basilisk through the mirror, they would not be killed outright, but rather petrified at worst. Compared to the collateral bloodlines of Slytherin, the basilisk held the commands of direct lineage in the highest regard. Apophis lazily crawled onto the soft cushion, contemplating the state of that creature over the years. The scent suggested weakness. "You might want to bring him some nourishment when you find him." Hearing this, Gloria grew anxious, fearing the basilisk might starve. Over the years, Hogwarts Castle had surely undergone renovations. It was likely that those of collateral bloodlines had concealed the existence of the basilisk, or else the recorded entrance would have been discovered long ago. Galinia's scales brushed against her fair cheek, revealing an unusual beauty. "You have been quite kind to that little creature," gifting him Apophis' shed scales for protection. Since their inception in this world, they had shed their scales only a few times, perhaps merely a handful of molts. Apophis flicked his serpent-like tongue. "Indeed. You ought to compensate me with a few magical gemstones. Those were meant for you. How could you pass them on?" It wounded my heart. "However, I am elated that you wear my scales." Emer seemed to revel in the moment, ensnaring Gloria's wrist. The next instant, Gloria removed her necklace, proclaiming that it could not be worn now, lest the basilisk shun her. It was merely for safety while out and about, and Glenn's golden scales were far too conspicuous. Ultimately, Gloria bestowed a few additional magical gemstones upon them to soothe their injured hearts. The following day, when Harry and his companions arrived at the Great Hall, an unusual silence enveloped the room momentarily, resuming their conversations only after they settled in. Today, Harry chose a seat a slight distance away from Gloria with his 2 closest friends, whose frequent glances towards the trio did not escape Draco's notice. Stop staring at the scarhead, he admonished. Reluctantly, Gloria turned away, whispering, "Aren't you curious about what they experienced last night?" Draco shot a glance at the engrossed trio. "If you wish to inquire, do so away from prying eyes. You take the seat first. I shall arrive shortly," he added. Gloria did not follow them immediately, waiting until Harry and his friends exited the hall before she made her way after them. Upon reaching a quieter spot, Harry and his companions halted, and Gloria hurriedly approached. "You know what I wish to ask about, the words from last night." "It wasn't us," Harry exclaimed, visibly agitated, while Hermione and Ron comfortingly patted his back. "Did you encounter anyone else on your way? Or any evident disturbances?" Gloria pondered that, given the basilisk's formidable size, it might have caused a commotion. The three across from her exchanged glances, well aware that Gloria's nature was not malevolent, yet she was, after all, a Slytherin student. Hermione's expression was conflicted. "We had just concluded the memorial feast and were heading to the hall to grab some food before dinner, concluded when we stumbled upon the blood writing. And then you all appeared. Now everyone looks at us as if we are monsters," Ron lamented. Harry hung his head, likely disheartened by their classmates' attitudes. Gloria sensed their reticence to reveal the truth, though she could not compel them to confess. "I trust that you were not involved with those words, but be cautious. Seeing the blood writing should indicate the Chamber of Secrets is indeed real. If you wish to know more, you might consider consulting Professor Binns in History of Magic. Hogwarts is also part of that history. Class is nearing, so I must take my leave." Harry and Hermione frowned, while Ron cautioned, "You must also be careful." Ginny was frightened by last night's events. After nodding, Gloria hurried away, eager to avoid being late for her next class. As she ran, the three serpents whispered that Harry bore no scent of the basilisk, and none of them had encountered the creature. Soon, she arrived at the corridor where the incident had occurred the previous night. Filch stood atop a wooden ladder, clutching a rag, his bulbous eyes glaring. Upon seeing Gloria, he fixed his gaze on her for a moment before diverting his attention back to scrubbing the blood writing from the wall. Yet, the crimson letters remained vivid, seemingly impervious to ordinary cleaning methods. "If I ever catch that poor Mrs. Loris." As I passed by, I overheard the murmurs of Filch, the solitary caretaker of Hogwarts, accompanied solely by Madame Loris. Chapter 18, Concern. Recently, the students had completely borrowed the book Hogwarts, a history from the library, leaving no other related volumes untouched. The library had become a bustling hub, and Madame Pants frequently reminded the students to maintain their silence. By the shores of the Black Lake, where the cold wind swept through, Gloria was engrossed in Hogwarts, a history, a book that Draco had seized from another student, perfectly embodying his nature. "Can't find it?" Draco inquired, peering over, as Gloria quickly turned the pages of the tome, which was over 1,000 pages long and the size of half a pillow. Gloria shook her head, distracted, having not encountered any mention of the Chamber of Secrets. Hogwarts had been established for so long that perhaps even Headmaster Dumbledore was unaware of all its secrets. Just as she finished the last page, she found no pertinent information in the historical text. "The history books don't contain as much as you think. At least we have ascertained that it was left by Salazar Slytherin. What do you believe the founders would have inscribed within?" Draco seemed to have forgotten about Madame Loris, who had been petrified. The day after the incident, Headmaster Dumbledore clarified that the cat was not dead but merely petrified, and that it would revive once the mandrakes matured and the potion was administered. This announcement significantly eased the students' fears. Being petrified was not fatal. Thus the atmosphere at Hogwarts remained relatively pleasant. Gloria mused quietly. What else could be left behind but a basilisk? "Are you not afraid?" Draco's pale, handsome face tilted slightly upward, his left hand pressed against his chest. "With the protective magical item you gifted me, of course, I am unafraid. Therefore, you must wear it constantly, never remove it, and it would be best if no one else sees it," Gloria insisted earnestly, feeling the scales warm against her skin. She continued, "I certainly won't mention it. Regarding the chamber, I wrote to my father and just received a reply today. You were so engrossed in your reading that I forgot to show you." He produced a letter embossed with the Malfoy family crest. Gloria was taken aback that he would show it to her directly, expecting only a verbal recounting. In the letter, Lucius replied that he knew little about the chamber, but it had been opened 50 years ago, resulting in the death of a Muggle-born student, which nearly led to the closure of Hogwarts. The matter was resolved only after the culprit was apprehended, due to the passage of time and the Ministry of Magic's intent to suppress the information. Lucius knew little more and cautioned Draco to be careful at school. Gloria returned the letter to him, 50 years ago, during your grandfather's era. It remains unclear who the deceased Muggle-born and the captured perpetrator were. The boy grinned mischievously, his face betraying no fear. Is it not said that the existence of the chamber serves to purge Muggle-born wizards? We are pureblood. The other three houses should be the ones worried, for they have their fair share of mudbloods. However, if a student were truly to die, the school would have to close. I cherish Slytherin House and hope such an event does not occur. This school was founded by her ancestors, and aside from the founders, she was the second Slytherin to attend. Gloria's silver eyes gazed out over the black lake, where the giant squid glided gracefully through the water. A warm hand rested upon her arm, and as she turned her face, she caught a glimpse of herself reflected in the boy's slate blue eyes. "Do not fret," he reassured her. "If Hogwarts closes, we can attend Durmstrang Institute together. My father initially intended to send me there, but my mother disapproved, citing the distance and cold. They only accept pure-blood wizards, and there we would feel more at ease, for Durmstrang offers the study of dark magic. Yet no place compares to Slytherin." Gloria sighed thoughtfully. "I still prefer Slytherin, Draco. I hope this year is stable and smooth, free from further misfortunes." The boy beside her rose, his long fingers extending towards her. "Let us return to the dormitory. Lingering in this chill will surely lead to illness." Gloria took his hand, noting its warmth. "Are you truly not cold?" Draco had expected to feel a frigid hand. She gestured to her clothing, made of a fabric imbued with fire magic, thus keeping her warm. As they walked, Draco did not release her hand. Together they strolled toward the castle. The boy inquired, "Will you return home for Christmas next month?" Although it was merely November, discussions about the upcoming holiday had already begun, with the second week set for compiling the list of those going home. "Of course I will go home, but I can also choose a Christmas gift now," she mused, recalling the Slytherin manner and her fondness for the portrait's incessant chatter. Draco's eyes sparkled with delight. "I shall select a splendid gift for you, and you must choose wisely for mine." Gloria pointed at his chest. "The finest gift is already adorning you." The boy gently touched the black scales beneath his collar. "That counts as half." Upon reaching the Great Hall, they arrived just in time for lunch. In the throng of students, Gloria spotted Harry and his friends, but before she could approach them, Draco pulled her back. "Do not converse with them. Have you not noticed how the others are avoiding them?" He guided her to the Slytherin table. A group of ghosts floated above the hall. And today the Bloody Baron had chosen a random spot to sit, while nearly headless Nick seemed hesitant to appear. "I have already stated that Harry, Hermione, and Ron attended my 500th birthday celebration. Fat Friar, Patrick, and the others are aware. I can confirm the pranks in the corridor were not their doing." Nearly headless Nick declared indignantly at the Gryffindor table. The Fat Friar floated over, affirming, "Indeed, we enjoyed a delightful conversation at the party." By the time they left, it was nearly 9 o'clock. How could they possibly have committed those acts? "Stop defaming these poor children." Nick's animated gestures caused his head to loll to one side. Observing the Gryffindor students, it was evident they were beginning to accept the ghost's explanation. Students who usually associated with Harry were now approaching, while the other two houses no longer regarded the trio with suspicion, except for Slytherin. Who else but Harry could it be? One wondered. Who knows if anyone missed the dinner? Everyone was preoccupied with merriment, hardly paying attention to such details. The students at the table buzzed with speculation, their curiosity about the Chamber of Secrets piqued. Draco glared at the ghosts, rolling his eyes at Harry's position, participating in a ghostly celebration. It seemed the scarred boy was no longer content with merely boasting to the living. Gloria coughed lightly, steadied herself after a couple of gentle coughs, and a glass of juice was presented before her. Draco wore an expression of discontent, remarking that she never liked it when he spoke ill of the scar-headed one. She took a sip of the juice and shook her head repeatedly, stating that it was merely his boastful remark about being unsatisfied with living beings that struck her as amusing. Draco, now satisfied, beamed with pride and served her a piece of meat pie, declaring it to be the truth. Gloria took a bite of the pie, which was crisp on the outside and juicy within. She had no intention of seeking out Harry and his companions lately, as the trio appeared to be deliberately avoiding her, likely wishing to evade inquiries about that night in the corridor. With the ghost testimonies, the belief that the blood writing in the corridor was not the work of Harry and his friends began to take hold. However, despite thorough searches, no terms related to the Chamber of Secrets could be found. The already scarce entertainment at Hogwarts was not diminished by the passage of time, as interest in the chamber remained unabated. Chapter 19, The Explosive Potter. Another week of potions class commenced, with Professor Snape gliding into the room as usual. His dark eyes swept across the classroom, lingering on Harry a moment longer. With a swift flick of his wand, he announced that they would be brewing a swelling solution today, a recipe so straightforward that even a moderately intelligent mind could manage it. He hoped that certain students might reclaim their lamentably scarce intelligence and complete the potion properly. The professor's words were as cutting as ever, and Neville was already sweating profusely, his hands trembling as he adjusted his cauldron. Gloria quickly gathered the necessary ingredients, as she was responsible for the preparation while Draco would brew the potion. This afternoon's potions class consisted of just one session, and the swelling solution was simple enough that they might finish early. The duo worked in perfect harmony and completed the potion in under half an hour, making them the fastest group. As Gloria bottled the potion, Draco took the narrow-mouthed vial, saying, "I have training tomorrow morning. The competition is on Saturday, and my father will be present." He added, "Be cautious during training. I wouldn't want you to be injured and miss the event." "I will be," she assured him. Once all the potions were bottled, Draco handed the vial to the professor. Snape opened one for inspection, his expression impassive as he stated, "The aroma and color of the potion are flawless, and you finished it at the fastest pace. Slytherin earns 10 points. Everyone had grown accustomed to Professor Snape awarding points to their duo. Gloria's gaze shifted to the distracted Harry and the flustered Ron beside him. She pressed her lips together in silence, pondering that perhaps Snape's disdain for them was compounded by their abysmal performance in potions. They resembled bumbling giants attempting potion-making for the first time. Draco's mocking voice did not lower. Everyone heard him, yet Professor Snape seemed oblivious, continuing his patrol as the other Gryffindor students glared at him with indignation. Within 5 minutes, the other students began to complete their potions one by one. Snape stood at the podium, launching a scathing critique at the potions submitted by the Gryffindor students. "Is this a swelling solution? How did you manage to brew a potion that has effects akin to a swelling agent using the recipe for a swelling solution? Perhaps you have awakened an unusual talent. Trust me, Mr. Toby, no one would willingly consume this potion that resembles poison. Is your head merely for decoration, devoid of any intellect?" He deducted 2 points from Gryffindor for the abysmal potion produced by Neville, the shy and introverted boy, who was on the verge of tears. Draco, having attended a critique, let out a couple of mocking laughs at the despondent Gryffindor students, who were too disheartened even to glare back at him. Suddenly, a loud bang startled everyone in the room. Draco seized Gloria's arm and pulled her back. Professor Snape's expression darkened instantly, his hollow, lifeless black eyes fixed on the direction of the explosion, and with a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Is our dear Mr. Potter experimenting with new potions? Even dimmer students than you Haven Tea caused a swelling solution to explode." Others were equally taken aback. It was Neville who had not blown anything up, yet Harry had. The Slytherin students erupted in laughter. The cauldron's explosion shattered the nearby jar containing caterpillars, sending them splattering onto the surrounding tables. Stunned, Harry remained frozen, while Ron appeared dazed, the caterpillars clinging to his robes, eliciting no response. Gryffindor lost 15 points, and Potter was assigned detention. As potions class concluded, the Slytherin students exited with smiles on their faces. Recently, Draco's name had been frequently mentioned by other houses, mainly because a thorough search of books about Hogwarts yielded no mention of the Chamber of Secrets, while Slytherin had divulged some information, which elevated Draco's status as the source of such knowledge, much to Gloria's delight. After Quidditch practice, Gloria sat on the sofa in the common room, perusing a book that Tokay had retrieved from the estate's library, which contained detailed accounts of the Chamber of Secrets. The weather had grown increasingly cold, yet the team members remained enthusiastic, soaring through the chilly air. The fire in the hearth crackled merrily as they had been attempting to locate the basilisk, but to no avail. Originally, the chamber had a passage leading to the bottom of the Black Lake. However, as Slytherin's dormitory was situated in the basement, Salazar had ordered the basilisk to keep its distance from the castle to prevent the accidental harm of Slytherin students. The basilisk could not distinguish between purebloods. It merely obeyed orders. To avoid disturbing the school, the food available to the basilisk at the lake's bottom was limited, which likely contributed to its weakened state. Before long, Draco's voice resonated, animatedly declaring his intention to defeat the Scarhead Potter in Saturday's match. Pansy and the others had gone to the stands to watch the practice, leaving their small group behind. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Gloria, which took them by surprise. "What are you doing sitting on Draco's sofa?" Pansy was the first to voice her astonishment. Gloria, reclining on the sofa in a manner reminiscent of Draco, found it warm since it was closest to the fireplace. The platinum-haired young master nonchalantly remarked, "I permit it. I'm off to change." After Draco had erupted in fury when a first-year pansy attempted to share the sofa. No one dared approach it since. Gloria waved at them in greeting. Zabini, ever the astute one, quickly shifted his attitude, sporting a standard smile as he inquired, "Might I ask what Miss Albert likes? I would like some guidance for Christmas gifts. I have no particular preferences. Any gift would suffice." "What about you?" replied Gloria. Zabini shrugged nonchalantly. "I feel the same." Gloria's gaze swept across the others without further comment. Daphne promptly interjected, "I, for one, am quite fond of jewelry and beauty potions." Crabbe and Goyle gazed with a certain simplicity, yet now they seemed ready to speak, all declaring their fondness for delectable cuisine. Millicent softly murmured that she was open to anything. Pansy bit her lip tightly, unwilling even to pretend, glaring fiercely at the girl. The atmosphere turned awkward. Gloria naturally turned her gaze towards Theodore, inquiring whether Mr. Knott held an interest in tomes documenting rare magic. The silent boy lifted his eyes, affirming that he did. Zabini seized the opportunity to delve into the conversation, noting that Miss Alber's household seemingly possessed numerous enigmatic tomes, and asked if she had any knowledge of the Chamber of Secrets. Gloria calmly shook her head, revealing that she had gleaned some information from Draco, implying that she was not well versed in the matter. Aside from their initial acquaintance on the night of the term's commencement, it was the first time Gloria had engaged in such extensive dialogue with them. Zabini lamented with a tone of regret, expressing that it was indeed a pity. His mother's correspondence reflected ignorance regarding the chamber, and he had not anticipated that the founder of Slytherin would leave behind such a place. He then queried Miss Alber regarding who she believed the heir might be, asserting that it certainly wasn't Harry. Gloria replied resolutely. Daphne, casting a glance at the still fuming pansy, gently suggested, could it be Draco? After all, he seems to know the most about the chamber. Gloria's expression remained unchanged as she remarked that the Malfoy family lacked Slytherin blood, although perhaps they could forge some connection in the future. Why not ask him yourselves? I have little interest in the chamber, she concluded, longing instead to locate that troublesome basilisk. Chapter 20, Warnings and Anger. In the afternoon, there was a defense against the dark arts class. Each time this class convened, the Slytherin students were eager to concoct excuses to skip it. For Lockhart always regaled them with embarrassing tales of his supposed adventures. It was evident that he had yet to successfully perform many spells, leading some students in their house to speculate about Lockhart's true abilities. As Lockhart appeared with a radiant smile, a student raised their hand, a first for Slytherin students to display such enthusiasm. Lockhart posed theatrically, inquiring what the student wished to ask. As though he possessed infinite knowledge, the student boldly inquired, Professor Lockhart, we are eager to learn about the Chamber of Secrets. After seeing the writing in the corridor, we consulted numerous texts but found no record regarding it. Do you know anything? Lockhart's smile faltered slightly. Yet he spoke at length. I am indeed investigating the Chamber of Secrets. Following the publication of Magical Me, I have yet to find opportunities for new adventures. And it appears the chamber presents a splendid subject. The Hufflepuff students attending class with Slytherin displayed expressions of admiration, with the girls unable to contain their excitement and discussion. Lockhart reveled in the effect he had created, declaring, now, regarding the chamber, that shall suffice for now. Perhaps on the day my book is released, you will uncover all the truths. But for now, let us commence with the lesson. The Slytherins showed no interest in his tales of adventure, while the Hufflepuffs actively participated. Draco observed the students on stage performing with Lockhart, scoffing, I wager he knows nothing at all. Crabbe and Goyle, seated nearby, nodded in agreement, while Zabini remarked from the back, regardless, his eloquence is commendable, much like his writing. Gloria mused that Lockhart's rise to fame was attributed to some skill, albeit not in the realm of magical prowess. On the other side, in Gryffindor, the students were attending their History of Magic class. Professor Binns recited from his book in a monotonous tone, lulling everyone into a state of drowsiness. Hermione was engaged in a heated debate with Harry, while Ron occasionally chimed in. Gloria had suggested consulting Professor Binns, who had been deceased for many years, but his long tenure meant he possessed more knowledge than other professors. Hermione insisted on inquiring about the Chamber of Secrets. Harry remarked that they already knew it was left by Salazar Slytherin, implying that the heir must be a student of that house. Ron, stifling a laugh, whispered that this was information from Malfoy, who might know more, but was unlikely to reveal it to Gloria. He felt that even whispering could be overheard by other students. But upon observing that they were all asleep, he felt reassured. They needed to uncover what lay within the chamber. Could it merely be a mysterious room causing harm to students? Hermione was troubled by the many uncertainties and, in her eagerness, interrupted Professor Binns's reading, much to the dismay of Harry and Ron, who were unable to stop her in time. Her direct question about the existence of the chamber jolted all the students awake, their attention riveted on how Professor Binns would respond. After much persistence from Hermione, Professor Binns finally divulged some information about the chamber. He first categorically denied its existence, then spoke of the founder's intentions in establishing the school to protect wizards from Muggle persecution. He explained that Salazar had differed in ideology from the other three founders, leading to a quarrel that resulted in his departure. The chamber, he continued, could only be accessed by Slytherin's heir, and it contained a fearsome creature that, if released, would purge the school of students deemed unworthy of studying magic. This dreadful entity was speculated to be some sort of monster, controllable only by the heir of Slytherin. Such revelations instilled fear among the students, yet Professor Binns dismissed them as mere legends without any basis in reality, allowing the class to drift back into drowsiness. However, Harry and his friends held a different perspective. The information shared by Professor Binns quickly circulated among the students, who began speculating on the identity of Slytherin's heir, with Malfoy's name surfacing as the most likely candidate, given that he had accurately disclosed details about the chamber prior to Binns's lecture. After their defense against the dark arts class, Gloria heard this news while on her way. Draco declared to his companions that the actions of their house founder were justified. Gloria remained silent, knowing that Salazar's motivations were not solely rooted in disdain for Muggle-born wizards. But isn't the heir of Slytherin you? Crabbe inquired curiously. Draco frowned, asserting that it could not be him, for if it were, he would have opened the chamber in his first year. The members of their small group felt somewhat let down. Yet, the mystery of the creature within the chamber lingered. Was it a troll, or perhaps a slumbering dragon? Draco, preoccupied with Quidditch, turned to Gloria and said, I have practice before dinner. Will you join me? No, I must visit the library to finish my homework swiftly, so I can properly watch your match tomorrow, she replied. Draco departed with the others, but Pansy lingered, blocking her path. Do you fancy Draco? Gloria felt perplexed, responding. That is none of your concern. As she attempted to bypass her, Pansy seized her arm. If you like him, you should watch him train. If you don't, then refrain from competing with me. Gloria firmly gripped her hand in return. Parkinson, do you regard Draco as an object to be contested? Pansy's face flushed crimson, and she remained silent, glaring at her with fury. Gloria pulled her closer, speaking in a tone only they could discern. Have you forgotten the lessons from our last potions class? Parkinson, I have myriad ways to torment you. Should you dare continue to provoke me, learn from Bester. With a forceful shove, Gloria pushed away the impertinent girl, revealing the same wicked grin as before. Pansy's eyes widened in terror during the last potions class. She had publicly fought with Millicent without much thought. It was only upon Gloria's reminder that she realized how peculiar the entire situation had been. You can't do this. I will report you to the professor for your dark curses. Gloria responded with a cryptic smirk, turning towards the library. Pansy stood frozen for a considerable time, only to realize she was trembling with cold. Indeed, she had no recollection of how the fight had started. It was no wonder Millicent had not mocked Gloria since. That girl was nothing short of a dark sorceress. Gloria was in high spirits. If Pansy could not learn her lesson from such a warning, she need not blame Gloria for being more severe next time. There was no need for mercy towards those who harbored deep malice. Salazar Slytherin is a perverted old madman. Upon nearing the library, Gloria overheard this disparaging remark. Her eyes sharpened as she sought the source, spotting Harry and his friends. It was Ron who had spoken, continuing to say to Harry and Hermione, it turns out that the nonsense about pure bloodlines was his doing. Even if offered money, I would never join Slytherin. Before he could finish, he encountered Gloria. Without waiting for their greetings, she interjected, Salazar is not a perverted old madman. The rebuttal left Harry and his companions momentarily stunned, with Ron being the first to respond. Do you also believe in the validity of the pureblood theory? I thought you were different from them. Gloria furrowed her brow tightly. Had they forgotten the plight of wizards over 1,000 years ago? Just because life is stable now does not mean they should overlook the tribulations faced by wizards in the past. This was the first time she had spoken so seriously to others. In that era, were there not ample instances of muggles persecuting wizards? Did they not remember how magical history was written? Salazar, alongside the other 3 founders, established the school to escape muggle persecution, ensuring wizards could thrive in a secure environment. Shielded by magic. How many children had succumbed to silence, dying before adulthood out of fear of being discovered as wizards by muggles, leading to the repression of their magic? Her words struck Harry, Hermione, and Ron like thunder. Salazar indeed believed in the superiority of pure blood. Yet his reluctance to admit muggle-born wizards into the school stemmed from a greater concern, the fear that these wizards would form closer ties with muggles, potentially revealing the school's location and jeopardizing the hard-won stability. They could easily critique from a perspective of over 1,000 years later. But there was no need to denounce him as a madman. If he had been mad from the start, Gryffindor would never have forged a friendship with him, nor would there have been a subsequent rift. After 12 years of existence, Gloria, having expressed her anger, stormed away without a thought of returning to the library. Chapter 21, full of confidence. The trio of saviors remained in a daze for quite some time, with Ron, his face drawn in sorrow, murmuring in trepidation. Gloria's fury is more terrifying than my mother's. Harry and Hermione exchanged complex glances. They had never contemplated the implications of Gloria's words, merely finding the pureblood theory laughable and the eradication of muggle-born wizards utterly cruel. Harry gazed at his 2 friends, pondering how Slytherin and Gryffindor were once allies. This was undoubtedly the most horrifying revelation he had encountered throughout his schooling years, and he fervently wished it were false. He felt an intense curiosity about the term Murmurian. Hermione recalled the books she had read, but that term did not seem to exist. Ron interjected, I know. The Murmurian is a parasitic entity born from young wizards suppressing their magical abilities. It is powerful yet unstable, and if it detaches from its host, it will attack. Those who become Murmurians seldom reach adulthood. My mother mentioned it during our childhood, but they no longer exist. Hermione's expression darkened, realizing that had she lived in Salazar's era, she too might have become a Murmurian. Harry reflected on his own experiences. When his powers awakened, his aunt and uncle had scolded him mercilessly. Seeing their grim faces, Ron offered comfort, stating, things are different now. The worlds of muggles and wizards are separate, and such occurrences as before will not happen again. The heir who opened the Chamber of Secrets is the real aberration. The term aberration now applied to the individual who had unlocked the chamber. Hermione sighed deeply. Gloria is so furious. I did not expect her to hold Salazar in such high regard. Her tone was one of fierce defense for someone dear to her. I shall refrain from criticizing Salazar in the future and will only condemn the dark wizards of today, Ron added. Harry's emotions grew more complicated, as he had nearly been sorted into Slytherin, only managing to join Gryffindor by his steadfast refusal. Moreover, the peculiar sounds he had heard during the Yule Ball and an aiding Professor Lockhart with correspondence lingered in his mind. Who could be the heir of Slytherin? Hermione pondered. They needed to uncover this heir to prevent the monster within the chamber from causing harm. Ron wore a look of incredulity, as if to say, who else could it be but the one who first revealed that the chamber was established by Salazar, harboring disdain for muggles and half-bloods? Harry exclaimed loudly, Malfoy. Hermione smacked Harry for his volume, questioning, could he truly be the heir of Slytherin? Harry replied earnestly, their family is steeped in malevolence, consistently sorted into Slytherin. Perhaps he possesses the key to the chamber. The more Ron contemplated, the more convinced he became, it had to be him. While everyone was engrossed in their studies, Malfoy had already known what the chamber was and harbored a strong dislike for wizards of Muggle descent. To ascertain the identity of the Slytherin heir, Hermione devised a plan with Harry and Ron, determined to act even if it meant violating 50 school rules. Gloria's intense fury gradually subsided on her way back to the dormitory. Upon returning to her room, she closed the door and sat glumly on the carpeted floor. The serpent, Yermungand, slithered to her ear, whispering, do not let their words trouble you, Gloria. For the children of today, Salazar's actions do indeed seem rather mad. My primary grievance lies in their disparagement of my ancestors. Salazar was, in truth, a person of remarkable self-discipline and rational clarity, often remaining silent, which rendered conversations with Gloria exceedingly rare. She held a deep reverence for this ancestor. It is entirely natural to feel anger. Salazar was an exceptionally talented wizard. Ranking among the top 3 of the Slytherin lineage, Gloria remarked. Apophis raised his form, lamenting that he had not allowed them to seize the school initially, instead leaving the basilisk in the chamber, a truly paradoxical Slytherin. Gloria leaned over the edge of the bed, today truly comprehending the cognitive disparity between purebloods and Muggle-borns. Our perspectives on the world differ, yet I shall continue to strive for a new era. Wizards and Muggles are fundamentally distinct. Garinia's serpentine tongue brushed against her fair visage. We will stand by you, Gloria. You are indeed the pride of the Slytherin family. After some consolation, her spirits lifted considerably. You have grown a bit. I wish to embrace you. The 3 serpents expanded in size, encircling her, with Gloria pressing close, while the other 2 assumed vigilant postures. As dinner approached, Draco returned to the dormitory, invigorated after completing his training. We shall undoubtedly triumph in tomorrow's match, he declared. Someone remarked that the Gryffindor team's brooms are as slow as slugs. Crabbe and Goyle unabashedly mocked their rivals along the way, while Draco wore a disdainful expression, envisioning victory in the forthcoming contest. Upon entering the common room, Gloria occupied his sofa. Laurie, have you completed your paper? Draco tossed his broom to Crabbe beside him and lazily settled onto the couch. The paper? I was so incensed by Ron's remarks that I have only just regained my composure. Gloria replied weakly. Not yet. You should change your clothes quickly. Draco rose, smirking as he adjusted his attire. Wait for me. I shall share my thoughts on that group of Gryffindor fools. Gloria silently agreed. Indeed, some were quite foolish. The brightly lit hall was filled with students, most engaged in discussions about the impending match, speculating which house would emerge victorious. Aside from Slytherin, the other 3 houses hoped for Gryffindor to defeat the haughty Silver Serpents. Have you heard? Some believe Potter to be the heir of Slytherin because of that night in the corridor. Goyle shared the latest gossip, while stuffing his mouth with food, making his already pudgy face appear even more bloated. Students led by Draco glanced toward the Gryffindor table, but the inseparable trio was absent. The heir of Slytherin would never be found among Gryffindor, Zabini remarked leisurely, slicing into his fried fish. Draco smirked, remaining silent, while Gloria quietly sipped her juice. The heir of Slytherin would certainly not be Harry. He was seated right beside them. If not Draco, then who could the heir be? Crabbe inquired, still curious about the matter. Zabini raised an eyebrow. Perhaps we shall find out in due time. He scanned the surroundings and asked Daphne, where is Pansy? I haven't seen her. Daphne was equally perplexed, having not seen her all afternoon. She assumed Pansy had gone to watch Draco's practice. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Gloria. Pansy must have intercepted her. What transpired afterward is unclear. Gloria inwardly scoffed. How could that fool appear so brazen yet be so timid? She has arrived. Daphne pointed towards the entrance of the auditorium, and indeed, Pansy entered, though she appeared utterly listless. Daphne invited her to sit beside her, inquiring softly about her whereabouts, but Pansy remained silent, casting a brief glance at Gloria. Unfazed, Daphne exchanged a few pleasantries. Did Pansy's demeanor have anything to do with Gloria? Are you feeling unwell today? Draco noted her lack of a smile upon returning from practice. Gloria crushed the roasted fish on her plate with her fork, expressing mild annoyance. While cautioning Draco about the upcoming Quidditch match, which seemed perilous, he must not get injured. Rest assured, tomorrow we shall triumph over the Scarred One, and witness what Gryffindor has to boast about. Gloria handed him a glass of sweet and sour juice, emphasizing that his safety was paramount. Chapter 22, both injured. On Saturday morning, All students finish their breakfast and hurry to the pitch, striving to secure the best vantage points for the match. At this moment, the Slytherin Quidditch players donned their uniforms, preparing to adjust their strategies in the locker room. Their brooms gleamed, polished to perfection, the sleek lines captivating every student who passed by, all of whom offered encouragement before their departure, wishing them success in crushing Gryffindor's spirits in the first match. Gloria had styled her hair into a floral braid today, her light golden locks arranged into 3 sections forming blossoms, fluffy and novel, paired with a delicate green robe over a silver sweater. All the Quidditch players' gazes were fixed upon her as Gloria confidently approached Draco, guiding him aside. Today, she exuded an exquisite elegance, a stark contrast to her usual carefree beauty. From the moment she appeared, Draco's eyes remained transfixed on her. "Draco, please ensure your safety during the match. I must reiterate this," Gloria insisted, "and I worry that you will be too focused on Harry." Typically, upon hearing Potter's name, Draco would pause whatever he was doing to deliver a scathing remark, and upon seeing him, he would relentlessly target him. "I certainly need to keep an eye on him," Draco replied, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. Gloria had anticipated his response. "No, you must concentrate on finding the golden snitch. Harry is not the snitch. What holds more importance, the match or focusing on his folly?" The young man gripped his broom tightly. "I understand. Once on the pitch, I shall seek only the golden snitch." Gloria then realized he had grown taller since the beginning of the term, requiring her to tilt her head upward to meet his gaze. "I will await your safe return from the match." The day was cold and dreary, with distant rumbles of thunder, hinting at an impending downpour. Upon arriving at the Slytherin viewing area, Gloria noted many students clad in uniforms adorned with silver and green scarves. She wore her own attire, but also donned a scarf. In this section, the stout and robust Goyle had already claimed the prime spot beside Crabbe. She made her way to the front and center as the clock neared 11, with thunder rumbling continuously. When the two teams entered the pitch, the circular arena erupted with cheers, and Gloria smiled as she observed the grassy field, Draco's platinum hair easily distinguishable from afar. Yet, despite the distance, one could palpably sense the fierce animosity between the two teams. The whistle of Madame Hooch sounded, and the two teams shot into the sky like arrows, soaring near the enormous metallic hoop. It was Gloria's first experience of a formal Quidditch match, and the fervor of the surrounding students left her astounded. Everyone was wildly cheering for the players' every move. The Slytherin team scored the first goal, and the jubilant screams from their section drowned out those from the Gryffindor supporters across the pitch. The two teams exchanged blows, and the students forgot the chill in the air. Draco was intently searching for the golden snitch, noticing Harry's anxious demeanor as he sought to secure points for his team. He considered drawing closer to taunt him, but recalled Gloria's words, suppressing his urge and continuing his search. Gloria was completely oblivious to the commentator's words, her focus solely on locating that fleeting figure. As Slytherin led by 60 points, a sudden downpour ensued, but it brought complications of its own. The bludger inexplicably pursued Harry relentlessly. Fortunately, the Weasley twins were providing staunch protection, yet despite their best efforts to hit it away, the bludger always veered back toward Harry. Surely, there were foul plays afoot orchestrated by Slytherin. A disgruntled student from Hufflepuff voiced their indignation, recalling that their house had employed unsporting tactics before. "You are slandering us. The balls used in the match have been kept in Madame Hooch's office. No one can approach them," retorted a Slytherin student defiantly. "Your house has a history of devious methods. Gryffindor simply cannot match us. Perhaps even the bludger has taken a disliking to Potter. Indeed, we shall see how Potter fares when struck down by the bludger." The two houses, situated closely in the stands, engaged in a standoff. Their focus diverted from the aerial contest unfolding above. Gloria made a concerted effort to drown out the cacophony, concentrating on the pursuit of Draco's silhouette. Soon, there was no need to ponder whether to watch the match or to bicker, as Madame Hooch blew her whistle for a stoppage in play. The players descended onto the grass, and as soon as they dismounted their brooms, an argument erupted, with accusations flying regarding Slytherin's potential foul play. Not fully understanding Quidditch, Gloria turned to the chubby Crabbe and asked if the match would be suspended. The bludger certainly seemed odd, having witnessed team practices. She had never seen it solely target one individual. Crabbe explained, "It depends on which side requests the halt. The team that calls for a stoppage forfeits their eligibility, automatically losing to the other team. Our house will certainly not call for a stoppage." As expected, the argument on the field did not last long, and the match resumed. However, the situation did not improve. The bludger continued to hone in on Harry, who skillfully evaded several assaults. Draco wiped the rain from his face. As Harry narrowly dodged a bludger's attack, the two found themselves face to face. He fought the urge to taunt Harry, but as he turned away, he caught sight of the elusive golden snitch above his left ear. Without needing to pivot his body, he reached out and grasped it. A wave of immense joy surged through Draco. He had effortlessly caught the golden snitch and triumphed over Harry Potter. Harry, taken aback, failed to react as the bludger bore down on him, resulting in a brutal collision that broke his arm and sent him crashing from his broom. The relentless bludger did not cease its assault and struck Draco, sending both of them tumbling from their brooms. Draco. Gloria's face drained of color as she pushed past those around her, desperate to reach him. As the whistle blew, Slytherin emerged victorious, and the crowd erupted in cheers. She ran against the tide towards the pitch. Upon reaching the field, a throng, including Professor Lockhart, surrounded Harry, while she dashed towards Draco, surrounded by his fellow Slytherins. The torrential rain soaked their hair and clothing as she knelt beside Draco, the downpour washing over his pale face. Gloria raised her wand and cast a spell to shield them from the rain. Where does it hurt? The boy with a pained expression pointed to his shoulder with his uninjured hand. It collided with my shoulder. He glanced towards the stands, seemingly searching for Mr. Malfoy among the crowd above. Madame Hooch appeared, looking at the prone Draco. I shall take you to the hospital wing. Using a levitation charm, she began to lift him towards the infirmary. As they departed, Harry's circle erupted in gasps, but Gloria paid them no mind. Upon arriving at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey covered her mouth in shock. Merlin, where is he injured? Madame Hooch pointed at the shoulder. He was struck by a bludger. It must be a hairline fracture. Draco was placed on a bed for examination. Madame Pomfrey declared, it is indeed a fracture, but not severe. With some potions and a night's rest, he shall be able to leave by morning. Only then did Madame Hooch feel relieved. I have other matters to attend to. Rest well. With no one else present, a few team members grew animated. Draco, you did it. This year, the House Cup undoubtedly belongs to Slytherin. Defeating Potter and capturing the Golden Snitch in the first match, Gryffindor is nothing to boast about. Soon, Madame Pomfrey returned. Quiet down. The patient needs rest. Everyone out. The team members were ushered away, and Gloria remained due to the silence. Watching as Draco finished his potion, her taut heart finally easing. The boy pressed the golden snitch into her hand. This is for you. If not for your reminder to focus on catching the snitch, we might not have one today. The small, golden snitch slowly unfurled its wings. Chapter 23, The Sole Golden Snitch. Gloria quietly tucked the snitch away, yet you are still injured. As she mentioned his injury, Draco was about to speak, but the hospital wing grew lively once more as a group escorted Harry inside, and Madame Pomfrey rejoined the crowd. Oh, you should have come directly to me. Look at that arm. He needs potions for his bones to regrow. Hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, Draco and Gloria shared a silent glance. It's all Potter's fault. The bludger only targeted him and ended up hitting me, Draco pouted in complaint. In the next moment, the boy's expression froze as steady footsteps approached. Gloria turned to see a man with golden hair and gray-blue eyes, a silver serpent-headed cane resting by his side. Clad in a meticulously tailored black robe adorned with dark embroidery. Recognizing the hair and eye color, it was evident this was Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Unlike Draco's youthful demeanor, Mr. Malfoy exuded a mature handsomeness, his expression proud and composed. Draco sat up, his voice brimming with excitement. Father, I won the match. Lucius's gray-blue eyes flickered with a hint of faint pride before shifting to Gloria. Noticing this, Draco quickly introduced, this is my good friend, Gloria Albert. Lucius nodded slightly, his voice deep and resonant. I need to speak with Draco. Miss Albert, please excuse yourself. She rose and departed, the curtains around the bed drawn, enveloping the space in silence, likely enchanted with a silencing charm. At some point, Harry's circle of classmates had been dismissed, leaving him alone in the room. Though the other party had noticed her presence. Gloria, Harry called out, I didn't have the chance to apologize for what happened last time. Indeed, it's difficult for us to judge those past events, but the mindset of that era does not align with our current times. Gloria took a seat at the edge of his bed. You are correct. Do you have any insight into who the heir of Slytherin might be? Not yet, Harry replied, shaking his head. Do Slytherin students not know either? Our house is even more eager to uncover the identity of the heir than yours, Gloria remarked, pointing at Harry's injured arm. Is it broken as well? Harry's face flushed with embarrassment as he lifted the injured limb, only to find it limp and devoid of strength, as if it had lost all its bones. Professor Lockhart treated me, but he ended up making it worse, he confessed. Gloria fell silent for a moment. Then be sure to rest well. However, Draco is here tonight, and you. An unspoken understanding lingered between them. Today Draco had triumphed over him, and Harry could only foresee the taunts awaiting him that evening. His awkward smile faded as he contemplated how to restrain himself from confronting Draco later. On the other side of the curtain, Lucius spoke with an unmistakable authority. Draco, I have spoken with your headmaster. After today, you will withdraw from the Quidditch team, and the original seeker will resume his position. Why? Draco protested. It's the first match of the season, and I just won. Your mother will soon learn of your injury. I have assured her that if anything were to happen to you during a match, you would immediately step down. But father, I'm not severely injured, Draco insisted, hoping to negotiate. Lucius's serpent-headed cane struck the ground firmly. Draco, your headmaster has already consented to your withdrawal. Focus on your recovery, and remember to write to your mother to ease her worries. Your safety is far more important than any fleeting glory. With a sense of dejection, Draco reclined back onto the bed, muttering, I will write. Lucius approached, gently stroking his son's soft golden hair. Draco, you have done well. We are proud of you. As a father, Lucius maintained a serious demeanor at times, but he never hesitated to praise his son. His hand returned to rest atop his serpent-headed cane. This year, your mother and I must tend to some matters abroad. You will stay at school for Christmas, but do not worry. Gifts have been prepared, and we will miss you dearly. We will also write to you. Draco had planned to invite Gloria to his home for the holidays. Their conversation had not lasted long when Lucius pulled back the curtain, discovering Gloria standing at the foot of Harry's bed. The tall, handsome man approached Harry's bedside. Miss Albert, Draco is awaiting you. Turning his gaze to Harry, he added, Good to see you again, Mr. Potter. As they spoke, Gloria returned to Draco's side. Laurie, my father has arranged for me to withdraw from the Quidditch team. Upon seeing Gloria, Draco could not suppress his complaint. Father was quite clear. Yet I still regret not being able to compete further against Harry. That is for the best. Gloria wholeheartedly supported Mr. Malfoy's decision. Take a look at your shoulder. I shall return once you have succumbed to slumber after dinner. The young boy, feeling a bit drowsy, managed to utter. Do take good care of the golden snitch I gifted you. It is the only one I have ever caught. Gloria grasped his uninjured hand and replied, I will. It seemed they had both presented their finest gifts before Christmas. Once Draco had completely fallen asleep, Gloria cautiously released her hand, drew the bed curtains, and upon exiting, noticed that Harry too was in a deep slumber. The infirmary was enveloped in a serene silence. At the entrance, she encountered Madame Pomfrey, who appeared somewhat surprised. Oh, you have not yet departed. I just sent a group of students away 20 minutes ago. Madame Pomfrey, I shall return after dinner. I have made arrangements with a friend. Gloria assured her. I shall make no unnecessary noise, merely keeping him company. That blonde boy. Very well, Madame Pomfrey replied, carrying a tray inside. Ah, the love-struck youth. Gloria stood momentarily frozen, a slight warmth blooming on her cheeks. Upon returning to the common room, the Slytherin students were still in high spirits, exclaiming their victory over Harry Potter, proclaiming Malfoy as the strongest. As she entered, a throng of students gathered around her. We wanted to visit Malfoy, but Madame Pomfrey turned us away. How is he now? The majority of the students from the house had wished to check on him at the infirmary. He is well. Already asleep. After a night of rest, he will return by morning. You can celebrate with him then, Gloria informed them. Now, you may continue. I shall head back to the dormitory to rest. No one stopped her. Upon seeing Zabini and the others, she merely nodded. Daphne, in a contemplative tone, remarked, Pansy, have you reconciled with Albert? Since the previous afternoon, Pansy had seemingly transformed, not uttering a single disparaging word about Gloria, nor even casting a glance her way. Pansy, internally wrestling with her thoughts, finally lifted her gaze and said, She is a dark witch. The last time I had a sudden altercation with Burst, it was instigated by her, though I know not what spell she employed. They all recalled the incident in potions class. It had indeed been quite unexpected. So you were frightened, yet it is not surprising that a Slytherin would become a dark witch, Zabini observed, acknowledging that Gloria appeared cheerful. But there was undoubtedly a reason for her being sorted into this house. Pansy's accusations only served to bolster their agreement with Gloria, realizing that her actions had backfired. She thought, you all hold her in high regard, but has she ever truly regarded you? Over time, it became evident that Gloria had no intentions of befriending them. The only one with whom she exchanged words was Draco, leaving only those 3 Gryffindors to endure. Daphne interjected at the opportune moment, acknowledging, indeed, she is difficult to approach. But maintaining the current state is sufficient. Chapter 24, A Visit to the Infirmary. During dinner in the Great Hall, aside from the Slytherin table, the other 3 houses sat in a state of despondency. Harry, who had begun the year undefeated, had astonishingly lost to the ever-adversarial Malfoy. It was utterly incomprehensible. Surely, Slytherin had meddled. The golden snitch had inexplicably lingered near Malfoy's head, while the seeking ball had only pursued Harry. The Gryffindor students behind them were still grappling with the outcome of the match. The boy seated 2 places away from Gloria abruptly turned around, declaring that they had already reported the incident, and Mrs. Hooch had conducted an immediate inspection, finding no issues. A loss is simply a loss. The Gryffindor student slammed his hand on the table, ready to confront the situation, but was restrained by a fellow student nearby. Gloria turned to see Hermione and Ron, both in a state of disbelief, and when she glanced at the other team members, they all had their heads bowed. Captain Wood quickly finished his dinner and instructed the Weasley twins and other teammates to return to the dormitory to refine their strategies, as training would resume tomorrow with Harry's return. Wood's fervor for Quidditch was well known, and Gloria, recalling Harry's recovery that evening, felt fortunate that Draco was not such a captain. Yet, there was no need for relief. He had already withdrawn from the team. As Gloria finished her meal, she hurried toward the hospital wing. Not far into her journey when she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Gloria, It was Hermione's voice. The two girls stopped before her, panting, and Ron, still catching his breath, said, "I'm really sorry for making you angry last time. Can you forgive me?" After their return that day, they had meticulously analyzed the events of over 1,000 years ago. To them, Salazar still appeared villainous, yet they genuinely believed he sought stability for wizards, which led him to establish the school with the other three founders rather than wielding a wand to slay muggles for a living. Harry has already informed me that we were not wrong in our thoughts on this matter, but please refrain from criticizing Salazar, at least in my presence. Gloria was not one to dwell on grievances. With Ron's apology, they reconciled, and the cessation of discussions about Salazar was a satisfactory outcome. "So you forgive us?" Hermione asked joyfully, as she had grown fond of the erudite Gloria and wished to avoid a rift. Gloria nodded. "Yes, is there anything else?" "I must head to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey won't allow you in. She stated you could only visit tomorrow." Ron kindly explained the situation. "I am aware. But Madame Pomfrey agreed to let me visit after dinner." Gloria pointed towards the hospital wing. "I must leave now. Do you have any messages for Harry?" Hermione quickly responded. "Yes. Tell him to rest well. We will be waiting for his return." Gloria looked at Ron, who hesitated before asking, "I have the same message. But is it true that the Slytherin team did not cheat?" "No," Gloria affirmed. "They have been claiming that Draco possesses both skill and good fortune." Reluctantly accepting this conclusion, Ron replied, "All right then, you should hurry." Upon reaching the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey recognized her and allowed her entry, cautioning her against making noise, lest the visit be cut short. Fortunately, the rules set by Madame Pomfrey ensured that Draco and Harry stared at each other without escalating into a quarrel. As she entered, both turned to her simultaneously, and Gloria produced a box from behind her, asking, "Who would like dessert?" Coincidentally, their injured arms were positioned perfectly, allowing for a rare moment of quiet as they sat together enjoying the treat. Just as Draco opened his mouth to speak, Gloria interjected, "If either of you utters even a single word in quarrel, Madame Pomfrey will promptly eject me, and you will face the consequences." Her words successfully thwarted the potential eruption of conflict between the two boys. Draco, struggling to contain his words, murmured softly, "He caused my injury. He should keep his distance if he knows I am pursuing him." Harry, unable to retort loudly, felt his face flush crimson as he endeavored to lower his voice, replying, "I cannot fathom what is happening. There are moments on the field when we are inevitably close." Gloria raised her hand to halt the escalating confrontation, stating, "Neither of you is at fault. Let us first enjoy the meal." The house elf from Slytherin possessed remarkable culinary skills, and the perfectly sweet dessert succeeded in alleviating a measure of the tension between them. Gloria observed their expressions. Draco occasionally furrowed his brow, adjusting the position of his injured arm, while Harry fared much worse, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow during dessert, though he endeavored to endure. The discomfort of having an entire arm's bone regrow was undoubtedly excruciating, and she refrained from administering pain relief to avoid interfering with the efficacy of the healing potion. "I shall summon Madame Pomfrey to provide you with suitable medicine. Rest well, lest the pain become unbearable," Gloria remarked as they finished their dessert. Harry nodded, suppressing the agonizing pain. Before long, Madame Pomfrey arrived, instructing, "You must sleep again. If you awaken in the middle of the night and still feel pain, seek me out." Harry tilted his head back to swallow the offered potion, and Gloria stepped forward, saying, "Hermione and Ron mentioned they will wait for your return tomorrow. Take good care of yourself." Hearing the concern from his two closest friends brought a smile to Harry's face. "I will, thank you, Gloria. I shall check on Draco now. Do get some rest." Madame Pomfrey reminded him, "No more than an hour. Do not linger too long." Having taken the potion, Harry soon found his gaze becoming heavy. Just after Gloria had finished speaking with Madame Pomfrey, he fell into slumber. Approaching Draco's bedside, she found the young man tightly pressing his lips together. Gloria sat on the edge of the bed, retrieving a book from her small bag. "This is a travelogue I cherished in my youth. It recounts magical anecdotes from many years ago, penned by one of my ancestors. Would you like to see it?" Draco's medication required only a single dose. Unlike Harry's sleep-inducing potion, the book, with its thick, worn cover, captivated the boy's attention. After a moment of hesitation, he gently hummed an acknowledgement and accepted the travelogue. Opening to the first page, which featured animated illustrations, the initial tale depicted a long-haired girl fleeing from a grand house. While several boys picked up stones to hurl at her, the stones halted before the girl, only to return and strike the boys in the face. The imagery vividly illustrated the boys' expressions of terror, while the girl wore an evil grin, causing them to tumble into a pond. The animated scene concluded. Reverting to the previous moment, "Did those boys perish?" Draco inquired hastily. Gloria reached out to touch the illustrated girl, explaining, "This is one of my ancestors. She was underage and ran out of the estate, clashing with Muggle children. Those boys did not die. Turn to the next page." Draco quickly flipped the page, revealing exquisite calligraphy lamenting her failure to eliminate the mudbloods. A mysterious entity, whose name and gender remained undisclosed, had thwarted her and returned her to the estate. Bored with the manor, she found the creatures of the forest and lake frightened away, leading her to exclaim her tedium. This ancestor was a truly wicked dark wizard, even in her youth. Upon delving into the next narrative, it depicts the events encountered by the girl after her coming of age, as she departs from the manor, experiencing a myriad of adventures. Throughout the tale, her surname remains unmentioned, and it not only chronicles her endeavors, but also records the actions of other wizards she encounters. Gloria placed her hand upon the pages of the book, intrigued. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded, expressing his fondness for the content. If you find it hard to sleep, you may peruse this, but not too late. I have cast a temporary enchantment. Should it remain open past 2 in the morning, it will close automatically. Draco's expression turned regretful. Ah, what a pity, but are the spells within genuine? Indeed. The travelogue not only captures amusing anecdotes, but also meticulously details the spells employed, Gloria affirmed. And I have mastered them all. However, do refrain from studying dark magic at school, as it could lead to troublesome consequences. Draco replied with a proud grin. Then I shall jot them down and study them during the holidays. Gloria did not oppose this notion. Chapter 25, The Unfortunate Colin. After discussing the spells from the travelogue, Gloria mentioned the happenings in the common room, where they were all celebrating him, lamenting the absence of the protagonist, and planning to continue the festivities the following day. Draco raised his chin with pride. The moment I made my appearance, I vanquished the scar-headed one. The Gryffindors must be infuriated. Gloria nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are quite upset, and they lodged a complaint. However, Madam Hooch and Professor Flitwick found no issues upon investigation. Of course, there were no issues. If it were that simple to cast spells on a few balls, we would have long since won countless Quidditch Cups. At this, Draco felt a twinge of disheartenment, lamenting that such glory comes but once, as he had already withdrawn from the team. Professor Snape had signed his resignation prior to dinner. Gloria remarked, "If glory is accompanied by pain, I would rather wish for your perpetual safety." Suddenly, Draco's expression shifted as he gazed intently at her, recalling the moment when he lay injured on the lawn, surrounded by Potter and others. "Laurie, you were the first non-team friend to come to my side." I was so pleased. Deep down, he had always been reluctant to admit his envy of Potter's genuine friendship, the thrilling adventures they shared, and the attention from the entire school. Yet, seeing Laurie rush to him, equally injured, Draco found himself feeling less envious of Potter. He could sense Laurie's sincerity towards him. Gloria grasped his hand, declaring, "I shall always be by your side." As the hour approached 9, Pomfrey noticed she had not yet departed and promptly urged her to return to her dormitory for rest. Following this incident, Gloria and Draco found themselves in a more harmonious relationship. At this hour, most students were in their dormitories, the candlelight illuminating the corridors of the ancient castle, when suddenly, they heard a faint noise. Gloria halted, gradually discerning the words. "Kill, kill, I need blood." She immediately recognized that this was not a human voice, but that of a serpent. "It is the basilisk," Gloria warned. Without hesitation, she ran towards the source of the sound, which seemed to be approaching her direction. "Kill." As she turned the corner of the corridor, a massive serpent's head emerged, its scales of vibrant green, and its yellow slit eyes locked onto Gloria's silver gaze. Yet, nothing transpired. Gloria opened her mouth to hiss. "Whom do you wish to kill?" Basilisk immediately sensed the bloodline within her, a direct lineage from Slytherin. "I am Basilisk, commanding you through the pure blood of Slytherin, to unfurl your momentary membrane. Do not close it without my command." The yellow beast's eyes were swiftly veiled by a translucent film, ensuring that even in direct gaze, it would not be fatal. The hour was not too late, and at any moment, an individual could emerge from the shadows, making explanations difficult. Gloria quickly retrieved a box, extracting a handful of magical gems to consume. The basilisk appeared notably weakened. Upon hearing her words, it obediently opened its mouth, allowing a dozen magical gems to be cast into its gaping maw. After swallowing the gems, the basilisk visibly relaxed, shaking its enormous head. Gloria then hung a bag from its teeth, containing an abundance of fresh food, instructing it to eat alone in the chamber and to refrain from disclosing her existence. She pondered the identity of the bloodline that had directed it. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, and upon turning, she heard a crack followed by a thud. To her dismay, she found a student, camera in hand, collapsed on the ground, evidently petrified. This was troubling. In the entire academy, it seemed only Colin Creevey, a fervent admirer of Harry, would be found in such a predicament. The emergence of one person could herald the arrival of another, and Gloria was consumed with thoughts of how to manage the situation with Colin. She inquired of the basilisk, "Do you know the entrance to the chamber?" The serpent hissed in response, "An abandoned lavatory, where a ghost resides." It had only ventured out twice, and was unfamiliar with the altered layout of the school. Gloria waved it away urgently, fearing the sudden appearance of another individual would catch her unprepared. She hurried to the petrified student, confirming it was indeed Colin, his eyes tightly shut. a look of terror frozen on his face, a bunch of grapes lying beside him. Gloria had not touched the camera. The basilisk's ocular power was formidable, rendering any magical capture futile. The current circumstances demanded she locate a professor swiftly. Is anyone there? Her voice echoed through the empty castle as she rose to seek the nearest professor's office. She knocked on Professor McGonagall's door. The professor, seemingly engrossed in grading papers, appeared surprised to see her, a Slytherin student, at her door. Professor, I saw a petrified student in the corridor, Colin Creevey. Upon hearing this, the professor's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she urged, quickly, lead me to him. With a flourish of her wand, she communicated the news to Headmaster Dumbledore. Upon seeing the petrified Colin, Professor McGonagall covered her mouth, the plight of her house's student weighing heavily on her heart. Dumbledore, having arrived through apparition, approached to examine the situation, similarly affected by the petrification that had afflicted Colin. Professor McGonagall sighed in relief. Parents entrusted their children to them, and any mishap would be a profound concern. The headmaster levitated the petrified Colin, guiding him towards the infirmary, while Gloria picked up the cluster of grapes and followed closely behind. As Mrs. Pomfrey, still awake, witnessed the scene, she was nearly startled into a scream. What was happening? A student had been petrified. Professor McGonagall informed. Miss Albus discovered him in the corridor. Dumbledore whispered, another attack incident. Gloria cast a glance at Draco's hospital bed. The curtains appeared still, but she knew he was undoubtedly awake. Can you describe the situation at that time? Dumbledore inquired. Gloria, her expression still somewhat flustered, recounted after dinner. I visited Draco and Harry in the infirmary. Harry fell asleep first, and I chatted with Draco until nearly 9. The corridor was too dark, and I took a wrong turn. Upon retracing my steps, I saw our classmate, Clevy, petrified, and immediately notified Professor McGonagall. Indeed, she left around 9, Mrs. Pomfrey confirmed. Dumbledore nodded, relieved that she had not encountered any danger. Please refrain from wandering alone at night in the castle. Gloria acknowledged this. Professor McGonagall pointed to Colin's camera. Could it have captured the assailant? Dumbledore remained silent as he pried open the camera, and with a pop, hot air accompanied by a plume of white smoke erupted, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt plastic. Mrs. Pomfrey was astonished. It had all melted away. Professor McGonagall turned to Dumbledore. What does this imply? It indicates, Dumbledore stated, closing the camera's cover, that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened. Of course, it has. She even saw the basilisk. The school is truly in peril. And yet I cannot retrieve the creature immediately. Given Gloria's presence, Professor McGonagall refrained from speculating on the identity of the culprit. But Dumbledore's solemn expression conveyed the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore turned to her. I shall escort Miss Albus back to her dormitory to prevent any further student encounters with danger. Professor McGonagall replied, very well, I shall remain here for a while. Chapter 26, Not a Bad Student. On the way back to the dormitory, Dumbledore remained silent while Gloria hesitated for some time before asking, Headmaster Dumbledore, we are all intrigued by the Chamber of Secrets and have conducted some research. As I understand it, the chamber was opened 50 years ago? Dumbledore met her gaze with his deep blue eyes, realizing Miss Albus had uncovered much. In truth, it was information shared with me by Draco. Might the individual who opened the chamber this time be a descendant of the one from 50 years ago? Gloria too wished to identify that person. Yet the system indicated that the basilisk could only be retrieved at the end of the academic year. If they could capture the culprit beforehand, the crisis of the chamber would naturally be resolved. This matter is quite complex, Dumbledore said slowly. Miss Albus is still a student. This issue will be resolved by the professors and me. It was only natural for the headmaster to withhold information, considering she was merely a second-year student. Did Miss Albus see or hear anything else unusual at that time? Gloria raised her eyes to meet his wise and compassionate blue gaze. No, I was merely startled. Someone suddenly appeared in the corridor. He might have intended to sneak a look at Harry. Otherwise, he would not have brought a bunch of grapes on the path to the infirmary. The elderly gentleman beside me donned a lengthy woolen morning robe, adjusting his voluminous nightcap with a gentle gesture. Mr. Creevey is a good lad. You may recall from our first herbology class that the mandrake will cure both him and Mrs. Longbottom. When will the mandrakes reach maturity? During the first lesson, we repotted them while they were still in their juvenile form, and it will take several months for them to fully mature. Once Colin awakens, he is bound to recount his encounter with Bagshot. I can only hope that day arrives later rather than sooner, at least until the end of the academic year. For it is impossible to conceal the identity of the heir of Slytherin. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, for she is destined to represent her family in the magical realm once more. Before Monday, I hope Miss Albert will keep Colin's petrification a secret, at least for the time being. Gloria understands Headmaster Dumbledore's perspective. The weekend is a time for respite, and the students would undoubtedly be frightened were they to learn of this incident. Thank you for escorting me back, Headmaster. I shall remind Draco to refrain from discussing this matter. Given Draco's temperament, if I do not caution him soon, he will certainly draw attention to the petrification incident. Dumbledore nodded in approval, having heard of Miss Alber's close relationship with Malfoy. He playfully winked as he spoke. Gloria momentarily faltered, awkwardly explaining. It is because we are good friends. Draco isn't as bad as one might presume. I am aware, Dumbledore replied, not sharing the disbelief of others. It is no surprise that Lucius and Narcissa dote on him, despite his slightly irritable nature. Upon reaching the door of the common room, Dumbledore paused. Rest well. After Gloria nodded and uttered the password to enter, she pondered whether the headmaster had ever visited the Slytherin common room, as he had graduated from Gryffindor. Yet, Dumbledore lingered at the threshold, always attentive to Harry's friends. He knew that Miss Alber had engaged in a brief dispute with Harry and his companions over some of Salazar's ideologies, but it appeared they had since reconciled. Had it not been for the Sorting Hat's assessment, he might have harbored deeper doubts regarding Miss Alber's stance. However, at present, aside from feeling somewhat peculiar, the child exhibited no supremacist tendencies. Within Slytherin House, she seemed to maintain distant relations with everyone except Malfoy. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sent a message to summon Snape. Given the occurrence at the school, every professor must be informed, especially since the individual who discovered Colin was a Slytherin student. What are you pondering? Might I suggest you don me? The Sorting Hat proposed from its perch. The last time I wore you was over a century ago. I think not, Dumbledore replied, waving his hand as he took a seat. Do you recall that, Miss Alber? The Sorting Hat's tip swayed back and forth as if in contemplation. Indeed, her thoughts are quite unique, pure yet devoid of malice, possessing remarkable ambition without malevolent intent. How remarkable! The Sorting Hat may occasionally misplace a student, but has never erred in discerning the depths of one's thoughts. Professor Snape, shrouded in his billowing black robes, arrived at the office with a scowl, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "A student has been petrified," Dumbledore responded. "Colin Creevey from Gryffindor's first year." Snape contemplated for a moment, remembering the boy as Potter's admirer. As the potions master, he was well acquainted with each student, particularly those from Gryffindor. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. "Do you know who discovered him?" Snape remained silent, coldly gazing into the headmaster's blue eyes. "You are still the same." Dumbledore, well aware of his temperament, continued. "It was Miss Albert from your house. After visiting Malfoy and Harry in the hospital wing, she encountered Colin on her way back to the dormitory. Where was he found? In a corridor not far from the hospital wing. Colin was petrified while holding a camera, but the camera was severely damaged by powerful dark magic and captured nothing." Snape was silent for a moment before asking, "Should we close the school for investigation?" "Not at the moment, though all professors need to patrol the castle. Currently, both incidents involve petrification, and there is still room for resolution." Dumbledore remarked. "What do you think of Miss Albert?" Snape's expression darkened further. With a hint of anger in his tone, "You suspect my student." Dumbledore rose, saying, "No, I am merely curious. You know I care about anyone who comes near Harry. She is not a bad student." Snape replied in a low voice. "However, there is a subtle arrogance about her, not the pride of pure bloods over half-bloods and muggles, but rather a scrutiny of the strong towards the weak." Dumbledore grew more intrigued. "I recall that aside from Malfoy, she has no other friends in Slytherin." "Indeed," Snape confirmed. "She regards her housemates as worthless, except for Malfoy, much like he perceives students from the other three houses." Dumbledore chuckled at this. "That is indeed remarkable. I will inform the other professors about this matter and draft a patrol list over the weekend." "Is there anything else?" Snape inquired with a stern face. "Nothing more. Thank you for the information." From the moment the first word was spoken, Snape had turned and opened the door to the headmaster's office. By the time the last word was uttered, the door had already closed. Dumbledore spread his hands. "Is it so difficult to engage in a few kind words with me?" The Sorting Hat let out a noise, lowering its tip as if feigning sleep. Dumbledore sighed softly and apparat to the hospital wing, summoning several professors, excluding Snape, to clearly inform them of the situation. Upon seeing the petrified Colin, the professors felt a jolt of shock. Lockhart took a few discreet steps back. Astonished that something so dreadful could occur at Hogwarts, though he spoke with ease, the professors were unimpressed, having heard similar sentiments during the last incident involving Mrs. Loris. Dumbledore announced, "Tonight, I will have Argus patrol several times, and tomorrow morning at 8. All professors are to come to my office to draft a patrol list to ensure the safety of the students on campus." Several professors nodded in agreement. Professor Sprout quietly remarked, "The mandrakes I planted will take a few more months to mature. Mandrakes are not easily found." She had procured this batch for teaching through many friends and former students. Chapter 27, Dobby's further reminder. Draco had been unable to sleep, initially engrossed in the travelogue provided by Gloria, but soon he overheard the voices of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall conversing with Madame Pomfrey about a student who had been petrified. Upon hearing this, he immediately became tense, fearing they might utter Gloria's name. Ultimately, it was Gloria who discovered the petrified student, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, Headmaster Dumbledore escorted Gloria away, while Professor McGonagall remained. By 9:30, All the professors had gathered in the medical wing to devise a patrol schedule for the weekend. It was nearly 10 o'clock before all the professors departed. Madame Pomfrey was dragging some items and murmured something, though he could not catch her words. At 11 that night, having confirmed there was no noise, Draco cautiously pulled back the bed curtains. First, he approached Harry's bed, only to find him in a deep slumber, impossible to rouse. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Disgusted, he released his grip and moved to Colin's bedside. The bed was shielded by a screen, and he carefully slipped inside, only to behold Colin, petrified, resembling a statue. Draco recoiled in fright, bumping into the screen, though fortunately, the noise was minimal. Upon returning to his own bed, he felt relieved that Gloria had only discovered it, yet recalled that last time it had been a cat turned to stone, and now it was a student. Was Hogwarts truly safe? Then he remembered the headmaster's words about having professors patrol. Surely that would ensure safety. As his mind wandered, Draco gradually succumbed to sleep. At an unknown hour in the early morning, Harry awoke, his arms still throbbing with pain. Suddenly, Dobby, the house elf who had harassed and framed him over the summer, appeared. Through Dobby, Harry learned that the rogue bludger had been orchestrated by him, a stroke of luck that their suspicions had fallen on Slytherin's foul play. The little elf seemed to have endured severe torment, with several fingers injured and extensive burns on his ears and chest. Dobby has harmed Harry Potter, but Dobby cannot say. He cried softly. Fearing he might awaken Draco, Harry urged him to be quieter, asking why he wanted him to return home, as if he knew something. Dobby shook his head, insisting he could not reveal anything, only that Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts, for something dreadful was unfolding there, and history was poised to repeat itself. Gripping the pillowcase tightly, Harry exclaimed, "Repeat history? You mean the chamber was opened before? You must know something. Tell me, Dobby." Dobby's ears twitched, and he said he had to leave, asserting that Harry Potter must depart Hogwarts. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished. The bed curtains around Draco's bed were drawn back. "Scarhead," he murmured, having just been roused. Harry still reached for the spot where Dobby had been. Draco frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" Harry quickly withdrew his hand, mumbling it was just a distraction from the pain. Draco regarded him as though he were a curiosity. But the pressing matter was that something had gone awry. Upon seeing the petrified Colin, Harry exclaimed, "What happened?" He had taken a potion and slept until now. Utterly unaware of the situation, Draco succinctly recounted the events, relieved that Laurie was unharmed, but queried whether Harry bore any ill-fated magic. For no good fortune seemed to occur in his vicinity. Laurie? This was the first time Harry had heard that name. Draco's eyes sparkled with pride. That's Gloria's nickname, and only I can call her that. He shot a warning glare at Harry. Did Dumbledore say anything else besides confirming the chamber was opened? Draco regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Why would I tell you, Scarhead?" With that, he returned to his bed, intending to resume his travel journal, only to realize it was past 2 in the morning and he couldn't unlock it until 6. Harry hesitated several times, ultimately deciding to wait for Hermione's plan to succeed before confronting Malfoy, ensuring a foolproof approach. That morning, Madame Pomfrey announced to Draco and Harry that they had recovered and were to have breakfast before departing. However, Gloria arrived even sooner, carrying 2 boxes filled with meticulously prepared meals. "Laurie." Draco rushed toward her, and upon confirming she was uninjured, he relaxed his grip. "You were all right last night, weren't you?" Gloria, aware he had overheard her, reassured him. "I'm fine, just encountered Creevy." "How about you, Harry?" Harry nodded stiffly, occasionally glancing toward Colin's hospital bed. Gloria opened the boxes, revealing 2 distinct meals, each tailored to their individual tastes. "In addition to picking you both up today, I have something to remind you about." The 2 boys turned their attention to her. "Professor Dumbledore has requested that before Monday, you refrain from spreading news about Creevy's petrification. He hopes the students can enjoy a peaceful weekend and has already begun arranging patrols." The professors have not appeared in the Great Hall this morning, likely discussing this matter. Draco felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to return to the dormitory today and, in the spirit of celebration while most were present, announce the incident to garner more attention. Harry had no objections, but insisted on informing Hermione and Ron, planning for the 3 of them to keep it a secret for a day at most. Gloria handed a cluster of grapes to Harry, provoking Draco's displeasure. His gaze filled with resentment, as if he could pierce Harry with it. "These were meant for you from Creevy last night. I saved them for you today." Upon hearing this explanation, Draco diverted his gaze. With mixed emotions, Harry accepted the grapes, knowing that Colin had risked himself merely to catch a glimpse of him. "Thank you." After breakfast, the trio parted ways shortly. Harry was resolute in discovering the location of Colin's petrification. After Gloria pointed it out, she and Draco departed. On their way, Draco cradled his travelogue possessively. Gloria reminded him, "Once we return, do not mention Creevy's situation, even if it can be discussed on Monday. Avoid mentioning that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, all right?" Draco pouted slightly, reluctantly conceding, "Understood, I won't say anything." After all, it was merely a matter of keeping quiet over the weekend. Come Monday, he could boast about having bested Potter and the following day would present a fresh opportunity. How much of the travelogue have you read? Gloria noted how tightly he clutched the book, indicating his fondness for it. Not much. I was preoccupied with thoughts of that Gryffindor's petrification last night. However, the travelogue is indeed fascinating, and I intend to spend more time on it. He had diligently noted every spell he encountered, intending to master them all eventually. Yet, his concern for the previous night's events overshadowed everything else. It wouldn't hurt to inquire with Gloria, "You truly didn't see anything last night?" Hearing the professor's mention a petrified student, he had initially feared it was her. "No," Gloria replied, her expression unwavering as she shook her head. "I had taken a wrong turn in the corridor, and upon doubling back, I came across Creevy. Afterward, the headmaster personally escorted me back to the dormitory. That's a relief. It must have been your family heirloom at work," Draco asserted confidently. "Perhaps. So be sure to wear it properly." Draco chuckled, stating that the monster in the chamber needed to eliminate the mud-blood wizards, for he was of pure blood lineage. Gloria, unhurried, posed a question. What if someone were to be mistakenly harmed? The young boy ceased his remarks, resolute in his decision to wear the items diligently. Chapter 28, The Student's Trepidation. On Monday, Colin from Gryffindor was absent, and the news of his petrification had spread among the students. Some from Gryffindor even visited the hospital wing, only to be shooed away by Madame Pomfrey, who forbade anyone from approaching. Draco seized the opportunity to regale his peers with snippets of the conversation he overheard in the hospital wing regarding the headmaster's announcement that the chamber had been opened, though he refrained from mentioning it himself. In the first match, he triumphed over Harry by capturing the Golden Snitch, and subsequently withdrew from the team, garnering significant attention. Aside from the discussions surrounding the petrification incident, the school buzzed with talk of him. Harry personally clarified that the rogue bludger incident had no connection to the Slytherin team. Recently, Slytherin students walked with an air of confidence, occasionally taunting students from other houses, lamenting that the brilliant Malfoy had withdrawn for his own safety. Otherwise, he would have continued to best Harry resoundingly. With a muggle-born wizard having been petrified, a sense of unease permeated the student body, leading them to cluster in groups, avoiding solitude. Nevertheless, the professors patrolled the castle at regular intervals, somewhat alleviating the students' anxiety. In the Great Hall on Tuesday morning, a buzz of discussion filled the air. Zabini squeezed between Crabbe and Goyle to sit across from Gloria, with Daphne and Theodore beside him, while Pansy quietly occupied a spot to Theodore's left, distancing herself from Gloria. Zabini, skeptical, questioned if they had truly only seen Crivey that night, doubting Gloria's ignorance of other matters. "Of course, it was only him," Gloria replied, sipping her warm milk, hinting that there were indeed more than just Crivey in the hospital wing. Daphne mused, what kind of monster can petrify a person? Is Salazar merely intent on petrifying all mudbloods and expelling them from the school? The act of petrification was not fatal. Even Headmaster Dumbledore had mentioned that when the mandrakes matured, they could cure the petrified students and Madame Norris. Was Salazar truly so benevolent? Should this sentiment reach the ears of the other three houses, it would likely spark considerable controversy. Draco, likewise sipping milk, contemplated the events his father had recounted from 50 years prior, a tale he had yet to share with anyone except Gloria. Lori mentioned she hadn't seen you. Are you all going home for Christmas? We are indeed returning. I didn't realize you couldn't come back. I thought we might meet at the Christmas gathering. Zabini remarked, then inquired, is Miss Albus also not staying at school? Yes, I must return for a while, she replied. If I don't go back, the three snakes shall stretch their limbs. They all wish to sneak off to the Forbidden Forest. Daphne eagerly extended an invitation. Then would Miss Albus care to join our Christmas gathering? Pansy had recently been avoiding Gloria, scarcely speaking to Draco, and thus it fell upon her to personally invite her. No, thank you, Gloria quickly declined, having already made plans for the Christmas holiday. She had no intention of forging deep connections with this group. Such mundane gatherings held little allure for her, unless Draco were present, in which case she might consider attending, but the true interest lay elsewhere. Daphne had anticipated this outcome and felt no regret. Draco set down his cup and softly inquired, I am certain I can return home for Easter. Would you care to visit? Easter falls in March or April, a time when the warm spring is perfect for travel. Well, I have yet to make any plans for that holiday. Zabini had grown accustomed to the more intimate nature of their relationship, cautioning Draco, you must be careful at school. Draco, unfazed, remarked, the creature of the chamber targets only mudbloods. Those of pure blood in Slytherin need not worry. They all agreed with this sentiment, and soon ceased their concerns about the petrification incidents. At that moment, hundreds of owls flew into the Great Hall, and the students began to unwrap their parcels, revealing an assortment of peculiar items. From their conversations, it became apparent that these were various protective charms and talismans. Even Neville, a pureblood wizard, had purchased some. Slytherin remained the least disturbed, firmly believing that purebloods would not be attacked by the creature of the chamber, observing with cold disdain the anxiety of half-bloods and muggle-born wizards. Draco was quite satisfied with the situation wrought by the creature, telling Gloria, "They underestimate the monster left by the founder of Slytherin. How could such things possibly fend off an attack?" This statement held truth. To attain peace of mind, professors were now taking turns patrolling the castle, ensuring safety far superior to that offered by the charms. Gloria began to gather her belongings, preparing to leave for the upcoming charms class. Currently, everyone was particularly earnest in their studies of charms, as the defense against the dark arts class had devolved into a mere opera performance by muggles, leaving them with little hope but for the charms lesson. "Today we shall learn the shield charm, a most practical defensive spell," Professor Flitwick announced, standing atop a pile of books and scanning the room. He pointed out Gloria, saying, "Miss Albert, would you please demonstrate an offensive spell for the class? I shall showcase the shield charm." Gloria rose and approached the podium, nodding to the professor while brandishing her wand. With a flick of her wrist, Flitwick's wand gently tapped, and the armor shield materialized. The offensive spell struck the air with a resounding pop before vanishing, prompting Flitwick to exclaim with excitement, "This is the first time I have encountered this offensive spell. The effect is quite impressive, and it consumes little magic." "Thank you, Professor. This is a spell of my own creation," Gloria replied, when struck by the spell. "It feels as though one has been punched." Flitwick's smile widened, though he lamented inwardly that she was not a Ravenclaw student. "Excellent. 10 points to Slytherin." Upon learning that it was an original spell, the Gryffindor students in the room began to murmur, astonished that a second-year student had devised her own spell. Was Slytherin about to produce yet another prodigious talent? Hermione, her cheeks flushed, applauded Gloria, recognizing that they had mastered the spell but had never had the opportunity to utilize it. Professor Flitwick declared, "You may now practice the shield charm with your classmates. Should you find yourself in need of a countercharm, do come to me." Draco immediately turned to Gloria, saying, "I've mastered the stupefy spell. I shall try it on that group of Gryffindor fools when the opportunity arises. They're over there. Keep your voice down." Gloria stood and responded, "Why not try it on me first?" Draco shook his head. "Why would I attack you? I learned the shield charm in my first-year summer." Gloria glanced at the watchful Professor Flitwick, wondering if the first group might earn extra points. Draco hesitated, prompting Gloria to suggest directly, "How about I attack you instead?" This time, he was willing. A light, airy, stunning spell was effortlessly blocked by the iron armor charm. The diminutive Flitwick, with keen eyes, immediately discerned the situation, realizing that Miss Albert and Mr. Malfoy had succeeded. "Let us see how it goes when we switch." Draco, with no other option, cast a spell at Gloria, which she perfectly countered. "Well done, Slytherin." 5 points awarded for being the first successful group. After Flitwick's announcement, he cast an encouraging glance towards the Gryffindor students, hoping to inspire the second group to achieve success as well. As the two of them celebrated their victory, they began to observe the other students. Some were dousing their teammates with the clear water charm, while others found themselves petrified or frozen in place. Draco, busy mocking his peers, noticed that Gloria was observing Harry and his friends, who seemed distracted and were huddled together in hushed conversation. Ultimately, the second group to succeed was Gryffindor, followed by Slytherin in third place. Professor Flitwick, witnessing Gryffindor's fourth group succeed again, concluded the lesson with a smile and additional points awarded. Chapter 29, The Calm After the Storm. During the break after class, Gloria made her way to the restroom alone. Draco, being male, could not accompany her and merely advised her to be cautious. Upon reaching the restroom, she recalled the abandoned lavatory mentioned by Moaning Myrtle, where a ghost resided. It was curious that a new entrance had been chosen in such a peculiar location. Thankfully, it was indeed abandoned, and entering would attract little attention. The ghost was not particularly fearsome. Once she finished and stepped out, she spotted Harry and his friends, who seemed to have been waiting for a while. "Hey, why are you all waiting for me?" "It's because that Malfoy is keeping too close an eye on you," Ron replied, his face contorting in distaste at the mere mention of Draco. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance and turned to Gloria with a serious expression. "Gloria, we wish to know if Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin." Gloria, with unwavering determination, responded, "He is absolutely not. I mentioned before that our house is also eager to uncover the identity of the heir." Her expression appeared genuine, causing the three to hesitate. "What exactly are you all planning?" "I noticed you weren't taking class seriously," Harry stated directly. "We're concerned about the Chamber of Secrets. A student has already been petrified, and we do not know who might be next." Haunted by his bitter childhood, Harry had come to regard Hogwarts as a warm home. He did not wish for calamity to befall the school, nor did he want it to close, especially with students being petrified. Gloria understood his urgency. "Do not worry. Professor Dumbledore and the faculty will handle this matter. Their understanding of the school is undoubtedly deeper than yours." Ron was dismissive, recalling how they had dealt with last year's incident regarding the Philosopher's Stone. "We must take a stand again this year." Gloria was aware of that event, where Harry had thwarted Professor Quirrell's attempt to steal the stone, earning points for Gryffindor through the courageous actions of several students, ultimately leading to their victory over Slytherin at the end-of-year feast. Draco had not forgotten this. Quirrell was a person, albeit a professor, but his goal was the Philosopher's Stone. This time, the monster of the chamber targets students. Glory. Draco strode over from a distance. Upon seeing him, Ron groaned. Malfoy, what is he doing here? As Gloria awaited the arrival of others, she lamented, ever since they met, he has been seeking opportunities to flaunt himself in front of Harry. Harry quickly grasped the reference she made to the recent Quidditch match. Fortunately, Draco had withdrawn from the team, otherwise, their training sessions might have ignited a confrontation between the two teams. The trio hastily made their escape upon hearing this. When Draco spotted Gloria being intercepted by Harry and his friends, he called out, Scarhead, what are you trying to do with Laurie? However, the trio had already fled far away. They truly were quite cunning, lying in wait at the washroom. Frustrated that he couldn't pursue Harry, Draco grumbled. Gloria chuckled lightly. They are my friends. They merely came to ask a few questions. What questions? He inquired. Whether you are the heir of Slytherin, she replied. Draco's face lit up with pride. He relished the speculation surrounding him from Harry and his companions, yet he knew he was not the heir. If I were the heir of Slytherin, they would have been petrified in their first year. I am rather glad that the Chamber of Secrets was not opened during our first year. Had it been so, the basilisk's fate would have been dire. Meanwhile, the trio that had fled took a moment to catch their breath. Why does Malfoy always cling to Gloria? It's difficult for us to have a private conversation with her, Ron remarked, his tousled red hair a testament to their frantic running. In light of the recent Quidditch match, they had no desire to encounter Draco, preferring to avoid his infuriating taunts. They believed that had it not been for Dobby's interference, Harry would have captured the golden snitch much earlier. Harry had already informed his two friends about seeing Dobby on Saturday night, but when Colin was taken to the infirmary, he was still asleep. Unaware of what the professors had discussed, Draco, unwilling to divulge anything, could only be inquired about through Gloria. Hermione stated, I believe Gloria is not deceiving us. She genuinely thinks Malfoy is not the heir of Slytherin. Could it be that Malfoy hasn't even confided in her, considering the significance of being the heir? Ron speculated. However, Harry shook his head, asserting that if he were the heir, he would have made it known to the entire Wizarding World. Having been the target of Draco's attention, he had begun to understand the latter's temperament. Hermione made a resolute decision. I only need a few more potions for my brew. Once I obtain them, I shall succeed in my concoction. The commotion surrounding Colin's petrification had gradually subsided, yet the students' enthusiasm for purchasing protective charms and talismans remained unabated. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick particularly enjoyed having Gloria demonstrate new spells. Since the last stunning spell, she had refrained from using any other original incantations. As Friday approached, during lunch in the Great Hall, numerous students sought out older students, requesting their assistance in purchasing items in Hogsmeade. Gloria had prepared her list well in advance. The last time she had requested assistance was at the beginning of term, and her quills had nearly worn out, her ink was running low, and her stock of sweets and snacks needed replenishing, along with some other trinkets. Upon seeing her list, Draco exclaimed, You require so many things. Why didn't you tell me? I usually replenish my supplies periodically, and by third year, we will venture out to shop ourselves. Seeing Gloria neatly fold her parchment list and rise, Draco inquired, Where are you headed? To find the Weasley twins. They were the ones who helped with the purchases last time. Draco frowned. I can have the older Slytherins assist you. Why seek them out? It's unnecessary. Gloria remarked. I still have a few matters to discuss. You may head to the classroom first. At the Gryffindor table, a group of younger students gathered around the older ones, chattering excitedly about the items they wished to purchase, most of which were protective trinkets. Upon Gloria's arrival, she noticed several girls surrounding the Weasley twins, laughing and conversing. Raising her parchment list, she inquired, Do you have a moment? The twins immediately stood up. Fred declared, Anytime. George added, Anywhere. They then chimed in unison. At your service for the investment in our Gloria. The girls who had just spoken to the twins looked quite surprised, as they had not witnessed such interaction before. Percy shot a disapproving glare at the twins before turning to speak with the pale-faced Ginny, who caught Gloria's attention with her ashen complexion. In the corridor, the twins produced paper bags, revealing an assortment of brightly colored candies. Fred picked up an item from his palm, declaring it to be itchy mist, which, upon impact, would explode, releasing a cloud that induced intense itching and could cause boils. This particular version lasted for a minute, and they were still refining it. George presented his offering, vomit candy, which had been concocted just 2 days prior. I vomited for nearly 15 minutes after consuming it. It's perfect for pranks or skipping class. Of course, if you eat it, the effects are immediate, and a girl like you would surely prefer not to be seen vomiting in front of many. Gloria accepted the new products. Intrigued, I shall keep these. They may prove useful one day. However, are you not concerned about being discovered in your product development? I noticed that Prefect Weasley shot you a glare. Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance and chuckled. It's nothing. Ginny was startled by the petrification incident, and we thought to cheer her up, but Percy scolded us. One could easily surmise that these twins would not devise a more sensible plan to amuse their sister, which explained Percy's ire. In Chapter 30, Herbology Lessons, Gloria had previously discussed investments with the Weasley twins, providing them with 50 galleons as her investment amount, having initially been declined for 100. Now, with new products developed, they presented them to her. Fred, noticing her secure the two items, mischievously inquired, "Who do you intend to use these on? We heard that at the beginning of the term, you had a confrontation with a Slytherin girl of the same year, and it turned physical. Was it her?" George chimed in. "What spell did you use?" It was commonplace for student altercations to spread. As soon as one outside student became aware, the entire school would soon know. It was a girl named Parkinson, but that matter has been resolved. As for these items, I have yet to decide on a target. No Slytherins have provoked me as of late. The twins expressed their disappointment. We thought perhaps one of those Slytherin students could benefit from this. How are Harry and the others faring? The twins, being friends with him, did not ponder too much. Fred shrugged. They're all right, remaining rather mysterious. George added, I wager they're planning a prank. The Slytherin lot has been particularly insufferable lately, excluding you, of course. Laurie, are you not finished yet? Draco, having refrained from going to the classroom first, could not resist seeking out Gloria. The twins exchanged a glance filled with the same teasing amusement. Young Ron was right, for Slytherin's Malfoy was forever entangled with Gloria. Upon hearing the words, Draco felt a flush rise to his cheeks. What business is it of yours, Weasleys? Fred shrugged, while Hermione remarked, No one is as clingy as you, Gloria. George added fuel to the fire. So, are you now Gloria's little follower? Anger flickered in Draco's gray-blue eyes. Instead of wasting time with Laurie, I could certainly earn more galleons. Sensing that he was about to utter something unpleasant, Gloria immediately grasped Draco's wrist. It's almost time for class. We should be on our way. She glanced back at the twins, reminding them, Please take care of my things. Fred raised an eyebrow, thinking he would relish an opportunity to deal with Draco. George chimed in. He certainly had unkind words earlier, but alas, Gloria is shielding him. As they walked, Draco's anger simmered. Those two penniless fools can only scrape together a meager income to support their pitiful mother. Gloria felt relieved that she had intervened in time. Otherwise, the twins, with their robust physiques, could have easily pinned Draco down. Insulting them while dragging their family into it is quite hurtful. Consider how you would feel if someone insulted you by mentioning your mother. The boy's eyes glinted with menace. I would kill them. The Weasley children likely harbored similar sentiments, for there were 5 Weasleys at the school. Draco, realizing the gravity of the situation, chose to temper his aggression. Today's herbology class was held in the second greenhouse, where they would learn to weed the Venus flytrap, a plant known to bite, demanding utmost caution. This herbology class was shared with Ravenclaw, a house generally focused on academics and seldom embroiled in school conflicts, establishing a clear divide between Slytherin and Ravenclaw within the classroom. Professor Sprout was tending to the mandrakes in the third greenhouse. Due to the petrification incident, she had been particularly vigilant with these plants. As class time approached, the amiable professor emerged from the third greenhouse. Good morning, children. Today we will study the Venus flytrap. Remember to keep your distance. You are not yet equipped to handle it. The students on either side of the long table stepped back in unison. The flytrap was a deep purple, featuring 5 or 6 flower stems, with 3 petals forming a triangular mouth that continuously explored the air. Does anyone know the characteristics of the Venus flytrap? After her standard inquiry, hands shot up from both houses. Professor Sprout pointed to a forward Slytherin student. The Venus flytrap originates from the rainforests of South America. Pleased with the comprehensive answer, Professor Sprout nodded in approval. 5 points to Slytherin. Does that student have anything to add? The Ravenclaw student who had raised their hand nodded and contributed an obscure fact, earning 5 points as well. Now, everyone, take your long tongs. You do not wish to get bitten. Professor Sprout held up a tongs approximately the length of her arm. As you all know, our dear classmate, Mr. Creevy, and Mrs. Loris were petrified recently. Aside from mandrakes, another crucial ingredient for potions is the Venus flytrap. I'm delighted to see you all are aware of plants beyond your textbooks. Draco muttered to himself. No wonder I don't recall seeing this in the books. Being a student excelling in potion studies, he was naturally familiar with numerous herbs. According to Professor Sprout, by securing the base with a clamp, the Venus flytrap suddenly droops, seizing the opportunity to swiftly remove the weeds before they continue to siphon the carnivorous plant's nutrients. Even these seemingly weed-like plants can be dried and ground into powder for potion ingredients. Professor Sprout executed the task with remarkable fluidity, whereas the students struggled considerably. The Venus flytrap exhibited an aggressive demeanor towards anything encroaching upon it, with several petals clamping down on the clamp with considerable force, transforming many weed removal tasks into a tug-of-war. Gloria seized the moment, her long clippers darting past like a swift broom in a Quidditch match, skillfully grasping the plant's roots. Tentatively, she waved her hand before the drooping petals, and upon sensing no resistance, she successfully extracted the weed. Indeed, the carnivorous plant was particularly nourishing, rendering the weeds exceptionally lush. Draco observed her success, focusing intently as he extended his long clippers, though one of the petals managed to latch onto him. Fortunately, he had clamped correctly, and the aggressive petals softened and drooped. I've succeeded. I could not resist boasting to Gloria beside me. Well done, but remember to maintain pressure with the clamp while weeding. No sooner had I spoken than a student, distracted by the weeding, loosened the grip on the long clamp, only to be fiercely bitten by the rejuvenated flytrap. Thankfully, he wore thick dragonhide gloves. Otherwise, he would have lost a significant chunk of flesh. Professor Sprout hastily rushed to assist, liberating the tearful boy from the clutches of the Venus flytrap. Witnessing this, Draco felt a twinge of anxiety and tightened his grip on the long clamp before resuming his weeding. The previous day, a sixth-year student had invited me to join the Pure Blood Club, which comprised members of distinguished pureblood families. Originally, I was supposed to join in my third year, but they made an exception and invited me early. Recently, Draco has garnered considerable fame, second only to Harry, due to the Chamber of Secrets revelations, his Quidditch victory over Harry, and the details surrounding Colin's petrification. It is no wonder that the upperclassmen extended an invitation to him. Indeed, the older students are typically stronger than those in the same year. They mentioned you, Draco remarked. Why not join me? If you merely nod, they will surely agree. Your excellence is well recognized. In his eyes, Gloria was entirely deserving of membership in this club. However, she merely shook her head. No, you should cultivate connections with capable students in there. I will naturally join next year. Her primary focus this year was on the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, leaving her little inclination to mingle with anyone in the club. Draco recalled the Weasley twins mentioning his excessive attachment to Gloria. Perhaps finding something else to occupy his time would be wise. After completing the weeding, Hagrid appeared, carrying 2 large buckets filled with chopped meat. Professor Sprout, I have brought the food for the carnivorous plants. The stout and jovial Professor Sprout welcomed him with a smile, expressing her gratitude. She turned to the students, instructing, each of you take a piece of meat to feed the Venus flytrap. It is not feeling comfortable after being clamped at the roots and deserves a hearty meal. Thus, they utilized the long clamps once more, grasping pieces of meat to toss to the carnivorous plant. Chapter 31, An Agreement for Summer. The following day, Saturday, Draco ventured to the Pure Blood Club, rumored to be located in an empty chamber within the castle's basement. Gloria maintained a rather indifferent relationship with Zabini and others, seldom spending weekends in their company. With her books in hand, she resolved to visit the library to complete her paper. She recalled hearing students in the Slytherin common room speak of the abandoned restroom haunted by a female ghost, who was mockingly described as both unattractive and rotund. They would throw objects at her, and even if they missed, merely passing through her ethereal form was sufficient to evoke their amusement. This restroom was located on the 2nd floor of the castle. Hermione, who frequently occupied the library on weekends, was absent, and neither Harry nor Ron was in sight. After finishing her paper, Gloria lingered, perusing other tomes. The magical world teemed with an abundance of flora and fauna that her estate did not encompass. Before she realized it, dusk had descended, and upon returning the books to their rightful places, she noticed that the library seemed to be entirely deserted, with Madame Pants tidying up in preparation for closing. Given that the 2 petrification incidents had transpired at night, most students returned to their dormitories after dinner. A few corridors within Hogwarts were adorned with portraits, yet regrettably, the locations of the previous incidents were devoid of such embellishments. Was Harry truly unharmed? Surely it was nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Harry's name, Gloria paused, discerning that the portraits on the wall were engaged in conversation. What had he heard? How would I know? It seems the school is on the verge of a crisis. If it were to close, where would we be sent? Perhaps we would be confined to the basement. Oh, I would rather not languish in a dark basement. I would prefer to be placed at the highest point of the castle. The portraits were certainly preoccupied with their musings, but when they mentioned what Harry had heard, Gloria stepped forward, introducing herself. Hello, I am Gloria, a friend of Harry. You just mentioned him. One of the portrait figures donned monocle and, upon recognizing her countenance, exclaimed loudly, I know you, a Slytherin student. The moment they heard Slytherin, several figures sprang into motion, hastily retreating into other portraits, fleeing towards the upper levels of the castle. Gloria pondered, had Slytherin students mistreated the portraits in the past? Feeling a sense of gloom, she lingered in place, reflecting on how long it had been since she had a heartfelt conversation with Harry and the others, especially after their conflict regarding Salazar. Even after reconciling, their friendship had not returned to its former state. Nevertheless, the bond among the trio was undeniably strong, yet they could not compare to Draco's significance in her heart, a fact she found rather regrettable. The portraits remained reticent, their comments lacking coherence, and Gloria chose not to pursue them further. Upon returning to the common room, Draco eagerly shared tales of his experiences in the club, recounting encounters with individuals from the other 28 pure-blood families, such as Avery, Fleamont, Rowell, Selwyn, and others. Haven't you met them before? With the Malfoy family standing, you should be familiar with the 28 pure-blood families. I have, Draco replied, but there was an age gap. We only exchanged pleasantries before, but now it is different. Gloria surveyed the room, noticing the absence of Zabini and the others. What about your friends? She inquired. Draco was aware of whom she referred to. They intended to enter the Pure Blood Club early to seek approval from the older students. That sounds rather dull. Did you not go to the Great Hall at noon? Draco asked her. At noon. I received a bag of homemade candies from my mother and wished to share them with Gloria, yet I could not find her. Oh. She must be in the library engrossed in her reading. Draco extended the bag of candies, which he had tucked into his pocket, to her, declaring that they were made by his mother and tasted delightful. Crabbe and Goyle had implored him for a taste, and he had relented, giving them just a morsel. Gloria accepted the offering with a smile, recalling that she had also missed dinner in the hall, meaning the Weasley twins would have to wait until tomorrow to deliver her goods. Thank you, she said, opening the bag right away. The sweet aroma wafted through the air as she picked up a strawberry-flavored cream candy, which was no less exquisite than the confections sold by Honeydukes. Delicious, I assent it. Draco observed her expression, which clearly radiated satisfaction. Gloria chewed a couple of times before swallowing the candy, her gaze lingering on the youthful exuberance of the boy before her. It's absolutely delightful, she replied, then inquired, your mother doesn't make these often, does she? Most of the correspondence Draco had received previously consisted of envelopes, making this the first instance of him receiving snacks. In truth, during his first year, his mother frequently sent him candies, but now, as a second-year student, he felt he was no longer a child. Draco, with his platinum hair slicked back, had features that were becoming increasingly sharp and defined as the baby fat on his face gradually diminished. Noticing Gloria's focused gaze upon him, his fair cheeks flushed a soft pink. What is it? He stammered, his gray-blue eyes darting away from her exquisitely captivating visage. Whenever Gloria fixed her gaze on him, he felt a delightful awkwardness and warmth spread throughout his body, yet he did not find it unpleasant. Rather, he secretly wished for her to gaze at him a while longer. Draco, you are becoming increasingly handsome. Those girls often steal glances at you, Gloria remarked with particular seriousness. Who would look at a boy like you? She mused, pinching a piece of candy and swiftly popping it into his mouth. Enjoy yourself at the club. We'll have a break in about a month. Have you thought about how you'll spend your holiday at school? Draco, with a mouthful of candy, felt no irritation. Had it been anyone else, he might have stood up in protest. Instead, he chewed the sweet confection, swallowing it along with the delightful sensations it brought forth. Crabbe and Goyle are staying for Christmas to keep me company, he said, casting a slightly melancholic glance at Gloria, who was currently selecting beautiful candies to taste. Oblivious to his gaze. That is splendid. This way, you won't be lonely. But do not fret. I shall write to you every day once I return. And I'll send you some pictures of the scenery around my home. For many years, Draco would be the first outsider to see the Slytherin manor. The prospect of seeing her estate and receiving daily letters piqued his curiosity about what it looked like. I wonder how your manor compares to mine. Do you have a flying area? You'll find out when you visit. There is no need for that. The estate is quite vast, with many rooms. And you would surely enjoy it, she replied, recalling her early years when she would run about the manor until she grew tired of it at the age of 8. Draco, visiting for the first time, would undoubtedly fall in love with the place. For the Easter holiday, you should come to my house first, and then I'll visit yours. They were already making plans for the Easter break even before Christmas had begun. Come to my estate during the summer. The protective measures are quite robust, and I'll need time to manage them. Not only would the protective enchantments be lifted at the end of the academic year for the borough, but the Slytherin manor also followed the same rule, allowing no outsiders until the year's end. Draco felt a twinge of regret. All right, then be sure to take plenty of photographs during Christmas. I shall live vicariously through them as if I had visited. After discussing holiday plans, Draco mentioned a new dark curse he had learned at the club, eagerly anticipating the moment when some unfortunate soul would provoke him, allowing him to test it out. He reminisced about the time in his first year when he had cast the Leglocker curse on Longbottom from Gryffindor, causing a spectacle as Longbottom hopped away. Gloria, in a playful gesture, offered him a vibrant green candy, her fingertips brushing against his soft lips, leaving both momentarily stunned. Draco cleared his throat and continued reminiscing about his previous pranks. Chapter 32, The Lavatory Encounter. During the weekend breakfast, the Weasley twins handed Gloria the items they had procured the previous day before donning their Quidditch uniforms and heading off to practice. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before a clash erupted between the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams on the pitch, resulting in a brawl where both sides unleashed curses upon each other, drawing a throng of students eager to witness the commotion. Ultimately, both teams faced punishment, barred from using the pitch for the day, which allowed Ravenclaw to seize the opportunity to request its use. Upon hearing this, Gloria felt a sense of relief that Draco had quit the team. Otherwise, he too would have been caught in the fray. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction at the pitch, she gathered her belongings and made her way to the second-floor lavatory to scout the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Indeed, the castle felt noticeably emptier, with few students encountered along the way. Upon reaching the second floor, she found it devoid of any other presence. Confident that she was alone, she stepped into the lavatory only to find Hermione seated on the floor, while Ron was inspecting the bruises on Harry's face, who still wore his Quidditch uniform. The four exchanged glances, each asking in unison, "What are you doing here? What are you all doing here?" Moreover, in front of Hermione sat a bubbling cauldron, clearly indicating she was brewing potions. "I was just looking for the lavatory, unaware of the situation here." "What about you?" Gloria explained, acknowledging that since she had only just arrived at school this semester, it was only natural that her knowledge of the castle paled in comparison to Harry and the others. This left the trio momentarily speechless. Gloria then pointed at the cauldron, inquiring, "What are you working on?" Hermione stammered, "Harry got hurt, and I wanted to brew some potions for him. The hospital wing will be swarmed with people." "Exactly," Ron chimed in eagerly. "And we wanted to get some hands-on experience with potion making to lessen Professor Snape's scrutiny." Hermione managed to operate within the norms, while Harry and Ron, unfortunately, struggled, producing potions that were less than satisfactory. Gloria feigned belief in their explanation. "All right, so you've been here brewing potions? I hope that's not the case," she added, wishing to locate the entrance to the chamber. "Yes," Harry replied, delivering the disappointing news. "We often come here on weekends this semester. Please don't tell anyone else, especially Malfoy." "I won't tell anyone but myself," Gloria thought, feeling her motivation weighing. If they frequented this place, it would hinder her search for the chamber. The trio sighed in relief, assured that Gloria would keep her promise. "Your face," Gloria remarked, pointing at the bruise encircling Harry's left eye, likely the result of the earlier conflict on the pitch. As she gestured, Harry lowered his head, attempting to shield himself, acknowledging there had been some disagreement, though it was of little consequence. Since the first grade, they had clashed with the Slytherin team on several occasions, to which I retaliated. Gloria was aware that Quidditch matches often led to physical altercations. Feigning a search in her small bag, she discreetly retrieved a potion from her enchanted space. This potion could alleviate external injuries and bruises, and a generous application would be fully absorbed within half an hour. In this instance, a single application would suffice. Without hesitation, Ron accepted the potion and handed it to Harry. Observing their still tense expressions, Gloria began to make her exit. Since this place was already abandoned, she resolved to explore elsewhere, cautioning them to remain vigilant, for the petrification issue was yet unresolved. Hermione nodded fervently, her tousled brown hair cascading over her face with the movement. "We will. Thank you for keeping it a secret." As Gloria walked, unease lingered in her mind. That location was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, from which the basilisk had emerged. While the trio might not perish upon confrontation, they would certainly face petrification. Yet, she reasoned that the entrance was typically sealed, and its opening would reveal itself, allowing them to evade danger. There was a chance they might even capture the troublesome bloodline responsible for the chaos. Lost in thought, she could not divulge the truth and decided to set aside the pursuit of the basilisk for the time being. However, her knowledge of potions was considerable. The complex scent emanating from Hermione's cauldron indicated that it was no ordinary healing potion, as it was a semi-finished product and lacking sight of the surrounding ingredients. She found it difficult to ascertain its final form. What were they truly concocting? Having failed to locate the entrance to the chamber, Gloria returned to her dormitory and released 3 snakes. Was there a trace of the basilisk's scent? The snakes nodded in affirmation, with Apophis stating, "Indeed, the scent is quite potent, but those 3 little rascals are too obstructive." Gloria suggested, "Why not let me take the lead? They will surely vacate." Gloria immediately declined. "No. I provided the basilisk with ample food last time, enough to last for a while. The headmaster may be keeping an eye on me. After all, I was the one who discovered Crive." Gloria tilted her head, having heard of that old man before arriving at Hogwarts. His abilities were commendable, particularly in legilimency. Yet he had not used it on her, indicating a genuine trust in his students. That evening, during several exchanges of glances, Dumbledore had the opportunity to employ legilimency, but refrained from doing so throughout. Yemengade lounged on the soft cushions, expressing a desire for magical gems. The 2 snakes and 1 human exchanged incredulous looks. Meanwhile, in the washroom, having confirmed Gloria's departure, the trio felt a wave of relief. That was terrifying. How did Gloria suddenly find this out? "I'm afraid she might have Malfoy lurking behind her," Ron exclaimed, his blue eyes wide and his red hair nearly bristling. In their minds, Gloria and Malfoy were often inseparable. Fortunately, Malfoy had not accompanied her. Hermione glanced at the cauldron, knowing her potion grades were excellent, and hoped she detected what she was brewing. After all, they were utilizing Malfoy's recipe, and Gloria cared for him. Was it truly possible that Gloria did not harbor feelings for Malfoy? Harry had finished applying the potion, leaning against the adjacent stall. "Yes, they seem as close as a couple, though I haven't seen them together this weekend," Ron added. Hermione inhaled deeply and shook her head, pondering the current predicament. The preparation of the complex potion required 2 precious ingredients, which Harry's limited funds were insufficient to procure. Furthermore, enlisting the twins for the task would undoubtedly raise suspicions, and she and Ron were equally incapable of assisting. Among the trio, Harry was the wealthiest, yet his allowance each term was restricted, as Mrs. Weasley was concerned about his youth and propensity for extravagance, having advised him to budget his funds judiciously. Seeking help from Gloria was out of the question. She would immediately discern the significance of the unicorn horn and African tree snake skin and comprehend their intentions. Let us brew what we can for now, and devise a plan later, Harry suggested. None of them suspected that Gloria had intentionally led them to this abandoned lavatory. Aside from a single myrtle, there was nothing particularly unusual about the place. Professor Snape must possess both ingredients, Ron asserted confidently, though his voice soon dwindled, but he would never provide them to us. We cannot let him find out, Hermione exclaimed sharply. The trio fell into silence, and Harry quietly remarked, I've visited his office several times. It's stocked with various potion ingredients, but he rarely leaves, except during class. Hermione immediately grasped the implication. Ron's face paled, resembling an alarmed frog. His eyes wide with trepidation. What are you planning? That is Professor Snape. We'd be doomed, if discovered. As a companion in their escapades, Ron was acutely aware of their intentions. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Understanding. Gloria now understood why Harry and his friends were so distracted during lessons. The abandoned lavatory contained a potion that required prolonged brewing, and their thoughts were undoubtedly consumed by it. Particularly during potions class, not only were Harry and Ron inattentive, but even Hermione occasionally glanced around. Under normal circumstances, Draco would have noticed these unusual behaviors. But he was currently engrossed in discussions with Gloria about the knowledge shared within their club. The older students would gradually impart the wisdom passed down from their predecessors to the new members, thereby facilitating the internal legacy of Slytherin House. Gloria was now considered a semi-member of the club. This weekend, Ravenclaw was set to compete against Hufflepuff, leading to an early exodus from the dining hall as students from Slytherin planned to attend, while Gryffindor eagerly rallied to support their peers. Why watch their match? We'll be competing against Hufflepuff in 2 weeks. Draco decided against attending the game. He held a long-standing disdain for Gryffindor, looked down upon Hufflepuff, and had a lukewarm view of Ravenclaw. I wished to witness a typical Quidditch match. Although the last one was thrilling, that particular quaffle was rather peculiar. Besides, it's challenging to locate the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and I've perused numerous books in the library. I crave a more leisurely activity. Draco wrinkled his nose. Very well, I shall still attend the club. I'll see you in the Great Hall for lunch, and afterwards, we can venture to an entertaining venue as informed by other club members. All right, see you then, he replied, calling out to his 2 companions, Crabbe, Goyle. The club has graciously permitted you to join on my account. The Pureblood Club had numerous followers like them. Each heir from prominent families had their admirers, and Draco was no exception. The 2 bodyguards were delighted by the news, as following Draco was a means of fulfilling their father's expectations. They departed, and Zabini and his companions entered, noting that this group seldom convened on weekends, gathering only at a specific time from Monday to Friday. Pansy, who had evaded Gloria for quite some time, appeared invigorated today, as she witnessed Draco release Daphne and hastened towards her. Daphne promptly seated herself opposite Gloria and greeted her. Hello, Gloria, have you yet to join the Pureblood Club? Not yet. I plan to wait until 3rd year, she replied, spearing a tender, pink slice of steak. Savoring its succulent juiciness, perfectly complemented by Tokay's exclusive sauce, a culinary delight. What a pity, Zabini interjected. I abandoned my date today. I too shall be heading to the club shortly. We have all been granted early admission. Daphne continued. Pansy is eager to go first. What are your plans for today? Gloria sensed a peculiar undertone in their demeanor as they watched the Quidditch match. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Is that so? The match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff is hardly riveting. Perhaps we could assist you in gaining early entry to the club. Do you believe you can bestow such a favor upon me? Gloria understood their insinuation, casting a nonchalant glance at them, excluding Theodore. Instead of seeking to establish a presence before me, they ought to contemplate how to strengthen their family's standing. The warmth in Zabini's elongated gaze faded in an instant, his tone unruffled yet laden with disdain, as he had long harbored a discontent for this Albert, whose attitude belittled their significance. I dare say our family's strength far surpasses that of one who possesses merely a surname. Gloria could hardly contain her incredulity at such a ludicrous statement. Daphne finally shed her facade of gentility. You have merely ingratiated yourself with Draco. Your cleverness is trivial, and you remain woefully ignorant of the true power of families like ours. Of late, Draco's attention had been wholly consumed by this girl, resulting in a gradual diminishment of their interactions. They were all heirs of prominent families, and forging strong alliances in youth was paramount. Gloria monopolized the considerable influence of the sole Malfoy heir while dismissing any notion of camaraderie with them. This simply would not do. I do not understand. Gloria set her fork down, the crisp sound drawing cautious glances from several surrounding Slytherin students. I hardly believe the ailing Greengrass family yearning to ally with a powerful pureblood family, stands as a formidable contender. Your last transport business collapsed 3 years ago, leaving you to maintain a facade of grandeur solely through a meager inheritance and scraps of land. Without those, you are reduced to a mere name of pureblood status. I must say, your sister is indeed more comely. It appears you have pinned all your hopes of a marital alliance upon her. Daphne's complexion paled instantly, the fork screeching against the plate as her hand trembled slightly. Everyone had assumed her family's transport business was still thriving, granting her some semblance of strength against Pansy. But now Pansy at least had some family wealth to support her lavishness. How absurd that you still ponder whether I could become a rival for your family's matrimonial aspirations. Such words made Daphne wish fervently to rise and depart. Yet her identity as a member of the sacred 28 pure-blood families forbade her from retreating in disgrace. And you, she added. Gloria cast a glance at Zabini, recognizing him as the son of Mrs. Zabini, shrewd and ambitious. Yet, despite his vast wealth, he lacked the corresponding power, which must have caused him considerable anxiety over the years, fearing that the families might unite against him and his mother. Fortunately, his mother possessed wisdom. Can you truly safeguard your family's fortune if I were to intervene? Would you care to find out? The members of the other pureblood families dared not utter a word, fearful that Gloria might unearth their own vulnerabilities. Theodore observed the scene with a detached demeanor, continuing to eat in silence. Zabini gripped his fork tightly, taking a moment to slowly release it. It seems we have been too presumptuous in our understanding of Miss Albert. Gloria merely smirked, picking up her fork once more, reminding him to fortify their family's strength for a more secure future. No one dared to inquire about what the future might hold to provoke such words from her. After finishing her meal, she clapped her hands and departed, finding the two before her rather weak, yet they still had the audacity to imply anything about her. November in England grew increasingly frigid, yet the snow had yet to fall, likely awaiting December. The biting cold wind lashed against the skin, akin to an unconventional form of magical harm. Cheers erupted from the Quidditch pitch, the fervor for the game unwavering despite the chill. Slytherin's spectator section was only a third full, while the other 3 houses filled their stands to capacity. Gloria leaned against the railing, watching as the 2 teams entered the field. Typically, a Quidditch match is quite entertaining, and these 2 houses refrained from underhanded tactics. Unlike the previous encounter between Slytherin and Gryffindor, where players would occasionally shove one another. Regardless of who scored, Gloria applauded, while the other Slytherin students remained indifferent. Some 20 minutes into the match, a figure clad in yellow seized the golden snitch, prompting an eruption of cheers from Hufflepuff's section. It was Diggory. From a distance, Gloria spotted the tall, handsome, and gentle upperclassman raising the snitch, surrounded by his teammates, with even some from Ravenclaw exchanging a few words with him. This match was far more amiable compared to the clash between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Chapter 34, Confrontation with a Rival. At the venue of the Pureblood Club, Pansy stood beside Draco, chattering incessantly, while Crabbe and Goyle remained engrossed in the desserts prepared by the members, indifferent to the content of her conversation. Draco, it has been ages since we had a proper chat. Thankfully, the upperclassmen made an exception for us to join. Zabini and the others will be here shortly. Pansy was aware that both Zabini and Daphne harbored discontent towards Miss Albert, not only monopolizing Draco's attention, but also subtly looking down upon them. In response to Pansy's complaints, Draco responded coolly, I am quite busy. Besides, we see each other every day. Yet you are not busy with that, Albert? Pansy's tone turned accusatory, clearly indicating that they had been friends since childhood. Mentioning Gloria caused the young man to lose patience with her incessant chatter. Gloria's had a conflict with you, and you have Zabini and the others at your side, but she only has me. Draco had never affectionately called her by her nickname, and even though he was aware of it, if this continued, he would only drift further away from them. Pansy remained silent, seething with anger. Further conversation would surely lead to a quarrel, and there were other pure-blood families present, who favored Draco above all. Zabini and Daphne entered the club with stern expressions, while Theodore, as usual, sought a secluded corner to sit. The remaining members of the minor pure-blood families discreetly withdrew to the side. Their displeasure was palpable, and Draco, noticing their demeanor, inquired, What troubles you? Have you encountered individuals from other houses? Not at all, Zabini replied, merely exchanged a few words with the haughty Miss Albert. I have never been so belittled in my life. It was as if we were utterly inconsequential, prompting that Miss Albert to disregard us entirely. Draco sensed the underlying tension. Did you provoke Lori? Daphne was nearly amused by his question, but having been recently exposed, she was reluctant to speak. Prior to their arrival, Zabini had warned the others not to speak out of turn, and Theodore, ever taciturn, remained silent. It was she who insulted us severely, Zabini nearly spat. You must have provoked her first, Draco surmised. Having a fair understanding of Gloria's temperament, she would never engage with those she deemed unworthy. He was well acquainted with the arrogance fostered by family lineage, for he himself was cut from the same cloth. Zabini and his companions, however, had not earned her respect, receiving only a nod from Gloria, primarily out of regard for Draco. Indeed, they were the instigators, yet seeing Draco so favorably disposed toward Gloria, the thought of severing ties flitted through his mind but was swiftly dismissed. After all, the reputation of the Malfoy name was at stake. Once a close-knit group in their first year, they now exchanged wordless glances. The young heir felt the weight of Gloria's mistreatment, and the atmosphere in the club was far from its former vibrancy. Ultimately, he departed prematurely, neglecting to summon Crabbe and Goyle. As the match concluded swiftly, Harry and his friends hurried to the restroom to assess the potion situation, only to unexpectedly cross paths with the Malfoys. Both sides halted abruptly, and Draco sneered first. "Isn't this the infamous Potter?" As long as Potter was present, he disregarded the other two. Malfoy, Harry positioned himself protectively in front of Hermione and Ron. "How does it feel to lose? Why didn't you attend the other house's matches?" Draco was oblivious to the fact that the match had already concluded. "The match has ended," Ron retorted directly. Draco crossed his arms, scoffing, "Oh, too bad I resigned in honor. Otherwise, I would have ensured your disgraceful exit. You lack the capability," Hermione interjected, her disdain for Draco growing with each passing moment. It was absurd that Gloria had praised his looks. "Leave us be, Malfoy," Harry said, devoid of the inclination to argue. Draco cast a cold gaze at Hermione, remarking, "The monster left behind by Salazar is surely eyeing a mudblood like you. You are next." Ron, incensed, drew his wand, exclaiming, "You filthy worm." His agitation led him to cast a spell. Harry and Hermione swiftly intervened, reminding him of their public surroundings. Yet, Draco faced no such restraint. He aimed his wand directly at Ron. A barely visible beam of white light struck Ron's face, causing his nose to elongate like a sprouting branch, sprouting leaves. "Ah!" Hermione shrieked, turning to draw her wand, only to faint on the spot. Malfoy raised his hand, using his armor as a shield to block the spell. Another spell, one that caused roots to sprout, struck Hermione, causing her nose to sprout just like Ron's. The brown-haired girl, at the tender age of vanity, covered her nose with teary eyes. Harry, infuriated to the point of bewilderment, declared, "Petrificus totalis." In his moment of pride, Draco was caught off guard and hit by the spell, which, imbued with strong emotions, sent him flying a short distance, his face frozen in a vivid expression of terror along with his body. Draco slid backward, coming to a halt beside a gaunt figure. "Filch. I knew it was you." Filch seethed, glaring at Harry before shouting, "Harry Potter has petrified another student. The culprit." His cries summoned the patrolling professors Snape and McGonagall. Assuming a student had indeed been petrified, McGonagall hastily called for Headmaster Dumbledore. Filch puffed out his chest, seemingly convinced he had captured the culprit of the Chamber of Secrets. The two professors approached the fallen Draco to investigate. Ron, upon seeing the grim-faced Professor Snape and the stern expression of Professor McGonagall, thought to himself, "We're doomed." Hermione, distressed by the spell's effects on her nose, lowered her head and sobbed softly, while Harry stood before the professors, stating, "Malfoy cast a spell on Ron and Hermione. I merely retaliated with Petrificus totalis." Snape's dark eyes swept over the three, and with a flick of his wand directed at Draco, he lifted the spell. Just then, Headmaster Dumbledore arrived. And Draco, rising with a face full of fury, attempted to rush towards Harry and the others, only to be restrained by Professor Snape. "They cast spells on me first." Draco pointed accusingly at the trio. Dumbledore looked at them, then at Malfoy, and inquired, "What transpired here?" "The use of magic in the corridors is strictly prohibited. A rule you all should be aware of." Ron stepped forward, pointing at his nose. "It was Malfoy who did this." Hermione was also affected. "And that's why Harry used magic against him. Weasley first aimed his wand at me. I merely defended myself. Granger cast a spell at me, which I blocked and retaliated." Draco shot a furious glance at Harry. Ron yelled in anger, "You're lying. You said the monster of the Chamber of Secrets would next target Hermione." All eyes turned to Draco, who appeared somewhat flustered, having spoken in the heat of anger. "You know about the monster of the chamber?" Dumbledore's blue eyes bore into the boy, and Draco felt as if he was on the verge of being exposed. "I don't know," he mumbled, lowering his gaze. "It is merely a dispute among students," Professor Snape intoned gravely. 3 Gryffindors against 1 Slytherin, with Mr. Weasley striking first. "Given that Malfoy cast a spell, I will assign him a week's detention." Professor McGonagall, recognizing it as a mere student squabble, added, "You 3 will also receive a week's detention." There was no mention of point deductions this time, as Malfoy's words to Hermione had been excessively cruel. Headmaster Dumbledore, now devoid of his usual gentleness, stated sternly, "I hope Mr. Malfoy will refrain from using the monster of the chamber to frighten his classmates. And I trust you all remember that magic is not permitted in the corridors, especially against fellow students." The 4 of them solemnly agreed. Chapter 35, The Weakened Soul. Gloria leisurely returned to the common room, encountering Draco seated on the sofa, engrossed in a travelogue. "Aren't you heading to the club?" After watching the match, She had strolled outside for a while before returning. Draco closed the travelogue and inquired, "Did Zabini and Daphne bully you?" The word bully seemed utterly inconceivable to Gloria in relation to herself. "Not really. I suppose they are merely envious of my closer relationship with you." It was resolved on the spot. Draco recalled their unsightly expressions and felt assured that Gloria had not suffered, which lightened his mood considerably. "That's good. Today, I encountered Potter and his lot. I faced them alone, employing a prank curse from the travelogue. Weasley and that Muggleborn were affected, though I regrettably could not cast it on Potter himself." Gloria widened her eyes in astonishment. It had only been a brief separation, and he had already stirred trouble with Harry and his companions, still 1 against 3. What curse? She feared it might be quite a troublesome one, as the travelogue contained some exceedingly malevolent spells. "I hit them on the nose, and they all sprouted like branches." "Quite revolting," Draco boasted triumphantly. Hearing this, Gloria sighed in relief. It was indeed a prank spell, easily countered. However, if it were cast upon Hermione, she would undoubtedly be upset, as a sprouting nose was truly disgusting. Such a curse should not be used against a girl. Draco huffed. "Weasley initiated it with his wand aimed at me, and the Muggleborn was no significant threat. I blocked her spell." He paused before continuing. "Potter petrified me with a spell, and Filch mistook me for that Gryffindor student who had been petrified, summoning the professors and the headmaster." Gloria abruptly stood, pressing her hand on Draco's shoulder. "Are you feeling unwell?" The platinum-haired boy's face flushed once more. "No." Professor Snape lifted the curse. "I am perfectly fine, though I am confined for a week." Potter and his friends are also facing a week's detention. He was utterly unconcerned about the detention, for Professor Snape had always shown favoritism towards his own house's students, allowing him to merely handle simple potion ingredients. Gloria felt a strong urge to prevent any further encounters between them, otherwise they would persist in their quarrels. "If you dislike Zabini and the others, then treat them as strangers." In his heart, he regarded Zabini and the others as incomparable to Gloria. One was a matter of familial obligation to socialize, but Laurie was a true friend. Gloria resumed her seat, her demeanor relaxed and natural. "I do not dislike them. It is simply that they hold no value for negotiation in my eyes, nor do they appeal to me." Each heir of Slytherin was accustomed to being followed, and negotiations depended solely on mood, a pattern that had naturally extended to Gloria. Draco recalled her assertion of being special and couldn't help but smile sweetly. With no activities planned, the two settled together to peruse the travelogue, with Gloria occasionally explaining the local customs and cultures she had gleaned from the portraits. Draco's detention began on Monday, and as was widely acknowledged, Professor Snape was indeed biased towards his own students, allowing him to handle only simple potion materials. The youth's relations with Zabini and the others seemed to have cooled. Currently, Crabbe and Goyle still followed him, while the rest played both sides, offending neither. Harry and his companions were confined to accompany Hagrid in caring for the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest. For the past 2 days, they seemed to have been tasked with cleaning up after them, returning from Hagrid's hut smelling quite foul, much to the amusement of the Slytherin students. In the Great Hall, Harry and his friends arrived later than usual. As soon as they sat down, Draco, having deliberately chosen a seat near the Gryffindor table, exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 bodyguards. "Potter, you've come to the hall reeking again. Fortunately, we have finished our meal, but your house table must be quite odorous by now," he remarked with a tone dripping with sarcasm. The stench. Potter and his friends have once again rolled in the muck. Crabbe and Goyle erupted into laughter, inciting the other Slytherin students to join in. Harry and Ron's faces flushed with anger, while the Gryffindor students glared at Draco and his entourage, seeking to confront them. Gloria tugged at Draco's sleeve, urging him to stop the antics and head to the library. Unwilling to relent, Draco stood up and shouted, "Potter, stop wallowing in filth, or I shall skip the classes we share with you Gryffindors." Gloria thought it wouldn't be surprising if he were to be quietly taken away and given a good thrashing one day. She urged him to hurry. With a smirk on his face, Draco was pulled away, not forgetting to make a face at Harry's group. Unbeknownst to them, the first snow had begun to fall, blanketing the entire Hogwarts castle in a pristine layer of white. The once vividly green and dappled Forbidden Forest now lay uniformly covered in snow, with black smoke billowing from Hagrid's chimney. As December arrived, the school was already imbued with a festive atmosphere. The number of upperclassmen visiting Hogsmeade increased every weekend, and everyone was busy discussing gift purchases. Soon, the professors would be tallying the students who remained at school. That afternoon, Gloria completed her paper in the library and, on her way back, recalled the unfortunate situation of Colin Creevey. With Christmas approaching, she thought it prudent to check on that classmate. Even if it wasn't T. Basilisk who instigated the trouble, he was nonetheless the one who petrified the students. She pondered how best to compensate Colin and Madame Lorelei once everything was resolved. As she neared the hospital wing, a red-haired girl dashed out in a panic and accidentally collided with Gloria before running off without pausing. This girl was none other than Ginny Weasley, and Gloria found herself puzzled by the urgency of her departure. There was an evident fragility in her spirit. As one of the three serpents, Gloria possessed a keen sensitivity to the essence of souls. There's also the scent of the basilisk, Gloria noted. Apophis nearly felt compelled to investigate further. Could she be the one who opened the chamber? However, he sensed no trace of Slytherin blood. As a snake of the Slytherin lineage, they could distinctly perceive the presence of Slytherin blood. Gloria recalled that ever since the first petrification incident, Ginny's condition had been poor. Initially, she had thought it was merely a fright, but now it seemed the situation was far more complex. Upon entering the hospital wing, she discovered Colin's bedside surrounded by three familiar faces, Harry and his friends. Ron and Hermione wore expressions of mixed emotions, and upon seeing her, they were reminded of the insufferable Malfoy and the curse that had affected their noses. Gloria, what brings you here? Harry inquired with curiosity. Gloria pointed to Colin and replied, Take a look at this classmate. He.S. the one I discovered that night. Nearly a month had passed since they last remembered their previous inquiries about whether Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin, and they wished to ask Gloria about the petrification of Colin that fateful night. Unfortunately, Malfoy had appeared, and their chance meeting in the lavatory was ill-timed. Fearing that Gloria might notice something amiss, they chose not to retain him. Following a quarrel with Malfoy in the corridor, they lost any inclination to ponder these matters. Now, they encountered Gloria alone. Harry, she said, her tone somewhat agitated, her emerald eyes ablaze with a fervent curiosity. When you discovered Colin that night, did you see or hear anything unusual? That night, both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall inquired about it. I saw nothing. You had already fallen asleep after taking the potion, and I left after chatting with Draco until nearly 9. I took a wrong turn and returned to find Colin petrified, and I immediately notified Professor McGonagall. It was all very brief, Gloria replied, echoing her previous responses. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment, but, undeterred, asked, Did you hear any strange sounds? He hesitated, glancing at his two friends, who wore anxious expressions, for in the magical realm, hearing sounds unknown to others was seldom a good omen. Strange sounds? Gloria momentarily faltered, instinctively shaking her head. No, I only saw Crivens collapsed in the corridor. In her mind, the voice of the serpent did not constitute a strange sound, but rather a normal conversation akin to that of humans. During her 12 solitary years in the manor, apart from the house elves, her exchanges were predominantly with 3 snakes. The trio appeared dejected upon hearing this. Gloria had another matter weighing on her mind and inquired, Ron, I just bumped into your sister. She did not seem well. Ron, his freckled face revealing concern, recalled the first sight of petrified Colin, which had frightened her. Percy would surely keep an eye on her upon their return. Gloria settled beside Hermione, grasping her hand. We have been so busy lately, and it has been long since we had a proper chat. Professor Sprout has been diligently caring for the Mandrix and the venomous Tentacula, while Crivens and Mrs. Loris will be all right. We are all preoccupied with brewing the Polyjuice potion, and I am focused on my studies. Chapter 36, Trust and Disclosure. Gloria's reassurance slightly lifted their spirits, and Hermione thought highly of her, lamenting that she had been sorted into Slytherin and had become friends with Malfoy. The last time she and Ron had their spell broken was quite simple. Otherwise, she would have stormed into the Slytherin dormitory to confront Malfoy directly. If only you had been sorted into Gryffindor, Hermione mused wistfully. Gloria paused for a moment, contemplating the implications of being placed in that house. Salazar would likely have to ignite his portrait to activate the preservation magic to deal with her. Slytherin is quite good as well, she replied. This remark rendered Harry and the others silent. It was Ron who, after stealing several glances at Gloria, finally asked, Is what you said last time true? That Gryffindor and Slytherin can be good friends? It is indeed true, Gloria affirmed. Moreover, they are very good friends. Perhaps you have not noticed. But students from both houses share certain similarities. Harry grimaced. What similarities? Gryffindors tend to be reckless, while Slytherins are often overconfident. Both possess an inflated sense of self-worth, along with similar ambitions. You all primarily channel these traits into adventures, whereas we direct ours towards aspirations and ambitions. These characteristics reflect the essence of the two founders, one embodying courage and the other, composure, and regarding the matter of dark magic, they diverged onto completely opposite paths. Ron discreetly observed the reactions of his two friends, finding them somewhat akin to his own. My family boasts a long lineage, chronicling events from that era. Slytherin sought to teach dark magic to students, while Gryffindor opposed this notion, a sentiment echoed by the other two founders. Slytherin maintained that dark magic could empower wizards, enabling them to better confront external persecution. With a 3-to-1 standoff leading to an impasse, Slytherin ultimately departed from the school. Professor Binns mentioned this. Hermione recalled that Slytherin left the school due to differing educational philosophies. Therefore, it is not surprising that I could forge a friendship with you. It is merely that the foundational ideologies of our two houses are somewhat at odds. Gloria believed that her greater capacity for tolerance allowed her to befriend them. We understand that you do not harbor pureblood supremacist notions, Harry asserted confidently. Gloria smiled. acknowledging that their thoughts were indeed quite simplistic. I truly do not subscribe to the idea of pure blood supremacy. Every wizard is invaluable and deserves nurturing and growth. Hearing such a response, the trio felt even more assured of Gloria's uniqueness. Gloria gently shook Hermione's hand, stating that, for instance, Hermione hails from the Muggle world, where there are approximately 60 million Muggles, yet only around 3,000 wizards, excluding pureblood wizards. It is akin to discovering a wizard like Hermione among 20 to 30,000 Muggles. As someone once said, the blossoming of magic occurs only within a select few souls. You are one of those rare exceptions, a beautiful flower of magic. This heartfelt sentiment caused Hermione's cheeks to flush and her eyes to glisten with tears. She had often endured insults regarding her heritage from purebloods since entering the school, while her friends consistently praised her excellence. Gloria's words were a commendation of her very existence. "Thank you, Gloria," Hermione expressed, tears streaming down her face, unable to suppress her joyful smile. "This is the finest praise I have ever received." Harry and Ron were equally taken aback by Gloria's perspective on Muggle-born wizards. "If only all pureblood wizards shared your viewpoint," Ron murmured. "At the core, we are all wizards." Perhaps it pertains to the probability of future generations becoming wizards. For instance, when a wizard couples with a completely non-magical Muggle, the likelihood of producing Muggle children is substantial. Given the already limited number of wizards, combined with the innate affinity Muggle-born wizards possess towards Muggles, it stands to reason wizards pairing with other wizards might also yield squib children, but the probability of that is significantly lower compared to unions with Muggles. This topic is still distant from us, so let us not dwell further. Are you all returning home for Christmas or remaining at school? Gloria adeptly shifted the conversation. They were only in their second year and should discuss matters closer to their everyday lives. "I will certainly stay," Harry replied somewhat bashfully. As Gloria was unaware of his specific circumstances, "I too shall remain," Hermione declared, as she needed to brew polyjuice potion and, of course, could not return home. She could not rely on those two potion novices. Ron added, "My parents are going to Egypt for Christmas to visit Bill, my elder brother, who works as a curse breaker at Gringotts in Egypt. As for Percy and the others, I have yet to be informed whether they will remain at school." "What a pity." Gloria sincerely believes that she must return home for Christmas, although your gifts are already prepared and await you on that festive day. All her acquaintances have chosen to remain at school this year, yet she must depart. "We have prepared gifts as well, but may I ask, what is your home address?" Harry inquired eagerly. They could not obtain her address. On the eve of Christmas, several owls would fly to your dormitory window, and it would suffice to deliver the gifts to them directly. Only the owls raised at Slytherin Manor are permitted free passage. The three of them silently took note of this. At present, the hospital wing was occupied solely by them and the petrified Colin, while Madame Pomfrey seemed preoccupied with organizing potions and had not come in to usher them out. As they conversed, their gazes fell upon Colin. Harry thought this was a rare opportunity, and considering Gloria's vast knowledge, sharing certain matters with her might yield additional information. "Gloria, is it true that only pureblood families possess house elves?" Harry queried, aware that she owned a house elf, as the delectable dishes shared in the Great Hall were prepared by these creatures. Gloria nodded affirmatively, stating that indeed, after the war with wizards, they became servants. The number of house elves in pureblood wizard families is substantial, allowing them to continue procreation. However, the remaining house elves in her family are not many, as previous heirs had little regard for such beings, leading to a decline in their numbers, which improved significantly in Gloria's generation. "Do you know of a house elf named Dobby?" Harry asked. "I do not," Gloria replied, having heard the name for the first time. "There are over 100 house elves at Hogwarts alone," and she was unfamiliar with any others apart from her own. The trio felt no disappointment. Hermione's admiration for Gloria grew immensely. "Harry, do share with Gloria what that house elf conveyed," Hermione encouraged. Harry pressed his lips together and recounted, "During the summer, that house elf named Dobby warned me against returning to Hogwarts, claiming there was a dreadful plot against me, particularly concerning the Quidditch match with Slytherin. He was the one who sent the bludger after me, and he appeared again on the night I was injured, suggesting that the events of the Chamber of Secrets were repeating." "A house elf prevented you from attending school?" Gloria pondered, recognizing the rarity of such an occurrence. "Dobby certainly does not belong to the Potter family. House elves cannot harm their masters. It is no wonder that on the night we first met, when we drove to school in the enchanted car, it was likely Dobby's doing. Indeed, I could not possibly refrain from attending Hogwarts. To prevent me from going would be to extinguish all hope." He was correct about one thing. The Chamber of Secrets had indeed been opened 50 years prior. Upon hearing such significant news, the trio's spirits lifted, and they listened intently. "In fact, it was Draco who shared this information with me. He did not disclose it to anyone else in the house," Gloria continued. 50 years ago, following the opening of the chamber, a Muggle-born wizard was killed. The school and the Ministry of Magic eventually identified and expelled the culprit, but the identities of both the perpetrator and the victim remain unclear. The three fell into deep contemplation, pondering who it could be. Yet the passage of time had rendered it difficult. 50 years ago, their parents had not even been born. Have you not continued to write for more information? Ron asked, somewhat anxiously. Gloria shook her head. No, the relevant information has been deliberately concealed by the Ministry of Magic, and besides, that letter was from Draco's family. Hermione, regaining her composure, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. This information is exceedingly important. Gloria understood that they were embarking on a new adventure, as Gryffindor always does. The chamber had indeed been opened, and a Muggle-born wizard had perished, heightening the anxiety among Harry and his friends, as they feared the next unfortunate student might not merely be petrified. After visiting Colin and parting ways with Gloria, the trio lingered in the abandoned restroom. Should they continue brewing the polyjuice potion? Ron felt uncertain. They had gleaned a rough understanding of the events that transpired 50 years prior. Yet they remained oblivious to the identity of the student expelled after the last incident. Of course we should continue, Hermione insisted, unwilling to concede. Malfoy's words last time were rather suspicious. Harry concurred, stating, even if Malfoy's remarks were merely the product of ill intent, we must investigate further. Ron's mind raced with questions. How could a monster unleashed from the chamber lead to the death of a Muggle-born wizard? And yet the school and Ministry of Magic only resorted to expulsion instead of imprisonment in Azkaban? It was utterly unfathomable. We do not know who the perpetrator is. The letter from the Malfoy family only mentioned expulsion. Perhaps there is more regarding imprisonment, Hermione speculated. However, relying solely on such scant information to identify the heir seemed an insurmountable task. Chapter 37, The Quill. Were you not concerned that they might divulge the information we just discussed? Yermungand inquired, ensuring no one was around to overhear, not even the portraits. Not at all. Gloria replied briskly. Harry and the others are merely adventurous, not attention-seeking. Even Draco, who relishes the spotlight, did not rush to inform Crabbe and Goyle. Is that girl's soul truly so frail? Gloria, well aware of the significance of the soul, was perplexed as to how a newly enrolled student could be in such a state. Indeed, Galicia affirmed, her soul possesses merely 4/5 of the energy of a normal soul. Apophis's tone was cheerful. I can sense the anguish of her fear. Gloria was certain that the chamber incident was somewhat related to Ginny, whether directly or indirectly. Yermungand shrugged it off. Regardless, the basilisk can only petrify. It will not take lives. I find that concerning. Should petrification incidents proliferate, the school will undoubtedly close. And I do not wish to transfer. Very well, Yermungand curled up again. Having conversed with Harry and the others for too long, the sky gradually darkened, prompting Gloria to hasten towards the great hall. As dinner time approached, numerous students had congregated in the hall, securing their places. Amidst the crowd, she spotted Draco conversing with Crabbe and Goyle, while Zabini and others appeared to have formed a new clique. Goyle pointed in Gloria's direction, and Draco, upon turning, brightened at the sight of her, extending his hand and calling, Laurie. Gloria settled beside him. You arrived quite early today? Recently, the boys tended to arrive a bit late, thoroughly engrossed in their time within the Pure Blood Club. We finished early today. Shall we go to the library together tomorrow to work on our essays? Draco had grown accustomed to postponing his assignments until the weekend. Sounds good, she replied. In truth, her essay was already completed, but perusing books was always enjoyable. Gloria glanced towards the Gryffindor table and indeed found Ginny Weasley seated there, flanked by Percy and the twins, engaged in gentle conversation. Who are you watching? Draco's voice, tinged with irritation, broke through her thoughts. He merely turned his face to speak a couple of words about tomorrow's agenda with Crabbe. When he caught sight of Gloria fixated on a few Weasleys at the Gryffindor table, he suspected that Laurie was observing the Weasley twins. The sound attracted the attention of surrounding Slytherin students. With an expression of calmness, Gloria leaned closer to his ear and said, Ginny Weasley, I ran into her today and noticed something was amiss. Her explanation did not seem contrived. Draco furrowed his brow and glanced at the youngest Weasley girl. Noting her pallor, what does it matter to you? Stop staring. Understood, Gloria replied. She retrieved a pale gold quill from her bag. A special item from the writer's quill shop, custom made by the Wing family for him. I saw your quill was rather worn, so I thought this would be a fitting replacement. The feather, of unknown origin, retained its exquisite beauty even after separation from its host, remaining fluffy and lustrous. Draco indeed forgot about the earlier matter, gently stroking the quill, admiring its lovely hue. He had used many expensive and beautiful quills, yet none compared to this one. Especially since Gloria always bought quills but had chosen to have this one customized for him. Is this an early Christmas gift? Draco inquired eagerly. No, Gloria shook her head. I merely thought of gifting it to you. The Christmas gift will be far superior. The boy felt an even greater sense of pride, realizing that the quill shop offered customization. It cannot be done, Gloria stated directly, but my family is one of the initial investors in that shop, which is why I can make such requests. Not only was Draco surprised, but Crabbe and Goyle also leaned in curiously. That shop has been around for many years. Draco remarked. I remember my father attempted to invest, but was unsuccessful. He said they stopped accepting new investments centuries ago. Indeed, that shop primarily serves Hogwarts. And the original owner was a graduate of Hufflepuff House. The students from that house are remarkably loyal and dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to matters they cherish. The heirs of Slytherin, 2. Meticulously document their observations and investments throughout the years. The cheerful conversation between the four went unnoticed by the group across from them, whose expressions were complex. Since the confrontation in the Great Hall, Draco had noticeably distanced himself from them. Zabini had to admit to some regret, Gloria's family's influence far exceeded expectations. Even if Draco forsook them to befriend Gloria, it did not diminish his standing within the pure-blood circle. Unbeknownst to them, the two were oblivious to these thoughts, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming Christmas festivities. In the second week of December, Professor McGonagall compiled a list of students remaining at school for the holidays. After signing with his two companions, Draco muttered about having to spend a rather meager Christmas at school. During lunch, he received a letter from his family and, seizing the moment before class began, quickly finished his meal and headed to the Black Lake with Gloria. The thick snow crunched beneath their feet, and the biting cold wind brushed against the cheeks of the two running youths, Draco holding Gloria's hand, their robes billowing as they sprinted. As Gloria paused, she discovered that the Black Lake had not frozen over. The colossal squid within stirred its enormous tentacles, creating shimmering ripples upon the surface. The voices of the students within the castle seemed to belong to another realm, and Gloria could only distinctly hear Draco's heavy breaths. The boy had just perused a letter, his tone brimming with excitement. His father had instructed him to keep a close watch on the happenings at school before relaying the information back. As he was preparing to unite with other board members to oust Dumbledore from his position, the alarming incident of a student being petrified placed an undeniable burden of responsibility upon the headmaster. Headmaster Dumbledore? This news came as quite a surprise. Why should they seek to remove a headmaster who was quite competent? Aside from the unfortunate petrification of Madame Loris, Draco had already informed Mr. Malfoy about Colin's predicament. What was so wrong with Dumbledore? Draco exclaimed indignantly. That old man from Gryffindor shows favoritism towards his own house. Last year, Gryffindor finished at the bottom. Yet he inexplicably awarded them additional points, allowing them to triumph over our house, and that too at the end-of-year feast. The boy had held on to this grievance, still recalling the fury he felt at that moment. Gloria was well aware that the points added were just enough to surpass Slytherin by 10. Headmaster Dumbledore, with his myriad honors and profound influence, would undoubtedly return once the Chamber of Secrets matter was resolved. She understood that the issue with the basilisk would be settled by the end of the academic year, and Mr. Malfoy was merely courting trouble. But we must expel him nonetheless, Draco exclaimed, visibly eager, envisioning the disheveled image of Dumbledore being forced out of the school, relishing the thought of Gryffindor's subsequent pretentiousness. Gloria retorted, It seems you are the one who is indignant. As she had yet to reveal her true identity, Mr. Malfoy would certainly dismiss the counsel of a second-year student, prompting her to advise him. You mustn't disclose this to anyone else, lest it bring trouble to your father. Draco, his expression one of delight, tucked the letter away. Of course, I'm not foolish. Gloria silently mused. You may not be foolish, but you certainly revel in showing off. Chapter 38, Classroom Chaos. During the afternoon potions class, perhaps due to the added task of patrolling the castle, Professor Snape exuded an aura of low pressure that was palpable. Not only were students from the other three houses apprehensive, but even those from Slytherin treaded cautiously, unwilling to provoke their own head of house. Upon entering the classroom, he wasted no time, waving his wand towards the blackboard, announcing that they would be concocting a swelling solution. Some of you better shape up. Of course, I am prepared to deduct points. With just a few terse remarks, Neville Longbottom broke into a cold sweat, while the other students followed suit, growing tense. Draco, unabashed, mocked Gryffindor's anxiety, and Professor Snape did not cast a glance in their direction. Gloria silently observed Harry and his friends, noting that Harry too appeared flustered, occasionally glancing towards the Slytherin students seated in the back. The process of brewing the swelling solution involved 2 steps prone to intense reactions, requiring utmost concentration. Today, Draco was responsible for stirring the potion while Gloria managed the ingredients, adding them at the appropriate moments. Their teamwork was seamless, and they successfully navigated the first boiling effect. During a calmer moment, Professor Snape unleashed a harsh critique upon the Gryffindor students, leaving several on the verge of tears, while the Slytherin students snickered in delight. Draco found a moment of mischief and picked up an excess pufferfish eye from the table, hurling it towards Harry and Ron, seemingly intent on sabotaging their potion. Harry and Ron wore expressions of indignation, while Professor Snape feigned ignorance. Any retaliation on their part would merely result in deductions from their house points, a fact that momentarily quelled their irritation, thanks to Gloria's restraint of the exuberant youth. Time was short, and I had already prepared my ingredients for the next phase of brewing. Draco, with a disdainful smirk, set down the pufferfish eye. "Our Mr. Potter, are you brewing water?" "Congratulations, your potion is destined to fail," he taunted. With Draco's antics curtailed, Professor Snape materialized beside Harry like a dark specter. Although Draco did not turn to witness the ridicule, the corners of his mouth were uplifted in delight. After mocking Harry, Snape glided over to Neville, ready to find another target for his ire. Having successfully navigated the second highly reactive process, the swelling potion was complete. Still focused, Gloria heard the cauldron behind her boiling violently, emitting ominous vibrations that prompted an instinctive reaction to draw her wand. Suddenly, Goyle's cauldron erupted, sending potion splattering everywhere. Students screamed as the onslaught of the swelling potion took effect. Several nearby students were shielded by a protective film of water that Gloria had conjured. Goyle clutched his eyes, his eyelids swollen like saucers, stumbling about in chaos, while Crabbe's left cheek ballooned like a balloon, supported by his hand. "Silence!" Snape bellowed, fortunately, anticipating potential explosions. He had brought swelling antidotes. "Students affected by the potion, come here for your antidote." Nearly half the class had been splattered. Some bore swollen arms like hammers, while others had large, protruding lumps on their foreheads, all pressing toward Professor Snape, clutching their afflicted areas. Draco, shaken, realized that without the protective barrier, he and Gloria might have been caught in the chaos, and he angrily exclaimed, "What's wrong with Goyle and the others? They nearly implicated us." Gloria lowered the protective barrier, scanning the room for potential culprits, and soon caught sight of the remorseful faces of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had vanished from view. It was clear now that Harry was responsible for the explosion. No wonder he had appeared so flustered earlier. He was clearly guilty. Harry, too, felt a pang of regret. He had initially chosen another Slytherin-esque cauldron, but Draco's act of throwing the pufferfish eye had prompted him to shift targets, selecting Crabbe and Goyle, hoping to ensnare the detestable Draco in the fallout, his anger clouding his judgment and obscuring Gloria from view. As all the students consumed their antidotes, Snape strode swiftly to Crabbe and Goyle's cauldron, scooping up the twisted mass of blackened ash that had erupted, causing the classroom to fall silent. It was evident that someone had deliberately sabotaged the potion. "If I discover who is responsible, they will be expelled," Snape intoned darkly, his gaze locking on Harry, the prime suspect in his mind. Regretful, Harry desperately feigned confusion like the other students, while Snape turned his attention to Gloria. "Miss Albert, your exceptional reflexes and adept spell work successfully protected several fellow students from Slytherin. 15 points to Slytherin." The explosion of the potion startled everyone. Yet it was clear that the spell employed by Gloria was not one of the protective incantations they had studied. As class came to an end, Professor Snape, unable to pinpoint the instigator, left for his office with a grim expression. Recovering from the potion's effects, Crabbe and Goyle promptly sought out Draco. "Our potion is complete, otherwise there wouldn't be any swelling effects. It must be the work of that Gryffindor lot," Goyle remarked, still touching his eyelids, which had swollen alarmingly. Crabbe insisted, "We must uncover who did this. I suspect Potter." Upon hearing Potter's name, Draco readily concurred. "He is looking to retaliate against us after Snape's reprimand. That wretched Potter." Unfazed by their conversation, Gloria brushed aside Draco's arm. "I'm heading to the restroom. Please bring my book back. I'll meet you in the Great Hall later." Draco took her book, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to catch Harry in a misdeed. Gloria made her way to the second-floor restroom, certain that they would be there. Indeed, upon her arrival, she found Harry and the others. They blocked Hermione, who was sitting on the floor, and upon recognizing Gloria, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Harry quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Gloria. I was too angry at Malfoy. I'm glad you're all right, and that you weren't splashed by the potion." With a grave tone, Gloria fixed her gaze on Ron. "But you two were absent during the last few minutes of potions class. The explosion was caused by Harry while you were distracting Professor Snape." Hermione sprang to her feet, pushing past Harry and Ron. "Gloria, we have something important to attend to. We truly apologize for today." Gloria discerned the scent wafting from the cauldron. "You're brewing polyjuice potion. How do you know?" Hermione's voice rose, only to realize her admission. "We Haven Tea added the most crucial 2 ingredients yet. I've brewed polyjuice potion before." Gloria tilted her head. "Who do you intend to transform into?" She recalled that they hadn't taken any of their own hair. "Nobody." Harry stammered in denial. Ron suddenly had a light bulb moment and explained, "It's not for us. Fred and George asked us to brew it for their Christmas prank." Gloria raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as something the Weasley twins would do. Hermione quickly added, "That's right. Professor Snape has always been wary of them. So we devised a plan to steal a bicorn horn and the skin of an African snake." Despite her disdain for stealing from Professor Snape, Hermione felt a pang of shame. "I'll buy new ingredients next semester and secretly return them to Professor Snape's office," Harry assured. Gloria, now uninterested in their motives for brewing potions, simply hoped that the twins' prank would not be directed at Draco. Ron nodded earnestly. "I'll make sure to relay that to them." Chapter 39. Preparing for a grand display of talent. In the magical realm, there exists a plethora of spells. And the water barrier that Gloria employed was a self-created incantation that many students were unaware of. Moreover, it was not uncommon for some long-established families to possess unfamiliar spells, especially since she was a pure-blood from Slytherin house. The outcome of the last potions class remains a mystery, and Professor Snape's demeanor has grown increasingly ominous. Rumor has it that students from other houses have been suffering in recent days, with their performance in class and the quality of their essays being utterly dismal. Crabbe and Goyle quickly forgot about the classroom incident the following day, while Draco has been mysteriously visiting the headmaster's office, leaving Gloria with a sense of unease about his intentions. On Wednesday evening, the young man arrived at the Great Hall with a face alight with excitement. Taking his seat beside Gloria, who had intentionally saved a spot for him, he turned to her and said, "Lori, I have wonderful news." Gloria set down her cup, asking, "What is it?" Draco beckoned her closer, lowering his voice. "I don't want anyone else to hear this." As Gloria leaned in, his warm breath brushed against her cheek as he whispered, "Lockhart has applied to the headmaster to establish a dueling club, and he has requested Professor Snape as his assistant. I have been learning spells under the professor's guidance, and I will be in the same group as Potter, ready to face him head-on." Gloria could see the eagerness on his face, and she realized that a confrontation was inevitable that evening. However, with both professors present, it was unlikely to escalate too dramatically. "Promise me you won't resort to dark magic in a fit of anger, or the professors won't be able to protect you," she cautioned. Draco nodded earnestly. "I promise. And the professor has already taught me a spell that is quite frightening." A smirk curled on his lips at that thought. Since it was taught by Professor Snape, it must be permissible. With that in mind, Gloria turned back to her juice, lost in thoughts of the dueling club. Draco took a few hasty bites before dragging Gloria to the notice board. He was aware that the event was tonight, though the exact time eluded him. Crabbe and Goyle rudely pushed past others, and Gloria soon spotted the parchment announcement stating that the first gathering would take place at 8 o'clock in the Great Hall, though it did not specify which professor was overseeing the club. 8 o'clock, just one more hour until it begins, Draco said, gripping Gloria's wrist tightly, as if envisioning Potter being vanquished by his spell. "Then we should arrive early to secure a good position," Gloria suggested. Draco gazed at the parchment with an air of arrogance. "Don't worry, no matter when we arrive, we'll manage to get a good spot. We will prevail." Crabbe's chubby cheeks quivered as he nodded in agreement. As 8 o'clock approached, many students had already gathered in the Great Hall. The long tables had vanished, and the ceiling was as dark as velvet, illuminated by hundreds of candles. A gilded stage stood at the center. Students from every year were present, crowding near the stage, all eager to get as close as possible. This was the first time Gloria had seen so many students wielding their wands simultaneously. Crabbe and Goyle used their imposing stature to push through the crowd, and even the older students, intimidated, silently yielded their positions. Draco's tall figure shielded Gloria from the throngs of students jostling around them. Harry and his friends appeared across the stage, with Fred and George pulling the still somewhat frail Harry to the front, while Hermione and Ron squeezed in beside them. The hall buzzed with the excited chatter of students, all eagerly anticipating the duels to come. As the resplendent Professor Lockhart appeared in his magenta robe, Gloria distinctly heard the disappointed murmurs surrounding her, an experience mirrored by Harry across the way. In every defense against the dark arts class, Harry found himself the focal point of Lockhart's attention, performing various pivotal roles. Much to Draco's amusement, gather around, gather around. The scene was already crowded, yet Lockhart beckoned the students to come closer to the stage, asking if they could hear him clearly. The girls in the audience enthusiastically responded, clearly delighted, which pleased Lockhart immensely. With a flourish, he discarded his robe, leading to a frenzy among the girls as they vied for the garment, entranced by the charming smile of Professor Lockhart. Draco, as usual, wore a look of utter disgust, eyeing the foolish girls from the three houses. Coincidentally, it was Hermione who caught the robe along with another girl. Gloria struggled to maintain her composure. Still perplexed by Hermione's unwavering admiration for Lockhart, she playfully slapped Draco, landing her hand on his solid abdomen, causing him to flinch, a blush creeping across his cheeks. Yet he relaxed upon seeing Gloria still focused on the stage. After a lengthy preamble, Lockhart finally invited Professor Snape to join him. If Harry felt weariness upon seeing Lockhart, the sight of Professor Snape filled him with despair. He sensed that Snape was aware of their pilfering of potion ingredients, and thus he had been particularly harsh during their potion classes. Ron, however, expressed his enthusiasm to Harry. "This is fantastic. If they both injure each other, we won't have to attend either class." Ron often played the role of the villain in Lockhart's class, sharing Harry's disdain for the subject. "I find that highly improbable," Harry remarked, convinced that only Lockhart would be injured. The stage seemed to have transformed into Lockhart's solo performance, with Professor Snape silently observing. Perhaps the very reason Lockhart had invited Snape rather than the former dueling champion, Professor Flitwick. "Before you break into groups, Professor Snape and I will perform a demonstration. Fear not, I assure you, I will return the potion master to you unscathed." Snape merely scoffed in response. At long last, Lockhart concluded his lengthy soliloquy, turning to face Snape and bowed. Lockhart brandished his wand, conjuring a myriad of spectacles, while Snape maintained a grim expression, silently watching Lockhart's antics. He is bound to lose terribly. Draco shared his thoughts. Gloria immediately concurred, I agree. The two professors raised their wands like swords before their chests. And Lockhart took a moment to explain the rules of the impending duel. On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spells, ensuring no harm comes to one another. 1, 2, 3. Both wands were raised above their shoulders, and Snape intoned, disarm. A brilliant flash of red light surged forth, striking Lockhart, who, with a look of utter shock, was sent flying to the back of the stage, curling up in a heap. Thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin side, with Draco clapping particularly vigorously, casting a mocking glance at the sprawled Lockhart. Struggling to rise, Lockhart's meticulously styled golden curls stood on end, a comical sight. Yet he quickly composed himself, seeking to regain his poise. The previous maneuver was far too obvious. Had I wished to intervene, it would have required minimal effort. However, providing them with a flawed example was quite satisfactory. Professor Snape's expression was one of palpable menace as Gilderoy Lockhart immediately addressed the crowd, instructing them to pair off for practical dueling after the demonstration. The professors proceeded to assign students into groups, with Gloria designated by Professor Snape to partner with Pansy. The students dispersed to ensure that the dueling pairs would not disturb others. Professor Snape approached Harry and Ron first, sneering, the dream team of Gryffindor must be dismantled. His gaze lingered malevolently on the two boys, who wore expressions of trepidation. Weasley, you shall team up with Finnegan. And Potter Harry's eyes widened as he instinctively moved closer to Hermione. I stated that the dream team must be disbanded, which naturally includes Miss Granger. Snape smirked coldly. Malfoy, come here to face the illustrious Mr. Potter. Miss Granger, you will pair with Miss Burstead. Both girls grimaced, finding themselves partnered with Slytherin students. Hermione wished fervently to team with Gloria, but alas, she had already been assigned to Pansy. Chapter 40. The astonishment of the true heir once all the groups were formed. Lockhart returned to the stage, raising his wand. Remember, only disarm your opponent. 1, 2, 3. The moment he exclaimed 1, Pansy launched her attack. Gloria had anticipated this and raised her protective shield, countering effectively. Pansy's limbs suddenly froze, rendering her immobile, save for her head, which could still turn. She shouted, "You coward, too afraid to cast more spells against me. Let me go?" With a flick of her wand, Gloria silenced Pansy, then scanned the chaotic arena for Draco and Harry. The scene was tumultuous, various spells being cast with little regard for Lockhart's instructions. However, she spotted Hermione, who was grappling with Millicent Burstead. It appeared they had abandoned their wands in favor of physical confrontation, with Millicent pinning Hermione's head. The slender Hermione no match for the stockier Millicent, who was squeezing her painfully. Burstead, release her, Gloria commanded sternly. Upon seeing her, Millicent hastily let go and fled, neglecting to retrieve her wand, as no one noticed her departure. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she struggled to tame her unruly hair. Gloria picked up both wands and returned Hermione's to her. Are you injured? Gloria inquired. Hermione shook her head vigorously. No, thank you. It seemed that Gloria was faring well in Slytherin, despite Millicent's fearful demeanor. Gloria grasped her hand, saying, Come on, I'm looking for Draco and Harry. A greenish mist enveloped the hall, while Neville and Justin lay on the floor, panting heavily. Ron, apologizing to the pallid Seamus Finnegan, said, I'm sorry. My wand has been malfunctioning ever since it broke. Are you all right? Would you like me to take you to the hospital wing? Finnegan, feeling quite unwell, waved his hand dismissively. No, I'll be fine. Your spell wasn't even a curse. They were friends from the same dormitory. Well aware that Ron had not intended to harm him, a multitude of students on the stage unleashed dubious spells, with some even drawing blood. Gilderoy Lockhart appeared flustered, declaring, This will not do. Everyone, cease at once. Professor Snape was in the midst of casting a spell to immobilize a student. The chaotic scene gradually settled, with many panting as if they had emerged from a fierce battle. Lockhart discreetly glanced at Professor Snape and tentatively suggested, How about we invite 2 students to the stage? Longbottom and Finnegan. The 2 boys, upon hearing their names, hastily rose from the floor, visibly anxious as they regarded Lockhart. This did not bode well. Professor Snape, like a venomous serpent, reproached Neville harshly, causing his round face to flush a deep crimson. He finally pointed to a pair, Malfoy and Potter, stepped forward. Draco, who had already battled without a clear victor, strode confidently onto the stage, his handsome form elegantly adjusting his robes, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. Harry, equally determined, stepped heavily forward, and as they mounted the stage, they locked eyes with unwavering intensity. Professor Snape leaned in to whisper something to Draco, further intensifying the malice in the boys' gaze directed at Harry. As they approached each other, raising their wands to their chests, the force behind their actions produced a sharp sound. Are you scared, Scarhead? Draco taunted maliciously. Dream on. Harry retorted with equal fervor. Gloria stood at the forefront, directly facing Draco, waving at the boy. Upon noticing her, Draco raised an eyebrow in smug satisfaction. Lockhart, eager for the sparks to fly between the rival houses, cheerfully announced. 3, 2, 1. Draco struck first. With a crackle, his hawthorn wand erupted, and a long, black serpent slithered forth, landing heavily between them on the stage. Its head raised as it surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings, immediately entering a state of aggression. The crowd, which had been tightly packed at the edge of the stage, screamed and recoiled, clearing a space, with the exception of Gloria, who remained steadfast at the edge. Seeing this, Draco grew anxious. Gloria stepped back. He even contemplated descending the stage, yet the serpent did not advance towards her. Professor Snape observed that the serpent posed no threat to anyone, blocking Draco's movements while noting Harry's immobility, seemingly frozen in fear. He was pleased with this outcome. "Do not be afraid, Potter. I will handle the serpent," he assured. "Let me take care of it," Lockhart exclaimed with renewed vigor, as if his lackluster abilities had finally found a purpose. He then uttered a spell, sending the black serpent soaring over 10 feet into the air before crashing heavily back to the floor. Gloria wished to roll her eyes at him. His ineptitude was proving counterproductive. The serpent, enraged, hissed venomously, "Humans shall pay." It landed near the Hufflepuff spectators, raising its head to reveal sharp, poisonous fangs, slithering toward Justin Finch-Fletchley, poised to attack. Gloria's heart raced. That snake was highly venomous. However, she was taken aback when Harry suddenly stepped forward, emitting a familiar hissing sound. "Do not harm him." The serpent turned its gaze toward Harry, hissing, "I ache. I seek revenge." Harry's voice was resolute as he hissed back, "You shall not attack." The black snake hesitated, and Harry shook his head at it, causing everyone present to be utterly stunned. Even the usually jovial Lockhart wore a serious expression as he gazed at Harry's silhouette. Professor Snape was equally astonished by Harry's actions and approached, ready to wield his wand against the black serpent. However, a figure darted onto the stage, and before anyone could react, swiftly seized the snake. "No, Professor!" Draco exclaimed, astonished at Gloria's boldness. "Please do not harm it. I shall release it into the Forbidden Forest." The long black snake obediently coiled upon Gloria's arm, its mouth firmly closed, showing no intention of attack. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, intent on intervening, but Gloria firmly shielded the snake. "It is a venomous serpent. As your professor, I must consider your safety. Release it, Miss Albert. I have interacted with various creatures since childhood and possess methods to handle snakes. Please trust me, Professor. It will not harm me." With that, she allowed the black snake to drape its body down to the ground, wrapping it around her arm, where it remained motionless, as if devoid of all strength, allowing her to manipulate it. Ultimately, Professor Snape lowered his wand. Gloria had saved the snake's life, surprising him with her ability to tame it. After all, snakes hold a special significance for Slytherin House. All the students fixated on Gloria and Harry on the stage, although the majority were particularly focused on Harry, who had just demonstrated his ability to speak Parseltongue. Gloria glanced back at Harry, her expression complex. Despite having known him for a few months, the three snakes had never sensed his Slytherin lineage, yet he could indeed converse with them, not merely mimicking their speech. Suddenly, she recalled Harry asking her if she had heard any strange noises, likely referring to the voice of the basilisk, though at that time, she had never considered him a Parselmouth. The students whispered among themselves, and Ron rushed over to Harry, whispering, "We should go." Ron and Hermione led Harry away, leaving behind the still dumbfounded crowd. Draco hesitated but eventually approached Gloria. "Shall we leave as well?" Chapter 41, Firm Denial. Harry learned from his two friends that conversing with snakes was quite rare in the magical world. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, was a Parselmouth. Thus the house's emblem was a serpent. Meanwhile, Gloria, cradling the pliant black snake, made her way toward the Forbidden Forest, with Draco by her side. Crabbe and Goyle, fearful of the venomous snake, did not follow. Gloria handed them Millicent's wand to return. They were supposed to be accompanied by Hagrid, but neither sought him out and instead ventured directly into the Forbidden Forest. "Gloria, can you really hold on to a snake like that?" Slytherin students often had a special affinity for serpents, and Draco's family crest featured a snake as well. "Indeed, many magical creatures do not dare to attack me, which is why I am preparing to choose care of magical creatures as an elective in my 3rd year." Noticing Draco's eager gaze on the snake in her arms, she raised her hand slightly in his direction. "Would you like to touch it? I assure you, it will not harm you while I am here." The Slytherin bloodline naturally possesses an affinity for snakes, allowing them to tame them even without the ability to speak Parseltongue. Draco placed his trust in Gloria, slowly extending his hand to gently touch the cold scales of the black serpent. To his surprise, it showed no signs of aggression, resting its head in the palm of Gloria's hand while occasionally flicking its tongue. How marvelous! Aside from docile pets, this was Draco's first encounter with a creature known for its fierce temperament. "How did you manage this?" Gloria reached out to touch the necklace resting against his chest. explaining that it possessed the power to deter many animals from harming her, and thus it could do the same for him. Draco's gray-blue eyes glimmered with a hint of eagerness, torn between the desire to try and the fear of injury. I'll hold its head, you take its body. And then I'll secure its head again to ensure safety. Plus, I'll be right here, Gloria encouraged him. The amiable serpent allowed them to playfully engage, its soft and icy touch causing Draco to shiver slightly. Gloria couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the boy, both apprehensive and adventurous, though thankfully, his attention remained on the serpent. It truly doesn't bite me. Draco cautiously stroked the serpent's head, reflecting, I feel more like a Slytherin heir than Potter does. Gloria silently scoffed, thinking, no, young man, that title belongs solely to me. It's astonishing. I never considered him to be a Parselmouth, she mused, still astounded by the events that had unfolded in the Great Hall. He cannot be. Draco vehemently denied, recalling the lineage of the sacred 28 pureblood families. The Potter family had never intermingled with the bloodline of Slytherin descendants, and the last of the Slytherin line, the Gaunt family, had died out decades ago. Gloria, however, was aware that the Gaunt family had not entirely perished, as there remained a half-blood Voldemort, though in a state of near demise. Are you familiar with the Hermione and Archibald families? Draco inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. I've never heard of them. Are they pureblood families in England? Not entirely. Gloria replied with a nod. They did intermarry with the Slytherin bloodline, but records indicate their line died out centuries ago. However, she believed the likelihood of Harry possessing Slytherin blood was negligible. There were others with the ability to speak Parseltongue a millennium ago, not solely from the Slytherin family, though their ancestral home was indeed in England. Yet, it appeared that all other descendants of Parseltongue had also perished, and previous heirs had searched in vain for any trace. Really? Draco pondered, having never heard of these two surnames. Although I'm unfamiliar with them, Potter's family tree certainly does not include these names. Otherwise, I would have remembered. Well, perhaps the issue does not lie with the Potter family, but rather with Harry's mother, Gloria conjectured. Draco wore a skeptical expression. His mother? A Muggle. Draco, your knowledge of pureblood families in England is quite profound, but the Muggle side is far more intricate, Gloria explained. Perhaps his mother's family was once descended from squibs. It was not unusual for pureblood families to expel squib descendants. The boy chose not to respond, finding it easier to dismiss the notion of Harry being a Slytherin heir than to confront it directly. Gloria decided not to pursue the matter further. There would be ample time to seek answers in the future. This is my first time in the Forbidden Forest. Is it yours as well? She asked, successfully changing the subject and reviving Draco's spirits. No, it's my second time. The first was rather dreadful, as I recall, he admitted, his expression darkening. What's wrong? It is of no consequence. In the first year, I ventured into the Forbidden Forest with Potter and his companions, where a creature brutally claimed the life of a unicorn to quench its thirst for blood. The memory of that dark silhouette still evokes a sense of dread. To slay a unicorn signifies one has reached a point of no return. Such a pure being, a herd resides near my family's estate. My father concurred. At that time, Potter was so frightened that he fled, while it was I who rallied the others. Draco, without a hint of shame, fabricated this tale. Gloria suspected the situation was quite the opposite, but chose not to expose him, nor delve into the circumstances of that day. Could it be that Harry was so timid? Yet, isn't it Hagrid's duty to handle such creatures? Why were you all involved? That oaf. Raising a dragon. I discovered it and informed Professor McGonagall. Though I too was out past curfew that night, resulting in a collective punishment in the Forbidden Forest. Potter and his friends lost 150 points for this transgression. Truly, Professor McGonagall is relentless. Her students' mistakes are never overlooked. Raising a dragon near the Forbidden Forest is quite mad of Hagrid. Merely a dragon, Draco mused, stroking the head of the black serpent, his mind conjuring images of the dragon's fiery breath. Gloria perceived the envy in his gaze. Evidently, Draco was quite taken with such a magnificent creature. One many would yearn to encounter. This should suffice. Let it go, Gloria interjected, halting her steps. Draco, after a final caress of the serpent, mused where it had come from, then crouched to release it. The serpent, once placed on the ground, did not immediately depart. Instead, it gazed at Gloria, and upon noticing her nod towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest, it slithered gracefully into the thicket. Only when the serpent's form vanished entirely did Draco regain his focus. The school buzzed with discussions regarding Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue, and Draco's expression darkened further as he guided Gloria back to the Slytherin common room. As students of Slytherin, the impact of these events was far more intense than for the other three houses. You have no idea how much disdain those people harbor. Claiming the heir of Slytherin is not among us, but rather in Gryffindor. It is an utter disgrace. How could Potter possibly be a Parselmouth? The heir of Slytherin cannot reside in Gryffindor. Who knows? I no longer wish to venture out. In stark contrast to the excitement and fear permeating the other houses, Slytherin was steeped in disdain. However, as Gloria and Draco entered, a hush fell over the room. The events had not only showcased Harry's remarkable abilities. Gloria's act of capturing a venomous snake was equally suspect, especially since the serpent had been so docile in her hands. Draco, have you finished releasing it? Goyle spoke, breaking the silence. The illustrious Malfoy raised his chin, declaring, indeed, I released it myself. Gloria recognized that he was once again seeking the spotlight. Harry's extraordinary performance compelled him to make an impression of his own. Chapter 42. No one shall be spared, not man nor beast. You released it yourself? Pansy, who had been in a cold war with Draco for days, disregarded their unresolved tensions. What of it? The boy shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The venomous snake I summoned was merely set free by my hand, simply benefiting that Potter. The noble heir of Malfoy made his grand entrance to his designated spot, while Gloria seated herself directly beside him. Potter is certainly not the heir of Slytherin. Flint's voice was fierce, his protruding underbite contorting his expression further. It was speculated by a student that Parseltongue could be learned, and Potter must have deliberately studied it after discovering the heir of Slytherin at school. Gloria remained silent. These individuals did not comprehend Parseltongue and were unaware that Harry was genuinely conversing with the serpent. I believe Draco and Albert possess a greater likelihood of being the heir of Slytherin than Potter, Crabbe genuinely asserted. As the surrounding students began to inquire about the incident of the serpent release, Draco boasted about how obedient the serpent was in his hands, recounting how he caressed its scales before watching it vanish into the forbidden forest. Instantly, everyone felt that Potter's ability to speak Parseltongue was inconsequential. Their house had students capable of commanding serpents. The confidence of the Slytherin students surged, emboldening them to challenge the other houses. While most attention remained fixated on Draco, Zabini cast a discreet glance at Gloria, pondering whether Albert was truly her surname. It was late when Gloria finally returned to her dormitory. 3 serpents emerged, and Apophis exclaimed, "That little brat can speak Parseltongue, possessing the ability, albeit feebly, only able to command ordinary snakes." This further confirmed to her that he was not a descendant of Slytherin. Stretching her body, Gloria realized how astonishing it was to hear him communicate with serpents. She nearly questioned him in Parseltongue, but managed to restrain herself. At that moment, Gloria was more astonished than anyone else present. However, it appeared he was not the one who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Gloriana stated, given the current circumstances, there are now 3 Parselmouths at Hogwarts. Harry Potter, the one who opened the chamber, and the true heir of Slytherin, Gloria, lying on her soft bed, with 3 serpents coiling beside her. She thought Harry's days were about to become difficult. If it weren't for the petrification incident, he would have garnered admiration from many students. Yermungand remarked, unless we find the one who opened the chamber. Not wanting to dwell on it, Gloria blissfully closed her eyes, thinking that when Christmas arrived, they would revert to their original forms. The portraits would undoubtedly have many questions for her, and she needed to find time to write to Draco. Why not converse with them while writing to the little brat? Suggested Apophis, believing his idea was splendid. That would drive me mad, Gloria thought as her consciousness began to fade, falling asleep without even having washed up or changed clothes. The 3 serpents quietly helped her shed her outer robe and tucked her into bed. The following day brought a heavy snowfall. With the outside world blanketed in thick layers of snow, the leaden sky continuously dropped large snowflakes, casting a gloomy pall over the day, and the castle was illuminated by torches in every nook. The final herbology class of the semester was cancelled, not only because the path to the greenhouse was perilous due to the weather, but also because Professor Sprout had to personally dress each mandrake in socks and scarves to prevent them from freezing, as Colin and Madame Loris relied on them for survival. During breakfast in the Great Hall, Harry and his companions did not appear as expected. The once lively hall was now filled with hushed conversations, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Have you heard? Potter is quite possibly Salazar's great-great-great-grandson. No wonder he was able to defeat the Dark Lord. As the Gryffindor students engaged in fervent gossip about the matter, Gloria couldn't help but think of Colin Creevey. Were he present, he would undoubtedly be pursuing Harry for photographs and interviews. Draco, having overheard their conversation, wore an increasingly sullen expression as he turned to glare at the backs of several first-year Gryffindors. How could he have ended up in Gryffindor? He ought to have been looking back at the Slytherins, but when his gaze met Draco's, he quickly averted his eyes, nearly burying his head into his plate. I am not the heir of Slytherin, Draco stated with a scowl, a sentiment strongly believed by the members of Slytherin House. Gloria placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, suggesting, herbology is cancelled. Let us retreat to the library for a moment. It should be the quietest place in the school right now. Throughout Hogwarts, Harry's name echoed in every corner, and each mention sent Draco into a fit of rage. He nodded curtly, fine. If anyone dared to speak loudly in the library, Madame Pants would swiftly silence them. Upon arriving at the library, the expressions of many students still bore traces of fear. Potter went looking for Fenrir, but thankfully Ernie hid him in the dormitory. A Hufflepuff whispered, is he really going to attack a wizard of Muggle descent? Potter doesn't seem that bad. Who knows? Ernie Macmillan's complexion had yet to return to its normal hue. In any case, they would never allow Fenrir to be alone outside of class hours. A girl with golden pigtails spotted Gloria and Draco, instantly lowering the buzz of conversation. They not only feared Harry Potter's ability to speak Parseltongue, but also harbored a certain trepidation towards Gloria, who had managed to capture and spare the life of the Great Serpent, considering she was a Slytherin student. "Let us go over there," Draco said, taking Gloria's warm hand and leading her toward a quieter corner. The specter of Potter's name lingered ominously. "They are equally afraid of me," Gloria murmured. "They should be," Draco replied haughtily. "What is Potter to me? Let us endure this morning in silence. Have you chosen your Christmas gift yet? On Christmas Eve, my owl will find you. Simply hand your gift to her. It's Amy." While others could use ordinary owls for their gifts, Draco's had to be delivered by Amy, the owl he had raised himself. Draco smiled subtly. "Of course, I have chosen one. It took a bit of time." He then curiously asked, "Why must your owl come? Have you forgotten? My family's estate is protected by powerful enchantments I have yet to fully master." The boy nodded, understanding that other Slytherin students wishing to send gifts to Laurie would be unable to do so. Gloria considered this as well, adding, "By the way, if anyone wishes to send me a gift, they should reconsider. Unfamiliar owls cannot find my home." Just as they prepared to immerse themselves in their studies, a sharp, piercing scream echoed throughout the library. "They're fighting! They're fighting! Spare neither man nor ghost. Run for your lives. It's Peeves," a student exclaimed in alarm. Gloria had little recollection of the poltergeist, as Peeves generally avoided Slytherin students out of fear that they would report him to the Bloody Baron. Draco seized her wrist, and together they joined the throng rushing toward the exit. The ill-tempered young master unapologetically shoved aside those obstructing his path and pressed forward. Gloria beheld the petrified Justin Finch Fletchley lying on the ground, alongside Nick, whose nearly headless form emitted wisps of black smoke, devoid of its once lustrous pearlescent sheen. Many were so taken aback by the scene that they covered their mouths, their gazes toward Potter transforming from mere trepidation to genuine fear. Potter appeared equally startled, momentarily lost in the chaos, as he was jostled against the wall by a throng of onlookers. The commotion had drawn not only students, but also professors, who shouted in vain to restore order, until Professor McGonagall brandished her wand, producing a resounding bang. "Silence." At her command, the crowd fell quiet. The professor continued, "All students, return to your classrooms." Chapter 43, Whispers Abound. The professors began to examine Finch Fletchley and the nearly headless Nick, while Peeves the poltergeist, relishing the pandemonium, sang a mocking tune about Harry, only to be sternly reprimanded by Professor McGonagall. Gloria and Draco, lingering hesitantly, had yet to depart when Ernie from Hufflepuff rushed over, his face pale as he fixated on the petrified Finch Fletchley, trembling as he pointed at Harry. "You must have petrified Finch Fletchley. You were caught red-handed." Professor McGonagall, with a stern countenance, interrupted, directing her gaze toward the remaining spectators. "Everyone disperse. Do not linger here." Reluctantly, Gloria and Draco decided to leave, heading back to the common room since they had no classes at the moment. Draco was not pleased with the potential consequences. He was not surprised that a student had been petrified, but the fact that even a deceased ghost had been rendered nearly lifeless was indeed troubling. He harbored a lingering fear that Potter might turn his aggression toward him. Gloria, feeling relieved that the three snakes were outside the dormitory, knew that as long as no one spoke in their presence, they would remain undiscovered. Sensing Draco's unease, she halted and grasped his arm, inquiring, "What's wrong?" The young man, his expression awkward, admitted, "Potter is undeniably strange. Even the ghost has been transformed in such a manner. Am I to be his next target?" After all, he had the deepest conflict with Potter within the school. Gloria couldn't help but chuckle, causing Draco's ears to redden. "Don't laugh. I'll be staying at school during Christmas as well. Do not fret." She waved her hand dismissively. "Harry is certainly not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Have you forgotten about that night when Quirrell had his mishap? He is still in the hospital wing, unconscious." Draco recalled the incident, the shock of the ghost's attack momentarily making him forget. Indeed, Potter lacks the ability to open the chamber, even if he is a Parselmouth. Dumbledore has always kept a watchful eye on him. This thought brought to mind Dumbledore's regard for Harry. Gloria felt reassured that Draco's intellect had returned. Given that so many had witnessed today's events, Dumbledore would surely want to speak with him. With the greatest white wizard of the century overseeing matters, they would be safe at least until Christmas. Draco's steps unconsciously lightened. As long as it wasn't Potter, he was content. His sentiments were not rooted in concern for Harry, but rather a simple hope that he was not the heir of Slytherin. However, he reminded her to avoid wandering alone at school, for Potter and the Weasley siblings were also staying. Last time, he could manage a 1 against 3, but against 7, he stood no chance. Perhaps they would not cause too much chaos, but a prank or two was certainly inevitable. If only you could stay at school as well. Draco lamented for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Gloria reached out her hand, and the boy instinctively took hold of it. "I can return home a little later. On the first day of school, I arrived by carriage. When the time comes, I shall write to Professor Dumbledore to request permission to leave on my own. And I believe he will acquiesce. Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled with sheer delight. Really? Indeed. Gloria smiled with utmost gentleness. I will return 3 days later. The holiday commences a week before Christmas and concludes in early January. Not only could she extend her stay, but she could also return early. The Chamber of Secrets. The heir, Draco cast all such concerns aside. Harry had visited the headmaster's office, yet he was not expelled, indicating that Professor Dumbledore believed he was not the one who opened the chamber. However, the other students held a different view. They would avoid Harry at all costs, as if he could petrify anyone with merely a gesture. Harry had been feeling rather downcast lately, weary of the incessant whispers and furtive glances directed at him. He yearned for the arrival of Christmas more than those who wished to go home out of fear. Gloria encountered Harry and his friends in the corridor. Normally, Draco would not allow her to approach Harry during classes, and elsewhere, they were seldom seen. Harry. Upon recognizing Gloria's voice, Harry's expression softened, and Hermione and Ron sighed in relief. Only Draco wore a scowl, his arms crossed, eyeing the recently vilified Potter with disdain. Gloria, are you prepared to leave school tomorrow? Hermione inquired. Gloria recalled that she had not mentioned her delayed departure to them. I will be leaving 3 days later than the other students. I have already sought permission from Professor Dumbledore, and he has agreed, so I can remain at school a little longer. Ron, curious, asked, how will you get back? Ron, don't you remember? That carriage. Harry clearly recalled how they had safely arrived at school on the first day. We still came here together in that carriage. Ron suddenly enlightened. Right. The marvelous carriage. Draco's expression grew increasingly malevolent. He had yet to experience Gloria's carriage. Well, we should head to the Great Hall. The boy glared at Harry and the others. Harry bit his lip, noticing that Draco and his companions were also in a foul mood. Oh, Harry, so this is where you've been. Fred and George came racing from behind, their red hair resembling two dancing flames from a distance. The twins each slung an arm around Harry's shoulders, shoving Hermione and Ron aside. Ron rolled his eyes at his two clumsy brothers. While Percy accompanied Ginny down the same corridor, Gloria's attention shifted to Ginny, whose expression remained grim. No wonder Percy had been keeping a close watch over her. Observing the peculiar stares directed at Harry, Fred and George stepped in front of him. What are you staring at? Clear the way, the heir of Slytherin has arrived. He is the most wicked wizard. Fred animatedly raised his eyebrows, gesturing for the onlookers to disperse. Percy, with a stiff expression, admonished, this is not a matter for jest. Stop immediately. Move aside, Percy. Fred waved him off in the same manner, as Harry's time was of the essence. Indeed, he must venture forth to unlock the hidden chamber and partake in afternoon tea with his servant, adorned with fangs. George erupted in laughter, responding to this jest. Draco, however, maintained his stoic demeanor. The exaggerated and whimsical tone was unmistakably humorous, causing Gloria to stifle her laughter, particularly at the thought of the fong-filled basilisk sipping tea, a sight both absurd and comical. Fred continued the playful banter, urging Harry to divulge whom he planned to confront next, assuring him of their assistance. No matter how elusive the target, even if they were to hide within the school's secret passages, they would help him uncover their whereabouts, George proclaimed with feigned profundity. Don't say that, Ginny interjected, her spirits notably low, attempting to curtail her brother's irritating jesting. Harry, too, felt a sense of helplessness. Observing Gloria, who had been laughing all along, the Weasley twins exchanged glances, and Fred inquired, do you feel the same, Gloria? She managed to suppress her mirth and posed the question, is Harry truly wicked? With a willingness to support the narrative, the twins pressed on. Of course, who would dare obstruct Harry's path now? Especially that insufferable little blonde brat, George asserted. Nearly uttering Draco's name, the platinum-haired young master could scarcely tolerate such remarks. He was no heir of Slytherin. Fred crossed his arms and shrugged, teasingly asking, isn't? Or are you? Can you converse with snakes? Draco retorted defiantly, I can command a snake to obey me. As he leaned closer to the twins, Gloria, concerned about a potential altercation, grasped the young man's arm, stating, we should leave, and Harry, we believe in your innocence, giving him an understanding look. The corridor's playful antics came to an end as Gloria escorted Draco away, yet Harry lingered on Draco's words about commanding a snake, pondering if it was Gloria who possessed such an ability. Chapter 44. The gossiping portrait's Gloria remained at school for 3 additional days, and when the time to depart arrived, she bid farewell to her friends and climbed into the carriage. Harry and the others watched her leave before heading to the abandoned lavatory, where the polyjuice potion was nearly complete, thanks to the past few days. With Gloria absent from school, matters had become significantly easier, Harry reflected. Ron's brow furrowed as he stared at the potion in the cauldron, questioning, what will we ask him then? Hermione pondered for a moment before replying, firstly, regarding what Malfoy said to me last time, though it seems I am not the next to encounter trouble, it would be wise to inquire about his intentions then, as well as his claim of being able to make a snake obedient. It must be Gloria who can command a snake, Harry remarked. That day in the Great Hall, Gloria seized that snake directly. Malfoy was lying through his teeth. Hermione hesitated when it came to Gloria, yet aside from the incident involving Colin, the other two occurrences had no ties to her. As friends, they were reluctant to suspect Gloria, yet the matter of the chamber was of utmost importance. It would be best if there were no connection. I can sense she is not malevolent, Harry explained. Ron glanced back and forth between them before finally shrugging. Let us just ask. Perhaps we can glean some more useful information from Malfoy. Ultimately, the trio agreed on the questions to pose to Malfoy, but forgot to scout out the location of the Slytherin dormitory in advance. 12 magnificent knight steeds drew the carriage through the protective gates, and Gloria, peering through the window, beheld the grand estate adorned in winter's silvery cloak. Home at last. Coco had been waiting eagerly at the entrance, and upon seeing her beloved mistress alight from the carriage, she hurried over, nearly stumbling in her excitement. Esteemed Miss Gloria, I am so delighted to see you back from your holiday. Shall I prepare dinner? It will be all your favorite dishes. The attire of the winter house elves had also transformed, shifting from clean, embroidered pillowcases to plush, cozy ones. Thank you, Coco. I shall first visit the portrait room. You may set the dinner there, Gloria instructed. With hands clasped together, Coco felt tears of joy welling in her eyes at her mistress's command. Of course, Miss Gloria. I shall do it right away. As she opened the portrait room, which had been closed for months, the once dull chamber instantly came alive with warmth. Look who has returned. Gloria, how was life at school? Did anyone offend you? Did you ever resort to dark magic against those foolish students? I had a splendid time. Gloria seized the opportunity to respond. There were indeed those who dared to offend me, but I dealt with them promptly, and I would never employ dark magic at school. Who dared to offend you? Demanded a striking woman adorned with an extravagant feathered crown, her anger barely concealed. Who dared to insult a Slytherin? Had she not become a mere portrait, Gloria would have hesitated to utter Pansy's name, for this woman was Bernice, the subject of Draco's travelogue. A girl from the Parkinson family, though she no longer dares to provoke me. The Parkinsons? In my time, they were a family of notable power. Haven't they died out yet? The portrait of Bernice simmered with indignation. You should use the spell I invented to torment her, and then eliminate her. Please, Bernice. Gloria replied helplessly. I am still a student, not an adult wizard traversing the world, and I have asserted that every wizard is precious and should not be casually slain. The beautiful Bernice rolled her eyes in exasperation. How can you lead the family back into the magical realm with such a mindset? The Slytherin family will be looked down upon. Not at all. I am destined to leave an indelible mark on the history of the magical world. Seeing Gloria's cheerful expression, Bernice, losing interest, turned her gaze to another frame. Do tell us, you must have been sorted into Slytherin, right? Inquired a haughty male portrait. Indeed. Gloria replied with unwavering confidence. I even became good friends with the Malfoy. The other students in my grade do not impress me. The Malfoys? That family of Nicholas Malfoy? Gloria nodded vigorously, having researched the family's history. The arrogant male portrait remarked, I remember him. A very cunning fellow who utilized the Black Death to eliminate numerous mudbloods and evaded punishment from the Wizarding Council. No wonder that family still exists. Aurora recalled a boy she had met over a decade ago, whose cousin had married into the Malfoy family. Gloria, what is the status of the Malfoy family now? Gloria replied, quite well. You are aware that the strength of many pureblood families has been significantly diminished following the incident with the offshoot. The Malfoy family managed to evade punishment, only contributing a substantial donation, and their status remains relatively high. The discerning portraits expressed their dissatisfaction. Yet Gloria paid them no mind and continued to exuberantly share. I have become friends with Harry Potter, the boy who defeated the offshoot, as well as Ron Weasley. Although my acquaintance with him is primarily due to Harry and Hermione. Oh, Hermione. She is a remarkably intelligent witch. Despite her muggle heritage, her prowess is commendable. And she is an utterly charming girl. The portraits did not harbor extreme disdain for a witch of muggle origin. They merely displayed their distaste. Eager to hear whom she would mention next, but silence fell instead. Is that all? Upon seeing Gloria nod in affirmation, the portraits were incensed. You are a Slytherin, and after being away for a few months, you've made friends with just a handful of individuals, none of whom are your followers. Gloria countered, indeed, I am a Slytherin. But I am currently concealing my identity. The concealment charm upon me has not yet fully dissipated, and it will not be until the end of the academic year at the earliest. The portraits fell silent, fully aware of the formidable nature of the concealment charm. Each of them had once rebelled, yearning to reveal their surname, only to be thwarted by the charm, learning a lesson the hard way. Well, your demeanor suggests that the situation for those pureblood families is deteriorating. Who indeed allied with the Gaunt family? That mad bunch has produced a half-blood child so fearful of death. Voldemort, with a name designed to ensure no one is unaware of his terror, possesses talent yet misuses it. How foolish. Without Voldemort, many pureblood families would not have suffered such severe reckoning. Their members are dwindling, and their wealth and political standing have significantly declined. although they remain in a better position than many half-bloods and muggle-borns, compared to their former glory. They are in a state of near decline. Over a decade ago, half-bloods and muggle-born wizards seized the opportunity to fill the vacancies left by pureblood families, gaining a bit of influence in the magical community, though the mainstream still respects purebloods above all. Should another reckoning occur, pureblood families would find themselves demoted once more. Gloria, propping her chin on her hand, observed as they accused one another. The Gaunt family was indeed deranged in their quest to preserve half of the Slytherin bloodline. They had chosen to intermarry for many years, resulting in offspring with peculiar mental and physical traits. It is no surprise that Voldemort turned out as he did. However, Gloria had little patience for the portrait's quarrels. She had important matters to attend to. Once the performance had concluded, she picked up the magical camera she had purchased in advance, leaving the portrait room to capture a few locations. Coco followed closely behind, camera in hand, striving to avoid having the portraits appear in the photographs. That evening, she began to write a letter to Draco. Dear Draco, I have safely returned to the manor. The family portraits inquired about many matters, and I mentioned you. They are quite pleased with you. I have already chosen your Christmas gift, and I believe you will adore it. I eagerly await your Christmas gift in return. I have taken numerous photographs, which I will peruse leisurely. Missing you, Lori. Chapter 45, The Bloodline Pact. As dawn broke, Gloria hastily departed from the manor, standing at a distance for Coco to capture a panoramic view of her and the estate, while the spirited Amy soared into the frame with grace. The crisp, invigorating air transformed into white mist with each breath, and the fountain at the manor's forefront, enchanted by magic, remained unfrozen, its waters playfully morphing into various fantastical creatures. A translucent fish landed in Gloria's palm, reverting to a puddle, a moment immortalized by Coco's camera. They ventured into the forest, where they encountered a gathering of unicorns, the exquisite beings approaching Gloria with an endearing familiarity. To the radiant golden-hued unicorn foal, she bestowed a handful of magical gems for it to savor at leisure. Their excursion into the woods bore purpose, and as they delved deeper, Gloria arrived at her destination. Countless fire dragons resided in this haven, each variety coexisting harmoniously. A rare sight. GRYSS. Gloria called to one particular fire dragon adorned in black scales. This dragon embodied its name. Its scales were dense and perfectly shaped, with amber eyes brimming with wisdom, and its form was both robust and elegant, a charming female black flame dragon. The protrusions on either side of GRYSS's head marked her as a female of her kind. The magnificent dragon lowered her head to Gloria, who promptly offered several magical gems as a gesture of goodwill. I recall your offspring hatched this past summer, and I wish to enter into a bloodline pact with one of your young, she explained. The dragon snorted, for they held their eggs in high regard. Had anyone else uttered such a declaration, GRYSS would have incinerated them with her fiery breath. Gloria reassured her, I shall establish an unbreakable bond that guarantees your offspring's safety. And throughout its growth, I will continually supply magical gems to ensure it becomes a formidable being. This pact shall be one of equals, not master and servant. GRYSS pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Gloria exhaled with relief. The black flame dragon was her first choice, and had GRYSS declined, no other black flame dragon would have consented either. Upon sealing the pact, GRYSS selected the largest dragon egg, fully aware of the treasures Gloria possessed, knowing that her child would thrive under the care of such an admirable friend. I shall keep the egg with you until summer, when I will return with my companion, Gloria stated, as GRYSS instinctively attempted to return the egg to its nest. Ultimately, Gloria cradled the dragon egg for a photograph, posing alongside GRYSS, who magnificently unfurled her grand body, head held high as she exhaled a plume of black flame. The egg GRYSS provided was a male, destined to grow into a magnificent creature with horns adorning its head and a formidable presence. Upon returning to the manor, Gloria compiled the letters written the previous night, along with a thick stack of photographs. Except for the few featuring the black flame dragon, the rest were tied to Amy's leg as they set off toward Hogwarts. By evening, Amy returned with a reply. In his letter, Draco expressed his longing for her and marveled at the grandeur of her estate, proclaiming it even larger than Malfoy Manor. He lamented the current dullness and tranquility of school life, vowing never to remain on campus during Christmas again. Amidst delicate fragments, Gloria meticulously examined every word. After reading the letter, she took Coco to the intriguing rooms within the castle for a photo shoot, delighting in explaining the whimsical charms and intricate mechanisms captured in the images, while eagerly anticipating his visit during the summer to personally unravel the secrets. Meanwhile, Draco, situated far away at Hogwarts, received the letter the following day. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened it in the Great Hall, glancing at the thin envelope Gloria had sent to Harry and the others, dismissing their receipt of correspondence as inconsequential. After a cursory read, Draco, feeling satisfied, carefully stored the envelope, intending to savor its contents in the comfort of his dormitory. In the past few days, he had not encountered Harry and his friends, thus avoiding any potential conflicts. During Christmas, the professors, having more leisure time, would dine in the hall, preventing any altercations. Draco made sure to write home to his parents, selecting photographs of Gloria's South family estate to send back, proudly showcasing his newfound friendship and the family's esteemed status. Time flew swiftly, and with each day's lengthy correspondence, Christmas approached. In his latest letter, Draco discovered the photographs, revealing the familiar visage of Hogwarts. Eager to share, he purchased a camera to capture the festive transformations of Hogwarts to show her. Gloria began wrapping her gifts, intending for the owls to deliver them that very night. To Hermione, she gifted a practical spellbook, a compilation of her hand-picked spells from the library. Ron received a voucher for a complimentary wand from Ollivanders, as Gloria often worried about his tendency to miscast spells with his hastily repaired wand. For Harry, she procured a set of the finest broom care products currently available, accompanied by a note detailing a disillusionment charm, knowing Harry resided with his Muggle relatives, where his use of magic could easily be detected. This charm, once mastered, would cleverly obscure his magical activities, allowing him to perform minor spells without attracting the Ministry's scrutiny. Being on amicable terms with the Weasley twins, she also gifted them 2 discount vouchers for the latest model of the Nimbus broom, curious to see when they would save enough to make a purchase, along with a few mischievous spells, advising them against using them on Draco. Each professor contributed gifts, with the most remarkable being from her head of house, a collection of horns and scales from creatures long extinct, excellent materials for potion making. On Christmas Day, upon waking, Gloria hurried to the first floor of the estate to adorn the Christmas tree in the living room, where the gifts were beautifully arranged. The first gift she unwrapped was Harry's, a pair of green gloves, soft and comfortable to the touch. Hermione's gift was a limited edition wand care oil, while Ron received a pack of chocolate frogs along with a stack of cards, just a few shy of completion. The Weasley twins presented her with a compilation titled Moments of Quidditch Through the Ages, filled with vibrant photographs capturing the exhilarating essence of the sport. The professors' gifts each bore their own charm, yet the standout was from her head of house, a personal notebook on potion making by Professor Snape. Finally, she unwrapped Draco's gift, immediately noting the distinction in its packaging, a dark green, substantial parcel tied with a silver satin ribbon, sealed with the Malfoy family crest. Inside, she discovered an exquisitely embossed book, its dark brown cover adorned with gilded corners. As I opened the first page, the familiar decor of the Hogwarts Great Hall unfolded before me, and then the image of Gloria emerged, with Dumbledore raising his hand to introduce her to everyone. Turning the pages further, I realized these were all memories of her from Draco's perspective, each page brimming with reminiscences. It was not until I reached the final page that Gloria reluctantly closed the book, tenderly caressing its cold cover. She cherished this Christmas gift deeply. Lowering her gaze, she discovered another present beneath the tree. Gloria recalled having sent owls only to a few acquainted friends, as well as to her professors and the headmaster. Where had this one come from? Picking up the package, she unwrapped it to reveal a diary, its cover inscribed, "To my dearest Laurie, forever loving you, your father." Tears quickly welled in her eyes as Gloria gently traced the 2 lines of text, whispering, "Father." Chapter 46, Father's Diary. Aurora Slytherin, Gloria's late mother, perhaps the most sentimental heir of the family, always exuded a faint melancholy. The burden of bringing forth a new heir for the family sustained her through year after year of hardship. At the age of 17, she finally ventured beyond the estate, encountering the glimmer of hope embodied by Regulus Black. The boy with raven hair and gray eyes was gentle and attentive, much like a soft spring rain nourishing the parched landscape of Aurora's soul. Their profound love soon blossomed, and the 2 bewildered youths embraced each other tightly, nurturing the fruits of their affection. Alas, the beloved boy resolutely faced death, leaving Aurora's heart desolate once more, robbing her of the will to live. After giving birth to Gloria, she departed this world prematurely, reduced to mere remnants of her former self on the day Regulus perished. Over the span of 12 years, Aurora's portrait spoke only a handful of times, mentioning Gloria's father. From her mother, Gloria learned of her father's 2 favorite cousins, Andromeda and Narcissa, one who had boldly married a Muggle-born wizard, Tonks, and the other who conformed to family expectations by marrying Lucius Malfoy. Yet, both found happiness. Without having met them, Gloria felt an innate fondness for these 2. However, Andromeda's daughter had already graduated, while Narcissa's only son, Draco, was in the same year as her. This connection made her more patient with Draco, but setting that aside, Gloria genuinely admired him. Cradling the diary for a while, Gloria finally opened it. Inside were her father's writings, chronicling their love from the summer of 1979 onward, detailing the cherished moments between him and Aurora, gradually revealing his trepidation regarding Voldemort's actions. His brother had run away before graduating, and their parents had removed Sirius's name from the family tree. thrusting the responsibility of upholding the glory of the pureblood Black family entirely upon him. The gentle boy bore this burden silently, yet in his heart, he rejected Voldemort's ruthless slaughter of innocent lives. In the midst of his endless anguish, Aurora remained his sole refuge. Gloria's hand halted as she reached a page where Regulus uncovered the secret of the Horcruxes. In that fleeting moment, despair for the future engulfed him. Voldemort has grown immensely powerful. Should he possess a Horcrux to ensure his immortality, both the magical realm and the Muggle world would plunge into an era of darkness. Horcruxes. Gloria scoffed. What a fearful descendant of a side branch to have achieved this. Yet, the act of splitting one's soul is far from a benign endeavor. The creator of this dark magic, Helga, spent the latter half of his life desperately seeking a way to restore his soul, even at the cost of his own life. If splitting one's soul guaranteed eternal life, the Slytherin family would have long since undertaken such a path. At last, she reached the final page, her trembling lips biting down as she turned it. This is a message for you, my dear daughter. Laura has informed me of her pregnancy. For the first time since your birth, I am overwhelmed with joy. Confronted with your tender existence, I feel both exhilarated and anxious. Laura has chosen a name, one that has been long decided by her family, yet I care not for your glory. I only wish for your health and happiness. After much contemplation, I have given you a nickname, Lori. It is regrettable that time is too pressing, and I cannot wait to hold you in my arms. Whether as Laura's beloved, your father, the heir of the Black family, or a wizard in the magical realm, I have a duty to contribute towards preventing the world from succumbing to darkness. Even if I can stand firm in the shadows, I do not wish for you to be born into a world rife with brutality and slaughter. My radiant Lori should flourish in sunshine and love. As a husband, I regret not being able to provide Laura with a formal status, having to leave her behind in this moment. As a father, I lament that I cannot witness your growth every second. I am deeply sorry. Yet, dear Lori, know that both Laura and I love you immensely. Should you find this diary, the old Black residence still stands. Seek out Creature, the house elf, for he knows much about me. With all my love, your father. On the final page, Regulus affectionately inscribed his mother's name and her nickname, each word infused with love. Gloria, already in tears, felt the suppressed longing for her father surge forth. Cradling the diary, she rushed to the room housing her mother's portrait. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, revealing the grand portrait on the wall. A melancholic woman with golden hair and blue eyes turned slowly. Have you perused what your father left behind? Gloria's clear silver eyes fixated on her, questioning whether her father truly loved her. Why, knowing of her existence, did he choose to meet his death? Why did he not come to Slytherin Manor, where the family's protective magic could withstand all external warfare? Aurora had always told her that Regulus was a hero, but today, Gloria learned the truth about her father's demise, and for the first time, feelings of hatred stirred within her. Anticipating such a reaction, Aurora turned her face slightly, calmly stating, Regulus indeed loves you beyond measure. He instructed me long ago that before you leave the manor, I must not reveal the truth of his death, fearing that hatred might distort your heart. He understood the mystique and strength of our family, but Voldemort's power had grown too formidable. The situation was dire, and he could not abandon his family. The Serpent of Slytherin could only passively protect me, offering no assistance. He feared that Voldemort might change the location of the Horcruxes at any moment, wishing to silently perish after sending me away, so as not to implicate the Black family and shield us from any misfortune. The melancholic woman lowered her gaze upon realizing your existence. He even hastened his resolve to destroy the Horcruxes, choosing not to accompany me to the manor, thus preventing me from revealing my true surname. Aurora smiled wistfully, lamenting that our encounter had come too late. If only it had been 6 months earlier. No, even 2 months would have sufficed. Gloria knelt sorrowfully upon the ground, aware that her father was a Death Eater, while her mother had always proclaimed him a hero. Gloria believed her mother endorsed Voldemort's actions, never imagining the harrowing truth that lay behind it all. Grief poured forth like a torrential downpour, her cries akin to tearing fabric, her body trembling from the anguish. Though her mother loved her, cloaked in melancholy, Gloria had always understood this, yet the delayed affection from her father shattered the facade of strength and cheerfulness she had maintained. Growing up in the solitude of Slytherin Manor, she yearned for her parents' companionship. As the girl quieted her sobs, Aurora expressed her sorrow. It pains me that I cannot hold you in my arms. I once implored him to leave behind a portrait, at least so that his daughter could converse with his likeness. I wonder if he ever took my words to heart. Rael also left behind a token. Should you wish to visit the Black ancestral home, take it with you. With tear-streaked cheeks, Gloria staggered to her feet, approaching the frame and leaning against it, as if embracing her mother. I shall bring back every memento of my father, she said, her voice hoarse. Aurora gently replied, Go forth, my little Lori. Coco, observing Gloria's swollen, reddened eyes, grew concerned and cautiously handed over the token entrusted to her by Aurora. The token was a palm-sized statue crafted from a colorless blue gemstone, depicting a radiant 5- or 6-year-old girl, her features mirroring those of Gloria, with her nickname inscribed upon the hem of the dress. This was not merely a token. It also served as a key, capable of ushering her into the Black Ancestral Home. Chapter 47. The Traces of the Black Ancestral Home. The long-abandoned Black Ancestral Home stood in a state of disrepair, its dim and mysterious hallway shrouded in gloom, with large swathes of wallpaper peeling away, and the carpet so dark that its original hue was indiscernible. Should Coco accompany her, the echoes of her screams might reverberate throughout the entire estate. The serpentine chandelier and candelabras were cloaked in cobwebs, leading Gloria to question whether, apart from pests, any other living beings resided here. Traversing the lengthy corridor, she encountered a staircase leading to the upper levels. Thick dust coated the floor, and clean shoes immediately became shrouded in grime upon contact. With a tentative spirit, Gloria softly called out, "Creature." Suddenly, a cacophony of clanging sounded, followed by a raspy, deep voice exclaiming, "Who dares to intrude upon the esteemed Black household? Creature shall protect the sanctity of the Black abode." A house elf, draped in filthy rags and appearing to have more skin than body, with a bald head and tufts of white hair sprouting from its ears, emerged. Its bloodshot, grayish eyes and plump nose were strikingly prominent. Gloria was taken aback upon seeing such a filthy house elf for the first time. Creature, brandishing a rusty knife, aimed it at the unfamiliar girl, demanding, "Who are you? Get out of the Black household." Gloria presented the token before him, declaring, "I am your new master." Creature's bloodshot eyes bulged, and his croaking voice gasped. "This is indeed Master Regulus's possession." "Indeed," Gloria affirmed with a nod, "Regulus is my father." The knife fell from his grasp, and Creature's frail chest heaved rapidly. Seemingly reeling from a profound shock, the noble and benevolent Master Regulus had a child. His demeanor shifted instantly, transforming from hatred to reverence. Has Regulus united with a pure-blooded lady? Creature, mindful of the Black family's pure-blood principles, inquired with a hint of caution and anticipation in his eyes. Gloria, anticipating his question, responded affirmatively. From a lineage even older than the Blacks. Might the esteemed lady reveal her surname? Creature must ascertain. He pleaded, earnestly kneeling at Gloria's feet, confessing. Creature is but a wretched house elf. Master Regulus once said that the girl bearing the token is his child. Creature is unworthy. Gloria crouched down, recalling her father's diary, in which he had expressed affection for Creature, the devoted elf who had cared for the family for generations. As his daughter, she felt compelled to treat him kindly. She grasped Creature's hand, but the startled elf instinctively recoiled, believing himself too humble to touch the exalted Miss Gloria. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he was met with a pair of golden, slit-like eyes, and a strange feminine voice echoed in his mind. Gloria Enzo Slytherin. When he regained his senses, the vision of the beastly eyes faded from memory, and Creature gasped, "Oh, esteemed lady, I cannot articulate what lies beyond. By next July, you shall surely know my true surname. Remember that I am currently called Gloria Albert." Creature, still in a state of exhilaration, realized why the esteemed lady did not inherit the Black surname. Slytherin was indeed far more ancient than the Blacks. The prowess of Gloria left no room for doubt, sparing her the need to provide any proof, with portraits bearing witness all around. Gloria rose and asserted, "Now, I am here for serious matters. Lead me to my father's chamber." Creature eagerly scrambled to his feet, guiding his esteemed lady. At the staircase on the second floor, the walls bore the severed heads of house elves who had served the Black family for life. Creature clutched his hands in dismay, wishing to emulate his mother, dreaming of his own head adorning the walls of the Black abode, but only if the esteemed lady were to place it there herself. "No," Gloria declared, her gaze fixed upon the heads. "The Slytherin estate does not display the heads of house elves." She looked at Creature, who appeared dazed and fearful. "When you pass, I will ensure you receive a proper burial beside my father's grave, in a household that valued family reputation, with parents who held disdain for the family, an elder brother obsessed with pureblood supremacy, and a cousin Bella, consumed by her fanaticism. Only Creature genuinely cherished his young master. Within the stifling confines of the Black residence, Creature's croaking voice often brought solace to the young boy. "Oh, the esteemed Miss Gloria is as kind-hearted as Master Regulus. Creature yearns for this honor." Creature sobbed as he led the way. Observing him, Gloria recalled how she too had felt merely half an hour prior, upon revisiting the ancestral home of the Blacks. Once resplendent and exquisite, Gloria found the grand parlor, with its expansive window overlooking the street, now shrouded in neglect. The glass cabinet was so grimy that its contents were obscured, the curtains were adorned with a multitude of stains, and the sofa was home to a plethora of unidentified creatures. Curiosity piqued, Gloria inquired about the peculiar beings she beheld. Creature, displaying a visage of shame, lamented that it was all his fault. After the demise of young Master Regulus and the lady of the house, he had succumbed to despondency. neglecting the upkeep of the residence. He began to chastise himself, pounding his head in remorse. "Cease this at once, creature," Gloria admonished sternly, hoping to instill obedience in the house elf, yet her gentle tone proved futile. Startled, creature halted, cautiously regarding Gloria's serious demeanor. She declared, "As your new mistress, you must adhere to my commands. As my house elf, you are not to punish yourself without my explicit order." Understanding her kindness, creature felt reassured. Yet he recognized that such benevolence was typical of the child of Master Regulus. As they traversed the third and fourth floors, several shadowy portraits lining the corridors stirred at the sound of their passage, silently observing Gloria without uttering a word. Upon reaching the staircase to the fifth floor, they spotted a door enveloped in darkness. Gloria approached slowly, noticing a small plaque on the door, marred by a deep scratch across its paint. She reached out to touch the imperfection with care. Creature explained, "That was inflicted by a traitor of the Black family, the brother of Master Regulus. He quarreled with the young master and marred the plaque in his rage." His disdain for his uncle Sirius was palpable, as he referred to Regulus with respect while labeling Sirius a traitor. The imposing plaque bore an inscription in elegant script. "Unauthorized entry without explicit permission is prohibited. Regulus Arcturus Black." A smile of satisfaction graced Gloria's face upon seeing her father's mark. It reminded her that, in his youth, he too had been a spirited young master. Opening the door, she could sense the remnants of former grandeur. Despite the external chaos, this room remained orderly, a testament to Creature's unwavering dedication to preserving the sanctity of the quarters belonging to the Lady and Master Regulus. Tears welled in Creature's eyes as he mourned. "Thank you, Creature," Gloria replied, her own eyes glistening with emotion. The Slytherin colors of green and silver adorned the bed, walls, and windows, and Gloria felt a surge of joy in her affinity for Slytherin, mirroring the love she held for her mother and herself. The crest and motto of the Black family were meticulously illustrated at the head of the bed, accompanied by yellowed clippings. These articles chronicled the rise of Voldemort, a time when Regulus had admired him, believing he championed pure-blood supremacy, only to later realize that pure-blood families were mere stepping stones to achieve a cruel dominion and immortality. Creature pointed to the other side of the bed, where a photograph of Master Regulus remained. "Would Miss like to see?" he asked. "Yes," Gloria exclaimed, hastening to the other side, eager to glimpse her father's visage for the first time. In the photograph, a Quidditch team from Hogwarts is visible, with the striking figure of Regulus standing out, his dark hair framing a somewhat haughty expression. Although still youthful and slender, his handsome features are evident. Gloria notices that the lower half of her face bears a resemblance to her father's. Regulus wears a faint smile in the image, and Gloria, upon gazing at him, unconsciously mirrors that same smile. Creature, observing Gloria's expression, is filled with nostalgia, recalling how Regulus once smiled at him in a similar manner. Chapter 48, The Locket Horcrux. Gloria fixates on Regulus in the photograph for a considerable time, pondering whether all of her father's belongings are present here. As long as this estate contains remnants of his existence, it must all be brought here. Creature hesitates briefly before turning to fetch the items. Soon, Regulus's broomstick, engraved cutlery, books brought from school, and his uniform are all delivered to the room. Finally, Creature carefully presents a dusty box, the last item entrusted to him by Master Regulus, now to be handed over to Miss Gloria, as Creature is unable to fulfill Regulus's final wish. Gloria accepts the box, opening it to reveal a first-class Merlin medal resting on top. Creature immediately explains that it belongs to Master Regulus's grandfather, awarded for contributions to the Ministry of Magic. The Black family, infamous for their admiration of dark magic, contributing to the ministry. Inside the box, there is also a gold ring inscribed with the Black family crest, along with a family photograph encased in a silver frame. In this image, Gloria observes Orion Black and Walburga Black, alongside Regulus and Sirius standing together. Their brotherly bond evidently strained, as reflected in their forced expressions, with a noticeable gap between them. Sitting beside Orion and his wife are Cygnus Black III and his spouse, Druella Rosier. Behind them stand their three daughters, Bellatrix, tall with a mane of thick, lustrous curls, exuding beauty and arrogance, Andromeda, who bears a slight resemblance to her sister Bella, with soft light brown hair and a less sharp demeanor, and Narcissa, distinguished by her blonde hair and blue eyes. Standing in stark contrast to her sisters, tall and slender with a similarly haughty expression, her alabaster skin evidently inherited by Draco. Gloria's primary focus is on Sirius Black, the brother her father admired in his journals, who boldly opposed Voldemort without endangering the family. Regulus sincerely wished for Sirius's success in his endeavors, believing that his departure from home might indeed be the right choice. Unfortunately, Sirius betrayed Regulus's hopes by aligning with the Dark Lord, leading to the treachery against the Potters, which resulted in the renowned savior, Harry, becoming an orphan, now imprisoned in Azkaban, suffering torment. A fleeting surge of anger courses through Gloria, but she swiftly suppresses it. What occupies her thoughts most is the locket. She recognizes it as the Slytherin locket. After their family went into hiding, this artifact was entrusted to a member of the Gaunt family by a subsequent heir. However, the locket no longer possesses the magical essence and warmth described by their ancestors. Now it emanates an aura of darkness and foreboding, as if something lurks within, leaping into shadows. Gloriana murmured softly, "A shattered soul is bound within, putrid and foul." She lifted the pendant box, observing it closely. A fleeting wisp of black mist flickered within. Suddenly, a faint whisper echoed, "Your father abandoned you. He does not love you as you wish to believe." The girl remained unfazed, untempted by the insidious words. "Is this from my father?" she inquired. "No." Creature's voice soared in agitation, only to quickly soften. "Master Regulus commanded me to destroy it." He began to weep uncontrollably. Gloriana sensed the gravity of the situation. "No tears. Tell me what transpired." Creature stifled his sobs, his eyes bulging with distress. "Oh, that master, the one whose name cannot be uttered, desires a house elf." Master Regulus was pleased to offer Creature to serve him, but Creature trembled, and Gloriana grasped his arm, warmth radiating from her palm to comfort him. "Do not be afraid. Continue." The Dark Lord did not instruct Creature on what to do, only took him to a cave by the sea, where a vast lake lay, with a boat nearby. On an island, there was a basin filled with potions. The Dark Lord commanded Creature to drink. Creature gasped, his voice trembling. Creature drank, and it felt as though his body was ablaze. He smiled in a most terrifying manner. He placed this box into the basin. Gloriana's gaze fixed on the pendant box. It had fallen into Voldemort's hands. Creature continued. The Dark Lord departed, abandoning Creature. Creature yearned for water, but many hands from the lake pulled him down. Yet Creature remembered Master Regulus's words, to finish the task and return home. Father uncovered the truth of the cave. It dawned on her that this was how her father discovered the Horcruxes. He valued Creature, while Voldemort callously discarded him once he was of no further use. Alongside his cruel actions, leading Regulus to silently rebel against him. Indeed, Master Regulus was deeply concerned, urging Creature to hide within the manor until one day, when he returned Creature to that cave. Creature seemed to recall a painfully traumatic past, as Master Regulus produced a box similar to this one, commanding Creature to immediately replace the empty basin with the box and leave without informing the mistress that Master Regulus had consumed all the poison. Creature replaced the box. Witnessing his master being dragged into the lake, Gloriana felt a sharp pang in her heart, clutching her chest and bending low. Creature, in a state of panic, wished to assist, but hesitated to reach out. "It is all Creature's fault for revealing this. The esteemed Miss Gloriana." "I am fine," her voice rasped. "Creature, once we resolve matters here, take me to that cave." "Oh," Creature wailed. "Miss Gloriana cannot go. Creature cannot lose Master Regulus's only child again." Gloriana reached out to touch his rough, wrinkled skin. "Do not worry. I shall not drink the poison, nor shall I perish. I go to retrieve my father's remains." Creature's eyes reflected bitterness and yet a glimmer of relief. He rose and bowed deeply to Gloriana, his head nearly touching the ground. Creature is devoted to serving the esteemed Miss Gloriana. As she gradually regained her composure and stowed away the locket box, Creature pointed to the now empty commemorative box, stating, "Young Master Regulus mentioned there is another layer to the box." Gloria took a closer look and indeed discovered a hidden compartment. Lifting the thin panel, she found a frame containing a portrait, within which a young boy wore a somewhat bewildered expression, seemingly surprised by the unexpected opening of the box. Gloria stared at the image in a daze. Young Master Regulus had left behind a portrait. It was all Creature's fault for not having opened it sooner to reveal Regulus. Cradling the portrait, Gloria felt her throat tighten, her lips quivering uncontrollably. "Lori, my Lori." In the portrait, Regulus was unmistakably looking at his beloved daughter. The father, unable to recall how to voice his feelings, merely called out, and then his emotions overwhelmed him. He held the frame tightly, his small face pressed against the image. "I am so sorry, Lori. This is all I can do to speak with you." Regulus continued to apologize. Gloria clung to the portrait, biting her lip, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. The portrait, at the very least, allowed her to hear her father call her name once more. Creature wept alongside her. Chapter 49, The Enraged Portraits. Gloria first took the portrait with Creature to the Slytherin manor. Upon arriving, Creature felt awkward and out of place, while Coco was frightened by the disheveled, old house elf. However, he soon steadied himself and began to tidy up. The Slytherin manor could not be so unkempt with a house elf. The first thing upon returning was to bring her father's portrait to her mother's room. "Mama," Gloria joyfully exclaimed as she embraced the portrait. Papa left behind a portrait. Aurora's melancholic demeanor lifted, and she gazed at her daughter with anticipation. Gloria hung the small frame beside Aurora's portrait, allowing Regulus and his beloved, separated for 12 long years, to finally reunite. Rael, Laura. They appeared as youthful as ever, the dark-haired boy tenderly embracing the golden-haired girl. Though the portrait was merely a manifestation of their memories, the love they shared remained vibrant. Regardless of whether Regulus's portrait comprehended this, Gloria felt compelled to reveal her and her mother's true identities. It was a difficult concept for him to grasp, as in the memories he retained. The Slytherin family had long since faded into the annals of history. The portraits only seemed more animated when discussing familiar topics. With her parents' portraits now complete, Gloria arranged the Christmas gifts she had received in the room, introducing each one to them. When mentioning the Weasley brothers and Hermione, they expressed satisfaction. Holding up a pair of soft green gloves, she exclaimed, "These were given to me by Harry Potter. He is also my friend." "Harry Potter?" Regulus inquired with confusion. Gloria recalled that he had passed away in December 1979, before Voldemort had targeted the Potter family. Harry was the son of James and Lily Potter, and Voldemort had come for them, resulting in the death of the Potters, yet Harry survived. The fearful Voldemort vanished, and from that moment, the magical world believed Harry had defeated the Dark Lord, emerging as the savior of the wizarding realm. Regulus felt a sense of melancholy, understanding only through the limited recollections of the portrait, merely stating, "Is that so?" The mention of Harry conjured memories of Sirius, prompting Gloria to purse her lips and declare, "The Potters perished due to Sirius's betrayal. He is now imprisoned in Azkaban." "Sirius would never betray the Potters. I know him," Regulus countered, catching Gloria off guard. Yet, the Ministry had determined otherwise. "I procured the newspaper from that time. He was pursuing a wizard when he caused an explosion in the Muggle world, resulting in 12 fatalities. In addition to the obliterated wizard." Upon discovering his father's lineage as a member of the Black family, Gloria had gathered information about the family, though she was primarily concerned with Sirius's name in that article. The portrait, however, shook its head resolutely, asserting, "Harry resembles Sirius's family more than we do. He is even referred to as the second son of the Potter family. Sirius would never betray them. He possesses an unwavering sense of justice, which is why he was sorted into Gryffindor." Confused, Gloria questioned the reasoning behind such a judgment. Not wishing to dwell on sorrowful matters during her first conversation with her father's portrait, she said, "Look, this is a gift from my Aunt Narcissa's son, Draco." Eagerly, Gloria showcased the drawings in her notebook, while Regulus smiled gently, recalling that Narcissa was pregnant at the time, and it was indeed a boy. Upon exiting the room, Gloria felt considerably more composed, even exhilarated. Checking the time, she realized it was already afternoon, and she had not yet had lunch. "Coco, I am famished." When Coco arrived, she excitedly prepared a meal for her, nearly laughing at the sight of Gloria devouring her food. The house elf creature, whom Miss Gloria had brought, was already settled in. Though she tried to suppress her disdain, Coco had never seen one quite like him. "But Miss Gloria need not worry. We shall manage everything well." Gloria understood that her family's house elf was quite different from those in the outside world, where treatment of house elves was often cruel. Regardless of the affluence or status of the family they served, house elf conditions remained the same. "Thank you. Creature is a house elf my father values. So please remember to be kind to him." Coco nodded nervously, adhering to Miss Gloria's instructions. Having satisfied her hunger, Gloria aimed to attend to important matters, instructing Creature to wait, promising to join him afterward. Coco acknowledged this with a bow before departing. Upon returning to the portrait room, Gloria bypassed pleasantries and directly retrieved the Slytherin locket box. "Where did you acquire Salazar's locket box? I have not seen it in years, not since Angus sent it away." She shook the locket box, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "Voldemort transformed it into a Horcrux, with a fragment of his soul attached to it. That wretched, filthy half-blood. How dare he defile the legacy of the Slytherin family?" The man in the portrait smashed a glass cup within the frame in fury. The locket box was crafted by Salazar himself, imbued with extraordinary magical powers, almost as if it possessed life, enhancing the wearer's magical abilities and influencing the emotions of their adversaries. Not just anyone could wield its power. It was reserved for the pureblood descendants of Slytherin. "Kill him, Gloria!" Bernice screamed. Gloria clutched the pendant box, reflecting on her tender age of 12. Although Voldemort was of mixed blood, his prowess was formidable. At present, she was incapable of vanquishing him. Bernice, in a fit of exasperation, paced within the frame, pointing at the pendant box and exclaiming, "Let Gorinea consume that wretched soul fragment." The named Gorinea emerged from her robe, protesting, "I refuse to eat it. It reeks." Upon returning to the manor, the three serpents stretched languidly outside, ensuring their transformation remained unnoticed. The soul fragment attached to the object could be manipulated and ultimately destroyed by Gorinea. A chilling voice broke the silence, prompting the other portraits to cease their chatter. Gloria turned her gaze towards the speaker, a man with raven hair and silver eyes, exuding a serene and reserved aura. "Salazar Slytherin. Is it truly feasible? Would it not harm the magic contained within?" Salazar replied, "The soul fragment affixed to the object is quite amenable to removal, unlike those bound to living souls, which are far more challenging to manage. Even if the pendant box is damaged, I shall guide you in its restoration." With his reassurance, Gloria felt a wave of relief wash over her. Very well, I shall resolve this at once. Salazar turned his face away, closing his eyes once more, allowing the other portraits to resume their discourse. Hurry, young one, and restore the pendant box to its pristine state. It is all Angus's fault for entrusting the pendant box to the Gunter family, leading to its defilement by mixed blood. Angus, the target of their ire, quietly retreated behind the curtain of the portrait. His capricious nature had not anticipated such a consequence. At the time, he had considered the Gunter a friend and, in a moment of joy, had gifted away the pendant box. As the portraits chastised Angus, Gloria instructed Coco to fetch a gemstone necklace. The three serpents encircled her. As Gloria activated her dual eye ability, being a mere soul fragment, it succumbed to her control with relative ease. A dark mass of the soul slowly drifted out. Yet upon its release from the pendant box, it began to writhe, its unbound fear prompting it to resist Gloria. However, a fragment of this soul could not stir much commotion. As it approached the gemstone necklace, it voluntarily attached itself, instantly casting a mysterious shadow over the once gleaming gems. Looking again at the Slytherin pendant box, the previous sense of unease had vanished, replaced by a familiar warmth, just as the ancestors had described. The portraits exhaled in relief, witnessing the absence of the foul essence within the pendant box. Chapter 50, Wholeness and Gifts. The long-deserted cavern echoed with crackling sounds as Creature lowered his head, haunted by the painful memories of what had transpired here. Gloria, adorned with the soul-free pendant box, surveyed her surroundings, unable to glimpse the cavern's ceiling and obscured by the expansive lake that concealed the far shore. The silence of the cavern was thick with impenetrable darkness. The tip of her wand emitted a brilliant light, dispelling the shadows. Creature pointed toward a small wooden boat nearby, explaining that it was the vessel that would take them to the island. Gloria cast a brief glance, remaining silent. As the white-scaled Yermangander slithered from her sleeve to the ground, its form rapidly expanding to nearly fill the cavern. Creature, startled, recoiled with a scream. Do not be afraid. Creature, this is a serpent of the Slytherin lineage, and it obeys my command. With that, Creature covered his mouth, his twig-like legs trembling. Gloria stepped upon the massive serpent, and after several cautious glances from Creature, he received confirmation before timidly stepping onto the scaly surface, remaining utterly still. The great white serpent glided effortlessly through the lake, murmuring, "Something in the water has brushed against me. It is but the cursed corpses. Do not harm them, for among them lies my father." Yet, Yermangander remained silent, capable of consuming the curses of black magic, as these shadowy bodies contained curses ripe for devouring. Klitsch, overhearing their serpentine dialogue, felt an even greater reverence for Gloria. Soon, they arrived at a small island, where a glass basin awaited. Yermangander, having temporarily fulfilled his task, reduced his form and returned to rest upon Gloria. Upon seeing the glass basin, Klitsch implored, "Let Klitsch partake of the potion." Miss Gloria retrieved a box. No need for that. With a flicker of dark scales, Apophis emerged, slipping into the basin filled with potion. In mere moments, the liquid vanished, and he coiled at the bottom, flicking his tongue, savoring the taste. Though he found the pain lacked a certain purity, Gloria effortlessly obtained the false locket box, while Klitsch crouched beside her, embodying the innate fear that a magical creature could sense from two serpents. After a brief examination of the false locket box, it was opened to reveal a folded piece of paper within. Gloria hesitated before extracting and unfolding it. To the Dark Lord, I know that by the time you read this letter, I shall have perished, but I wish to inform you, it was I who uncovered your secret. I have taken the true Horcrux and shall destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I willingly embrace death, for you shall encounter your match in mere flesh and blood. Gloria was unaware of the expression that now graced her face, but it surely bore a trace of bitterness. Father, I shall inherit your legacy, obliterating all of his Horcruxes, ensuring he meets his end like any mortal. The lingering soul that Gloria possessed was not immediately destroyed. She needed to inform Professor Dumbledore of the Horcrux's existence, planning to collaborate with the greatest white wizard of the century at the academic year's end. She and the portraits agreed that Voldemort's profound fear of death must imply the existence of more than one Horcrux. Carefully, Gloria folded the paper and returned it to the false locket box, intending to place it in the true locket box after she had seen that person. From her bag, she retrieved a photograph of Regulus and addressed the three serpents, "Find my father." The serpents memorized Regulus's features and plunged into the lake, their forms visibly enlarging as they descended, the surface of the water merely rippling gently. Gloria settled down, turning to the quivering Klitsch beside her. "Sit down. For Yermangander has indicated that many shadowy corpses reside below, and it will take considerable time to discern their whereabouts." Klitsch seemed to awaken from his reverie, his eyes bulging like tennis balls, reflecting profound sorrow. Shall Klitsch soon behold Master Regulus? Each moment, Klitsch longed to return and rescue his master. Yet he understood he must adhere to his master's wishes. Gloria lowered her head slightly, her delicate golden strands brushing against her cheek. Could you share with me tales of my father? Once, she had posed a similar inquiry to Coco, seeking to learn everything about her mother. Master Regulus was the kindest, most gentle soul in this world, treating Klitsch with great care. Every member of the Black family adored him. Klitsch wished to heap every beautiful word upon Regulus. But his expression shifted abruptly, except for that traitor, who wounded all our hearts. As soon as Sirius was mentioned, Creature could only respond with curses. Gloria patiently awaited the end of his tirade before broaching the subject of her father, recounting the journey from his unsteady first steps to the spirited confidence of his youth. With a splash, 3 serpents emerged from the lake's surface, encircling a shadowy corpse that had surfaced. Gloria nearly rose to her feet. A few steps felt like an eternity before she finally knelt beside the lifeless figure. Though the corpses were submerged, their gaunt and withered forms were unmistakable. I have consumed the curse that clung to him. Let us see if I was mistaken, Yermungand inquired. Gloria cradled the serene face of the deceased with both hands as Creature sobbed, for it was young Master Regulus, a visage he would never forget. In death, Regulus appeared so emaciated that she could easily lift his upper body, holding him tightly. I was not mistaken, Yermungand. Allow the other corpses to rest. Their bodies must return to the world. The great white serpent opened its maw wide, absorbing the dark curse from beneath the lake, and after completing this task, the 3 serpents returned them to the shore. Gloria stood at the water's edge, her wand aimed at the lake's surface. The tranquil waters ignited in a fierce blaze. As if the lake contained not water, but some accelerant. The flame she conjured would consume everything within this cavern, extinguishing automatically thereafter. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Draco was blissfully unaware of Gloria's harrowing experience. He eagerly anticipated Laurie's Christmas gift. He hurried to the Christmas tree, which was already laden with presents for him. The family owl had been considerate, placing his parents' and Gloria's gifts in the most prominent position. The Malfoys not only had gifts but also letters inquiring about his well-being. After carefully reading through each note, Draco turned his attention to Gloria's gift, which appeared to contain only a letter. Clinging to the hope that Laurie would surprise him, he unwrapped the package. Indeed, a letter emerged alongside several photographs. The first vibrant image captured Grace exuding magnificence, breathing dragon fire, with Gloria standing beside a dragon egg at the foot of a black flame dragon. Draco hastily opened the envelope. Dear Draco, Merry Christmas. Did you see the gift? I wanted to send you a black flame dragon egg. The hatchling will emerge next summer. At that time, you can forge a blood pact, ensuring that this black flame dragon will guard you until death. My Draco deserves to have a dragon by his side. Although the black flame dragon has been extinct for many years, there are still some in the forests near my estate, hidden from both wizards and muggles. I could not risk sending it to school. That would be too perilous. When I return, I will bring more photographs for you. Yours, Laurie. Draco's mind went blank. Gloria had gifted him a dragon egg, and the prospect of a blood pact. Such magical creatures were notoriously difficult to bind in such a way, let alone a fire dragon, an exceedingly perilous being. Yet, Laurie would not deceive him, and the dragon in the photograph was breathtakingly beautiful. Draco could hardly contain his excitement, wishing fervently for summer to arrive at once. Chapter 51, The Moment of Pride After Comparison. Draco clutched a photograph beneath the Christmas tree, grinning foolishly for quite some time until Crabbe cautiously tapped him on the shoulder. Draco? Goyle pointed to the mountain of unopened gifts piled nearby. Shall we assist you? Draco, absently holding the photograph, replied, Just help me take it back to my dormitory. The 2 bodyguards dutifully began to move the items. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, his Christmas presents each year were always stacked like this, gifted not only by close friends, but also by those allied with his family. Once the items were moved, Draco changed into the attire sent by his mother, a silver shirt paired with a green bow tie, draped in a black embroidered robe, his platinum hair meticulously styled. The proud young master carefully secured the photograph of the black fire dragon and proceeded to the great hall accompanied by his 2 bodyguards. Few students remained in the various houses for Christmas. Draco randomly chose a seat, and an array of delectable dishes appeared. Although Gloria had left school, her house elf continued to serve Draco. Throughout the meal, he frequently glanced back until he spotted several familiar figures, letting out a derisive snort. Harry and Hermione both wore sweaters handcrafted by Mrs. Weasley, and they sat together with the Weasley siblings, though their smiles faded quickly upon the arrival of the detested Malfoy. You look like a filthy potato now, Potter. Draco's familiar snarky taunt echoed as he leaned against the table, arms crossed, and head held high in their direction. The sweater Harry wore this year was yellow, adorned with a large emblem on the chest. After months apart, Hedwig had reconciled with him, and with numerous gifts from friends, Harry felt significantly better and chose to ignore Draco. Draco scanned the others, remarking how they resembled a row of goblins. Has Hogwarts started admitting goblins now? Ha! His bodyguards joined in the laughter, and even other Slytherin students at the table chuckled. Fred shot him an irritated glare and nudged Harry. Next petrification target is him. Indeed. George chimed in. If he were still on the Quidditch team, we wouldn't let you have a go at him. Harry lowered his head silently. Aware that the Weasley twins often teased the Slytherin heir, grateful that the school was sparsely populated at the moment. Enough. Ginny quietly interjected. Stop saying such things. The twins shrugged, knowing Ginny detested this topic, and were relieved that Percy would arrive later. Otherwise, they would face a reprimand. However, Draco had no intention of letting them off easily. He rose and approached the Gryffindor table, looking down at Harry and the others with an air of arrogance. What gift did Laurie give you? Harry, preoccupied with thoughts of Polyjuice Potion and the queries he intended to pose to Malfoy, sought to dismiss him quickly. Broom care products. He replied. Ron chimed in. The finest kind, complete with a spell. Draco smirked, fixing his gaze on Ron. And what about you? The Weasley twins wrapped their arms around their brother. Fred, she gifted little Ron a brand new wand. George emphasized, a brand new one. Fred added, she gave each of us the latest model of a firebolt. George, the latest model. Expecting to see Draco react in fury. They were instead met with indifference as he retorted, is that all? Hermione adjusted her posture and said cheerfully, Gloria gifted me a tome of spells. Unlike anything found in external literature, Draco felt a flicker of unease within. Yet Gloria had also bestowed upon him a travelogue rich with spells, far more than this mudblood could comprehend. And what about you? Harry inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Draco was poised for this moment, smugly producing a photograph. Just a photograph? Ron struggled to suppress his laughter. The young man smirked. An uncultured Weasley, behold a dragon. The group scrutinized the back of the photograph, unable to fathom any connection to a dragon. It was a long-extinct breed. Draco turned the photo to reveal its front, stating, only in the forests near Laurie Manor do these creatures still thrive. This summer, I shall venture there to forge a blood pact with a hatching black flame dragon, which will protect me forever. They all stood to examine the photograph at closer quarters, and indeed, it depicted a dragon they had never encountered. Charlie Weasley, a dragon tamer in Romania, had sent many photographs of dragons home, yet they had never heard of a black-scaled dragon. Overwhelmed by curiosity, Ron, momentarily forgetting his disdain for Malfoy, asked, a black flame dragon? To my knowledge, they have been extinct for nearly a millennium. A gentle, deep voice interjected, and they looked up to find Professor Dumbledore standing beside Malfoy, also gazing at the photograph. Would you mind if I took a closer look? Dumbledore inquired kindly. Draco pursed his lips, reluctantly handing it over, for he recognized the authority of the headmaster. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, scrutinizing the image before nodding. It is indeed real. A dear old friend of mine would be quite pleased to see this. Draco furrowed his brow. This was a gift from Laurie. What concern was it of that old man as friend? Of course it is real. Laurie would not deceive me. It is a most precious gift. Dumbledore returned the photograph, remarking, Gloria is a good child. She has given me many sweets. I must consume a few more bottles of the recent dental tonic. With a warm smile, the elderly man departed, leaving the children to continue their conversation. Dumbledore stroked his silver beard, initially believing Severus had received a rare gift, only to discover something more astonishing. What sort of place could conceal a host of extinct creatures from the outside world? The scales and horns, upon examination, were not remnants of ages past, but rather recently shed. However, since Miss Albert dared to present these gifts, it indicated a lack of fear regarding their curiosity and skepticism. The wise headmaster began to ponder whether Albert was Gloria's true surname. Meanwhile, a contented Draco departed with his 2 bodyguards, leaving Harry and the others in a state of shock. Where could Gloria's family possibly reside? It was nearly unbelievable that extinct dragons lived in proximity to her home. Wait. Her home. Ron recalled that dragons typically dwell far from human habitation. Harry suggested, let us write to Charlie. He knows much more about dragons. He then asked, but what is a blood pact? Fred leaned in, explaining, it's a pact established with magical creatures. However, the school cannot harbor dragons. And he certainly cannot command a dragon to harm others. I find myself somewhat envious of him. George remarked, however, the broom is quite good. This year we shall commence our enterprise within the school, and it would be wise to procure the latest brooms early on. Those 2 discount coupons. They are treasured like precious gems, waiting until we have amassed enough funds to purchase them. Even with a 10% discount, the price remains a significant amount. Hermione interjected. Gloria is far more prudent. Unlike Hagrid, she didn't impulsively bring a dragon to school. She still recalls last year's incident with the fire dragon. Fortunately, Ron's brother Charlie assisted. Or else they would have been caught alongside the dragon and faced even greater penalties. Ron scoffed. I bet Malfoy would love to pull the dragon egg out of the picture and cradle it. In Chapter 52, the odd behavior of the followers, Draco, after boasting, soon found himself restless. The photograph was a Christmas gift sent last night, and he had yet to receive today's letter by noon. Was there something amiss at the manor? This left him feeling less spirited at lunch, much to the relief of Harry and his friends. On such a joyous occasion as Christmas, they were reluctant to engage in conflict with him. As Draco's demeanor grew increasingly sour, Crabbe and Goyle dared not speak to him, quietly consuming the leftovers from lunch. At the Christmas feast, the Great Hall was adorned with a multitude of Christmas trees, each glistening with silver frost, while the ceiling was decorated with mistletoe and holly. Enchanted snow descended from above, yet when one reached out to catch it, they found it warm and dry. Draco entered the hall with a scowl, feeling utterly out of place amidst the festive revelry surrounding him. Bored, he poked at the food on his plate, failing to absorb a single word of Professor Dumbledore's speech. Suddenly, the people around him began to sing. Draco felt an urge to cover his ears. Students at the other 3 tables sang joyfully, and upon glancing over, he found Crabbe and Goyle foolishly grinning and singing along, prompting him to jab Crabbe sharply. Seeing his displeased expression, the two quickly fell silent. Once the cacophonous song concluded, Draco absent-mindedly consumed some food, when suddenly his family's owl appeared, dropping off a package. It was a letter from his father, containing the results of the investigation regarding the Muggle sighting of the enchanted car on the day of their return to school, published in the Daily Prophet. His father had quickly read it and sent it to him. Upon seeing that the Weasley family had been fined 50 galleons, Draco considered the amount to be rather trifling. Yet it must be a substantial sum for the Weasleys. His lingering frustration was somewhat alleviated, and he intended to show this to Crabbe and Goyle, only to realize they had vanished. Was there not enough food in the hall for them? Finding no trace of them in the hall or the corridors, Draco decided to head back to the dormitory, confident they would return eventually. Approaching the dormitory, he spotted Crabbe and Goyle ahead, along with Percy Weasley. "Crabbe, Goyle, where have you been?" Draco questioned, his tone laced with displeasure. "I said we were to stick together during Christmas." The two nodded sheepishly. "What are you doing near our dormitory, Weasley?" Draco glared at Percy. "I am a prefect and have the responsibility of patrolling," Percy replied coldly. "How unfortunate that Hogwarts does not pay you for being a prefect," Draco retorted. "After all, your family must be bankrupt." Percy, perplexed by Draco's comment, remained stoic and warned. "Mind your attitude." Draco raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he sauntered away, with Crabbe and Goyle hastily trailing behind. Upon reaching the dormitory, the young man relaxedly perched himself on the sofa, clutching a newspaper clipping and regarding his 2 dim-witted followers. With a mere gesture, he commanded them to sit. The pair complied, albeit with a certain awkwardness. Draco, inwardly scoffing, wondered if his pallor today had unnerved them so. It was hard to believe that Weasley was a pureblood. "Just look at this." He tossed the clipping onto the table, prompting Crabbe to immediately reach for it. Yet, after a moment of silence, the usual mocking laughter was conspicuously absent. "Don't you have anything to say?" Goyle seemed to have an epiphany, managing a dry, forced smile as he remarked, "He got punished." The Ministry of Magic had fined Mr. Weasley 50 galleons for the incident with the enchanted car, and Mr. Malfoy had expressed hopes for Mr. Weasley's resignation, though he had neither been expelled nor resigned. They've brought shame upon the wizarding community, the entire family, after paying that 50 galleons. Their family of goblins might not even afford secondhand shops come next term. Crabbe, having finished reading the clipping, clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Draco shot him a fierce glare. "What is the matter with you, Crabbe?" Crabbe released his grip and explained, "I have a stomach ache. I ate too much earlier." Draco shot him a sidelong glance and continued, "What astonishes me most is that the attack at Hogwarts has not been reported. It must have been suppressed by Dumbledore. My father asserts that he is the greatest scourge of Hogwarts. How could a fool like Quirrell be permitted to enter the school under his watch?" He raised his hand, mimicking holding a camera, and pretended to take a photo of Goyle. "Potter, might you grant me an autograph photograph? I could keep it close to ward off those dark arts." The boy maliciously imitated, chuckling mockingly, "But what good would that do? That mud-blood is in the infirmary." And the idolized Potter could do nothing to aid him. However, no response was forthcoming, and he lowered his hand, scrutinizing the 2 stony-faced companions before him. "You both seem rather odd today." In the past, when Harry and his friends were mentioned, they would join in the jest. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, and Goyle stammered, "We're not feeling well today." Draco felt utterly bored. Gloria had yet to reply, and these 2 were acting strangely. "Lori hasn't sent me a letter today either. Unfortunately, I don't know her address to write to her first." The seated duo exchanged wary glances, and Goyle cautiously inquired, "I believe she might be preoccupied. We've actually been curious about something." "What?" Draco replied languidly. Goyle continued, "Concerning the Chamber of Secrets and the heir, our house knows the most about it. Could the heir be among us? Surely you know who it is?" Draco cast a dubious glance at him, causing Goyle to shudder. "I don't know. How many times must I say it?" The youth dramatically rested his head on the armrest of the sofa. "The other 3 houses fools actually think Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Lori and I are convinced he is not. Salazar would not have such a descendant." Goyle cleared his throat twice, flattering. "Of course, Potter is not the heir. But do you think Albert might be?" Draco remained silent, fixating on Goyle. "You are all truly peculiar. Why are you calling him Albert now? Usually, you both refer to Gloria." Draco swallowed hard, recalling the scene of Gloria capturing a snake. and felt she resembled the heir of Slytherin more than Potter did. The boy reluctantly accepted this explanation. There was indeed a secret to making snakes obey. Yet it bore no relation to being the heir of Slytherin. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and an owl swooped in. Draco immediately recognized it as Amy. This owl, larger in stature than the ordinary, landed on the armrest of the opposite sofa and extended a claw with a letter attached. Draco took the letter, gently stroked its head, and remarked, "Well done, dear girl." He then produced some fresh meat he had prepared in advance, knowing Amy had a penchant for it, which he had arranged through Gloria's house elf. As Amy feasted nearby, the boy began to open the letter. "Dear Draco, Merry Christmas. Do you like the gift I sent? Initially, your present was my favorite, but after reading the diary my father left behind, your gift has become my second favorite. A great deal has transpired today, and I almost delayed sending this letter. I hope you weren't too upset. I had a delightful Christmas, having found a portrait of my father, a family heirloom. I hope you are also enjoying yourself. If not, it matters not. Once I finish my tasks here, I will return to school early, eagerly anticipating your welcome. Missing you. Lori." Accompanying the letter was a stack of photographs, revealing more images of the black flame dragon. What pained him was that Gloria appeared in the pictures with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having wept profusely. Chapter 53. The three unfortunate souls. Draco's earlier agitation dissipated, replaced by a singular desire to see Lori soon. Lost in his thoughts, the boy's gaze softened like the evening breeze. "Draco!" Crabbe exclaimed, entering with his head cradled in his hands. The boy folded the letter and glanced over. Noting that both bodyguards had loosened collars and their robes were dirted, as if they had rolled on the ground, and they were barefoot. "I merely glanced at a letter, and you both have transformed into this?" Goyle pointed to the dormitory entrance, exclaiming, "Merlin, we woke up in the broom cupboard like this. Just now, we saw two individuals who looked exactly like us at the door." "What?" Draco sprang to his feet. "They looked exactly like you?" Crabbe nodded, then shook his head, uncertainly replying, "Not entirely. One had a scar on his forehead, and the other had red hair, but their faces were ours." As a student excelling in potions, Draco immediately thought of the polyjuice potion. The only individuals at Hogwarts known to have a scar and red hair acting together could only be Harry and Ron. It's Scarhead and that Weasley goblin, the boy realized, recalling how peculiar their actions had been. "What could they want by transforming into our likeness?" Goyle inquired with curiosity. Draco smirked. "Of course, they wish to uncover who the heir of Slytherin is, although I am equally in the dark." The limited intellect of the two bodyguards led them to conclude that it was perhaps best they had not inquired further. Goyle suggested, "If they have trespassed into Slytherin's dormitory, we should capture them and deliver them to Professor Snape." The boy frowned, realizing that they had likely vanished by now. They were like goblins, no doubt having scurried off. However, it was imperative to report the matter to the professor, as he would undoubtedly take proper care of the situation. Professor Snape's disdain for Potter is such that he can successfully lodge complaints without the need for evidence. The trio, seizing the moment before curfew, ventured to Professor Snape's office. Upon learning of the incident, the professor's expression darkened significantly, suggesting that after the Christmas holiday, Potter and his friends would certainly put on a remarkable performance in potions class. In a state of panic, Harry and Ron rushed to the washroom, gasping for breath. "We're doomed." Ron panted. "We ran into those two brutes. Malfoy surely knows we were disguised." Harry's heart raced. "It's all right. We managed to escape." Ron leaned against the wall. "What now?" "We didn't gather any useful information and spent too much time finding our dormitory." Initially, their plan had unfolded seamlessly. They had intentionally mentioned how delicious the cakes made by the Hogwarts house elves were, luring Crabbe and Goyle out of the Great Hall. After they consumed the small cakes that had been carelessly dropped, the trio hid in the broom cupboard, shed their shoes, and transformed in the washroom. Unfortunately, upon returning to the Great Hall, Malfoy was no longer present, compelling them to search for their dormitory, which consumed precious time. Fortunately, they encountered Malfoy, who was also heading back to the dormitory. "Hermione, we asked around, and it seems Malfoy genuinely does not know who the heir is," Harry said. Approaching the stall where Hermione had previously entered, Ron followed, grumbling about how he was preoccupied with Gloria's lack of response to his letter. Yet, there was silence from within the stall, and Harry grew anxious. "Hermione, are you all right?" Myrtle, seated by the washroom window, stifled her laughter behind her hand. The two boys were left utterly perplexed. Ron knocked heavily on the door. "Hermione? Go away." Hermione screamed from inside. Startled by her tone, Harry and Ron exchanged worried glances, while Myrtle floated down from her perch, her face alight with exaggerated amusement. "You should see this. It's truly hilarious." The door unlocked from within, and Harry cautiously pushed it open, revealing Hermione standing in the shadows, her back to them. Ron, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong? Have you transformed into a version of Boggett that you can't revert back from? But that form doesn't seem right. Is it just your face that hasn't returned to normal?" The mere thought of Hermione bearing Boggett's ghastly visage sent a shiver down Ron's spine. Hermione lowered her robe that had concealed her face, slowly turning around. "It's worse than that. The hair I found on Boggett is not hers. They beheld her face, covered in dark hair, adorned with fuzzy ears and yellow eyes, resembling a half-beast. It's cat hair. The polyjuice potion only allows for human transformation, not animal changes. I refuse to go out. Everyone will laugh at me. Myrtle burst into laughter, while Ron exclaimed in astonishment, "You have a tail now." Hermione's cries grew louder. The cacophony of weeping and laughter overwhelmed Harry, who hurriedly reassured her, "It's all right. Most of the students are back in their dorms now. We'll take you to the hospital wing." Madame Pomfrey 1T asked too many questions. However, Hermione shook her head defiantly, covering her furry face and sobbing uncontrollably. After more than half an hour of coaxing in the washroom, Harry and Ron draped 2 school robes around her and sprinted to the hospital wing as swiftly as possible, fortunately encountering no other students on the way. Upon seeing Hermione's condition, Madame Pomfrey wore a look of exasperation, bewildered by how these children managed to create such chaos during the festive season. 2 individuals gently assisted Hermione onto the innermost hospital bed, while Madame Pomfrey drew the curtains, allowing them to surround the bed and shield her from prying eyes. Once her tears had subsided and she recollected the pressing matter at hand, she inquired, "Did Malfoy say anything?" Harry shook his head, replying that he was equally in the dark regarding the heir. Ron added, "He mentioned that Gloria possesses a secret to command snakes, but it has nothing to do with the heir." Hermione placed her hands on her lap, lowering her head as she murmured, "This complicates matters. If even he is unaware, whom can we consult?" Harry, with a tone of concern, urged, "Let us not dwell on that for now. Your recovery is the utmost priority." That evening, Hermione remained in the infirmary, and Madame Pomfrey sought out Professor Snape to discuss her symptoms. Upon hearing that she had consumed a potion laced with cat hair, which had transformed her into a half-beast, the headmaster's expression grew even more forbidding. The next day, Harry and Ron entered the Great Hall for their meal. They spent some time explaining Hermione's discomfort in the infirmary, successfully deterring classmates who wished to visit, leaving them both physically and mentally exhausted. As Harry listlessly chewed on corn, he soon felt several intense gazes directed at him, and upon raising his eyes, he met the stare of Malfoy and his 2 lackeys. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, seemingly communicating with his eyes, "Just wait." Harry chose to ignore him and continued eating, but Ron nudged him, asking, "What's wrong?" With a grimace, Ron whispered, "Look up, it's Professor Snape." Harry sensed impending trouble and cautiously glanced up, only to lock eyes with Snape's dark, brooding gaze, causing his heart to leap in fright as he quickly averted his eyes, mirroring Ron's posture with his face against his plate. "I'd wager Malfoy has gone to complain. I dread potions class after Christmas," Ron lamented, already foreseeing Snape's subsequent scrutiny of them. Harry licked his lips, remarking, "Don't be foolish, whether we committed that act or not. Professor Snape will not relent in targeting us." His words held merit, yet Ron felt as though a stone had lodged itself in his chest, sinking ever deeper. Chapter 54, The Encounter at Azkaban. In the frigid waters of the North Sea, an island stood amidst the vast expanse of ocean, beset by harsh weather and relentless waves crashing against its cliffs. The howling winds battered the magical defenses as Gloria stood atop Apophis, observing the island draw ever closer. "Azkaban, the prison for wizards. So much suffering. I find it delightful," Apophis exclaimed with pleasure. Gloria smirked. "Wherever Dementors gather, anguish is sure to accumulate." Apophis hissed in agreement. "Those sensations are quite delectable. Pain intertwined with pure joy has a flavor akin to the soft, filled candies you consume." He relished pain, yet was not averse to pleasure. "Would you like to taste it?" Gloria proposed. "Then let us sample some shortly." The massive serpent pondered, deciding to try one, declaring, "Currently, magical gems are my favorite." As they conversed, they were merely a few dozen meters from the desolate island. However, as they approached, a figure emerged, one pointed threateningly at them, clearly intimidated by the imposing size of the black-scaled serpent. "Who are you?" "This is Azkaban. Leave immediately." Since the establishment of Azkaban, the number of visitors has been exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, any visitor must undergo scrutiny and obtain permission from the Ministry of Magic before notifying the Aurors stationed here. The male Auror on duty had not received a single application for family visits since his assignment began. Gloriana peeked out from her collar, her golden eyes glinting as a whisper echoed in the male Auror's mind, instructing him to return to the guardhouse and write a letter to his family, assuring the ministry that everything was normal. In an instant, the Auror sheathed his wand and returned to the guardhouse, his demeanor unperturbed despite the howling winds. The guardhouse was situated a considerable distance from the precipice, as the air within Azkaban was thick with anguish, and the Aurors on duty could not venture too close. Gloriana entered unbidden, picking up the list of prisoners and swiftly locating Sirius's name. Apophis shrank himself and climbed onto Gloriana's outstretched palm, recalling his long absence from this territory of Extus. Since his death, it was Apophis who had brought the body back to the estate. Extus, unsurprisingly, was a member of a family deeply engrossed in dark magic. Upon reaching adulthood, he quickly sought a pureblood which to inherit his lineage, and subsequently arrived at this island, where Apophis was tasked with passively guarding him. By the 15th century, wizarding councils had convened to impose restrictions on dark magic research. In response, Extus referenced the protective enchantments of his estate to create powerful concealment spells, which indeed allowed him to conduct his studies for many years, ultimately leading to the creation of the Dementors, a magical creature. Precisely, the Dementors were a byproduct of failure, and Extus passed away with a sense of regret. Within the dark confines of Azkaban, piercing screams seemed to emanate from the very abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Gloriana, seemingly unfazed, continued her advance. Cloaked and shrouded, she appeared as if submerged in water, her hood billowing to reveal a visage that instilled fear among wizards. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, a horde of Dementors surged forth. Gloriana raised her head, disdain etched across her features as she surveyed these failed creations. Speaking in a language incomprehensible to all but herself and the Dementors, she lamented the agony of tearing apart a complete soul, addressing the filthy failures that bowed to the descendants of Extus. The approaching Dementors halted abruptly, trembling, their mouths seemingly issuing silent shrieks. Gloriana's tone intensified as she commanded them to bow before the source of their anguish. Before her, the Dementors, in submission, prostrated themselves at her feet. As their creator, Extus would ensure they posed no harm to his progeny. Continue to guard Azkaban, disperse, Gloriana commanded, and the Dementors fled in panic, not daring to linger, especially upon the sight of Apophis emerging. He was viewed as a formidable adversary. Gloriana affectionately stroked his head, inquiring, "Will you not partake?" Apophis shook his head, displaying disinterest. With no further persuasion, Gloriana proceeded toward the prison cell housing Sirius. The light emanating from her wand illuminated the faces of the imprisoned wizards, long deprived of light, causing them to instinctively shield their eyes before lowering their hands to ascertain the identity of their visitor. The Dementors had all fled, and the tormented souls, still reeling from their ordeal, lay on the ground, their chests gently rising and falling. Many wizards imprisoned here descend into madness, perpetually tormented, their joyful memories siphoned away. The anguish they exude is absorbed by the prison walls, and when the time is ripe, new Dementors emerge from within. Even Gloria remains oblivious to the number of souls Extus has captured and tortured to create such a dire situation. The higher one ascends, the more silent the captives become. One might easily assume the place is deserted if they do not seek out the truth. Following the room numbers, Gloria discovered Sirius's cell, casting a silencing charm. A beam of light emanated from her wand, illuminating the room. A man, clad in tattered garments, with long, unkempt black curls, came into view. Upon sensing the light, the man, curled in a corner, turned to face her. His gaunt and haggard visage, coupled with familiar gray eyes, momentarily deceived Gloria into believing she was gazing upon her father. The resemblance between the brothers was striking. Sirius Black, Gloria called out his name. He did not respond, merely stared at her in silence before turning away again. "I am the daughter of Regulus Black, Gloria." This declaration finally elicited a reaction from the taciturn man. He bowed his head, trembling slightly, as if stifling a laugh. "The daughter of Regulus?" Gloria crouched down, fixing her gaze upon him. "I have come here to ask but one question. Why did you betray the Potters? You were disowned for your treachery. Why then, in the midst of war, did you suddenly turn against them?" She sought to understand more about the family members Regulus cherished. Initially, she had perceived Sirius as merely a habitual traitor, but her father's words suggested a more complex truth. Sirius suddenly looked up, his eyes ablaze with a flickering fire that soon dimmed and extinguished. "You are but a child. This place is perilous. You should have an Auror accompany you." His gaze was laden with complexity, unwilling to contemplate the reason for her solitary presence here. Gloria, fully aware of his scrutinizing gaze, retorted with a cold smile, "You deem my father a despicable Death Eater, a traitor like yourself, yet your ultimate choices diverge completely." She produced the false locket box and tossed it beside him, opening it. Sirius, perplexed by her actions, was reluctant to engage. "Open it. Do not force my hand to use the killing curse," Gloria warned him. At the mention of one of the 3 unforgivable curses, Sirius glared at her, hesitating before picking up the locket box. Upon twisting it open, he discovered a folded note. As he unfolded the paper and recognized the familiar handwriting, his movements stilled, his eyes widening in a desperate attempt to decipher the letters. Gloria spoke softly. "My father was willing to betray Voldemort for the safety of the Wizarding World, even at the cost of his life. Why, then, did you, a self-proclaimed Gryffindor of justice, betray your closest friend and the Order of the Phoenix?" Sirius's vision blurred, and he began to laugh strangely, tears streaming down his face. "My Regulus, my dear brother." Gloria observed him with a cold detachment, summoning the locket box and the note back to her. "So tell me, did you truly betray, or have you been wronged?" Sirius gazed at his empty hands. pain and struggle evident in his eyes as he turned to this unfamiliar girl. "It is all my fault. I am not wrongfully imprisoned. You should leave quickly. There are Dementors here. I dare to approach this matter, unafraid of the Dementors." Gloria interrupted her words, stating, "Now that I have your answer, I am enlightened." She turned and left without hesitation, extinguishing the light that had filled the room. There was another relative of hers imprisoned in Azkaban, yet Gloria had never considered visiting. Her disdain for that woman had existed long before she received her father's journal. As she hastened out of Azkaban, the young woman summoned a Dementor, commanding, "Do not approach Sirius Black, or I shall make you relive your former torment." The Dementor cowered, motionless, until she had distanced herself. Given the corruption within the Ministry of Magic, if Sirius were wrongfully accused, Gloria would immediately endeavor to exonerate him. However, if the allegations held true, for her father's sake, she wished for him to remain fully conscious, witnessing his own decay within the darkness of Azkaban. Chapter 55. I Miss You. Gloria refrained from disclosing to Regulus's portrait her visit to Azkaban. She had acquired the answers she sought. Ultimately, she let the three snakes out to frolic and relax before preparing to return to school. On the day she returned from Azkaban, Gloria wrote to Headmaster Dumbledore requesting permission to return early, and the amiable headmaster promptly acquiesced. Prior to that, however, there was another task to attend to. Regulus's belongings needed to be arranged alongside those of Auror, yet the vast black ancestral home had yet to undergo a thorough cleansing. She hoped her father's former residence could once again flourish in grandeur. At that moment, Kreacher appeared rejuvenated, his once stooped back now straightened as he followed the little house elves. Coco and others, in tidying the house. Upstairs, Coco shook the curtains, and a multitude of nymphs sprang forth, incredulous that a house inhabited by house elves could be so filthy. Thankfully, Kreacher was not present, or he would have been overwhelmed with shame. Another little elf busied itself cleaning the fluffy remnants on the sofa, while a special cleaning cloth was employed to wipe down the glass cabinet. Kreacher, on the ground floor, lifted a massive, moldy curtain, and the portrait behind it erupted in screams. "Who is here? Kreacher, you incompetent little elf." Walburga's portrait awakened the others, and soon the remaining portraits joined in a cacophony of reprimands, glaring at the unfamiliar house elf roaming their abode. Gloria approached Walburga's portrait, where the woman, adorned in finery and possessing a striking yet somewhat cruel beauty, was in a frenzy, vociferously berating Kreacher. Upon seeing Gloria, her eyes widened in astonishment. Anticipating this reaction, Gloria raised her wand and directed it towards her. The sharp tirade diminished to a mere whisper, rendering the content inaudible. "Has she always been like this?" Gloria inquired of Kreacher. Kreacher straightened his back once more, then bent it again, explaining that the mistress had transformed upon learning of young Master Regulus's death. The former lady of the house had been noble and elegant, the most esteemed matron of the Black family. Gloria cast a glance at the portrait, which continued to scold. The eldest son was disowned, and the proud second son had met an untimely and mysterious demise. No wonder she had descended into madness. "Perhaps we should relocate her." Kreacher shook his head, stating that the mistress's portrait could not be moved and would remain forever affixed to the walls of the Black ancestral home. Gloria ceased her insistence, gazing at the portrait, declaring, "I am the daughter of Regulus." The distorted visage, with its mouth flapping in a cacophony of curses, paused, fixating on her as if regaining a semblance of sanity in that moment. With a flick of her wand, Gloria restored the volume of the portrait of Walburga to its normal level. "What is the lineage of your other half?" she demanded. The girl remained silent, casting a glance at Kreacher, prompting the portrait to bellow at him. "Kreacher, what is her other half's lineage?" Trembling, Kreacher replied, "Kreacher cannot disclose that surname. Miss Gloria must wait until next summer." However, Kreacher is aware of the principles of the Black family. Miss Gloria is undoubtedly pure blood, and her other half's lineage is ancient and illustrious. Although Gloria was now Kreacher's new mistress, he remained loyal to the Black family and would not deceive the portrait regarding this matter. Walburga seemed to reluctantly accept this, her voice dark and foreboding. "You'd better not deceive me." Kreacher would never deceive the mistress. Gloria smiled slightly, suggesting that if Walburga could refrain from shouting, she would not obstruct her view with the curtains. Walburga's demeanor returned to normal, her head held high in arrogance. Gloria pointed at the busy house elves nearby. "These are the house elves of my family, here to tidy up. Do not frighten them." Walburga cast a dismissive glance at the elves and snorted softly. Gloria had no intention of allowing her father's portrait to see her just yet. She would return to inquire and arrange a meeting for the following summer if all was agreeable. The dilapidated Black family manor, under the diligent care of the house elves, and with Gloria replacing old furnishings, was regaining its former grandeur. All the portraits adorning the walls were cleaned, and those that were damaged were first mended with magic, with plans for professional restoration next year. Upon completion of the cleaning, the Black manor appeared more resplendent and artistically elegant than ever, boasting new wallpaper and flooring, gilded frames, and staircases rebuilt with rare woods. The banisters were cast in gold and embedded with various emeralds, while each room showcased a distinct style. The living room's curtains were adorned with gemstones, and the glass cabinets were filled with magical antiques. Gloria was thoroughly pleased. This was truly fitting for the Black family's legacy. Creatures sensed the return of the manor's former glory. After finishing the cleanup of the Black Manor, with only 3 days left of the holiday, Gloria set off for Hogwarts. Departing early in the morning, the carriage arrived at its destination by afternoon. As soon as she caught sight of the ground, Gloria noticed the striking platinum shimmer. She leaned against the window, watching as Draco's figure became increasingly distinct. As the carriage settled, Gloria opened the door, and a girl clad in a black knit sweater and a light brown cloak leapt out. Draco. The young man had clearly made an effort with his appearance today, donning a white shirt beneath a black knit sweater, the hem of his black cloak billowing in the breeze. Glory. Draco stepped forward to embrace her. Noticing the transformation in Gloria at first glance, there was an undeniable brightness radiating from her. Have you been well at home? And what is the situation with your father's portrait? Mentioning this brings her joy. On Christmas Day, in addition to receiving your gifts, I also received a diary left to me by my father. Upon reading it, I realized just how deeply he loved me, which filled me with happiness. Thus, your gift became my second favorite. It is only natural for it to be second. After all, it is from your father. Draco could empathize with her sentiments. He too held a profound affection for his parents. And what of the portrait? After reading his father's diary, he followed the clues to seek out heirlooms, and fortuitously discovered the portrait. Now, it can remain together with my mother's likeness for eternity. Gloria spoke of this with sincerity and satisfaction in her eyes, devoid of any sorrow. The two exchanged silly smiles, only to realize they were too close, able to see their own reflections in each other's pupils. Draco did not release her hand, his gray-blue eyes fixed on her with a hint of forlornness as he murmured, "I miss you." Gloria's heart raced uncontrollably, and she involuntarily replied, "I miss you too." Biting her lip, she lowered her head and took hold of his hand. "Let us head into the castle. It is quite chilly outside. How long have you been standing here?" Not far from them, Harry and Ron, having received a letter from Gloria mentioning her return today, happened upon the scene just as the carriage arrived. Silently observing, they witnessed the two in a tender moment. Ron furrowed his brow and earnestly asked, "Are they really not in a relationship?" Harry remained in a state of bewilderment, mouth agape, thinking, who knows? It seemed Gloria had forgotten to inform them of her return, as she was now walking hand in hand with Draco, moving farther away. Chapter 56, Visiting Hermione. Just a few days after Christmas, Hogwarts still retained its festive adornments, with red and green decorations visible everywhere. "It's beautiful. My home has never been decorated like this," Gloria thought, captivated by its novelty, far surpassing the scenes captured in photographs. The forebears of dark magic had never cared for such festivities, and the house elves, naturally, knew nothing of decoration. Draco scrutinized the castle's embellishments with a critical eye, dismissively commenting, "What is this? The Christmas decorations at my home are far more splendid, and we have lively Christmas gatherings. It won't be long before my birthday arrives. Although it is not during the holiday, we will celebrate it in the summer. You must certainly attend." "I will definitely go. My birthday is in July, so I can host a celebration at home. You are the first I'm inviting." "I accept," Draco replied. "I truly hope summer arrives swiftly. I want to take you to my home. Your estate looks fascinating, and how is the dragon egg you sent me?" Speaking of the fire dragon, Gloria pulled out a photograph taken before her departure. "Your dragon egg is being well cared for. Look, it is the largest among these. It is confirmed to be a male dragon." In the photograph, Graces was carefully guarding the dragon egg, one of which was notably larger than the others. "I will ensure its well-being," Draco promised. Gloria handed him the photographs. "Do not worry. Throughout the summer, you will be able to interact with it at my estate. The black flame dragon is one of the most formidable types among its kind, and fortunately, Graces is willing." The more Draco gazed at the photographs, the more he cherished them. "It must not have been easy for you to negotiate, was it?" "Not particularly. It is nothing to me. However, I do have quite a few magical gems." Gloria's demeanor did not suggest deceit, which momentarily put Draco at ease. Yet, what of the other kind of fire dragon? In Gloria's mind, she recalled a stunning breed of fire dragon, resplendent in golden scales, known as the golden fire dragons, one of the earliest dragon species. However, they were notoriously avaricious, preferring to dwell in lairs filled with glittering treasures. The beauty of their golden scales was unmatched, save for that of Galania herself. Every time Gloria beheld them, she would bring along precious gems, which the young dragons would eagerly circle around her, clamoring for her jewels. Draco endeavored to envision the golden fire dragons, imagining their grand appearance. The two of them strolled through the adorned Hogwarts castle, and as dinner approached, they found the 4 long tables sparsely populated, yet everyone seemed to be enjoying their meal. The other Slytherin students were somewhat surprised by her early return. And amidst the sea of uniforms, Gloria and Draco, dressed in casual attire, stood out conspicuously. With her return, The house elves had prepared an even more extravagant dinner. Just as she swallowed a bite of tilapia, Gloria inquired curiously of Draco, "Where has Hermione gone?" At the Gryffindor table, familiar faces were present, yet Hermione was notably absent. In her eagerness to share joy with Gloria, she had forgotten about the earlier unfortunate incident. They seemed to have procured Polyjuice Potion from some source, using it to incapacitate Crabbe and Goyle, transforming into their likenesses to sneak back to the Slytherin dormitory. Gloria, puzzled, asked, "Who is your heir?" Draco nodded. "Those two fools. I have no idea who the heir is, and even if I did, I wouldn't intervene." Gloria felt exasperated. She had already informed Harry that Draco was unaware. Yet they still resorted to Polyjuice Potion. What was Hermione's situation then? The side effects of consuming the wrong potion, the boy remarked gleefully. Professor Snape said she added cat hair to the potion and has now transformed into a half-beast. Gloria ceased her inquiries and continued her dinner. Draco grasped her arm, expressing curiosity about her method for subduing snakes, a matter he would certainly keep from Crabbe and Goyle. "That is precisely right," Gloria affirmed. "This is our secret." However, Harry and his friends were quite perceptive, eager to learn about it. Yet, being close to magical creatures was not uncommon. Hufflepuff had produced a renowned magical creature expert, Newt Scamander. Hearing that it was their secret brought greater joy to Draco. Once the holidays concluded, Professor Snape would not let them off easily. Gloria smiled in silence, envisioning Harry and his friends' dismal experiences in potions class. This group had even deceived her into believing that the Weasley twins intended to prank her with Polyjuice Potion, having stolen Professor Snape's private potion ingredients, and then transformed to run off to the Slytherin dormitory. The end of the holidays would mark the beginning of their calamities. After dinner, Gloria proceeded to the infirmary to visit Hermione. Approaching the vicinity, she encountered Harry and Ron, and she halted, crossing her arms, tilting her head as she remarked, "The Weasley twins plan to prank with Polyjuice Potion? Ron, do your two brothers know you speak of them this way?" The two boys silently looked down. Gloria shook her head in exasperation and entered the infirmary. The innermost bed in the infirmary was surrounded by curtains, and it was evident that Hermione lay within. "Hermione, Gloria?" Hermione recognized her voice. Gloria did not draw back the curtain, but stated with seriousness, "I have informed you that Draco and the Slytherin students are unaware of who the heir is. Why do you persist in trying to extract information?" Hermione, feeling a sense of urgency, explained, "It was during our confrontation that Malfoy mentioned the next victim of the Chamber of Secrets would be me," prompting Harry and Ron's anxiety to ascertain the truth. "And might I inquire why I possess the ability to subdue serpents?" Her question rendered them silent, with Harry and Ron standing behind her. "We truly have no other leads. We must inquire about this," Harry admitted, somewhat sheepishly. Gloria turned to him with a disapproving glance, asserting, "In any case, your ability to speak Parseltongue aligns more with the notion of being the heir than my ability to tame snakes." She intended to maintain her position firmly, concealing her identity. Ron stood by, speechless, and after a moment of contemplation, he offered, "I apologize, Gloria." Gloria was not angered. Their inquiries were merely probing. She produced a vial of potion, stating, "This is a potion passed down through my family, which can alleviate the side effects of many others. If you trust it, you may try it." This served as a signal, indicating she was not overly upset, and both Harry and Ron exhaled in relief. Ron returned to his usual demeanor, adding, "I haven't properly thanked you for your Christmas gift. I will redeem that wand during the summer." He had grown weary of the broken wand. "So have I. I am still learning the disarming charm, but I am certain I will master it before the summer break." Harry, envisioning the prospect of using the spell to intimidate the Dursleys, could hardly contain his excitement. "As long as you are pleased," Gloria turned to Hermione behind the curtain, saying, "Take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave." As Gloria exited the infirmary, a knowing smile graced her lips. This was advantageous, keeping Harry and the others in a state of guilt. Thus, when the heir's identity was revealed at the end of the school year, their genuine camaraderie throughout the year would temper their reactions, for she was not the one who instigated chaos within the chamber. She had no desire to lose such esteemed friends. Chapter 57. Acts of Kindness and Skipping Classes. The Christmas holidays swiftly came to an end, with numerous students returning on the Hogwarts Express. The Slytherin common room regained its former liveliness, the fire crackling merrily in the hearth. Draco sat on the sofa, with Gloria resting her back against his shoulder, both engrossed in their respective books. As a few individuals entered, the surrounding students greeted them, notably those whose relationships with Draco had soured, such as Zabini. However, this time they did not feign smiles before departing. Instead, they approached the pair. Gloria lazily lifted her gaze, noticing that Zabini's smile remained impeccably charming, while Daphne exuded her usual gentleness. Theodore remained silent, promptly finding a seat on the sofa, and Pansy exhibited discomfort, attempting to smile but struggling at the sight of the two in such close proximity. The other members of the small families had already found their own places to sit. Zabini was the first to produce a beautifully wrapped gift, stating, "A Christmas present." though I regret not knowing your address. Gloria placed her open book on her lap and replied nonchalantly, I did not prepare a gift for you. There is no need to present one. However, as if in a silent agreement, they collectively placed the gifts upon the table. Zabini remained utterly unfazed by her chilly demeanor. It mattered little, for all were eagerly anticipating the exchange of Christmas gifts next year. This was a gesture of goodwill, and as Gloria gazed at the presents, she called out, Talk. The house elf appeared, bowing slightly, and inquired, What service does the esteemed Miss Gloria require? Please collect these gifts, she replied without hesitation. For there was no need to distance herself from a family eager for reconciliation. With a snap of his fingers, Tok made all the gifts vanish along with his form. A palpable relaxation spread among the group. Daphne remarked, Draco, we heard you received quite the splendid gift. We are all quite curious. The young Malfoy's eyes sparkled with delight, for he would not truly receive it until the summer. For now, he only possessed a photograph. Gloria found it peculiar that this group was suddenly so amicable, only to realize that he had been boasting. Draco had sent one of the photographs of the Black Flame Dragon to his parents at Christmas, and the Malfoys were undoubtedly aware of the rarity of such a creature, especially when it could be bound by a blood pact. For this reason, Lucius refrained from reproaching his son for distancing himself from Zabini and the others. Upon returning home after Christmas, Lucius mentioned this matter at other gatherings, prompting the ladies of those families to seek confirmation from Narcissa, which they received affirmatively. What manner of family could remain entirely concealed within the magical realm, undetected, while also nurturing a creature thought to be extinct? It was clear that they were an ancient, powerful, and discreet lineage. Yet, one member of this family had appeared at Hogwarts, subtly indicating their intent to make a mark within the magical community. With such an opportunity at hand, how could their children possibly let it slip by? Thus, the overtures of goodwill from Zabini and the others came to be. Through their children's descriptions, the parents discerned that Gloria possessed a formidable confidence that allowed her to disregard the influence of their families. The small group seemed to revert to their previous dynamics, as if their relationships had always been this close. The following day, classes resumed as usual. In the morning, Gloria noticed Hermione returning to her normal self, and upon catching her gaze, Hermione smiled shyly. Gloria felt they were perhaps a bit premature in their joy, as they had potions class in the afternoon. Despite Harry and Ron's incessant pleas for time to slow down, the morning passed swiftly. At lunch in the Great Hall, the two boys wore glum expressions, while the Weasley twins sat beside them, draping their arms over their shoulders. Fred wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at Ron. What's the matter with our little Ronnie? Do you need your mom to write you a comforting letter to coax you into eating? Ron, exasperated, pushed his hand away. Get lost, Fred. George chuckled and nudged Harry. I know you have potions class this afternoon. Don't want to go? Harry silently met his gaze, the message clear. Indeed. He wished to escape. Fred gave Ron's shoulder a hearty slap, causing him to shoot his brother an annoyed glare. The two brothers produced a box, the lid inscribed with a message. Upon opening it, they revealed a cardboard divider, each compartment showcasing their painstakingly crafted products. Fred began to introduce them, vomit-inducing candy. Consume it, and you'll be retching for 10 minutes. This is our improved version. Once eaten, you will vomit. Be sure to prepare yourself. George pointed to a red candy and remarked, Cold candy. Consume it, and within a minute, you will succumb to cold-like symptoms. The effects are quite potent, leading to incessant sneezing and a runny nose, rendering one unable to function normally. Fred added, as for the others, most are merely prank products. This semester, we intend to focus on creating items for skipping class. I believe the sales will be remarkable. After all, every Hogwarts student has contemplated evading classes at some point. Harry and Ron's eyes widened with excitement at the prospect. Harry gestured towards the cold candy, expressing his desire to avoid an embarrassing situation in class. How much does this cost? He inquired. George replied, 5 silver sickles. An absolute bargain. Ron interjected, could you make it cheaper? Shamelessly holding up 2 fingers, suggesting 2 sickles. Fred promptly smacked him on the head, dismissing the idea. Harry then produced 5 silver sickles and handed them to George, who accepted the coins and passed the cold candy to him. Turning to his brother, he asked, Little Ronnie, don't you wish to skip class? 5 silver sickles. Ron hesitated, aware that their pocket money was limited this semester, and he was reluctant to spend so much at once. I'll buy 2 more, Harry said, reaching for his coins again, adding, I can't leave you and Hermione behind. I'll pay you back. Ron's spirits lifted at this. The successful Weasley twins gleefully accepted the payment and handed over 3 pieces of cold candy to Harry, with George reminding him, if you need anything else, come find us. Once the twins departed, Harry shared the candy with Hermione, explaining its effects. Hermione looked disapprovingly at them, asserting, we must attend potions class. You can evade once, but not repeatedly. Are you planning to consume these candies every time we have potions? The old bat is sure to have prepared in abundance for the first class, and I certainly do not wish to see that face. Ron, disregarding her concerns, popped the candy into his mouth. Thus, the 2 boys consumed the cold candy, and symptoms manifested swiftly, causing them to sneeze uncontrollably, their heads shaking as mucus splattered across their faces. Hermione recoiled in disgust, shielding herself with a book, exclaiming, "Merlin's socks, you two are revolting." The boys, unable to speak, leaned on each other as they staggered toward the infirmary. Reluctantly, she made her way to the classroom alone, knowing that their attempt to skip class would only result in harsher consequences next time. In the potions classroom, Gloria noticed Hermione entering alone and wondered where the other two were. Strangely, as class time approached, neither Harry nor Ron appeared, and Professor Snape was also late. The students whispered among themselves, speculating on the situation. Could it be that Potter and that Weasley had been caught and confined? Draco sneered. Gloria remained uncertain, pondering that perhaps something had delayed them. It was possible that the two unfortunate souls had encountered Professor Snape and were currently facing his wrath. A few minutes later, the classroom door swung open with a bang, revealing the scowling Professor Snape, flanked by two students, Harry and Ron. They appeared dazed, their eyes reflecting despair. Hermione couldn't bear to look at them. It was all over. Chapter 58. The Unfortunate Ones Who Cannot Escape. Professor Snape swept to the podium like a gust of wind, his dark gaze fixed upon Harry and Ron, who stood at the doorway. Under the weight of his penetrating stare, they hastily sought seats. And only then did the professor wave his wand to close the door, with a low, languid voice flowing forth. The most sardonic remarks were delivered in the gentlest of tones. Our esteemed Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, once as robust as trolls in the morning, succumbed to a heavy cold after lunch and retreated to the infirmary. As your potions professor, it is my duty to concoct a potion to restore their health. It is evident what they ingested to bring upon their illness, a convenient excuse to evade potions class. Draco cast a scornful glance at the two miscreants behind him and remarked to Gloria, "Two fools. Professor Snape will not let them off easily." Gloria sighed inwardly, realizing why Professor Snape had approached her earlier that morning to procure 3 vials of the potion she had delivered to Hermione the previous day. Observing Hermione's pained expression directed at Harry and Ron, it was clear she was aware of the situation and likely failed to dissuade them. Indeed, upon uttering these words, the two unfortunate souls sank their heads even lower. Yet the professor was unyielding. "Gentlemen, raise your esteemed heads and observe today's potion-making process." Harry and Ron had no choice but to comply, meeting the steely gaze of Professor Snape, who was poised for confrontation. Draco, determined to witness the unfolding drama, allowed Gloria to handle the potion ingredients while he oversaw the preparation. From the moment the students began their tasks, Professor Snape stationed himself beside the two, his eyes like daggers hovering above them. When Ron neglected to handle the Billywig-esque stinger, Snape initiated his tirade. "Mr. Weasley, why did you fail to prepare the stinger properly for Mr. Potter? Was it pilfered?" The blatant mockery of their own materials was unmistakable. Ron's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, while Harry clenched his jaw, wishing fervently to vanish. Draco chuckled unabashedly. Their head of house remained unfazed, his attention still fixed on the two wretches. Gloria meticulously added the finely ground stinger in 3 increments. Under such scrutiny, Harry felt increasingly anxious, stirring the potion in the wrong direction. "Mr. Potter, you are stirring incorrectly," Professor Snape remarked coldly. Harry hastily corrected his mistake. "Your force is excessive. The cauldron is on the verge of tipping over. Has your cold rendered your mind muddled?" Gloria held immense admiration for their head of house's sharp tongue, while Draco shook with laughter. Throughout the entire potions class, Professor Snape remained immobile, deducting 10 points from the two. Consequently, Neville felt less anxious than in previous lessons. This time, the potion was brewed without incident, adhering to the established procedures. Gloria successfully concocted a flawless potion, with Draco bottling it. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, subjected to the old bat's ridicule for the duration of the class, unsurprisingly produced a batch of failed potion. Professor Snape regarded their efforts with a cold smirk, saying nothing as he returned to the front to collect the students' final products. Draco submitted his potion, receiving the expected praise and points for Slytherin from the headmaster. Following him was Hermione, who, after a moment of scrutiny, was told, "A potion barely fit for consumption. I shall keep it safe to prevent anyone from inadvertently drinking it and turning into a cat." Hermione, believing she had narrowly escaped disaster. As the end of class approached, Draco laughed even louder, prompting other Slytherin students to join in his mirth. Professor Snape remained oblivious, assigning homework to both houses. The workload for Slytherin was similar to previous assignments, while Gryffindor faced double the burden. Harry and his companions were even worse off, having to tackle an additional 2-fold amount. "There's absolutely no way we can finish," Draco asserted with unwavering confidence. Gloria shared his sentiment. The sheer volume of tasks loomed ominously, especially with the next potions class fast approaching. "Shall we head to the library?" Draco, in remarkably high spirits, refrained from further taunting Potter and instead strode alongside Gloria towards the library. On Friday afternoon during potions, Harry and his friends indeed failed to complete their assignments, resulting in a scathing reprimand from Professor Snape, who deducted points and issued even more homework, requiring them to catch up on what was previously unfinished. At breakfast, a flurry of owls swooped into the great hall, among them Gloria's affectionate and robust Amy, who landed and immediately sought her owner, neglecting the letter on her talon. Gloria gently patted Amy's head and offered her a treat. Draco leaned in to see the sender's address. Dorset? Gloria, however, noticed the name, Newt Scamander. It was likely an inquiry regarding the Blackfire Dragon, as Mr. Scamander was quite fond of magical creatures. Draco recalled that he was the author of fantastic beasts and where to find them. The letter read, "Dear Miss Albert, I hope this correspondence does not seem too presumptuous. Albus mentioned that there is an extinct Blackfire Dragon near your vicinity, a subject of great interest to me. He suggested I write to you before arranging a meeting. If possible, I would be delighted to see that magnificent creature. I can wait should the timing be inconvenient. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter. Sincerely, Scamander." Gloria naturally welcomed the renowned magical creature expert to her estate. Recognizing that the Slytherin family's resurgence in the magical world would benefit from connections with such prominent figures, Draco also noted the letter's content, pondering whether the elderly man was still capable of venturing out, as he recalled Scamander was nearing a century in age. "Since he has written to me, it indicates he is indeed able," Gloria mused. Without hesitation, she retrieved parchment and a quill from her bag, raising her hand to compose a response to Mr. Scamander, inviting him to her estate during the summer. Having a globally respected expert document the creatures in the vicinity would undoubtedly elevate the mystique and prestige of the Slytherin family estate. Once the letter was complete, she affixed it to Amy's leg, just as the owl finished her meal and nuzzled against Gloria before taking flight. "Next year, I shall be enrolling in the Care of Magical Creatures course. I am certain Mr. Scamander will be willing to assist us in understanding those creatures." Draco discerned the underlying implication, realizing he too could reside at her estate. Whatever elective Gloria chose, he would follow suit. In the morning, Defense Against the Dark Arts class commenced, and as the new term began, even the most lethargic students recognized that Lockhart lacked true prowess, especially after he was sent flying by a spell cast by Professor Snape just before Christmas. Lockhart, as always, entered the classroom clad in a flamboyant wizard's robe, his golden curls evidently having required considerable time and effort to groom. In his class, Draco directly pulled Gloria to the last row of the classroom, and the other Slytherin students followed suit, pushing the Gryffindor students to the front. Unfortunately, Harry and Ron were called to the front again, beginning Gilderoy Lockhart's theatrical rendition of his own works. How long would he perform like this? Were those few books sufficient for an entire academic year? Draco leaned casually against his chair, facing Gloria sideways. Leaning against the back of her chair, Gloria turned to admire the boy's handsome profile, the disdain in his gray-blue eyes unmistakable. Feeling her gaze, Draco turned to her, a hint of crimson suddenly gracing his ears. What was it? Gloria remained silent, merely smiling and shaking her head. Chapter 59, Daily Banter. In class, Harry and Ron stood at the front, utterly disenchanted. Harry played the role of Lockhart from the book, while Ron, unsurprisingly, was the target of the spell. Lockhart, gripping Harry's shoulder, excitedly recounted, "At that time, I was wandering with a werewolf when I encountered a frenzied spiny pig, which was quite a challenge, as its spines could attack independently. But I managed to resolve the situation with a single spell." Draco observed Ron's awkward demeanor, guessing he wished to transform into a Tebow pig, yet here he was, playing the role of a spiny pig. The Tebow pig could turn invisible. Gloria stifled a laugh. Not to mention a goblin? Crabbe and Goyle snickered, and Zabini and others cast scornful glances at Ron, a pureblood wizard being so easily commanded by a mere decorative figure, truly befitting a descendant of a pureblood traitor. At that moment, Lockhart produced his wand and directed it at Ron, uttering a spell. Gloria recognized it as the inflating charm. Harry, lacking enthusiasm, merely wished to hasten the end of this farce, casually waved his wand. To his surprise, a faint silver light emanated from the wand's tip, causing Ron to shudder, his arms swelling, followed by his body, as he slowly floated upwards like an inflated balloon. Lockhart, still delighted, pointed at the rising Ron and exclaimed, "Exactly. That's how the spiny pig inflated and floated away." Gloria could already hear the laughter surrounding them, while only the Gryffindor students appeared concerned. "Help!" Ron shouted from the air. Seeing his hand-me-down uniform about to burst, Harry grew anxious, grasping Lockhart's arm. "Do something, save him." Lockhart fell silent. Hermione sighed in resignation, aiming her wand at Ron. Gloria had used that spell before and remembered it well. The beautiful spell of the anti-inflation charm. Miss Granger earns 5 points for Gryffindor. Lockhart smiled as he awarded points, showing no awareness that he should have been the one to intervene. Hermione, previously lacking energy, immediately brightened at such praise. Gloria remarked, "Foolish mudblood." Draco retorted, adoring a foolish professor. Finally, the class drew to a close, but Ron's anger remained unrelenting. With his uniform torn in places and needing mending before returning to the dormitory. Fuming in the hallway, Harry apologized to him, knowing it wasn't his fault. Soon, an irritating voice emerged from behind. Weasley, can you still wear that uniform? Should your mother send you another second-hand one? As soon as class concluded, Draco emerged, eager to mock him. A throng of Slytherin students surrounded the platinum-haired heir, standing face-to-face with Ron, whose second-hand school uniform appeared particularly tattered, contrasting starkly with the attire of his peers. Shut your mouth, Malfoy, Ron declared, indignant, and Draco's actions only stoked the flames of his ire. The youth tilted his head, a playful smirk adorning his face. Am I not speaking the truth? Is your uniform not second-hand? The Gryffindor students rallied behind Ron, glaring fiercely at the Slytherins across from them. Gloria emerged from the crowd, realizing the situation had escalated within mere seconds. Uncertain who had cast the first spell, she recognized the gravity of the moment and swiftly conjured a water barrier between the two factions, the same protective shield she had utilized previously. Instantly, dozens of spells collided with the barrier, and Gloria's expression hardened. Enough. Do you wish to be collectively deducted points? Harry and Hermione pulled Ron away, and the others began to disperse. Gloria exchanged a glance with Zabini and his companions, who discreetly departed. Casting spells in the corridor would lead to accountability for the instigators. Draco remarked, had your water barrier been a second late, I would have struck Weasley. Had my barrier been a second late, you would have been hit by a dozen spells, she retorted, well aware of the numerous curses aimed at Draco. Despicable Gryffindors. The boy spat vehemently. Since the incident in the corridor, compounded by Professor Snape's deliberate targeting, Gloria had not spoken to Harry and the others for several weeks. The trio always appeared exhausted, so fatigued that they scarcely had time to investigate the Chamber of Secrets. This targeting did not ease until February. During this period, Gloria contemplated visiting the chamber, as Harry and his friends no longer occupied the restroom. However, the professors remained diligent, establishing patrols each week. Meanwhile, it seemed Harry and his companions had embarked on a new adventure, recently shrouded in mystery. A few days prior, Gloria encountered Ginny, who appeared much improved, her complexion no longer as pallid as before. Yet, when Gloria greeted her, Ginny turned away without a word. Glinia remarked that the young girl's spirit was no longer as frail and was gradually recovering. Nonetheless, the atmosphere within the school had grown peculiar. The boys and girls exchanged furtive glances, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of chocolate. On the morning of February 14th, Gloria entered the Great Hall to find it transformed. The walls were adorned with dazzling pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti floated down from the pale blue ceiling. Draco trailed behind her, entering the hall and observing the scene without uttering a word. As they seated themselves at the table, Gloria caught sight of Lockhart, clad in a pink robe. Following the dueling club incident, he had once again decorated the hall for Valentine's Day, and Gloria harbored a sense of foreboding. At the professor's table, all except him wore stern expressions. Professor McGonagall's jaw was clenched so tightly that the muscles in her cheeks bulged. As the students from the four houses began to gather, Lockhart stood up to deliver a stream of trivialities, boasting about the number of cards he had received, a notion Gloria found incredulous, given that even after 6 months, people still fawned over him. After concluding his nonsensical speech, Lockhart clapped his hands, and 12 sullen-faced dwarfs, adorned with golden wings and carrying harps, entered the hall. I am aware that the youth often exhibit a certain shyness, yet love should be boldly proclaimed. Thus, I have summoned these amiable little gnomes to deliver heartfelt cards on your behalf. Gloria noticed the same disdain on Draco's face as her own. In fact, most students from Slytherin displayed a similar expression. Lockhart pointed towards Professor Flitwick, remarking that he possesses considerable skill in the art of enchantment, suggesting that today would be a splendid opportunity to learn from him. Professor Flitwick, however, buried his face in his hands. Lockhart was not finished, as he then turned to Professor Snape and added that those students wishing for a smoother romantic journey could certainly seek his guidance on concocting a potion of infatuation. Professor Snape, with a vividly frightful expression, warned everyone that anyone daring to utter a single word regarding love potions would surely face dire consequences. Gloria's unease grew as she observed the little gnomes. The events that transpired soon validated her apprehensions. Throughout the day, these gnomes incessantly invaded classrooms, interrupting lessons to escort students' Valentine's cards. Chapter 60, The Awkward Moment of Valentine's Day. After enduring the final class of the afternoon, the end would herald a return to the dormitory, where the gnomes would surely not be able to intrude. As the lesson drew to a close, they were in Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall's serious countenance was shrouded in shadow. No one enjoys being interrupted during a lesson. Suddenly, another little gnome appeared, and all eyes turned to see who would receive a card before the bell rang. The gnome, with a dour expression, approached Gloria and indeed halted before her. Gloria herself was utterly bewildered. Instantly, the gaze of every student converged upon Draco, whose face darkened in response. The gnome produced a card, its sharp voice declaring, "Gloria Albert, there is a card for you that must be read aloud." A profound silence enveloped the classroom as the gnome unceremoniously opened the card and began to read aloud. Beautiful Gloria, your hair captivates me like a golden waterfall. Your silver eyes clearer than the moonlit night, piercing my very heart. Your exquisite visage haunts my thoughts. I wish you knew my identity. Yet I prefer to bury this affection deep within my heart. Yours, an anonymous admirer. Gloria was utterly oblivious to her own expression, which was undoubtedly less than favorable. If one desires to keep their affections hidden, why permit a gnome to proclaim them before such a multitude? For the first time in her life, she felt a profound sense of embarrassment, casting a pleading glance toward Draco. At that moment, Draco's expression was even more dismal than Gloria's. As if he had been forced to ingest a slimy slug. The irate youth snatched the card from the gnome's grasp. The gnome, having fulfilled its duty, continued to depart with a scowl. Draco scrutinized the writing on the card, turning to address the rest of the classroom. Who pinned this? Before the class could conclude, Professor McGonagall interjected, Sit down, Mr. Malfoy. It is still class time. Reluctantly, he complied and took his seat. Gloria attempted to glimpse the card, but he evaded her, stuffing it into his pocket and muttering in exasperation. Do you truly wish to accept the card? No, Gloria replied. If you like it, then keep it. Draco uttered no more than a mutter. Don't let me catch you who wrote it. Gloria cautiously extended her hand and shook his arm, saying, Don't be angry. I'll personally make you chocolate when we return. Draco glanced at her in a fluster, awkwardly turned his head, and coughed lightly. All right. After class, the boy continued to grumble about the greeting card. As they passed through a certain corridor, he noticed a throng of people ahead. Annoyed, he temporarily ceased his complaints about the card and instructed 2 bodyguards to push forward. As Draco advanced, he spoke in a cold, drawn-out tone. What's going on? Upon reaching the front, he discovered that Harry was being besieged by a gnome, his backpack torn apart, its contents scattered across the floor. Harry, blushing with embarrassment, was preparing to abandon the items and flee when the gnome clutched his knee, causing him to topple to the ground. What is everyone doing here? Percy Weasley squeezed in. The gnome sat atop Harry's ankle, plucking the harp and reciting. His eyes are as green as freshly pickled toads, his hair as black as a polished board. Gloria could no longer contain herself. She believed her greeting card was embarrassing enough, but Harry's plight was even worse. Nevertheless, she did her utmost to suppress a laugh. The surrounding crowd was far less restrained, bursting into hearty laughter. Harry, flushed with indignation, feigned indifference with a dry chuckle, wishing he could evaporate into thin air. Percy, however, maintained a stern demeanor, urging, Hurry up, you all have another class to attend. Class time is approaching. Many of the bystanders were first-year Gryffindors, and Percy found it easy to disperse them, as the newly admitted children held a considerable respect for the prefect. Draco, however, regarded the prefect with disdain, crouching down to retrieve a black diary. Give it back, Harry exclaimed, somewhat anxious. The boy wore a mischievous grin. What, have you pinned sensitive secrets in there, Potter? Percy stepped in front of Harry, asserting sternly, Return it to him, Malfoy. No, Draco feigned opening the diary. I must see what Potter has written inside. Gloria felt a familiar unease emanating from the diary, an aura of dark magic. Harry grew increasingly frantic, already drawing his wand, prepared to retrieve it himself, while Ron stood by, eager to intervene. A hand snatched the diary away. It was Gloria, catching Draco off guard with her intervention. Enough. I wish to return early to prepare your gift, she declared, tossing the diary back to Harry. The boy's expression soured, yet he refrained from voicing any protest. The farce appeared to conclude, and the others began to disperse. As Ginny passed by Draco, he turned to call out to her retreating figure, I don't think Potter is particularly fond of your Valentine-esque card. Noticing the gnome reciting the card's contents, he recalled the foolish girl's bashful demeanor, connecting it to their encounter in the bookstore prior to her second-year enrollment, when Ginny defended Potter. Sure enough, upon hearing his remark, Ginny let out a wailing cry, covering her face as she fled. Malfoy, you! Ron brandished his wand, but Harry stopped him, not wanting to witness his dear friend hurling slugs again. As Gloria passed by Harry, she whispered softly, Be cautious with the diary. Gloria clearly observed the expression of terror that Ginny displayed upon seeing the diary in Draco's possession. At that moment, all attention was focused on the confrontation between Harry and Draco, and considering the faint aura of dark magic surrounding the diary, she felt compelled to offer a warning. On their way back to the common room, Gloria curiously inquired of Draco how he discerned that the card was from Ginny. After all, greeting cards are typically anonymous. If it were so easy to identify the sender, Draco would have sought out the author of the card long ago. I deduced it, Draco replied. Did I not mention encountering Potter before the term began at the Leaky Cauldron? At that time, that foolish girl from the Weasley family was speaking in his defense. And you should have seen her expression when the little squirt read the card aloud. Poor Ginny, to have such a secret crush publicly revealed by Potter's greatest rival. Upon returning to the common room, Draco scrutinized every passing male with a skeptical gaze. He had not forgotten about the card. Remember, do not accept such cards. Who knows whether the Cinder is a half-blood or a mudblood? Gloria had not even touched that card but acknowledged his sentiment, adding, however, "You are quite adorable when you're angry today." Draco's pale face immediately flushed with color. Seeing this, she laughed and departed, unconcerned about the card. Back in the dormitory, the three snakes leisurely devoured the magical gems. Even though this holiday held no significance for them, they shamelessly approached Gloria for festive gifts, claiming, "If you can give that little brat a present, why can't we?" With a sigh of resignation, Gloria complied. Garinya flicked her tail, remarking that the diary contained a shattered soul, reminiscent of the one in the locket. Gloria paused, incredulous. Really? Could it be the same person's residual soul? What are the odds of encountering two Horcruxes belonging to Voldemort in such a short span? Garinya shook her head, unable to confirm but assured that it was indeed a fragment of a soul. At this point, Gloria was acutely aware that the sole dark wizard responsible for creating Horcruxes was Voldemort himself. She felt the likelihood of this connection was substantial. Yet the diary remained with Harry, which was quite unfortunate. No wonder Ginny appeared so terrified. Her weakened soul was likely due to that diary. Yamongard observed her conflicted expression and asked, "What is troubling you? Are you considering warning that little brat?" But no human can sense the anomalies of a soul like Garinya can. Yamongard's words sparked a thought in Gloria. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to assess the situation first. If Harry exhibited signs of a weakened soul, she could then use the diary's dark magic as justification to present it to a professor. In such a case, even if he were reluctant, Ron and Hermione would undoubtedly persuade him. Chapter 61, Draco's Warning. Upon receiving a chocolate handmade by Gloria, Draco was elated, carefully tucking it into his pocket, his smile unwavering throughout the day. Several days later, Gloria noted that Harry's soul remained unaffected and showed no signs of the weakness that Ginny displayed, making it difficult to ascertain the diary's peculiarities. One day, while returning from the library, she fortuitously encountered Hagrid, who was carrying a deceased chicken. "Oh, Hagrid, what happened?" Gloria greeted him warmly. Hagrid is quite kind to Harry and his friends, not letting his emotions be swayed by her being a Slytherin. Yet, another chicken has perished. Since last Halloween, the chickens in the coop have been under relentless attack. Gloria blinked twice, pondering that it must be the basilisk's doing, as it loathes the sound of chickens. "Is that so? Where are you headed now?" Hagrid inquired, shaking the lifeless chicken in his hand. "Previously, I had requested Professor Dumbledore to enchant the chicken coop for protection, and it seems I must reinforce it further." Gloria could only nod silently, certain in her heart that the basilisk was not the culprit. Given its size, it could easily crush the entire coop without leaving any remains of the unfortunate bird. "Oh, I haven't had the chance to ask you directly. Did you truly release a venomous snake by hand before Christmas?" Hagrid gestured with the dead chicken, recalling the serpent's remarkable length. It had been quite some time, yet Hagrid still remembered. "Indeed," Gloria replied, maintaining a composed facade. "Perhaps it was due to some unique circumstances. Magical creatures tend to be quite fond of me. In truth, as long as she had a few magical gems in her pocket, any magical creature would greet her with friendliness." Hagrid's beetle-like eyes gleamed with envy. "That's incredible. I have always wished to possess such an ability, although I am patient enough to bond with them gradually." Gloria was aware of his passion for various creatures. "I merely have a special connection. You are truly admirable. I recall in your first year, your three-headed dog guarded the Philosopher's Stone remarkably well, much to our head's dismay." She understood that not everyone could teach others how to befriend magical creatures. Only individuals like Hagrid and Newt had that gift. "Luigi is indeed quite well behaved." Hagrid chuckled like a child. "You are the friendliest Slytherin I have ever encountered." Harry and the others were right. "You are different." Gloria accepted the compliment with a smile, acknowledging that her kindness was perhaps more pronounced towards wizards. "Hagrid?" A voice called from behind. It was Harry, accompanied by Hermione and Ron, as usual. "Hello, everyone." Gloria greeted them with a wave. However, the trio, typically warm in their salutations to Hagrid, appeared somewhat awkward at this moment. "You're here too, Gloria," Hermione remarked. "Just about to leave," Gloria replied. "You all carry on." She dared not linger, fearing that if Draco appeared, it would lead to a headache watching their rivalry unfold. Yet, she had not seen him since lunch. Where could he have gone? Meanwhile, in the third-floor lavatory of Hogwarts Castle, Crabbe and Goyle held the boy's shoulders firmly on either side, as Draco examined a card he had seized from a gnome days prior, comparing it to the parchment he had pilfered from the boy's backpack. The handwriting was identical. "Humph," the young Draco sneered, scrutinizing the boy before him, a third-year Slytherin, pure blood, yet of modest family standing. "Do you know why I sought you out?" he asked, feigning ignorance, fully aware the boy understood the significance of the card. "It's about the card, isn't it?" The news of Gloria receiving a card on Valentine's Day had spread, and the boy remembered well Draco's sour expression at the time. Yet he had not anticipated the other would actually track him down. "The Rod family, such a weak lineage, dares to write to Laurie." Draco's tone was fierce, and even though Rod was a year his senior, he dared not utter a word in rebuttal. The Malfoy surname was capable of crushing his family in an instant, leaving him in silence. The boy's gray-blue eyes glimmered with a palpable warning. Should I discover that you dare to covet Lori, rest assured, I will make you regret it. Rod nodded vigorously, regretting his impulsive act on Valentine's Day. Yet the little fiends offered no opportunity for repentance. Draco emptied the contents of his backpack, crushing everything underfoot until he was satisfied, ultimately tearing the greeting card into shreds. He straightened his attire, restoring his usual noble demeanor, and exited the lavatory. Crabbe and Goyle parted ways, each delivering a harsh shove as they passed him. Upon returning to the common room, the platinum-haired gentleman spotted Gloria seated on the couch. Where have you been? Come here. The boy smiled gently, having merely dealt with some troublesome matters. I'm here now. There had been no unusual happenings with Harry, leading Gloria to suspect that the diary had perhaps been resolved, especially since Ginny had managed to free herself from it. Life at Hogwarts continued as usual, with no further incidents of petrification. In the greenhouse, each student was assigned a bucket of bouncing mushrooms, the pale fungi leaping about as if attempting to escape their confinement. With Professor Snape's sudden departure to St. Mungo's, Hufflepuff opted to commence their herbology lesson early, mingling with them. Professor Sprout gestured for attention, instructing them on how to place the bouncing mushrooms onto a pile of pebbles, a task requiring a delicate touch. Be gentle while moving them. You wouldn't want them to escape, as capturing them can be quite troublesome. Draco, with a hint of disdain, moved his bucket further away, fearing the mushrooms might leap onto his face. Gloria cast a few glances before shifting her focus back to observing Professor Sprout's technique, only to see Ernie Macmillan extending his hand to Harry, requesting assistance in passing him a bucket of bouncing mushrooms. She recalled vividly Ernie's pale face as he pointed at Harry, asserting that if he were caught, nothing would come of it. Looking at Scarhead again, a somewhat irritated voice remarked to her. Turning back, Gloria noticed Draco frowning. She pointed in the direction of the Hufflepuff, exclaiming, "Look, that Hufflepuff has reconciled with Harry again. How soon was that?" Not surprising, the boy replied with a tone laced with sarcasm. A bunch of forgetful Hufflepuffs who once firmly believed Potter was the heir of Slytherin. Gloria had grown accustomed to his sharp tongue. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout gently grasped a mushroom, tenderly kneading its stem. It required a gentle rotation to induce dizziness in the mushroom, allowing her to place it into a prepared hole, securing it with 3 pebbles positioned at the base, thus preventing it from bouncing. Confronted with the lively mushrooms, Gloria found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Across the way, a group of Gryffindor students were laughing at something, when suddenly, a loud explosion resonated. Seamus Finnegan maintained his wand aloft, but the bucket in his grasp had toppled, sending mushrooms scattering to the ground, revealing their astonishing bounce. One by one, the bouncing mushrooms collided with the greenhouse ceiling, releasing a cloud of gray dust upon impact. Professor Sprout sighed, urging everyone to quickly grab their watering cans and spray, as the spores released by the umbrella fungi could cause discomfort if inhaled. Water would help these spores settle to the ground. The students hastily took up their watering cans, and as Gloria directed a mist upwards, she inadvertently splashed Draco. The young man touched his cheek without uttering a word, raising his hand to retaliate against her with a spray of his own. Influenced by their playful antics, the other students began to engage in mutual splashing, transforming what was meant to be a herbology class into a time of merriment. Professor Sprout stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head in resignation. Chapter 62, Intertwined Hands. Draco had received a box of sweets from his mother that morning, and Gloria found herself with an entire bag, filled with her favorite flavors from their last tasting. On the way to the library, she popped a gummy into her mouth and discovered it was filled with apple puree. Quite delightful. As she walked, a Slytherin boy approached, only to hastily avert his gaze as if confronted by a monster, quickly passing by. Gloria glanced back, wondering if she truly appeared so fearsome. Meanwhile, the fleeing Rod was fervently praying that his chance encounter with Miss Albert would remain unknown to Malfoy. Gloria returned her borrowed books to their rightful places, preparing to select a few more for her reading. Spotting Hermione engrossed in a book on the opposite shelf, she hurried over to greet her, remarking on how long it had been and how busy they seemed lately. Hermione, holding a hefty tome, confirmed their busyness, stating they had just escaped Professor Snape's overwhelming assignments. Gloria felt that the shadows cast by this burden were no less daunting than those from the petrification incidents. "What are you reading?" she inquired. Hermione tapped the cover, revealing it to be a record of monsters, hoping to uncover useful information about the creature in the Chamber of Secrets. Gloria nodded, curious if the library contained any texts on basilisks, considering Salazar was not the first to hatch such a serpent. However, she mused, basilisks had certain alchemical properties. "I thought you had given up on investigating this matter," Gloria remarked, recalling their weary demeanor from days prior. Hermione furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "How could we possibly give up?" Realizing her voice had risen, she quickly hushed herself, cautiously glancing to see if Madame Pants had noticed. Once assured of their privacy, she continued, "We have not abandoned our efforts. It's just that nothing has occurred recently, which is perhaps for the best, allowing us to remain undisturbed until we reach a resolution. Gloria believed the chances of resolution were slim. Until the individual responsible for opening the chamber was apprehended, further attacks were inevitable. Each time she considered this, she marveled at the professor's dedication. Not only was she unable to enter the chamber, but it seemed the perpetrator was equally hindered. She hoped that the magical gems she had previously fed to the basilisk would sustain it through the coming months. As she silently admired the professors, she turned to see Ginny entering the library with friends. Ginny appeared better than last time, yet her demeanor was unsettled and even irritable. Her lovely brows furrowed as she engaged with her companions, lacking enthusiasm for their conversation. Hermione, noticing her gaze fixed on the entrance, asked, "What's wrong? Is Malfoy coming?" From the moment Gloria forged a friendship with Malfoy, they have been inseparable, unlike the early days of the school year when individual conversations were still possible. Observing Hermione's worried expression, she chuckled softly, realizing it was merely the sight of Ginny Weasley, who appeared significantly better than she had 2 months prior. "Indeed, she is much improved," Hermione remarked. However, she was quite upset for several days after Malfoy revealed her sending a card to Harry. Naturally, she was also taken aback that Ginny would write to Harry. Gloria replied with a hint of annoyance. "He merely guessed. I did not expect it to be true." Hermione, exasperated, noted, "His powers of observation are infuriatingly sharp when it comes to us." Gloria, unable to engage further with her sentiment, deftly shifted the topic, suggesting that if they uncovered anything, it would be best not to inform Ginny. She leaned on the table, scanning for Ginny's presence nearby. "Why?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "Why would I tell her such things?" Although they were in the same house, their differing years, one in first and the other in second, meant they seldom crossed paths. Gloria tapped her fingers on the table and recalled the Weasley twins mentioning that Ginny was quite anxious about the Chamber of Secrets incident, fearing that discussing it might plunge her back into distress. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione had often witnessed Ginny's pale visage. "You are right. We should resolve these matters. She is just a first-year child," Gloria replied. "Yet you were merely children when you guarded the Philosopher's Stone, were you not?" In truth, Gloria felt increasingly that matters were not as simply resolved as they appeared. How long had Ginny been in possession of that diary, which harbored a lingering soul? Was it truly so easy to rid oneself of its influence? With the Easter holidays approaching and the prospect of 2 weeks at home, Gloria contemplated her decision to remain at school. The system had indicated that there would be opportunities at the end of the academic year to reclaim the basilisk. And with April fast approaching, there were only 2 months left in the school year. It was prudent to remain vigilant regarding the happenings within the school, particularly since she would have 2 months at home during the summer. "You are staying?" Draco exclaimed in disbelief, having previously made plans for her to visit his home during the Easter break. Gloria responded earnestly, "Yes, the summer break is not far off. Once school resumes. I will be entering my 3rd year, and I must carefully select my elective courses. Besides, the family estate will be rather dull with only my presence." She added, "I will visit your home during the summer." Staying at Malfoy Manor for 2 weeks in her current standing seemed improbable. The young man felt disappointed. After spending a few days apart from Gloria over Christmas, he found himself lacking motivation, even losing the desire to bully first-year students alongside Crabbe and the others. "Just 2 weeks, it will pass swiftly, and you can enjoy playing on your broom at home." Since his departure from the team, his Nimbus 2001 had remained more of a collector's item, with the pitch frequently occupied by requests from other houses. The young man wore a crestfallen expression. For the first time, he was reluctant to return home during the holidays. "Well, we must attend History of Magic class." The textbook for the course was thick and heavy, and Gloria stuffed it into her enchanted bag. Professor Bin's lectures remained as hypnotic as ever. From the very first word, many students began to yawn, their eyelids growing heavier by the moment. Gloria found herself unable to resist the enveloping drowsiness, her consciousness hovering between wakefulness and slumber. Draco had already laid his head upon the desk, his brow still furrowed. The History of Magic class relied solely on the students to study diligently after lessons. When she opened her eyes again, Gloria glanced at the clock. The class was nearing its end. Resting her head on the desk, she noticed Draco's handsome face turned towards her, the warmth of the classroom bringing a faint flush to his pale complexion. Her gaze shifted to his elegantly elongated right hand, which hung over the edge of the desk. As soon as she brushed against his fingers, they instinctively clasped hers, and Draco opened his eyes. His slate blue irises filled with her presence. He formed the word silently, asking, "What is it?" Gloria subtly shifted closer, whispering, "After lunch. Let us investigate the elective course information and aim to finalize our decisions before the Easter holiday." Draco's right hand stirred, intertwining with hers, their body heat melding through their palms. "Very well, I shall share a decision of mine with you." Gloria nodded slightly, indicating her attentiveness. "I will not be returning home for the Easter holiday," Draco declared. "Before this afternoon concludes, I will write to inform my parents." The girl paused for a moment, her heart fluttering with joy that could not be concealed by her smile. The class had ended. Chapter 63. A great discovery in the travelogue. Draco promptly penned a letter to his parents, notifying them of his decision not to return for the Easter holiday. Together with Gloria, he meticulously reviewed the elective course offerings, ultimately deciding on the care of magical creatures and ancient runes, as the others held no interest for them. After all, they required only a minimum of 2 courses. They had made their selections. Given their status, there was no need for excessive certifications, as inheriting the family estate sufficed. The Malfoys, in addition to replying, sent along a few gifts, including a special treat of apple-flavored soft candies for Gloria. As the Easter holiday commenced at the end of March, it was surprisingly noted that their small group did not return home. Instead, they gathered as before, sharing the information they had acquired in their leisure time. Furthermore, there were activities for the Pureblood Club, which Draco wished for Gloria to join earlier, but she declined. The spring brought with it a persistent drizzle, though it was not as cold as before. A clear yet brisk breeze swept through the corridors of Hogwarts Castle. After lunch, Gloria parted ways with Draco and the others. They headed to the club while she made her way to the library. After spending over 2 hours there, boredom began to set in, prompting her to consider a stroll. Perhaps she could explore the vicinity near the second-floor lavatories. It was possible that the professors had already patrolled that area this afternoon. With this thought in mind, she prepared to investigate nearby. However, upon exiting the library, she spotted Draco, books in hand, striding towards her with purpose. Upon noticing Gloria, his slate-blue eyes sparkled with delight as he rushed forward, taking her by the hand and leading her upstairs. They finally halted at the astronomy tower. Gasping slightly, Gloria inquired, "What is the urgency?" Draco presented the book he was holding before her. Gloria looked perplexed. Was this not the travelogue she had gifted him? Noticing her confusion, the young man seemed incredulous. "You do not know? You haven't read it?" "I have read it," Gloria replied, "but only once, not repeatedly. In it, I discovered the author claimed to have invented a curse." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Gloria wore a perplexed expression, questioning the normalcy of the situation. Was it not customary? After all, she had indeed employed the minor curse she had invented against Harry and his companions. The rooting curse had certainly vexed Hermione. Yet, this was different. Draco interjected, exclaiming, "It is the heart-piercing curse. Laurie, your ancestor was the creator of this vile spell." Merlin, what a revelation. The identity of the wizard who invented the heart-piercing curse has never been clearly documented in magical history, and it turns out she belongs to your lineage. Gloria nodded in dazed agreement, initially thinking it was a significant matter, only to realize it was merely this. However, seeing Draco's excitement made her forget that the heart-piercing curse was indeed inscribed in the travelogue. She had first encountered it at the tender age of 6. And given Apophis' prowess, she had not regarded the curse with much seriousness. Draco's exuberance was palpable, as though it were not Gloria's ancestor, but his own. What was her name? The youth finally remembered to inquire, for the travelogue contained numerous accounts, yet the author had not inscribed her name. Bernice. Gloria had previously assumed that the travelogue was so voluminous that Draco would not finish it until summer, at which point she could enlighten him about Bernice. Having indeed forgotten the mention of the heart-piercing curse, Draco, having slightly calmed his fervor, was certain that Gloria's heritage was anything but ordinary. "Could you share more about her?" he asked eagerly. "One of the 3 unforgivable curses. How formidable must its creator have been?" The two leaned against the railing as Gloria began to recount the tale beyond the surname Bernice. She was named Bernice, and from a young age, she was captivated by dark magic. In her quest to validate the efficacy of curses on the living, she once ventured beyond the estate. As noted on the first page of the travelogue, Draco listened intently. After leaving the manor, she encountered a multitude of people and discovered her penchant for tormenting others. She deemed killing her adversaries too merciful. Instead, she believed they should endure the most excruciating suffering, thus leading her to invent this curse, which she considered a form of art. Bernice drew inspiration from Apophis, but he merely protected her passively and did not heed her commands. This prompted her to devise a similar curse independently. In truth, she possessed specific incantation gestures that allowed the victim to remain acutely aware while enduring torment. "Laurie, your family must have produced numerous dark wizards," Draco asserted with conviction. "My father mentioned that Alberic might not be Gloria's true surname. And given that the travelogue's author devised such a powerful curse yet did not leave her name, let alone her surname, it is evident she hailed from a highly enigmatic wizarding lineage, even older than the Malfoy family. Yet, he was fortunate to have encountered Laurie." Gloria nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there have been many. If you're interested, during the summer, you can visit the portrait gallery at my home. Portraits of my ancestors have been preserved throughout the generations. Of course, I am interested. But the contents of this book must remain concealed from others," Gloria cautioned, gesturing toward the travelogue. "Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble." "I have never allowed anyone else to touch it," Draco replied, clutching the travelogue tightly. It's a pity that none of my family's ancestors penned such an intriguing travelogue. They only compiled books of curses. When the time comes, we shall exchange our readings. Very well. I have similar travelogues in my family to share with you during the summer. Thus, a deeper bond of secrecy formed between the two. As the holiday drew to a close, the exhilarating Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff loomed on the horizon. However, mere hours before the competition, a theft occurred in one of the Gryffindor dormitories. Fortunately, this incident bore no impact on the match, and the following day dawned bright and clear, ideal weather for Quidditch. Yet, Harry was tormented by the secrets he had unearthed in his diary, causing him to struggle with concentration during practice, despite Wood's repeated coaching. As he made his way back with his equipment, he stepped onto the marble staircase when that chilling voice resonated once more. Kill me, let me tear apart. Startled, Harry recoiled, frightening Hermione and Ron, who instinctively distanced themselves from him. The voice returned. Harry turned towards its source, questioning, "Did you hear that?" Ron's eyes widened in terror, and he replied, "No." Hermione, suddenly enlightened, slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "I should have realized it sooner. Harry, Ron, I've just had a breakthrough. We need to consult the library. Here's to our house winning the Quidditch match." Harry, in a flurry of confusion, could not grasp Hermione's meaning. What had she figured out? Ron, equally perplexed, remarked, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Hermione dashed towards the library, having finally connected the dots. Harry was a Parselmouth, a unique ability that likely belonged to him alone within the school, aside from that deranged individual who had once opened the Chamber of Secrets. Thus, the voice that only Harry could hear must belong to a serpent. Surely, the library would contain records about the basilisk. It was astonishing that she had not deduced this sooner, especially on the very day they discovered Harry's ability. Her thoughts had been muddled, as if ensnared by the sticky substance of a flobberworm. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron returned to the common room, where they spotted Ginny seated on the sofa. Ron's face brightened as he greeted her. "Ginny, why haven't you gone to the pitch to secure a spot?" However, he soon noticed that Ginny's complexion was disturbingly pale, reminiscent of her state from 2 months prior. He approached her, concern etching his features. "What's wrong? Are you unwell? I can take you to the hospital wing." Ginny shook her head, casting a cautious glance at Harry, who was similarly concerned. Thankfully, she felt all right. She did not wish to miss Harry's match, so she redirected the conversation, asking, "Where's Hermione? Has she gone to the pitch?" Ron interjected. "She went to the library, claiming she suddenly thought of something that required verification. She has been obsessively researching the creature of the Chamber of Secrets lately." Both boys pondered Hermione's motives, oblivious to the fact that Ginny's pallor had worsened. Chapter 64, The Dual Attack Incident. Hermione scoured the library for books pertaining to the basilisk, and soon found a reference in a volume titled A Comprehensive Guide to Magical Creatures, detailing a serpent with petrifying abilities. She had to stifle a scream. Surely, the voice Harry had heard belonged to this creature. Upon further examination, she noted that those who gazed into the basilisk's eyes would not die instantly, but rather be petrified. 50 years ago, a girl had perished. How had the basilisk accomplished that? Hermione's mind raced with questions about how such a colossal serpent could roam the school undetected. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Pipes. She quickly jotted down her thoughts with her quill. "What are you reading?" A sudden inquiry startled Hermione, prompting her to gasp and turn, only to find it was Ginny. She exhaled in relief. "Oh, it's you, Ginny." She patted her chest. Ginny tilted her head to glance at Hermione's book. "Harry and Ron mentioned you were in the library. I'm not feeling well today, and didn't want to watch Quidditch, so I came here for a stroll." Hermione noticed Ginny's pale complexion and felt a twinge of concern. "Let me escort you to the hospital wing." Ginny shook her head, pointing at the book. "What page are you on?" Hermione, completely forgetting Gloriana's earlier reminder, was consumed with the joy of discovering information about the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. "It's about the monster in the chamber. Now that we have the details, once we find Harry and the others, we can inform Professor Dumbledore. I believe the petrification incidents will soon come to an end." "Is that so?" "That's splendid," Ginny replied, her voice somewhat ethereal. Her gaze lowered, as if she were studying the book in her hands. "I can't lend you this book right now. I need to ask Madame Pants first." Hermione rose to seek Madame Pants, who was likely organizing books somewhere. Ginny nodded silently and departed, retrieving a diary from her robe as she approached the door, her expression unreadable. In her haste, Hermione searched frantically, but found no sign of Madame Pants. Had she gone to the Quidditch pitch? The match was about to commence, and she needed to borrow the book quickly to reveal the truth about the chamber monster to Harry and Ron. Overwhelmed with urgency, Hermione impulsively tore out the page about the basilisk, silently apologizing to Madame Pants. However, just a few steps out of the library, she heard an unusual sound from above, reminiscent of a colossal creature passing by, a deep thud reverberating through the air. Goosebumps erupted on her skin as she recalled Harry mentioning hearing that sound before returning to the common room. This indicated that the basilisk was roaming the school. She swiftly hid at the entrance of the nearby restroom, cautiously pulling out a small mirror from her pocket to peer outside. At that moment, someone emerged from a stall. "Ah!" Hermione screamed, startled by the sudden noise. The girl who opened the door was equally alarmed and let out a shriek. Stepping out was a tall Ravenclaw student with cascading curls, her eyes wide with fear. "What are you doing?" Hermione pressed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. "It's dangerous out there. We need to stay here." The Ravenclaw girl ignored her, shaking her head as she approached the sink. Fearing that speaking too loudly might attract the basilisk, Hermione leaned against the wall by the door, peering into the mirror. In the next instant, she spotted a familiar figure, Ginny, clutching the diary. Just as she was about to call her in to hide, a massive snake with emerald scales appeared behind Ginny. Its yellow eyes vividly reflected in the mirror. Hermione gasped, her mouth agape in horror, but she was instantly petrified. The Ravenclaw girl, having finished washing her hands, also caught sight of the enormous beast's eyes in the mirror and similarly fell victim to petrification. Ginny, her eyes vacant, approached Hermione, feeling around her for the book. Upon confirming its absence, she turned and left, oblivious to the torn page clenched tightly in her palm. In the Quidditch stadium, Gloria and Draco sat together. The clock nearing 11. "I really wish to see Potter get knocked off his broom by a bludger," Draco remarked maliciously. Gloria, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Have you forgotten that you were also struck by a bludger that time? It was Potter's fault. The bludger was meant for him." She smiled silently, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the Gryffindor team, awaiting the appearance of those clad in red uniforms. Soon, Harry and his companions emerged, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the crowd, all eagerly anticipating an exhilarating match. However, just as the players took to the sky for warm-ups, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated throughout the stadium, declaring the match cancelled. Students in the viewing area erupted in chatter, voicing their discontent with boos and shouts. Draco joined in. "Why is it cancelled? I still wanted to see Potter fall from his broom." This remark drew disapproving glares from nearby Hufflepuffs, though they too protested the cancellation. Gryffindor's captain would swiftly return to the ground, conversing with Professor McGonagall, who disregarded him, continuing with the microphone. "All students must return to the common room immediately. You are not permitted to linger in the stadium. The heads of houses will inform you of the reason for the cancellation. Now hurry back." After dropping the microphone, she gestured for Harry to follow. A sense of foreboding settled in Gloria's heart. Matches had never been cancelled in such inclement weather before. Yet today it was called off just as it was about to commence. Suddenly, a thought struck her. There must have been another petrification incident. "Let us go, Draco," she urged, grasping the boy's arm. "What's wrong, Laurie? Can't we protest a little longer?" Gloria quickened her pace, turning her face to him. "Something must have happened. We need to get to the common room and await the headmaster's announcement." After this, Draco ceased his complaints. It was unthinkable that students could be petrified at this hour. "I believe that's it. Let us hurry," Gloria insisted, after returning to the common room. It was a while before the other students trickled back in. It was rare for Professor Snape, the headmaster, to visit the dormitory, and Gloria was seeing him here for the first time. He stood there with a scowl, holding a scroll of parchment. Once most had returned, Professor Snape's deep voice broke the silence. "Another attack has occurred at the school. This time, 2 individuals have been petrified. Hermione Granger from 2nd year Gryffindor, and Penelope Clearwater from 6th year Ravenclaw." An instant murmur filled the room as everyone whispered in astonishment at the news of 2 victims. Gloria tightened her grip on Draco's hand, utterly shocked that Hermione had been petrified. Sensing her anxiety, Draco gently squeezed her hand, attempting to ease her tension. Professor Snape's dark gaze swept over them, causing all students to fall silent. He unfurled the parchment and began to read its contents, announcing that all students must return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock. An astronomy class was similarly cancelled for the time being. Upon finishing the reading of the parchment, he gazed at the students and declared, "Hogwarts is in a state of emergency. The school may close at any moment. Until a final decision is reached, each of you must strictly adhere to the new regulations. Our house is the only one that has not suffered an attack, and I wish for this situation to persist until the matter is resolved." Professor Snape uttered not a single superfluous word before turning and departing. The wind generated by his swift passage causing the hem of his robe to swirl as he rapidly vanished from the common room. Only after the professor's figure had completely disappeared did the Slytherin students begin to converse animatedly. Chapter 65, Malfoy's Ambitions. The following day, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was oppressive. Even Gilderoy Lockhart, typically the life of the gathering, kept his head bowed over his meal, seemingly shaken by the previous day's assault on students. The only stir in the hall came from the owls that occasionally flitted about, and today, Draco received a letter. After reading it, he seized Gloria by the chin and hurried outside, stopping only at the edge of the Black Lake. The wind of the season carried a hint of chill, offering her mind a momentary clarity. "Why have you pulled me out here so suddenly?" Draco shook the parchment in his hand, revealing that his father had visited the school the previous night and witnessed the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, escorting the culprit away, none other than Hagrid, the giant who had opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years prior. Gloria retorted, "That is absurd. Hagrid is clearly a half-giant. To claim he is the perpetrator of the chamber's opening is preposterous. I would sooner believe that Harry is a descendant of Slytherin." Noticing her skepticism, Draco handed her the letter. It contained not only the news of Hagrid's capture, but also detailed how Mr. Malfoy had coerced and bribed the other governors into signing a petition to force Headmaster Dumbledore from his position, resulting in his suspension. It was no wonder Professor McGonagall had announced Dumbledore's temporary departure that morning. Mr. Malfoy had indeed succeeded. Draco mused, "If we can oust that biased headmaster from the school, we will have the opportunity to completely expel him. At that point, my father will rally the other governors to appoint a headmaster sympathetic to pureblood wizards, thus placing Hogwarts firmly in the hands of pureblood families." Gloria returned the letter to him after folding it neatly, pondering the recent events that had already instilled fear among the student body. With Dumbledore's departure, the prospect of Hogwarts closing seemed uncertain. The young man, unfazed, shrugged. Haven't they already captured the culprit? Soon everyone will know the truth. Once that clumsy giant's guilt is established, everything will return to normal. Do you genuinely believe Hagrid is the culprit? Gloria questioned. He is clearly wronged. Draco gazed out over the Black Lake, an inscrutable light flickering in his eyes. I certainly know he is not. That bumbling giant merely cares for peculiar magical creatures and yearns to befriend them. But so what? If someone else bears the blame, the school will be safe. Even if the monster from the chamber continues to attack students, Slytherin will remain unscathed. His excitement grew as he envisioned a glorious future. Perhaps even driving out the other three houses and fulfilling Salazar Slytherin's desire to allow only purebloods to study at Hogwarts. Gloria was not surprised by his words. Believe me, had Salazar still been around, he would undoubtedly have been more concerned about the school's continued operation. Regardless of which house they attended classes with, the Slytherin students were met with hostile glances from the others. Among the four houses, apart from Slytherin, there were victims in all others. The Ravenclaw girl who had been petrified was a half-blood, while Gryffindor fared the worst, with 2 students plus a ghost. Slytherin took great pleasure in this, convinced that the heir must be among their ranks. The 3 houses were reluctant to approach Slytherin, and the divisions in class were stark. Gloria refrained from seeking out Harry and Ron. During such times, she was unafraid of the Slytherin students' gossip, but Harry and his friends could not afford to be so bold. Visits to Hermione were impossible, as Madame Pomfrey kept a vigilant watch over the petrified students, refusing any visits for fear of a second attack. Headmaster Dumbledore had been absent from the school for 2 weeks, leaving an atmosphere of tension. Every class had professors escorting students to prevent anyone from being alone. The verdict regarding Hagrid had been delivered 2 days prior. The Ministry of Magic had deemed him the culprit and confined him to Azkaban. Upon hearing this news, Gloria rolled her eyes in disbelief, certain that the ministry was utterly unreliable. As Transfiguration class concluded, Professor Snape awaited them at the door, while Professor McGonagall escorted the Ravenclaw students to their next class. Upon reaching the potions classroom, they encountered Gryffindor students. Escorted by Professor Flitwick, blocking the entrance, both sides refused to yield. Gloria and Draco lingered at the back of the line, taking their time to enter. Today, Crabbe and Goyle were seated in front of them. As Gloria prepared her materials, she noticed in her peripheral vision that Harry and Ron were behind them. Draco had yet to notice, as he was preoccupied with sharing plans for the upcoming weekend. It was only when Professor Snape reprimanded the 2 unfortunate boys that Draco realized who was seated behind them, and rather than insult them, he cast a provocative glare in their direction. In the classroom, the Gryffindor students shrank back, each receiving individual reprimands from Professor Snape, their anger boiling beneath the surface. As the class neared its end, most students had completed their potions and began to pack up for the walk to the Great Hall. Crabbe turned around with a grin, saying, "Draco, your father is incredible. After driving Dumbledore out, look at those Gryffindors. They all look like sickly cats with their tails tucked." Draco coldly chuckled, relishing the flattery. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron fumed at the back, puzzled by Dumbledore's sudden departure, realizing it was Malfoy's father behind it all. Goyle chimed in, asking, "Once Dumbledore is completely ousted, who will be the next headmaster? It can't be Professor McGonagall, can it?" Draco raised an eyebrow, stating, "Once that old man is dismissed, McGonagall won't last much longer either." Just then, Professor Snape was patrolling their area, and with a nonchalant demeanor, Draco directly asked, "Professor Snape, will you be applying for the position of headmaster? If you do, my father and the other governors will surely cast their votes in your favor." Gloria vowed that this might be the sole instance in her life when she witnessed Professor Snape displaying such a faint smile. The Darkbat professor no longer wore a scowl. Instead, he humbly remarked that the headmaster had merely stepped out temporarily, assuring everyone that he would return to the school. Harry and Ron suspected that he was merely offering words of comfort while secretly plotting to have the Malfoys cast their votes for him in the future. After Snape finished speaking, his expression returned to its customary impassivity as he walked away. Draco turned to Goyle and remarked, "Mark my words. The next headmaster will undoubtedly favor pureblood wizards." Seymour Finnegan of Gryffindor feigned retching at the cauldron, while even Neville Longbottom shot Draco and his entourage a glare filled with indignation. Gloria remained unfazed by these looks, swiftly organizing her belongings. It was time to pack up. She reminded Draco, who, in a leisurely manner, began to gather his books, maliciously stated, "I can hardly believe those mudbloods haven't hurried to pack their bags and head home. I would wager 5 galleons that the next attack won't merely petrify, but will result in death." Gloria sighed inwardly. Draco truly seemed unafraid of a potential beating. Thankfully, the class bell rang, prompting everyone to rise and collect their belongings, resulting in a chaotic classroom. Ron leaped up, exclaiming, "I want to give him a good thrashing. That scoundrel." He was restrained by his dorm mates, Harry, Dean, and others. Chapter 66, Observing in Secret. The news of Hagrid's arrest and sentencing reached the school shortly thereafter. Lockhart frequently proclaimed that the crisis had been averted, yet Gloria felt he simply wished to evade the duties of patrolling and escorting students. This wizard, whose handsome visage had recently become haggard, now bore conspicuous dark circles under his eyes. Ever since Headmaster Dumbledore had departed, Gloria boldly released Apophis to follow Harry and the others, ready to assist should danger arise. She had an inkling that the opportunity to reclaim the basilisk was imminent, primarily depending on Harry. The scales of Gorynia and Yamungard were too conspicuous. Apophis, with his black scales, was far easier to conceal. Due to his assigned task, Apophis insisted on receiving a reward before venturing forth, inciting envy in the other 2 snakes. Apophis had been tailing those 2 boys for several days, and their movements were quite predictable, traversing between the dormitory, the Great Hall, and the classrooms. Clinging to the edge of the Gryffindor dormitory ceiling, the 2 unfortunate souls seemed finally poised for action. As midnight approached and everyone began to retire, they donned their invisibility cloak. For him, as a product of magic and alchemy, wearing it was akin to being uncloaked. The pair stealthily exited the dormitory, first heading to Hagrid's hut, where they took a dog and ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Apophis flicked his tail. Gloria was correct. Gryffindors were quite adventurous. It was not only brave but also reckless for second-year students to enter the Forbidden Forest at such an hour. Harry raised his wand, uttering a spell to emit flickering light, carefully discerning the direction in which the spiders advanced. After approximately 20 minutes, they had delved deep into the Forbidden Forest, where the canopy grew ever denser, obscuring the night sky above, the only sounds being the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves. As their fear intensified, 2 dazzling beams of light suddenly illuminated them. It turned out to be the enchanted car that had ventured into the Forbidden Forest at the beginning of the term. Now, it has undergone a remarkable transformation, and Ron is delighted to see it again. However, his joy is short-lived as several acromantulas seize the 2 of them and the dog, dragging them deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Apophis swiftly follows, and since they have not been bitten, it seems they are not yet at the brink of peril. The trio is pulled into the depths of the forest, the lair of the acromantulas. Apophis conceals his presence, silently observing from the trees. Harry calls out for Aragog, and the spiders do not immediately harm them. It appears that entering the Forbidden Forest is in search of Aragog. Apophis prepares to continue his watch. The 2 boys inquire about events from 50 years ago, only to discover that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was not Aragog at all. Hagrid had been wrongfully accused. However, the ancient acromantula dares not speak the name of the basilisk, only expressing their profound fear of the true monster of the chamber. They do mention the girl who perished in the bathroom 50 years ago. Once the questioning concludes, aside from Aragog, the spiders begin to stir restlessly. Harry and Ron realize that, aside from Hagrid, they will not spare anyone else. Just as the 2 boys think their fate is sealed, Apophis suddenly shifts form, expanding to a considerable size, coiling around a tree stump, and hissing menacingly at the acromantulas. Harry immediately senses a change and looks towards Apophis's direction. But the darkness obscures his view, save for a faint glimmer of red light behind a tree stump, causing his heart to pound. "We're done for, Harry. What do we do now?" Ron cries, lamenting that their parents might never find their bodies. Given the size of the acromantulas, it is clear they would be devoured to the bone. Harry shakes Ron, urging him to be quiet. "Don't you notice that the spiders are fleeing?" Ron wipes his tears, and indeed, those spiders are retreating. As they begin to move, they realize just how numerous the creatures are. What is happening? Have they finally understood that we are Hagrid's best friends? Harry suddenly grips Ron, recognizing that the spiders are evidently terrified. The sight of so many large-headed spiders behaving in such fear indicates Ron, now unable to cry, with a mournful expression, states, "It means there is something even more terrifying out there." Harry feels his body trembling. Could it be that the true monster of the chamber, which Aragog spoke of as being so fearsome, has emerged to hunt them? Ron begins to shake as well, suggesting that, regardless, they are destined to perish here. "Should we run?" he proposes, deeply regretting their decision to venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight. The now diminutive Apophis internally chuckles, finding the two boys quite amusing. Suddenly, a hum of an engine resonates, and two beams of light illuminate their faces like divine radiance. Ron shields his face in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's a car." Harry bolts towards the vehicle, the dog racing ahead. The doors swing open, and the three quickly dive inside. The car makes a swift U-turn, soaring away from the Forbidden Forest towards the castle. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Harry and Ron are unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, which stylishly turns back into the depths of the forest. Ron, infuriated, shouts, when Hagrid comes out of Azkaban, "I will kill him." Harry, still shaken, reflects that perhaps Hagrid never anticipated that the spiders would harm no one but him. As they noisily return to the castle, Apophis hurried towards the Slytherin dormitory, while Gloria reclined on her bed, pondering the opportune moment. Just then, Jelenia stirred. Apophis was drawing near. Gloria promptly sprang to the dormitory door. The common room was deserted past midnight, and she successfully welcomed Apophis back. "Why return at this hour? Has something happened?" Apophis responded cheerfully, explaining that the two little rascals had just emerged from the Forbidden Forest after seeking the Acromantula to learn about events from 50 years ago. The oldest spider, upon finishing its tale, intended to let its offspring feast upon the two, but I frightened the swarm away, and a magical car transported them out of the forest, after which I returned. Gloria, sitting cross-legged on her bed, was surprised to learn that the magical car had remained inside. She had thought the creatures within would damage it. "What did the spider say?" she inquired. "Some nonsense," Apophis replied. However, the old spider mentioned that 50 years ago, a girl died in the lavatory, which is the new entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. If those little rascals are clever enough, they should recognize such an obvious clue. While there were many ghosts within the school, only one had lingered in the lavatory for years, the female ghost. Gloria sighed in relief. "That's good. If they remain unaware, we can devise a way to provide hints." It was impossible to directly disclose her prior knowledge of the chamber's entrance while witnessing the petrification incidents continue. Apophis climbed onto her, stating that he had expended energy scaring off the spiders in the Forbidden Forest and required magical gemstones. "Quickly, Gloria, feed me the gems." Jelenia immediately followed suit, maintaining her awareness, knowing that Apophis had returned and also needed magical gemstones. Yumungad. Gloria had anticipated such a need. She casually retrieved a box and opened it. For you, Apophis, 3 for Jelenia, and 2 for Yumungad. Any objections?" "Of course not," they replied, understanding that frequent bargaining could result in none at all. Chapter 67. Perception of Anomaly. Unexpectedly, amidst the turmoil at Hogwarts, the professors announced that examinations would commence on June 1st. Following the double attack incidents, nearly everyone lacked the motivation to study. In the morning hall, Gloria made a point to observe Harry and Ron's expressions. Both bore a grave demeanor. From Apophis, she had gleaned that they suspected Myrtle to be the girl who had died 50 years prior. Regrettably, she had yet to find an opportunity to inquire with Myrtle. Aside from Lockhart, the professors diligently ensured every student reached their intended destination. Draco noticed Gloria's recent silence, though he did not fully comprehend why, as even if Hogwarts were to close, there were other magical schools in the world. "Lori, are you still worried about the school?" Gloria, slightly returning to reality, shook her head, saying, "No, I am contemplating other matters." "Exams?" the boy asked. "There are 3 days left, and we have not been negligent in our studies. There is no need for concern." Gloria chuckled softly. "It is of greater importance." At the professor's table, Professor McGonagall rapped her glass, signaling for silence. "I have good news to announce." No sooner had she spoken than the hall erupted into even greater noise, drawing the attention of Gloria and Draco. What good news could possibly arise at this moment? It is hardly conceivable that Bagheera would be apprehended, considering his size. The commotion he would inevitably cause is not to be underestimated. A few students at the Gryffindor table exclaimed, "Is Headmaster Dumbledore returning?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Slytherin students darkened, for Dumbledore's absence had afforded them a rare moment of pride. "Has the heir of Slytherin been caught?" a girl from the Ravenclaw table cried out, further worsening the demeanor of the Slytherin students. Professor McGonagall remained silent in response to these speculations. Only when the noise subsided somewhat did she speak. "Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes have matured and are currently being harvested for potion making. Tonight, those petrified students will be revived, and perhaps among them lies a witness to the assailant." Gloria suddenly rose, striding quickly towards the exit of the Great Hall. In truth, numerous Slytherin students left in a similar fashion. If the assailant were captured, their days of triumph would come to an end. Gloria's mind raced with thoughts of the students awakening, knowing Colin would undoubtedly reveal her encounter with Bagheera. Would she still be able to retrieve him then? No. She must act before tomorrow. Lori. Determined, Gloria felt a tug at her arm and turned to find Draco, his face etched with concern. "What is the matter?" Upon grasping her, he noticed her pallor. Gloria replied, "It's nothing, just a bit surprised." Sensing something amiss, Draco pulled her aside, gazing intently into her clear silver eyes. Tell me, Lori, are you connected to the heir of Slytherin? Something felt profoundly wrong. Among the petrified was Hermione, and when Gloria first learned of this, she had felt a twinge of worry. Yet now, it appeared she was not eager for the petrified to awaken. Draco's mind began to form a suspicion. Only if Gloria was also involved would she wish for the petrified students to remain in their state, for one of them might have witnessed her at the scene. Gloria opened her mouth several times, but could not find the words, finally lowering her gaze to say, I did not open the Chamber of Secrets. There is no need for concern. Draco's heart seized. Do you truly know who the heir is? Gloria raised her eyes to meet his, neither confirming nor denying. His hand trembled slightly, whether from joy or fear he could not tell. Why? You have never mentioned this to me before. Draco, everything will conclude tonight. I shall reveal all the truths to you then. Gloria felt an instinctive certainty that the moment was nigh, and she must prepare accordingly. Draco grasped her shoulders tightly. You will be imprisoned in Azkaban. Where is your carriage? Leave the school now, or have your house elf escort you away. Gloria pressed his hand down. Do not worry. I will be fine. Have you forgotten my lineage? Draco recalled her mysterious background and, for the moment, chose to believe her, though his anxiety persisted. It is far too dangerous. You must leave. While attempting to persuade her, he pondered who the heir could be. Yet, aside from their frequent companionship, he had not observed her close to anyone else, not even Potter, who had not spoken to her lately. Draco, calm down. I will not act recklessly. If I can assure you that I will be unharmed, then I shall indeed ensure it. Her promise somewhat assuaged Draco's worries. In the morning, Professor McGonagall's announcement of good news filled the students with exuberance, significantly uplifting their spirits during class. The glances exchanged among the Slytherin students resembled those cast upon a criminal destined for Azkaban. They were convinced the perpetrator resided within their very ranks. During the afternoon potions class, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated once more, instructing all professors to escort their students back to their respective house dormitories. Professor Snape hurried to the podium, commanding everyone to gather their books and follow immediately. Bewildered and anxious, the students scrambled to collect their belongings. The professor's dark eyes scrutinized each individual, ensuring none were left behind before leading the way to the dormitory, frequently glancing back to confirm the number of students in tow. Once the Slytherin students returned to their dormitory, Professor Snape revealed the reason for the urgency. Ginny Weasley, a first year from Gryffindor, had been captured by the assailant and was in grave danger within the Chamber of Secrets. Consequently, they were to remain in their dormitories. For the school would arrange a special train to send everyone home. Hogwarts was to be closed. Panic ensued among the students. Although the Weasley family was often labeled as blood traitors, the undeniable truth remained that Ginny Weasley was indeed of pure blood. The fact that the creature in the chamber had dared to attack even a pure blood was alarming. With this unsettling thought, all the students hastily packed their belongings. Eager to depart the school that very night, Gloria stood solemnly in place, her expression more serious than ever. She had previously informed Apophis outside that she would be alerted as soon as the professors ceased their search. Draco pulled her into a corner and whispered, "Next year, let us transfer to Durmstrang School of Magic." After speaking, he gently embraced her, adding, "Even if they discover your presence, I will implore my father to take you to the north." Gloria's warm breath brushed against his ear. "Draco, it will all come to an end tonight. No one will be harmed, including me." Draco merely shook his head and continued, "With Ginny Weasley captured, the professors will surely write to the Board of Governors. And my father will find out. I will find a way to speak with Professor Snape and have him bring my father to take you away." Gloria's heart raced more intensely than ever before. She said nothing but embraced him tightly before turning back to the dormitory. Sitting on her bed, she waited. As night fell, Apophis approached the Slytherin dormitory. Gloria glanced at her. "Apophis, you're back. Let us go." It was time to reclaim the basilisk. Gloria stood, casting a disillusionment charm to blend seamlessly with her surroundings as she made her way outside. Passing through the common room, she released a Confundus charm to unlock the dormitory door and exited unnoticed. Chapter 68, Entering the Chamber. After Gloria emerged, she proceeded towards the entrance of the chamber located in the girls' lavatory. Upon reaching the second floor, she spotted Harry and Ron, their wands aimed at Lockhart as they made their way towards the lavatory where Moaning Myrtle resided. After a moment's contemplation, she chose to silently follow them. The two boys finally seized the opportunity to inquire about Myrtle's cause of death, soon realizing that the entrance to the chamber lay just ahead. While Harry and Ron sought the entrance, Lockhart made no attempt to flee but instead kept a close watch on their actions. At last, on the side of a copper faucet, they beheld an engraved serpent. "Harry, it must be this," Ron declared with certainty. "Speak a few words in Parseltongue." Harry hesitated, fixating intently on the serpent etched into the faucet, before finally uttering, "Open." To Ron and Lockhart, it appeared he was speaking an unintelligible language. Suddenly, with a click, the basin began to sink slowly, revealing a thick pipe beneath. The boys exchanged gleeful glances. They had found a potential means to rescue Ginny. Lockhart, taken aback, realized that Hogwarts truly had a chamber of secrets. During his time as a student, he had merely regarded it as a legend. The thought of the monster lurking within the chamber caused him to reconsider. The narrative no longer seemed appealing, and he wore that insipid smile once more. It seems you have succeeded. I shall remain here. Harry and Ron aimed their wands at him. Ron, particularly incensed, shouted, "You go first." Amidst this entanglement, Lockhart reluctantly approached the pipe, only to be unceremoniously kicked down it by Ron. Afterward, Ron felt a surge of relief, proclaiming, "I've wanted to do that for ages." Harry gripped his wand tightly and slid down after him, followed by Ron. Moaning, Myrtle watched the trio vanish into the pipe, fluttering happily to a nearby window to gaze at the moonlight. Perhaps soon, she would no longer be alone. How romantic it was to think that Harry Potter would forever remain in the lavatory, accompanying the weeping Myrtle. Gloria remained silent, using a levitation charm to lower herself, unwilling to come into contact with the filth within the pipe. She landed gently, finding Harry and Ron engaged in conversation, while Lockhart appeared decidedly less polished, his entire being sticky. The group cautiously ventured deeper, occasionally stepping on the bones of small creatures, which crunched beneath their feet. As they rounded a corner, Ron swiftly grabbed Harry's arm, pointing ahead. "Harry, there's something up ahead." Through the dim light of their wands, they discerned a massive shadow, immobile. The trio stood frozen in fear, contemplating whether it was asleep. Harry was convinced it must be the monster of the chamber, despite its imposing presence. They had to press on, otherwise, Ginny's life would be at stake. Lockhart, having gleaned the creature's abilities from their conversation, promptly covered his eyes to avoid being petrified. Harry led the way, inching forward. Gloria, lingering behind, felt a sigh welling up within her. It was merely the shed skin of a basilisk. 3 serpents wished to mock, yet refrained, considering Harry's gift of Parseltongue. Finally, the light from Harry's wand illuminated the serpent skin, revealing it to be a vividly green, glimmering husk rather than the beast itself. The 3 exhaled in relief, while Lockhart collapsed in a faint on the ground. Was he truly a professor? The defense against the dark arts instructor? Ron stared incredulously at Lockhart, both second-year students unfazed by the ordeal. Harry could hardly muster the energy to comment. With a fierce determination, Ron approached Lockhart and kicked him, exclaiming, "Get up." The unconscious Lockhart sprang to his feet, swiftly snatching Ron's wand, and pointed it at Harry, signaling that their adventure had reached its conclusion. Gloria also drew her wand, but upon hearing Lockhart declare his intention to cast the Oblivion charm on the 2 of them, she calmly retracted her wand. Given that Ron had just repaired his wand, casting even the simplest of spells often resulted in failure, sometimes producing a loud bang. Attempting to execute such a complex spell as the Oblivion charm would surely exacerbate the situation, likely rendering the wand completely useless. Indeed, when Lockhart recited the incantation with a confident smile, the wand emitted a tremendous explosion, akin to a small bomb invented by Muggles. The tunnel trembled violently, and several large stones plummeted from above, causing the group to hastily evade danger. Gloria, standing at a distance, was scarcely affected. The falling debris separated the 3 of them, and upon confirming that everyone was unharmed, Harry decided to venture further inside, while Ron and Lockhart remained behind. Once Harry had moved on, Gloria discreetly lifted her disillusionment charm. She found Ron attempting to clear some of the rubble when he heard footsteps, startling him as he thought Lockhart had awakened. Turning to discover it was she, he exclaimed, "It's you, Gloria. You nearly gave me a heart attack." With only Gloria's wand illuminating the darkness, she approached him. Half of her face bathed in light, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Ron involuntarily swallowed, feeling an inexplicable unease about her demeanor that day. His heart began to race, and he could not help but inquire, "What are you doing here?" Gloria slowly turned her gaze toward him, her expression tinged with remorse. "I'm truly sorry." Ron's face paled, his hand trembling as he pointed at her. You were the heir of Slytherin." He recalled that Colin had been discovered by her. "I didn't petrify anyone." Gloria did not directly deny the accusation, adding instead, "And you should get some rest, even though the surroundings here are rather dreadful." Taking a deep breath, Ron was about to shout across the rubble to warn Harry within, but as he inhaled, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed in a faint. Gloria mused, "My actions do seem rather villainous." She then glanced at Lockhart, who appeared truly unconscious. Given his previous pretense of fainting, Gloria decisively cast a stunning spell on him. Afterward, she waved her wand toward the debris, which parted to reveal a narrow passageway. As she proceeded forward, she soon encountered an open wall adorned with 2 serpents entwined, their eyes set with glimmering emeralds. Once again donning her disillusionment charm, Gloria silently slipped inside. The long, dimly lit chamber was flanked by stone pillars entwined with large serpents, winding upward until they vanished into the ceiling, enveloped in an aura of mystique. On the opposite wall stood a colossal statue, its face resembling that of a decrepit monkey with sparse whiskers. Gloria squinted, convinced she must have misjudged the statue's appearance. Is this the statue crafted by Salazar Slytherin himself? How grotesque. It bears no resemblance to the dignified portrayal of Salazar in the portraits at home. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that this was not the focal point of the day. What truly mattered was reclaiming the basilisk and apprehending the troublemaker. Meanwhile, Harry had located Ginny, kneeling beside her and calling out her name incessantly. Before long, he began conversing with a tall boy with black hair, and judging by their expressions, they appeared to be acquainted. Gloria moved cautiously, yearning to draw closer. Are you a ghost? Harry inquired of the young man. No, I am a fragment of memory, the young man replied, a memory that has lingered in this diary for 50 years. Upon hearing this exchange, Gloria's gaze fell upon the discarded diary, the very one that had tumbled from Harry's backpack earlier. How ironic that, even at this juncture, he refrained from uttering the truth. This was no mere memory. It was clearly a remnant of a soul. Chapter 69, The End of Everything. Harry, oblivious to the peril posed by this so-called memory, was still tending to Ginny's head. She appeared as pale as a specter, nearly devoid of breath, teetering on the brink of death. Harry sought assistance from the dark-haired youth, yet the latter merely regarded him with indifference, idly toying with Harry's wand. Gloria approached along the wall, tilting her head to examine the name inscribed on the diary, Tom Riddle. Confirmed, she recognized Voldemort's true name. This diary contained a fragment of his soul. The manifestation of the memory suggested he had mastered the art of creating Horcruxes at a remarkably young age, undoubtedly a wizard of exceptional talent. Listen, there is a basilisk within the chamber. If it emerges, we shall all perish, Harry anxiously attempted to explain. It will not appear unless summoned. The memory replied with an odd smile. Gloria had to concede that young Voldemort was the most striking male she had encountered thus far, even eclipsing her affection for Draco. With his dark, curly hair, alabaster skin, and chiseled features, he exuded an indescribable charisma that compelled belief, though not from her. Harry, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, sensed something amiss. He set Ginny down and demanded, "What do you mean?" He fixated on the wand in the memory's possession and reached out, saying, "Return it to me. The basilisk could appear at any moment, and I require it." Riddle's smile grew even more peculiar, or rather sinister. "Harry Potter, I have awaited this moment for a long time, hoping to meet you in person and converse." Gloria, intrigued by the unfolding events, decided to remain concealed. Riddle recounted how he had manipulated Ginny into orchestrating the attacks, how he had framed Hagrid 50 years prior, casting blame upon the innocent. Yet Dumbledore had seen through his schemes. To this end, the young Voldemort had crafted the diary Horcrux, intending to guide another to follow in his footsteps and fulfill Salazar Slytherin's noble ambitions. Gloria listened impassively. Slytherin's noble endeavor was nothing of the sort. It was merely the vision of Hogwarts' ideal state, one that would only admit pure-blood wizards. At last, Harry posed the pivotal question, "Why do you care how I escape? You are a relic of 50 years past. Voldemort was already a villain long before your demise." "Voldemort is my past, present, and future," Riddle proclaimed, inscribing his true name in the air with his wand, rearranging it to declare, "I am Voldemort." Harry's complexion drained of color, unable to fathom that the very figure who instilled fear throughout the magical realm had once possessed such a handsome, studious visage. A fierce debate ensued between the two regarding who was the greatest wizard in the magical realm, Dumbledore or Voldemort. Gloria found it unbearable to witness. Was this truly the crux of the matter? Amidst their quarrel, ethereal and haunting melodies resonated through the empty chamber. Suddenly, flames erupted from the nearest stone pillar, and a deep crimson bird descended from the heavens, accompanied by the enchanting music. Its golden talons grasped the tattered bundle. The bird flew towards them, releasing the parcel. And Harry instinctively recoiled, reaching out to catch the frayed package. Riddle appeared startled, crouching down to shield himself, and after ensuring he was unharmed, he growled, "A phoenix." It was evident he recognized this magnificent creature. As Harry unwrapped the parcel, Riddle observed in silence, while Gloria thought to herself that had it been her, she would have snatched the package away before Harry could even touch it. Upon unfolding it, they discovered it was merely the Sorting Hat, prompting Riddle to smirk triumphantly. Dumbledore relied on this tattered hat to aid his followers? Harry was perplexed about the hat's purpose, but he needed to buy some time. Perhaps Dumbledore was on his way. He noticed that Riddle's previously indistinct outline was becoming increasingly defined. If he remained passive, both Ginny and he would perish. At that moment, he exclaimed, "No one knows why you lost your powers and vanished, but I can assure you that you did not kill me, for my mother protected me." Harry's emotions surged as he continued, "I witnessed your true form last year, a repulsive worm parasitizing another's body, half alive and revolting, which I managed to drive away." This successfully incensed Riddle, and Gloria braced herself, ready for a surprise attack. "Is that so? It turns out you merely escaped my grasp by sheer luck." He did not strike, but rather glared at Harry with malice before advancing towards the stone statue, prompting Gloria to reposition herself. Riddle stared at the statue, opening his mouth to emit a hissing sound. Both Gloria and Harry comprehended his words. It was Parseltongue. The statue's mouth began to move, elongating to form a vast black void, from which something slithered upward. Harry realized the basilisk was about to emerge and turned to flee. Enough. This must come to an end. A haunting female voice suddenly interjected, causing Harry to halt in his tracks, staring in bewilderment at Gloria, who emerged from the side. Riddle was equally astonished to discover another presence. His focus had been solely on Harry, oblivious to any anomalies. The basilisk had fully emerged from the chasm, and Harry, hearing the commotion, called out to her, "Gloria, we must leave quickly. Riddle is the heir of Slytherin. I cannot control that serpent." Regrettably, his urgency went unheeded. "You certainly cannot control it. You lack Slytherin's bloodline," Gloria remarked dismissively, turning her attention back to Riddle. Tom Riddle, a mere offshoot of Slytherin's bloodline. Riddle, seemingly insulted, gritted his teeth in correction. "I am of Slytherin's direct lineage. The Gaunt family has preserved the purity of Slytherin's blood until 50 years ago. No, you are but an offshoot, a half-blood." Gloria extended her hand towards Basilisk, emitting a hissing sound that astonished both Harry and Riddle. "Come to me, Basilisk." The enormous green-scaled serpent, approximately 50 feet in length, swiftly surged towards her. The moment it touched her outstretched hand, Basilisk's form visibly diminished until it transformed into a small snake, coiled within her palm. Riddle stepped back in disbelief, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Ignoring his furious outburst, Gloria retorted, "What? Do you think he will heed you in my presence?" She gently patted Harry's stiff shoulder, saying, "All right, Harry, you may turn around. The serpent will not regard you." Harry found himself frozen, his mind racing to ascertain her identity. Was she of Slytherin lineage? No wonder she could command the serpent so effortlessly. Riddle's face contorted with rage as he speculated that this girl might belong to a concealed branch of Slytherin blood, yet he dismissed the thought, convinced that he alone would remain the sole heir of Slytherin. The handsome Riddle forced a sinister smile, proclaiming, "It's of no consequence that you remain silent. You all shall perish here." He raised his wand, preparing to strike. Gloria lifted her other hand, clutching the diary. While conversing with Harry and Riddle, she had stealthily taken the book and presented it before the basilisk in her palm, commanding in Parseltongue, "Basilisk, venom." The small serpent opened its mouth and sprayed venom like ink onto the diary. Riddle froze, incredulously gazing at his own body, where several glowing holes had emerged. As the serpent unleashed 2 more sprays, the diary became ruinous, and Riddle's entire being radiated with intense light. No, with a resounding explosion, the fragmented remnants of his memory dissipated, leaving the diary corroded to a mere thin layer. As Riddle's soul vanished, Ginny gasped and opened her eyes, fixating solely on Harry. Whispering, "Harry, I'm so sorry." Yet Harry swiftly crouched down, covering her mouth, his terrified gaze darting towards the other girl. Gloria raised her hands in exasperation, saying, "Please, Harry, do not look at me with such eyes. I am not a villain. I merely overheard your conversation and harbor no ill intent." Chapter 70, Slytherin and Malfoy. After much discussion, Harry reluctantly accepted that Gloria was not malevolent, though they remained vigilant. The trio exited the Chamber of Secrets, where they found Ron and Lockhart unconscious. Harry and Ginny exchanged concerned glances with her, prompting Gloria to hastily explain, "I'm sorry, I just let Ron sleep for a while. It won't hinder my reclaiming of Basilisk. He is truly not dead." Her words entirely disregarded Lockhart, and naturally, Harry and Ginny paid no mind to the charlatan. Fawkes gripped Ron and Lockhart by their collars, while Harry and Ginny grasped its beautiful golden tail feathers as they ascended. Gloria levitated herself, and the group successfully returned to the bathroom. Upon their safe arrival, they noticed an additional girl in their midst. Moaning, Myrtle wept sorrowfully, lamenting, "Oh, it seems I shall have to dwell here alone for a long time. I even contemplated sharing a toilet with Harry Potter." Harry maintained a stern expression, ignoring Myrtle's lamentations. Gloria had already placed the corroded diary into the pocket of Bagarisk's robe and handed it to Harry. "You all go find Professor McGonagall. I have a matter to attend to and will join you in the office shortly." At that moment, Harry, with his back turned to Riddle, was entirely unaware of how Gloria had concealed the basilisk. Could it have been within a concealed pouch? "Surely, you do not intend to flee. Professor Dumbledore is formidable, and an escape would be futile," he stammered in his attempts at counsel. With a resigned smile, Gloria replied, "I have no intention of running away. I will return to explain everything to the professor. I am heading back to the dormitory now." The others could only watch as she departed, trusting in the headmaster's capabilities. Harry followed Fawkes to Professor McGonagall's office. Gloria no longer concealed her presence and dashed towards the dormitory, determined to inform Draco once everything concluded. Although it was late, students still lingered in the Slytherin common room. When the dormitory door swung open abruptly, those inside shrieked in fright, only to stop when they realized it was not a monster from the Chamber of Secrets that had invaded. "Albert?" Someone recognized her. "How did you get in from outside?" Professor Snape ensured every student was returned and verified the head count. Gloria chose not to respond to any inquiries. She quickly entered and pointed to a boy, instructing him to fetch Draco from the boys' dormitory, stating that Gloria was seeking him. Perhaps her commanding presence overwhelmed him, for the boy promptly rose and went to the dormitory. Moments later, Draco appeared, having not changed out of his robes, his face showing signs of weariness. Gloria understood he must have been worried about her, and she took his arm, leading him outside. "Lori, we cannot go out now. It is perilous." "It is all over," Gloria replied calmly. "Now it is time for you to know the truth. Soon everyone will be aware, but I wish to tell you myself." Confused, Draco followed her, and the other students dared not intervene as the two ran to the astronomy tower. This was where their first conflict had occurred, and it was also where they reconciled. Later, he made significant discoveries there during their travels. The night sky was exquisite, adorned with twinkling stars. "You said it is over. The matter of the chamber is resolved? It truly will not come back to haunt you?" Draco inquired eagerly. "Indeed," Gloria affirmed. "Consequently, my identity will soon be revealed, so I will seek you out immediately after resolving the chamber's affairs." The boy was not surprised. "Your identity is not Albert, is it? My father has guessed." Gloria chuckled lightly. "Then you cannot fathom what my true surname is." "I cannot," Draco replied candidly. "So what is your surname?" The girl approached the railing, gesturing towards the stars above. "Do you recall that astronomy class? At the end of the lesson, I looked at my father's constellation." Draco nodded, indicating he remembered. "My father is Regulus Black, but I do not bear the name Black. I inherit a far older and more venerable surname." The boy's thoughts momentarily froze. Regulus? Wasn't he the long-lost cousin of his mother? In a flash of realization, he understood something significant. Lori had once mentioned that he was special to her. Was this the reason for their connection? But he had already. Gloria turned her head to look at him, discovering that the already haggard, handsome youth wore a sorrowful expression. "Is it because of my mother that you have been so kind to me?" The tone was tinged with an indescribable melancholy. "No," Gloria hurriedly explained. "That was indeed a factor at first. But it is no longer the case." Draco lifted his hand to cradle the beautiful girl's face, his gray-blue eyes reflecting her image. "I love you, Lori, deeply. So please do not assign me any other identity, all right?" During the few days apart for the Christmas holidays, Draco realized that his feelings for Gloria transcended mere possessiveness. They were genuine and heartfelt. Gloria felt her heart growing increasingly heavy, as if it were swelling to the point of bursting, transforming into a radiant rainbow against the gray-blue sky. She raised her hand to caress Draco's face, her gaze sincere as she said, "Draco, the primary reason I have treated you so well is that I love you." Initially, her different treatment of Draco was due to Narcissa, but the moment she laid eyes on the boy, she felt something unique. As time passed, this feeling gradually morphed into a sweet fluttering in her heart. For a moment, Draco thought he had misheard, but Gloria's eyes assured him of the truth. An ecstatic gleam flashed in his youthful eyes, and the hands that cradled her cheeks began to tremble as he leaned in slowly. Their soft lips met gently, two fluttering hearts colliding, each vowing to cherish their dazzling and fervent emotions. The love in Draco's eyes nearly overwhelmed Gloria. He kissed her forehead, her brow, the bridge of her nose, and finally her rosy lips, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. After what felt like an eternity, Draco finally spoke. "I am so happy that we like each other." Immersed in this joy for a while, he then remembered to ask, "What is your surname, then?" Gloria paused for a few seconds before replying, "Gloria Enzo Slytherin." His relaxed posture immediately stiffened, and after a moment, he uttered, "What? You heard me correctly," Gloria replied earnestly, looking up at him. "My true surname is Slytherin. My family has been hidden for nearly 1,000 years. Tonight's task is to reclaim the basilisk left by Salazar in the Chamber of Secrets." Draco seemed to hold his breath, astonished. "You are the heir of Slytherin." This was even more astonishing than he had anticipated. "Indeed. But I am not the one to open the chamber. My primary mission this year is to retrieve the basilisk." Having revealed her identity, she had no reason to deceive him about such matters, and Draco felt somewhat reassured, no longer fearing for her safety against being captured in Azkaban. "But why are you afraid of those people waking up?" Gloria sighed. "I am simply unfortunate. I happened to cross paths with the wandering basilisk, and that Crevi witnessed our encounter. If he wakes, he will surely inform others. I have yet to find an opportunity to reclaim the basilisk and catch the real culprit." That was indeed perilous. With Crevi's testimony, Gloria would inevitably be deemed the perpetrator. "Fortunately, it is over now," Draco remarked. "I suddenly feel that Hogwarts is quite wonderful, for it is here that I met you." The two resumed their lively banter, embracing and laughing joyfully. "Ah, I almost forgot the matter at hand." Gloria released her hold on him. The situation was resolved, but it was imperative to inform Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore would be returning shortly, and he must be aware of such a significant event. "I shall make my way to the professor's office." Draco gazed at Gloria's departing figure, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. Slytherin and Malfoy, there could be no more fitting union. Chapter 71, Clarification of Identity. After lingering in the astronomy tower for a while, Gloria approached Professor McGonagall's office, only to find Harry confronting Mr. Malfoy, with a house elf standing nearby. After an exchange of words, Mr. Malfoy's countenance darkened, and he turned to leave, leaving the house elf staring vacantly at the sock in its hands. Gloria hastened forward and overheard Lucius's irate words. "You have caused me to lose a servant. Mr. Malfoy," she called out to the man with golden hair. Lucius, still simmering with anger, quickly regained his usual air of aristocratic composure upon recognizing her. "Miss Albert, I heard from Snape that Draco was eager to contact me regarding you." "He indeed did so," Gloria replied with a serene smile. "He has misunderstood, believing that I would encounter misfortune." She cast a glance back at Harry and the house elf. "I have been pondering what to gift Draco for his birthday. Since Malfoy has just granted a house elf its freedom, I shall bestow another." Lucius maintained his proud demeanor, stating, "Miss Albert, you may decide for yourself." Their previous encounter had been but a fleeting glance, yet this time, Gloria understood from whom Draco had inherited his haughty disposition. "I have matters to discuss with the professor, so I shall take my leave." "Quite fortuitous, as I must depart as well," Lucius remarked, casting a formidable glance at Harry before exiting with his serpent-headed cane. Once they had distanced themselves, Gloria turned her attention to Harry and the house elf. "You are Dobby?" Now free, Dobby felt a surge of trepidation upon meeting her gaze. "Does this wizarding lady know Dobby?" "Of course not," Gloria replied, her expression softening. "Congratulations on your newfound freedom. I merely hope that when you next encounter Draco, you do not harm him." Her smile was gentle, yet Dobby discerned a hint of warning in her words. "Dobby remembers." Harry stepped forward to shield Dobby. "Professor Dumbledore is inside. He is waiting for you." Gloria approached and beckoned to Dobby, the diary. Dobby presented the diary with both hands, curling them against his chest as he watched her depart. Gloria entered the office, where she found Dumbledore cradling the phoenix that had assisted in the Chamber of Secrets. "You have arrived. How should I address you? Gunter?" She placed the diary back on the desk, apologizing for concealing her true surname. "I do not bear the name Gunter. Rather, I am of Slytherin." Dumbledore's hand paused in stroking the phoenix's feathers. "Slytherin?" Despite being a great wizard with extensive knowledge, he had not anticipated this surname. Indeed, Gloria confirmed with a nod. "My true name is Gloria Enzo Slytherin. Albert is my grandmother's surname." Dumbledore fell into a moment of silence before he slowly began to speak. "It is hard to believe that there are still descendants of the Slytherin family. We had assumed that this lineage had long since perished, likely concealed by an extraordinarily powerful hidden charm, unprecedented in its strength. Otherwise, after all these years of human exploration, there should be no undiscovered lands in this world. It is an unimaginable power, undiscovered until now, primarily relying on secrecy spells that prevent each family member from revealing their surname in public. Although we have remained in seclusion, every heir has been able to leave the estate upon reaching adulthood. It is only in my generation that these secrecy spells began to lose their efficacy, albeit gradually, which is why I entered school a year later than others." Dumbledore, intrigued, rose to place the phoenix on the table. "Ah, I see. It appears that your middle name belongs to a former heir of Slytherin, a truly formidable genius." "Indeed," Gloria replied. "Each heir adopts the name of an ancestor as their middle name in commemoration." The silver-haired elder nodded thoughtfully, but I was perplexed. "Then, why is it that you and Riddle both share Slytherin blood?" "The perception of Slytherin as evil is widespread, yet many heirs from the family have embodied this notion." "Do you intend to thwart his plans?" "Precisely," Dumbledore lamented. "If you were to join forces, the calamity that could ensue is unfathomable." Gloria retrieved the Slytherin locket from her possession, using Parseltongue to unlock it, and produced a note from within. "My father was Regulus Black. He sacrificed his life to combat Voldemort. As his daughter, my ultimate goal is to eliminate Voldemort." Dumbledore's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he took the note and unfolded it. Upon reading the words, the elderly man rubbed the corners of his eyes. At that age, when he joined the Death Eaters, he was merely a 17-year-old boy, unaware of the darkness and cruelty Voldemort intended to unleash. Yet he was indeed a brave child. He returned the note to Gloria, who carefully folded it and placed it back in the locket. "My father was a hero, and although I wished he had not become such a figure when I learned the truth, the events have transpired. Voldemort, too, must pay the price of life. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I am pleased you stand on the side of justice," Dumbledore remarked. "But you are still a child." "Indeed, I am still young. Yet as a Slytherin, the magic I have learned and mastered surpasses that of many adult wizards." Gloria then produced a gemstone necklace containing a fragment of a soul. Dumbledore sensed an aura of dark magic emanating from it. "This is a Horcrux of Voldemort, which was originally attached to my family's locket. My family portraits were incensed by it, so I transferred the fragment of the soul to this necklace." Dumbledore picked up the necklace, observing the enigmatic shadows upon its surface. "I must say, your actions have exceeded my expectations, carrying this with you." The ability to transfer the fragment of a soul from a Horcrux was something he had never heard of before. A 12-year-old child capable of such a feat, unscathed by its effects. The blood of Slytherin runs deep with dark magic. This trinket has little effect on me, Gloria asserted. She steadfastly gazed at the headmaster, pondering the possibility of collaboration in the quest to obliterate the Horcruxes. Given Voldemort's profound fear of death, it was certain that there existed more than one of these sinister objects. Dumbledore set aside the necklace and remarked, "You have already come this far. What reason do I have to refuse? As the headmaster, I sincerely hope that you focus your energies on your studies and life, rather than allowing hatred to cloud your judgment. Even with your considerable magical prowess, there remains much yet to learn." With a gentle smile, he continued, "I do not refer solely to magic, but rather to experiencing the splendor of life, the caress of the wind, the fragrance of blooming flowers, the drifting clouds. Such beauties you have begun to perceive, have you not?" He discerned that this child, while appearing gentle and accommodating on the surface, harbored an impenetrable layer of indifference. Yet, he recalled her first arrival at Hogwarts, her curiosity about everything, a charming sight. However, her gaze had since shifted. Now, a glimmer of connection to the world emanated from her depths. Gloria reflected on Dumbledore's words, recalling her days at Hogwarts, conversations filled with joy alongside Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The knowledge gleaned in classes that could not be found in her family's library, the playful banter between Draco and Harry, culminating in the moment at the astronomy tower when she and Draco bared their hearts to one another. Her eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, and a genuine smile blossomed upon her exquisite face. "Indeed, I have felt it, so very beautiful." Chapter 72, Miss Slytherin. Dumbledore was delighted to witness such a transformation in Gloria, which indicated that love resided within her heart. As long as love existed, there was hope for redemption. "Harry mentioned that you retrieved the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets?" Gloria nodded, reaching into her robes to produce the shrunken green-scaled serpent, which coiled about her, its head nestled beneath its body. Salazar had initially intended to hatch it for the purpose of amalgamation with potion-making, but due to a conflict over admission standards, he left it to guard the school instead. It was only when I followed Harry that we managed to locate it. I was surprised to find it could still shrink in size. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles and inquired, "Can you enlighten me as to whether Salazar truly intended to purify the school?" Gloria carefully restowed the basilisk, responding, "Not entirely. Salazar indeed believed that only purebloods were worthy of practicing magic. He held the conviction that muggle blood would dilute a wizard's powers, and even if a muggle-born wizard were to learn magic, they would still belong to the muggle world socially. The basilisk serves as a key for vengeance." "Vengeance?" Dumbledore echoed, puzzled. Gloria surveyed her surroundings, acknowledging the efforts that had gone into the construction of the school. "If one day muggle-born wizards were to betray us by revealing the location of the school, the wizards here would undoubtedly flee. Muggles are insatiably covetous of everything wizards possess. When they discover the chamber, believing it to contain treasure, the basilisk will eliminate everyone present, enacting revenge." She smirked, adding, "Rather than fearing or despising wizards, Muggles are intensely eager for our powers. They once attempted to capture wizards to obtain our magic by some means, but all their efforts failed, leading them to resort to killing wizards instead. There is too little information about the founders of this school," Dumbledore remarked. "I had no idea the underlying complexities were so profound." Gloria adjusted her robe. "The times have changed. Bagarisk no longer needs to fulfill this mission, and I possess complete control over him. During the summer break, I shall allow him to reside at Slytherin Manor. I intend to invite Mr. Scamander to visit the estate at an opportune moment. Are you interested, Headmaster?" The silver-haired elder smiled, readily agreeing, expressing his keen interest, for it is Slytherin Manor after all. He glanced at the time, instructing the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack, as a soiree was to be held in the Great Hall. "I will grant you a few extra credits for your attendance, Miss Slytherin. Would you prefer to be public or private about your surname?" "Simply call me Gloria. I choose to be public. I forgot to mention, when Cleve encountered me with Bagarisk in the medical wing that night, fortunately, I commanded Bagarisk to activate the instant membrane. And with him holding the camera, he was merely petrified. I was too anxious to seek assistance and neglected to inquire about the location of the chamber." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore remarked, "Oh, regarding this matter, Ginny Weasley has asked me to extend her apologies to you." In a state of confusion, she inadvertently summoned the basilisk to attack you. A detail later revealed by the diary. She is quite remorseful about it. "Oh." Gloria displayed no overt reaction, accepting her apology, yet noted her audacity in conversing with a sentient being. "Might I inquire how this diary came to be at the school?" Dumbledore explained. "Mr. Malfoy, during a chance encounter, slipped it into that girl's book. I suspect he was unaware of the diary's true purpose, intending to cause some trouble for the Weasley family while escaping Voldemort's shadow." Gloria found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that following this incident, his position on the Board of Governors was in jeopardy. Indeed, I wish to join the board, Gloria declared. I will invest a substantial sum of galleons to restore the castle, update the curriculum, and procure potion materials unavailable elsewhere. Moreover, the establishment of this school bears the legacy of my ancestors, even though he departed long ago. I shall give it serious consideration and relay this to the other governors. Dumbledore replied, offering this as his initial response. That night, Professor McGonagall unexpectedly announced that the culprit of the chamber had been apprehended, and Ginny Weasley was out of danger. Headmaster Dumbledore had returned, deciding to host a celebration, inviting all students to the Great Hall. The four houses erupted in excitement, with each head of house personally informing their common rooms. Upon her return, Gloria found Draco waiting for her. Relieved to see her safe, he embraced her tightly. You truly are unharmed. I scarcely believed my father when he told me you were fine. Nestled in his warm embrace, Gloria reassured him, of course, I am fine. The headmaster will reveal my identity at the celebration. Shall we change our clothes together? Really? Draco exclaimed with delight. Then I must prepare an outfit worthy of the occasion. Their intimate display, oblivious to their surroundings, did not go unnoticed by their peers. Zabini and others glanced at Pansy, who, as expected, was seething with anger, her hands clenched tightly. All Slytherin students dressed formally, as the headmaster had declared that the culprit was not from their house. Within the confines of the dormitory, Tok adorned Gloria with a splendid hairstyle. The upper section of her hair was neatly gathered, with a single braid cascading behind each ear, while wisps of hair framed her forehead, complemented by a custom-made, resplendent robe, emblazoned with the Slytherin crest prominently displayed on her left chest. She completed her ensemble with a Slytherin pendant box. Upon exiting, Draco extended his hand towards her, and Gloria gently placed her hand in his, their fingers intertwining firmly. As they made their way to the Great Hall, they observed that the other three houses were mostly clad in pajamas, their hair disheveled, as if they had rushed over upon hearing the announcement. At the staff table, Professor Lockhart was notably absent, while the remaining faculty members were seated. Once everyone had gathered, Dumbledore raised his hand and called for attention. May I have your ears for a moment? The cacophony gradually subsided, all eyes turning towards the stage. This year has proven to be a challenging one for us, as several students and Sir Nicholas faced an assault. Thankfully, everyone's perseverance has led us to resolve the matter of the Chamber of Secrets this very night. As his words lingered in the air, the hall erupted into a fervent applause. Dumbledore, with a smile, waved his hand once more, allowing the room to quiet before continuing. A select few students have made extraordinary contributions to the chamber incident and must be acknowledged. Many gazes shifted towards the Gryffindor table. First, we have Miss Granger, whose clever insights led to the discovery of vital information regarding the basilisk. I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Once the excitement had somewhat settled, Dumbledore proceeded to mention the next recipient. Next is Mr. Weasley, who, alongside Mr. Potter, bravely ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of the truth from 50 years past, and proceeded to the chamber. Mr. Potter, too, faced a certain dark magical entity that could ensnare the mind, selflessly rescuing Ginny Weasley. They shall each receive 200 points. Gryffindor now led Slytherin by over 300 points, and Gloria could sense the palpable tension in the air. As the hall fell silent once more, Dumbledore cast his gaze towards the Slytherin table, prompting the attention of all present. Lastly, I wish to express my gratitude to Miss Slytherin of Slytherin House, who entered the chamber, vanquished the basilisk, preventing further harm, and destroyed the dark magical artifact that instigated the attacks, thus saving the lives of Mr. Potter and Miss Weasley. I shall award her 400 points. This time, there was no applause, nor were there cheers. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the sound of collective breaths. All eyes were fixated upon Gloria, who remained composed, while Draco beamed with pride at her side. Under the gaze of the entire assembly, the young woman rose and spoke. I apologize for concealing my true surname all this time. My real name is Gloria Slytherin, the direct heir of the Slytherin family. I look forward to your guidance in the remaining years. In that fleeting moment, the students of Hogwarts felt as though they had fallen into a dream. Slytherin House indeed had an heir of the Slytherin lineage. Zabini, coming to his senses, realized why she commanded such an air of superiority over the entire school. On stage, Dumbledore proclaimed, "It appears that this year's House Cup shall belong to Slytherin House." With that, he initiated the applause, and the other students, as if entranced, followed suit. The applause from Slytherin House was particularly thunderous, not only in celebration of the House Cup, but also in honor of the newly revealed Miss Slytherin. Clara boldly shook Draco, inquiring whether he had known all along. When Gloria mentioned the name, her expression revealed not surprise, but pride. The platinum-haired young master exuded an air of elegance, his golden locks seemingly more radiant than usual. Of course I know, Laurie is the union of Slytherin and the Black family. The typically taciturn and indifferent Theodore interjected, asking, which Black? Gloria smiled at him. Regulus Black is my father. Zabini finally grasped why she had treated Draco so differently upon her arrival. It was due to this connection. In an instant, the gazes of all Slytherin students towards her shifted, some with reverence, others with skepticism, but her identity was so extraordinary that many remained dazed, as if caught in a grand prank. Frozen in their seats, as Dumbledore announced the official commencement of the evening's festivities, the other three houses endeavored to forget the impact of this revelation and began discussing the Chamber of Secrets, as well as the suddenly revealed identity of the Slytherin lady. Gloria, however, paid no mind to their opinions. She retrieved a small pouch and spoke to Draco. I need to attend to some matters in the other houses. I shall return shortly. The boy gazed at her with adoration, his tone gentle. All right. As Gloria stood, the volume of conversation around the room decreased, all eyes following her until she reached Hermione's side. Hermione's expression was complex, for the Slytherin heir she had been searching for was right beside her. Thankfully, she was not the perpetrator. You are the Slytherin heir, yet you watched us struggle to find you. I must clarify, Gloria interjected. You seek the culprit. I am the heir, but not the villain. You appeared like a rogue in the restroom, Ron complained, his face contorted in pain. My back still hurts. The students had mostly heard his account of how Gloria had suddenly appeared and knocked him unconscious, leading Ron to genuinely believe Harry was in danger. I am truly sorry, Gloria said as she retrieved a box from her pouch and presented it to him. This is a token of apology. Please forgive my actions. I had no choice. All eyes fell upon the box, curious about the gift from the Slytherin lady. Open it, and do not think of returning it, if you do not want it. Simply discard it, Gloria asserted, cutting off any refusals he might have had. Ron glanced around at his classmates before opening the box, revealing 3 stacks of chocolate frog cards. Gloria thoughtfully explained that it contained a complete set of all 3 varieties of cards released since their inception, featuring all characters, an absolute collector's item. Wow, exclaimed Seamus, pointing at the other 2 stacks. These 2 varieties have not been produced for ages. Ron's jaw dropped as he turned to Gloria, sincerely stating, knock me out a few more times. I can bear it. Hermione nudged him, shut up. A splendid tome then appeared before her, and Gloria said, this is for you. It contains information more comprehensive than the history of magic. I hope you enjoy it. Hermione sighed. You need not go to such lengths. It was not you who released the basilisk. Gloria pressed the book into her hands. Indeed it was not, but the basilisk belongs to my family, and I must bear some responsibility. Please accept it. Hermione clutched the book tightly, for she truly adored the gift. Harry stood nearby, smiling as he watched his 2 friends unwrap their presents. Gloria flashed him a grin, declaring that since he had not been truly harmed by the basilisk, she would not bestow upon him a gift. Harry's emerald eyes surveyed the surroundings, acknowledging that our safety was the finest present of all. Gloria patted both of their shoulders before making her way towards Colin Creevey, who stood there, dazed, as she approached. Upon awakening in the infirmary, the first thing he had told Professor Pomfrey was that Gloria was the culprit, which had startled the professors until Dumbledore himself came to clarify the misunderstanding. Hello, Creevey. Colin nodded vacantly, his mind filled with images of the girl before him, reaching out to stroke the head of that enormous serpent. Gloria retrieved a brand new camera from her bag and handed it to him, saying, I owe you a new camera. And these developing potions in my bag should suffice for you to capture 100 photos each day until graduation. Colin did not reach out to take it, nor could he find his voice. Gloria placed everything on his desk, adding, do not be shy. After all, it was my family's serpent that caused your petrification and damaged your camera. Replacing it is the least I can do. Without lingering, she turned towards the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables to deliver apologies to the other 2 petrified classmates. Even Argus Filch was not overlooked, as Gloria provided Mrs. Norris with an abundance of cat food for her future needs. The Slytherin house had already earned the reputation of being a breeding ground for dark wizards in the eyes of the other 3 houses. Now that she had revealed her true surname, action was imperative to reshape their perceptions, making it less negative. This step was crucial for facilitating her future plans. A sincere apology and appropriate reparations were her first moves. The results were evidently favorable, as the way the 3 houses regarded her began to differ from their views on other Slytherin students. Upon returning to the Slytherin table, Draco immediately reached for her hand, which Gloria readily accepted. Draco, you seem hesitant, she noted. They appear different from usual. We have confirmed our romantic relationship, Draco declared, placing Gloria's hand over his heart. I am Laurie's boyfriend and will ultimately be her fiancé. Gloria's eyes sparkled like stars, radiating her affection for the young man. Indeed, Daphne, shedding her facade of gentleness, inquired earnestly, when did you both define your relationship? Gloria's previous gentle demeanor had made them less apprehensive of her. A few hours ago in the astronomy tower, we realized during the Christmas holidays that we had mutual feelings, Gloria replied first. After Draco confessed to me, I revealed the truth. Pansy's shoulders sagged in defeat. She had previously consoled herself with the notion that Draco was only with Gloria because of the Slytherin name. Now, she could no longer deceive herself. Draco was immersed in warmth and affection, unaware that others might question the sincerity of his love. Throughout their conversation, he kept his gaze fixed on Gloria. Reluctant to look away, their fingers interlaced. Only after the questions ceased did he lean in to say, "Once the evening concludes, I shall write to my father and mother. May I visit home on the first day of the break?" Gloria nodded with delight, agreeing to host a visit at her home after the conclusion of your birthday celebration. At the dining table, Professor Dumbledore rapped his glass once more, almost forgetting to announce the cancellation of this year's examinations. The hall erupted in greater cheers. With the exception of Hermione, everyone else seemed overjoyed. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the entrance. It was Hagrid, now exonerated of all charges. Just a few hours prior, when Miss Weasley was discovered in the Chamber of Secrets, I had promptly petitioned the Ministry of Magic for Hagrid's immediate release. Dumbledore declared that the burdens of the innocent accusations he bore 50 years ago had now been lifted. Harry and his friends shouted the loudest, rejoicing at Hagrid's return. The towering Hagrid wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, while Harry rushed over to embrace him. Chapter 74. Establishing Authority in the Common Room. The Slytherin family resurfaces in the magical realm. Is the true heir a genuine successor or merely an imposter? Beneath the title was a panoramic photograph of Hogwarts School. Dumbledore asserts, Miss Slytherin's identity is undeniably confirmed. Accompanying the article was an image of Dumbledore being questioned at the Ministry of Magic, gazing solemnly into the camera. What has Hogwarts endured over the past year? In recent days, numerous headlines of a similar nature have emerged, leading to a surge in sales of the Daily Prophet. With the examinations cancelled and the chamber incident concluded, classes resumed as usual, albeit with a noticeable air of lethargy. Nearly all students had recently subscribed to the Daily Prophet, and the emergence of Miss Slytherin had sent ripples through the outside world. The turmoil beyond the school walls was of no concern to Gloria, yet within the school, many were discreetly observing her. After the school party, Draco immediately penned a letter to his parents. Narcissa was overjoyed at the revelation that Gloria was Regulus's daughter, and the following day, she sent a lengthy letter to Gloria, extending her affection for her cousin to his daughter. Lucius, on the other hand, expounded at length on Draco's merits and expressed his unwavering support for their relationship, assuring them that they could seek his assistance in any difficulties. Owls flitted in and out of the dining hall, delivering the day's newspapers, which landed before Draco. After perusing the headline news, he glanced at Gloria beside him and remarked, "Look, my father has been interviewed regarding our relationship." The accompanying image of Mr. Malfoy exuded nobility and elegance, with a subtle hint of pride, and one could discern the joy in his eyes through the photograph. The entire school was aware of their romance, and the news was bound to spread. Gloria skimmed the article and mused. Mr. Malfoy actually managed to refrain from a direct response. What could be the reason? Draco folded the newspaper, leaning in closely to whisper, "Father mentioned that at my birthday banquet, you will dance the first dance with me, which will formally announce our relationship to everyone. The union of Slytherin and Malfoy must be grand and resplendent. We cannot forsake the traditions of pure-blood families." Gloria lowered her gaze and chuckled softly, replying in kind, "If our relationship is to be officially unveiled at Malfoy Manor, then how about we hold the formal engagement celebration at Slytherin Manor afterward?" Draco's cheeks flushed instantly. Biting his lip tightly, his warm palm resting against the back of her hand, his gaze as if he wished to devour Gloria entirely. "That sounds splendid," he replied eagerly. Had it not been within the confines of the auditorium, the young lad would have already pressed his lips against the beloved maiden. At the Gryffindor table, Harry and his companions, situated directly across from the couple, wore expressions of disbelief. Ron felt a wave of nausea. How could Gloria possibly be enamored with that scoundrel? Harry poked at his food with his fork, reflecting on how Malfoy's father had been ousted from the Board of Governors, yet he still carried himself with such arrogance. How could he not? Hermione rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the affectionate couple opposite her. Although his father was no longer on the board, his girlfriend was. It came as no surprise that Gloria had ascended to the position of a school governor. Her lineage was illustrious, being a descendant of one of the founders. Regardless of the circumstances, the school had an obligation to her legacy. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Gloria was exceedingly wealthy and had undertaken the restoration of the entire school, including the Quidditch pitch, ensuring it would be equipped for warmth and protection against the elements. Henceforth, even inclement weather would not hinder their enjoyment of the matches. Additionally, Madame Hooch had received 30 of the latest model brooms, rendering next year's first years exceptionally fortunate to have access to such fine equipment. The brooms they had been using throughout the year were nearly worn out, unstable to ride, and seemed intent on tossing every student off. Most Gryffindor players still relied on the Clean Sweep series. Harry lamented that Wood had already sought out Madame Hooch to borrow a broom for a test flight. Ron remarked that Fred and George intended to borrow brooms from Madame Hooch for next year's matches, given that the games were held on weekends and first years would not need them, even after accumulating enough discount vouchers for new brooms. They would still require at least a full academic year to gather the necessary funds. Hermione shot them a sidelong glance, finding it difficult to comprehend the boys' fervor for Quidditch and brooms. What astonished her more was that Gloria had smashed the grotesque stone statue from the Chamber of Secrets, declaring it unsightly and vastly different from the portrait of Salazar that adorned her home. Merlin's hat. How intriguing it was that her family retained a portrait of one of the school's founders. Ron interjected that it was not surprising for a Slytherin to possess such a portrait. His mother had remarked that Gloria was not a bad child, as evidenced by the gifts she had sent them. Hermione rolled her eyes, suggesting they should be grateful, especially since she had even brought Gilderoy Lockhart along. And it was fortunate that he had only confiscated Ron's wand. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, with Ron vividly mimicking the tone of admiration Hermione had employed when speaking of Lockhart, exclaiming how dashing the professor was, and how reading his books felt akin to embarking on an adventure. Harry shook with laughter, struggling to catch his breath, while Hermione, infuriated, struck both boys with her book. To idolize a professor for nearly an entire academic year only to discover he was a fraud was a bitter pill for Hermione to swallow. She had wished to remain petrified at that moment. Gloria returned to the common room with Draco, the summer holidays fast approaching. Lucius and Narcissa had arranged to meet them at King's Cross Station before proceeding to Malfoy Manor. Upon their return, the once vibrant common room fell silent. Since the revelation of her identity, many students remained incredulous, despite Professor Dumbledore's personal confirmation. The Slytherin family had been absent for so many years, with no signs of their existence, and now they had suddenly re-emerged. A group of upperclassmen rose from the sofas, and Gloria's expression hardened upon realizing they had occupied her designated seat. At the forefront, Goss Avery provocatively glared at the two of them, stating that he had been waiting for them for quite some time. The recently ousted member of the Hogwarts board, Malfoy, and the enigmatic Albert. Draco, filled with fury, was about to step forward, but was gently restrained by Gloria. "Allow me," she asserted, approaching the group of upperclassmen. "By what authority do you question me?" Avery scoffed, eyeing the pendant box she wore. "I have seen that pendant box before. To my knowledge, it does not belong to you, Albert. You have audaciously stolen this item to impersonate the heir of Slytherin." The students behind him glared coldly at Gloria. Unfazed, Gloria replied, "You dare question me, as a mere half-breed from the offshoot?" Avery's eyes widened, veins bulging at his temple. "What did you say?" He looked menacing, as if ready to strike her at any moment. Draco drew his wand, aiming it at them. "Step away from her. I, as a member of the Malfoy family, guarantee that if Laurie is harmed in any way, you will all pay dearly." Zabini and others tensed up as well. The small group hesitated, caught in a moral quandary, unsure whether to hope for Gloria's legitimacy. However, Zabini stepped forward, drawing his wand alongside Draco, physically demonstrating his stance. This was an opportunity. If Gloria's identity were indeed authentic, then this confrontation marked a moment of choice. Some students rallied to Draco's side, while the majority remained stationary. Avery turned his gaze to the crowd behind Draco, coldly remarking, "You believe this impostor because of that pendant box? I've been waiting for an opportunity." Gloria interjected, "The house founded by Salazar is fundamentally different from the other three. Only true strength can validate one's worth." She coldly surveyed Avery and his cohorts, asserting that establishing one's status in Slytherin required making a lasting impression from the outset. Otherwise, doubts would perpetually arise. Standing her ground, Gloria hissed, "Come forth, the time has come." 3 serpents emerged from her robes, and upon touching the ground, they expanded in size. A cacophony of screams erupted in the common room, prompting everyone to recoil in fear. The 3 colossal serpents, coiling their bodies to the ceiling, fixed their gaze on the assembled students. Avery, stripped of his earlier bravado, now wore a visage twisted in terror. Gloria's silver eyes gleamed with a chilling light. "You shall be the first." Turning to the ebony-scaled Apophis, she hissed, "I want him to suffer, enough that he never dares to offend me again." The crowd remained paralyzed, unable to move, ensnared by an unknown force, save for Draco and his companions. Suddenly, Avery erupted into a horrific scream, despite not being touched. He writhed in agony as if struck by the Cruciatus curse, a torment more profound than the curse itself. Collapsing to the ground, Avery's eyes turned crimson, bulging from their sockets, his face smeared with tears and mucus, his body contorted beyond recognition. Witnessing his pitiable state, the upperclassmen who had initially followed him now trembled in fear. After what felt like an eternity, Gloria commanded Apophis to cease. Avery, as if devoid of his soul, lay on the ground, breathing yet utterly motionless. Gloria approached with measured steps, crouching down to address him. "This is but a minor punishment. Do you now understand how to behave in my presence? Answer me." Avery's eyes darted, and in a state of terror, he nodded. "Excellent." Gloria rose, declaring, "It is time for the next." Under the watchful gaze of all the students, those who had followed Avery endured their own share of torment, but none suffered as greatly as Avery himself. Once the ordeal concluded, Gloria spread her arms wide and stated, "To be honest, I am not an excessively cruel person. However, should anyone dare to offend the Slytherin family, I am unlikely to take their life, yet I shall ensure they experience a suffering far worse than death. You will have no opportunity to speak of today's events, but you will remember them always. They will exist solely within your memories, impervious to even the most skilled memory charms. This is the essence of my power, Gloria Slytherin." The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as Gloriana released her grip on them, yet fear still ebbed through the crowd. "In the future, there is no need to address me as Slytherin. Simply call me Gloria." Draco gazed up at the three serpents, while Emer glanced down at him, tilting her head slightly, which rendered the youth feeling less terrified. Chapter 75. The summer break commences. Following the incident in the common room, no one in Slytherin dared to question Gloria's identity. The tainted sofa was replaced with one brought from her family estate. Some students attempted to report this situation to the professors, but they found themselves speechless, gripped by fear and more intimidated by Gloria than ever. Most alarming was that she had not lifted a finger that day. It was solely the enormous black-scaled serpent that had demonstrated its formidable power. Under such terrifying prowess, who would dare to challenge her? Undoubtedly, Gloria was the true embodiment of Slytherin. However, their opinions mattered little to her, as the second year had officially concluded and summer break had begun. Draco and Gloria occupied a private compartment, seeking a moment of solitude together on their journey home. Zabini and the others dared not intrude. They had resolved in their hearts to follow Gloria, while Crabbe and Goyle remained as Draco's protectors. Their compartment was in close proximity to where Harry and his friends were seated. The Weasley twins, seizing the moment before heading home, ignited a few troublesome fireworks. The door to their compartment was not particularly sturdy, and the fireworks burst forth, zipping about and capturing Gloria's full attention. Ultimately, one firework exploded right in front of their compartment, accompanied by the sound of laughter from Harry's group. Draco's good spirits were instantly marred. Potter was indeed omnipresent. However, the noise from that compartment abruptly ceased, prompting Gloria to curiously open the door and venture over. Draco followed closely behind, harboring a deep disdain for Potter's crew. Yet he felt compelled to witness the unfolding spectacle. Percy had fallen in love. It was that Ravenclaw girl who had been petrified, whom I had caught kissing him in an empty classroom. Ginny was sharing some gossip about her brother. Gloria understood now. No wonder Percy had appeared unusually distressed following the double petrification incident. He had not shown such a reaction during the prior event. That girl? I had encountered her near the library's restroom. It turned out she was Percy's girlfriend. Hermione desperately suppressed her elevated voice. The gossip was simply astounding. Percy, who was perpetually stoic and serious, had found himself in the throes of romance. We had encountered them near the Slytherin dormitory, initially believing that Percy was genuinely on patrol. Ron recalled their encounter during the Polyjuice potion incident, where they had crossed paths with Percy just as a girl happened to leave. Was there no space left in Gryffindor? Draco stood at the entrance of their compartment, astonishingly choosing to rendezvous near our dormitory. Well, this certainly dampened their spirits. Gloria appeared nearby, exclaiming, "Hi. I just caught wind of your conversation and thought I'd say hello, but I didn't expect to hear such scandalous gossip." Ginny's expression was a mix of embarrassment and fear, pleading, "Could you please refrain from spreading this? Of course, we would keep it confidential." Gloria took Draco's hand, her intentions unmistakable. The young man huffed in response, tacitly agreeing. Hermione disregarded Draco's scowl, patting the seat beside her and addressing Gloria. "I wanted to ask you, when you were at the station, those Slytherin students kept their distance. Did they not believe your identity?" On the night Gloria revealed her lineage, the Slytherin students were initially stunned, and during class, their attitude towards her was ambivalent. Draco naturally believed her, while Zabini and others remained hesitant. It was challenging for them to immediately accept that Slytherin had a direct heir. No, Gloria pulled Draco down beside her, asserting that they were now utterly convinced of the authenticity of her identity. The shock brought by the three family serpents was something those individuals would never forget. Who would dare question it again? Harry leaned in, saying, "I recounted the events of that night in the Chamber of Secrets in full to my friends," they said. While it sounded somewhat terrifying, it was equally impressive. Draco, nestled against Gloria, crossed his arms and scoffed. Everyone collectively ignored him as Ron produced a free wand exchange voucher, declaring, "I'm heading home to immediately use flu powder to exchange for a new wand." "Gloria, your gift was splendid." The Weasley twins playfully teased their most easily bullied brother. Met with Ron's furious glare, Draco recalled the twins mentioning a new wand on Christmas. It turned out to be the voucher. After some light conversation, they exited the compartment, and Draco immediately wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in the crook of her neck, expressing, "I detest being in the same place as them. It's absolutely intolerable." Over the course of the academic year, Draco had grown significantly taller, his figure becoming increasingly lean and strong. Gloria embraced his waist, noting that she had only invited him for this summer holiday, planning to invite them for the next festive occasion. The proud young master was quickly soothed, lifting his head to lean closer, only to be playfully obstructed by Gloria. In the corridor of the carriage, he turned her around, encircling her from behind as they made their way back to the compartment. A few hours later, the express arrived at King's Cross Station, and Draco held Gloria's hand as they searched for their parents amidst the crowd. The Malfoy couple, exuding an air of nobility, was conspicuous. "Father, Mother," Draco called out, guiding Gloria in their direction. Narcissa, her face filled with hope, broke her usual cold and proud demeanor into a smile upon seeing Gloria. Following Draco, Gloria approached them, exclaiming, "Narcissa, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Narcissa's eyes brimmed with joy as she gazed at Gloria. The reminiscence in her gaze was palpable. Gloria's features bore a striking resemblance to those of Raul. Before he turned 5, he would leap into her embrace, but after that age, he no longer wished to do so. "It seems that father used to be like this," Gloria remarked. "He once mentioned to mother that you reserved all your tenderness and smiles for family. He always lamented not having the chance to see you after Draco was born. By the time Draco came into the world, he had already passed away." Tears welled in Narcissa's eyes, her composure slipping for the first time in public. Lucius immediately wrapped his arms around her, sensing there were many unsaid words, suggesting they should return home. The platform at the train station was bustling with onlookers, who, prompted by their own children, spotted Miss Slytherin. Ignoring the curious glances, Gloria swiftly followed the Malfoy family as they vanished from view. The Malfoy Manor, encircled by gardens, appeared to rise amidst the clouds. Its ornate wrought iron gates opened slowly to reveal a pathway paved with white stones, adorned with fountains and wandering white peacocks. Upon entering the manor, opulent decorations were evident everywhere. The expansive foyer was nearly entirely covered by a lavish carpet. Lucius's satisfied gaze swept over the two, stating he had matters to attend to and would see them later. It was clear that the recent dismissal from the Board of Governors had not dampened his ability to manage family affairs with ease. After several hours of travel, he noted their hunger, assuring them that the house elf would soon serve a meal. Narcissa held Gloria's hand tightly, clearly fond of her. Seizing the moment, Draco took hold of Gloria's other hand. "Mother, I think I'll take Lori for a little exploration," he suggested. Narcissa, understanding her son's intent, smiled and released her grip. "Go ahead, but don't wander for too long." Not far from the manor, Draco embraced his beloved Lori, their handsome faces close together, foreheads touching as they gazed into each other's eyes. "I truly hope the birthday banquet arrives swiftly," he expressed. Gloria wrapped her arms around his shoulders, squinting to absorb the warmth of the young man. "So do I, eagerly awaiting the moment you are officially declared mine." Draco kissed her, their soft lips entwining, and it was some time before they parted. "I belong to you, and Draco belongs to Lori." A sudden cough interrupted their moment, and Draco's eyes widened as he spotted a portrait in the corridor, his cheeks flushing instantly. He grabbed Gloria's hand, and they scurried down a hallway devoid of portraits. Chapter 76. Choices and Resolutions. Life at Malfoy Manor was delightful and warm. Narcissa lavished affection upon Gloria, preparing an array of delectable desserts daily. Lucius often discussed matters of the outside world, mostly centered around the upcoming banquet. Their interactions flowed naturally, as though they had been family for ages. The attire for the event was exquisite. Since both Gloria and the Malfoy family were stakeholders in a bespoke clothing establishment, they enlisted the finest design team. The materials supplied by Gloria were quickly transformed into luxurious fabrics, crafted into stunning garments. Draco's birthday celebration was set for July 5th, and Gloria remained mindful of her responsibilities. On the eve of the banquet, Lucius finally decided to take a day off to recharge for the festivities ahead. Seizing this opportunity, she set about attending to her affairs. Lucius's office was situated on a high floor, a place seldom frequented by Draco and Narcissa. Upon entering, he found a man with golden hair seated at his desk, diligently signing parchment documents. Upon hearing the sound, he looked up, and upon recognizing Gloria, his expression shifted. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Gloria glanced around before responding. "There is something of importance to discuss." Lucius set down his quill, resting his arms on the desk. "What is it?" "Dumbledore mentioned that the diary was given to Ginny Weasley by you," she stated matter-of-factly. "It was I," Lucius replied, perplexed by her line of questioning. As an heir of the Slytherin lineage, he hardly expected her to harbor any disdain for dark magic. "Are you aware of what it is?" Gloria asked. "Or did Voldemort mention anything specific when he entrusted it to you?" The mere mention of Voldemort caused Lucius, typically composed, to freeze, revealing an evident fear of the Dark Lord. "I did not. Do you not find it curious that both Dumbledore and I are certain that it belongs to Voldemort?" Gloria pressed, successfully draining more color from Lucius's face. "What of your mental defenses, Mr. Malfoy? What are you trying to imply?" Lucius felt an unsettling premonition. "Have you heard of Horcruxes?" Gloria turned her back to him, gazing at the Malfoy family crest adorning the wall. Not receiving a response, she kindly elaborated. "A Horcrux involves the splitting of one's soul, concealing a fragment within an object. As long as the Horcrux exists, the creator remains immortal. Lucius's trembling hand clenched tightly, as if his heart were being gripped by that very hand. Gloria pivoted to face him. However, I am certain Voldemort has not utilized Horcruxes. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago. Presently, he exists in a state of limbo. Her gaze fell upon the increasingly agitated Lucius. Your actions have cost Voldemort a Horcrux. When he returns, how will he respond to this? Or more importantly, how will he punish your family? Lucius abruptly rose, regarding Gloria no longer as a mere child, but as the true heir of the Slytherin legacy. You have come to inform me of the impending consequences? Not at all, Gloria replied, shaking her head thoughtfully. I care for Draco and have affection for Narcissa. I could never allow them to suffer under Voldemort's reign. My primary purpose in this visit is to urge you to make a choice. When he returns, will you continue as a masked Death Eater, or will you stand in solidarity with the Slytherin family? As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Lucius's left forearm. Your father was a Death Eater. Yet you do not align with the Dark Lord, she observed with a light chuckle. Indeed, my father was a Death Eater. But he was the first to discover Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes and chose to sacrifice his life to destroy one. Regrettably, I cannot clarify this immediately, but in due time, the truth will emerge. Frankly, I have never regarded that half-blood with any respect, had it not been for my father's actions. I would not have engaged in this war that is yet to begin. Lucius's lips quivered at her audacity to speak so plainly of the most taboo subject. You have never even encountered him. He is dark and terrifying. It is indeed a formidable challenge for him to express his fear of Voldemort in the presence of a 12-year-old girl. While it is true that my current strength is insufficient to vanquish him, it does not imply that he can inflict harm upon me, for I am a Slytherin. Gloria stated, if you truly decide to continue as a Death Eater, I shall not impede you. However, I will take Draco and Narcissa away to establish a new Malfoy lineage. You are aware that Voldemort regards the pureblood families that follow him merely as stepping stones to eternal life and brutal dominion. Once they shatter, he will simply replace them. Lucius remained silent for a moment before responding. I will give it careful consideration. Excellent, Gloria replied. If you contemplate severing your allegiance, I advise you to prepare promptly, particularly regarding the security of the estate and your assets. After all, the Malfoy family possesses considerable wealth and is viewed as a treasure trove by him, which he will undoubtedly pursue. Will aligning with the Slytherin family ensure the safety of Draco and Narcissa? Gloria regarded him thoughtfully. During the last Wizarding War, the Malfoy family wholly sided with Voldemort, yet Narcissa bore no dark mark upon her arm, for Lucius had shielded her from all darkness, preventing her from becoming tainted. Naturally, the entire Malfoy family would be afforded protection, just as the Slytherin estate is. Lucius smiled with satisfaction. The enigmatic Slytherin estate had remained undiscovered for nearly a millennium, and there is no place safer in the world. Why not? The Malfoy family has revered Slytherin for generations. Your decision is tantamount to the decision of the Malfoy family. Gloria admired his swift resolution, but added, if you still harbor uncertainties, you might inquire with Draco about what transpired in the Slytherin common room before the end of term. After a considerable time had passed, Lucius summoned the house elf to notify Draco to come to him. Father? Draco had been searching for Gloria when his father unexpectedly called for him. Lucius rose and approached his son, placing a hand on his shoulder. Draco, Gloria instructed you to inform me about what occurred in the Slytherin common room before the summer holidays. Mentioning the common room caused Draco's expression to shift uncomfortably. Did she instruct me to share? Indeed, otherwise how would I be privy to this information? Draco recounted everything that had transpired in the common room, the appearance of 3 serpents, Gloria's comments regarding each, and how Goss from the Avery family fell to the ground in agony. Furthermore, aside from himself, no one else dared to speak of it, let alone write it down. However, Goss had it coming. Before all the Slytherin students, he had claimed that Lori was an imposter, and Lori seized the opportunity to establish her authority. Lucius clenched and then released the hand that hung at his side, feeling increasingly confident in the strength of the Slytherin family. From Draco's account, it was evident that the abilities of those 3 serpents far surpassed that of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. No wonder Gloria asserted that Voldemort could not harm her. Draco, you are the finest generation of our Malfoy lineage. You have won the affection of the Slytherin heir, and I know your love for her runs deeper. Such a union is rare among pureblood families. Your mother and I are among the few who share this kind of love. As your father, I desire to see the happiness I sought in my own life reflected in yours. When your birthday celebration occurs, I shall pass the family ring to you. Adorning the family ring not only signifies the identity of the designated heir, but also indicates his ability to represent certain inclinations of the Malfoy family, thereby influencing familial decisions. The typically proud youth wore a solemn expression, declaring to his father, I shall not disappoint you and mother. Chapter 77, The Birthday Banquet. On July 5th, within the opulent Malfoy manor, a lavish and grand celebration unfolded. Beneath the shimmering crystal chandeliers, a meticulously arranged long table overflowed with delectable dishes, while enormous crystal goblets brimmed with magically enhanced red wine, gracefully pouring into the guests' elegant flutes. The banquet attracted numerous attendees, including various pureblood families from England and even some from abroad, all eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Miss Slytherin. High-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic were also present, and a photographer from the Daily Prophet had been granted access to the festivities. As one of the event's central figures, Draco had descended to join his father in greeting the Malfoy family's acquaintances. Gloria had just changed into her gown, a light blue flowing dress adorned with sparkling diamonds, enhancing her radiance. Narcissa, filled with maternal pride, remarked, "It is nearly time. Shall I escort you downstairs? Are you nervous?" "Not at all," Gloria replied. Draco, on the other hand, must be quite anxious. Narcissa confirmed, "He is indeed." Prior to the event, he kept asking me if his bow tie was askew. At that moment, Lucius passed the family ring to Draco, who donned it on the ring finger of his right hand as the guests erupted into applause. Now, as the focal point of the soiree, it was time for the first dance. Lucius regarded his son with admiration and pride, alongside Miss Slytherin. The crowd parted to allow Gloria and Narcissa through, and as the platinum-haired young lord turned, his gaze was solely fixed on Laurie, who stood nearby. All eyes were on Gloria, who, with a smile in her eyes, approached Draco step by step, their hands clasped, revealing Draco's palms damp with tension. They positioned themselves face to face, with Gloria's right hand resting gently on Draco's waist. As they began to glide gracefully under the bright crystal lights, Draco, eschewing hair gel today, had his platinum locks falling charmingly over his forehead, radiating a youthful handsomeness. Dressed in a white suit complemented by a light blue bow tie, he harmonized beautifully with Gloria's gown. "Are you very nervous?" Gloria inquired softly, drawing her closer. Draco wrapped his arms around her waist and grasped her hand. "Seeing you eases my nerves. You look truly beautiful today." "Thank you," Gloria replied. "You look quite dashing as well. I adore your current hairstyle. When we kiss, I will be able to stroke your hair." His cheeks flushed with her words, Draco responded, "Might we discuss such things privately?" Noticing the slight tremor in his voice, Gloria realized his shyness. "Forgive me, I could not resist. Recently, there has been movement in the black flame dragon's egg. We shall witness the hatching together." As the topic shifted, the crimson hue on Draco's cheeks gradually faded. "I have already chosen a name for the dragon that will accompany me." "What name?" Gloria inquired, leaning closer. Draco whispered softly in her ear, "Adonis." "What a splendid name. It surely will be magnificent." Gloria's eyes lit up. Adonis signifies a handsome man, perfectly befitting the black flame dragon. The two individuals danced and conversed, entirely oblivious to the gazes surrounding them. The camera flashed intermittently nearby, yet it did not perturb their spirits. "Tomorrow, after the soiree, I must visit St. Mungo's hospital alone," Gloria stated. "For what purpose?" Draco inquired, perplexed that she had not mentioned this to him before. "To pay a visit to the Lombard family. While I harbor no fondness for the woman wed to Lestrange, I must express my sentiments regarding the matter." Gloria continued, "Moreover, I have something of great importance to deliver to Neville Lombard." Draco frowned, recalling the chubby boy he had often teased during their first year. "His parents are quite brave," he remarked. Gloria added, "I am also curious about the nature of this object." "What object?" "You will find out in due time." "Oh, and I must also pay a visit to the Tonks family," she said calmly. Draco's composure faltered at the mention of the Tonks family. Why? To him, Andromeda, who had married a muggle-born wizard, was a traitor to the Black family, equally contemptible as Sirius. After all, her husband was still a wizard. Following today, I will primarily spend the remaining time at the Slytherin Manor, but I must see them first. My father still holds her in regard. Draco, understanding her nature, conceded that she would not bring them before him. The dance concluded, and everyone was free to mingle. Gloria spotted familiar classmates and smiled, nodding at them. While several averted their gazes, the memories of their previous encounters in the Slytherin common room still fresh in her mind. Soon, a diminutive man with tousled gray hair, clad in wizarding robes, approached, accompanied by a photographer from the Daily Prophet. The camera clicked, capturing Gloria and Draco, their faces adorned with smiles. "This is the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge," Lucius introduced the gray-haired man, who barely reached his shoulder. The moment Miss Slytherin announced her identity. "I wish to visit you at Hogwarts." Fudge extended his hand. "However, Dumbledore insists that you remain a student and should not be disturbed by the ministry while at school." Gloria offered a polite handshake, expressing her belief that they would have more opportunities to meet in the future. Fudge appeared as a congenial gentleman, beckoning the photographer for another group shot. After the photo was taken, he cheerfully remarked, "I am delighted to witness the Slytherin family's resurgence within the magical community during my tenure. Your union with young Malfoy has invigorated the pureblood families, and I share in their joy." "Thank you," Draco replied, raising his chin slightly as he held Gloria's waist tightly. Gloria then said, "Speaking of which, I have a matter that requires the ministry's approval, and since Mr. Fudge is here, I might as well inquire. Oh, Fudge straightened his posture, assuming the gravitas of his office. What is it? If it is not of great consequence, I can grant my consent here and now. It concerns the form required for third-year students to visit Hogsmeade. Gloria explained, I intend to obtain that form before the summer holidays. I trust the minister is aware of my parental circumstances. Since my father passed before my birth, the outside world remains unaware of my existence. Thus, guardianship naturally fell to Sirius Black, and even though he has become an outlaw, I still require his signature. Fudge hesitated for a moment. He not only knew who Gloria's father was, but he was also aware that Regulus had once utterly betrayed Voldemort and seemingly accomplished something significant. Though Dumbledore had chosen not to disclose the details, merely suggesting that ignorance was preferable, even after Voldemort's disappearance for over a decade, Fudge still felt a lingering fear at the mere mention of his name. Certain high-ranking officials within the Ministry of Magic were already privy to this information, resulting in a curious yet nonchalant attitude from the magical community towards Gloria, with none questioning her stance due to Regulus's former identity as a Death Eater. This matter is easily resolved. I am just about to visit Azkaban. Miss Slytherin, why don't you entrust the list to me? It would be rather inappropriate for you, as a student, to go to Azkaban yourself, he suggested. Little did Fudge know that Gloria had already visited that place. That would be splendid. I am rather reluctant to see Sirius. I shall retrieve the list after the banquet. Once I have signed it, I will send it to Malfoy Manor, and I will come to collect it, she replied dismissively. Just a trivial matter. Fudge waved his hand, and the conversation unfolded flawlessly. Following this, Gloria met with other families. It was not her day to shine, so she simply exchanged pleasantries. Lucius understood her intent and facilitated the brief interactions. In her inaugural year of revealing her identity, Gloria had no intention of being overly ostentatious. Today was merely an occasion to make an appearance. In contrast to the adults, each with their own agendas, she preferred to select students who had yet to solidify their allegiances, nurturing loyalty to the Slytherin family from an early age. The next day, the Daily Prophet dedicated an entire page to cover the banquet, featuring a photograph of Gloria and Draco sharing their first dance, followed by a group shot with Minister Fudge. The report nearly portrayed the birthday celebration as an engagement feast between Slytherin and Malfoy. However, Draco took great delight in it, even going so far as to cut the article out for his personal collection. Chapter 78, Visits and Callings. In Ward 49 of St. Mungo's Hospital, a woman with a round face and disheveled gray hair reclined listlessly on her bed, her eyes devoid of focus as her hands engaged in aimless gestures. The man in the adjacent bed lay motionless. Once esteemed members of the Order of the Phoenix, the Longbottoms now found themselves in such a woeful state, leaving their loved ones and friends in profound sorrow. After finishing her breakfast, Gloria visited St. Mungo's, donating 500,000 galleons before proceeding to this ward. Today, Neville Longbottom would be visiting his parents, and she awaited his arrival. Around 10 in the morning, Neville arrived at the hospital, and upon recognizing his therapist, he was swiftly intercepted. Neville, do you know Miss Slytherin? The sudden appearance of the heir to this ancient and legendary family in St. Mungo's caused quite a stir throughout the hospital. After making a substantial donation, she proceeded to the Longbottom's room, number 49. Neville recalled Gloria, who had a close relationship with Harry and was generally amiable, though they were not particularly acquainted. What is going on? He inquired, slightly puzzled. She has been in your parents' room for nearly an hour. You know, by blood, she is your aunt, the therapist informed him. The woman in question referred to Bellatrix. And while Neville felt a mix of confusion and anger, he thanked the therapist and hurried to his parents' room. Breathless upon arrival, he found Gloria with her back turned to him. A Slytherin, what are you doing here? He demanded. Gloria turned around, her tone calm. You have arrived. She had not paid much attention to the round-faced boy at school, but now, he bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Summoning his courage, Neville stepped into the room. Are you here because of that woman, Bellatrix? Gloria frowned, clearly disapproving of the notion. Not at all. Neville approached his mother's bedside, intending to shield her from Gloria. Understanding his protective instinct, Gloria remained unfazed. I am here primarily because the Cruciatus curse was devised by one of my ancestors. It is quite malevolent, is it not? Wouldn't you agree? The typically timid Neville retorted, albeit in a hushed tone, fearful of alarming his mother. My family has produced many wicked dark wizards. Seemingly oblivious to his outburst, Gloria continued. However, there were a few remarkable individuals, among whom the most extraordinary was a woman named Yvette, who had no interest in dark magic, but was instead filled with a yearning for love. She was not particularly conspicuous. Even the other portraits seldom conversed with her. Hailing from the Slytherin lineage, she created a spell that many Slytherin heirs were unable to wield. Neville struggled to grasp her intentions. So you came here merely to flaunt your family's dark legacy? No, Gloria replied, meeting his gaze. I am here to offer a remedy. She extended a note towards Neville, who remained vigilant, refusing to accept it. Go on, it will benefit your parents. After a moment's hesitation, Neville cautiously took the note, which bore an incantation. What does this mean? He inquired. If the Cruciatus curse is sustained by hatred, this spell draws its power from love, Gloria explained. This spell is known as the Healing Embrace, and it can only be successfully cast if the caster harbors profound love for the recipient, a love that encompasses, but is not limited to, familial bonds, romantic love, and friendship. It can heal not only ordinary magical injuries, but also severe afflictions caused by dark magic, such as the Cruciatus curse. Neville trembled, doubting his ears. Could the Cruciatus curse truly be healed? His parents had been tormented to madness, and for years, no potion or spell had been able to cure them. They were confined to a hospital, under constant care. To be honest, I have not attempted it myself. This is what Pansy informed me. However, I believe you will need it, even if there exists a mere sliver of hope. Tears welled in Neville's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the note. Gloria stepped closer. May I call you Neville? Without waiting for his response, she continued, Neville, if you believe, you should give it a try. If you succeed, perhaps you can visit here each semester, and one day, your parents may come to recognize you anew. Grinding his teeth, Neville allowed tears to fall onto the note. Hastily wiping its surface, he choked out, I will try. Gloria patted his shoulder. Neville, I look forward to seeing you heal them with your love. This spell was unique within the Slytherin family. It seemed that, apart from Pansy, no one had succeeded in casting it. The other heirs regarded her as an anomaly, and the portraits ignored her. Gloria's own parents, whom she had once loved, had long since passed, and thus, she had never attempted it herself. Now, it was Neville's turn to try. If he were successful, not only would he save a courageous couple, but also alter the world's perception of the Slytherin lineage. After Gloria departed, Neville slowly seated himself, clutching the note for an extended period, contemplating its contents. After a moment, he drew forth his wand and, swallowing the lump in his throat, uttered an incantation. A faint golden light erupted from the tip of his wand, vanishing into the vicinity of Alice Longbottom's heart. Meanwhile, Gloria, having exited the hospital, summoned Coco, who had been waiting a short distance away, and with several apparitions, arrived at a certain location in Yorkshire where the Tonks family resided. It was not long before she located the correct address. The Tonks home was situated in an area where wizards and muggles cohabitated. A small 3-story building enclosed by a white picket fence, with a lawn adorned by a multitude of colorful flowers. A woman with light brown hair was watering the flowers. Her back turned to Gloria. The front door swung open from within, revealing a girl clad in loose-fitting shirt and jeans, her pale heart-shaped face framed by dark, twinkling eyes. Mom, Dad says dinner is ready. Just as she was about to close the door, she caught sight of Gloria standing before their home. Her vibrant purple hair, now transformed into blue. Andromeda, tending to the flowers, followed her gaze and noticed Gloria. She set down her watering can and approached, opening the gate. I didn't expect you to come. Please, come in. Upon entering the house, Gloria found the interior spacious and warmly decorated, adorned with photographs of the family and their cherished possessions. Mr. Tonks, a kind-looking man with brown hair, appeared slightly surprised upon seeing her. Ted, this is my cousin Raul's daughter, Gloria. Andromeda formally introduced her, though the family was already aware of her identity. Ted nodded, pulling out a chair to welcome her. Please, have a seat. As Gloria approached, the family exhibited a hint of nervousness, but she extended her hand first. Hello, Mr. Tonks, you may call me Gloria. Ted, momentarily taken aback, quickly shook her hand. Gloria, Andy has mentioned you quite often. Gloria nodded. I had an inkling, which is why I came to visit. Her kind words eased the family's tension, and Andromeda grasped her hand. They had learned from Dumbledore about Regulus, and Andromeda had long been curious about how her cousin, who had been so promising at 17, could have met such a quiet demise. Now, everything was clear. Gloria turned to Andromeda, saying, It seems your choice back then was indeed wise. Your husband and daughter are wonderful. This remark brought tears to Andromeda's eyes, and she wiped them away as she introduced her daughter. This is my daughter, Nymphadora, but she dislikes that name and the nickname Dora. She prefers to be called Tonks. Gloria extended her hand toward the girl, whose hair had reverted to purple. Tonks, it's a pity you weren't a few years younger. We could have met at Hogwarts. Tonks then embraced her. It's not too late to meet now. You truly are different, little Leah. Upon hearing the nickname Little Leah, Gloria paused momentarily, then returned the embrace. Pleasantly surprised that on their first meeting, she had been bestowed with a second nickname, which she quite liked. Tonks released her from the hug and affectionately ran her fingers through Gloria's thick, light golden hair. I'm glad you like it. Your hair color is simply lovely. Upon uttering those words, her half-long hair transformed instantly into a hue akin to the light golden shade of Gloria's. The atmosphere became amicable in an instant as Ted beckoned them to take a seat, while Andromeda ventured into the kitchen to fetch plates and cutlery. At the dining table, Gloria sampled a slice of oak-smoked ham, nodding in approval of its delightful taste. Tonks remarked, Father's culinary skills are exceptional. He has been the one cooking all these years. If you enjoy it, do visit often. I will, Gloria replied, turning her gaze to her. What are you currently engaged in? I am training at the Ministry of Magic. And if I qualify this year, I shall become an official Auror next year. As the conversation veered towards careers, Tonks's hair shimmered even more vibrantly. Gloria asserted, you will undoubtedly succeed. The two girls, 7 years apart, conversed animatedly, while Tonks and her husband exchanged affectionate glances as they observed their lively exchange. Tonks, known for her adventurous spirit during her school days, shared with Gloria some secret passages and shortcuts she had learned. After their meal, Tonks busied herself with cleaning the table alongside her father, while Andromeda took Gloria's hand and led her to the sofa. We saw the reports about yesterday's party. You are quite fond of Draco, aren't you? Prior to this article, whispers of their romance had already surfaced. Very much so, Gloria responded, her face lighting up with uncontainable joy at the mention of his name. Andromeda recognized this expression well, having often seen it on her own face when with Ted. It's wonderful to hear. I recently learned some things about Regulus. Had I still been in that household back then, perhaps he would not have taken that path. After being disowned by the family, her letters could no longer reach the Black residence, and with Sirius and Regulus's strained relationship, he would not have assisted in delivering messages. Regulus had been angered by her choices, severing their cousinly bond. Do not blame yourself, Gloria interjected. Even if you had remained, he would have concealed his choices from you. Andromeda felt a pang of reflection, contemplating how two cousins, once on opposing sides, ultimately made entirely divergent choices. Gloria grasped her hand, saying, this visit, aside from my father's reasons, was something I genuinely desired. At Christmas, I had to keep my identity secret and couldn't send you gifts. Andromeda immediately shook her head, her expression laden with guilt. It matters not. We were even unaware of your existence. It is only natural that you were unaware, otherwise. The Slytherin family would have been in disarray, Gloria replied. As their conversation drew to a close, Gloria prepared to depart in the afternoon, arranging to correspond with Tonks before leaving. The Malfoy couple was undoubtedly aware of her visit to the Tonks family, yet they refrained from mentioning it. Upon her return, Gloria intended to head back to Malfoy Manor with Draco, while Lucius and Narcissa had no plans to accompany them at present, being preoccupied with numerous invitations to various gatherings following the birthday celebration the day before. After packing her belongings, a youthful house elf, a gift from Gloria to the Malfoy household, stood by. Narcissa embraced Gloria with reluctance, saying, remember to write to us when you return. We shall, Gloria assured her. Lucius rested his hands on his serpent-headed cane and advised, Draco, as a gentleman, be sure to protect Gloria. Of course, father, Draco replied, taking her hand in his. After kissing the foreheads of the two, Narcissa finally released them. Otto, she called to the little house elf, you may depart. With a snap of his fingers, Otto made the luggage stack itself in midair, grasping the hems of his two young master's garments before vanishing from the manor. Upon reappearing in the front courtyard of Slytherin Manor, Otto bowed respectfully to the esteemed Miss Gloria and young Master Draco, and inquired where he should place Master Draco's belongings. Gloria replied, in the bedroom next to mine. Meanwhile, Draco stood entranced by the scene before him. The fountain pool, resembling a small lake, teemed with various water-formed creatures. Behind the fountain stood what could more accurately be described as a castle rather than merely a manor. Last Christmas, Gloria had taken a photograph in front of the fountain, capturing only the central portion of that castle, which comprised 3 structures in total. All 3 castles were a striking grayish-white, adorned with bizarre magical runes, and surrounded by multiple exquisite gardens, an imposing yet beautiful sight that left Draco, who usually prided himself on his own manor, momentarily astonished. Gloria, does your home still qualify as a manor? She chuckled lightly. Of course it does. It's just rather grand in scale. Allow me to give you a brief introduction. The central castle is for regular habitation. The one on the left is primarily used for various experiments, housing rooms for potion brewing, spell testing, and alchemical practices. It's not exceedingly dangerous, but one must exercise caution. The castle on the right, however, is strictly off limits unless I am present. It's exceedingly perilous, and entering without knowledge of the circumstances could lead to dire consequences. Draco silently vowed never to venture into the castle on the right. Once she had finished describing the castles, Gloria pointed towards the distance. That expanse of blue is the largest lake near my home. The forest is inhabited by many wondrous creatures, which occasionally approach the manor, but the ones that come near are gentle beings, so there is no need for concern. Eurydonis is deep within the forest and is expected to hatch tomorrow. Draco, intrigued, asked, how is it that you, having always been at Malfoy Manor, are aware of what transpires here? House elves, Gloria replied. Coco comes to spy on me every day, delivering messages to Gorinia and the others. Gorinia? Draco inquired, hearing the name for the first time. Gloria recalled how, after tidying up after Avery, Draco had been equally startled by the 3 snakes and had not even thought to ask about them. Oh, I haven't told you yet. The three snakes in the Slytherin common room. The one with golden scales is named Gloria, a female, while the one with white scales is her twin brother, Jormungand. And the one with black scales is called Apophis. After I finish with Avery, I will have the house elves bring them back. They write messages by dipping their tails in ink, so they can relay notes to me. Are they also bred by Salazar, like the one from the Chamber of Secrets? Draco asked. No, Gloria took his hand gently. They were created by ancestors who predate Salazar, a remarkable genius. Would you like to visit the portrait chamber of the Slytherin family? They would surely love to converse with you. Draco's pale face flushed with excitement. Of course, I would. Gloria led him towards the central castle. You might as well take a look around. They walked directly towards the fountain pool, poised to step into its waters. Yet Draco was confident that his Gloria would steadfastly follow her lead. As they ascended the steps of the fountain, the water effortlessly formed a delicate bridge, soft beneath their feet, yet miraculously not wetting their shoes. Gloria elucidated, my ancestors deemed the fountain too expansive to circumvent, so they cast this enchantment for ease of traversal. Wizards, after all, were not always inclined to use apparition. Chapter 80, Newt's Visit. The portrait chamber of the Slytherin household was vast, with 3 walls adorned with an abundance of frames, while the remaining wall bore but a few. The moment the door swung open, the voices of the portraits reached their ears. Has Gloria finally returned? Did she bring her little boyfriend? A voice remarked. It's that Malfoy boy. Who would have thought their family has been in England for 10 centuries? Ultimately, Gloria chose this lineage. Gloria entered first, with Draco trailing closely behind. Upon entering the portrait chamber, Gloria greeted them as usual. Hello everyone, meet my boyfriend. The portraits turned their gazes towards Draco, who swore he recognized certain faces from the Black Wizard collection among those nearby. What is your name? Inquired a male portrait, his expression languid, yet his gaze piercing. Draco Malfoy, he replied, maintaining the dignified composure of a noble pureblood family. Is your father Lucius Malfoy too? Asked a solemn man, whose authoritative demeanor belied his lack of anger. He was indeed Gloria's grandfather, well versed in the familial alliances of the Malfoy lineage. Yes, Draco confirmed. Gloria interjected, grandfather. May I take him to see Salazar first? The serious man merely grunted before turning to converse with other portraits. Seeing the black-haired man seated with closed eyes and an imposing presence, Draco understood why Gloria had destroyed the statue in the Chamber of Secrets. The likeness was starkly different. Salazar, why is your statue in the chamber so grotesque? I thought I was gazing upon a molting monkey. The man opened his eyes, revealing a pair of silver orbs, and replied coldly, that is befitting the image of a powerful wizard. With that, he resumed his meditation. Draco gazed at the portraits, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. The Malfoy family had graduated from Slytherin for generations after arriving in England, and he never anticipated he would personally behold Salazar's portrait. 1,000 years ago, the aesthetics of the strong were quite peculiar. I have already smashed it, intending to renovate the chamber. Suit yourself. Salazar seemed disinclined to further engage, turning his face away. Draco's gaze shifted to a nearby portrait, where a man with dark gray hair and silver eyes looked down upon them. His expression as cold and hollow as an ice cavern, inducing a tightness in Draco's chest despite the fact that it was merely a painting. That is Enzo. My middle name is derived from his, Gloria remarked, indicating the gray-haired man. He regards everyone in such a manner. Draco turned to her. I notice this wall has few portraits. Only the most formidable figures of your family can be displayed here, correct? Gloria nodded. Salazar is a given, and as for Enzo, many dark wizards still favor the spells he invented. The name Enzo struck a chord within Draco. He felt he had heard it before. The killing curse. Gloria's words rekindled his memory of the unforgivable curses, with the killing curse reigning supreme. The name of its inventor lingered, though his surname remained unknown. Draco stood frozen. The portrait of the dark wizard who had crafted the killing curse was before him, and it was no wonder that his gaze was so chilling. Gloria remarked that Enzo preferred a clean and decisive approach, placing great importance on the identity of wizards, deeming it foolish to merely wave one's wand back and forth during duels. To this end, he expended considerable effort to invent the killing curse. Her understanding of the identities of wizards and muggles was partly derived from Enzo. She then gestured towards the central portrait, where her light golden hair mirrored that of the man within, who was soundly asleep in the frame, completely devoid of dignity. Elvis Slytherin, the greatest creator of the family. A genius among geniuses. If Salazar had brought the Slytherin name to prominence in the magical world, then Elvis was the one who laid the strong foundation for the family. He had a pleasant disposition, perhaps due to the immense energy it took to create 3 serpents in life. For now, in his portrait, his most frequent activity was slumber. Regardless of the tumultuous chatter of the other portraits or the raucous conversations beneath him, this legendary figure remained oblivious, his eyes firmly shut. Draco whispered, I thought Salazar Slytherin was the most formidable figure in your family. Gloria cast a deep glance at Elvis. Indeed, in terms of renown, that was the case. While Salazar possessed great talent and ideals, time was not on their side. They would return to visit again. But tomorrow they must rise early to guard Adonis as he hatched. Amidst the murmurs of the portraits, the two departed the portrait chamber. In the forest, Gloria and Draco sat within a nest of hay, their eyes fixed upon the obsidian dragon egg. Draco pressed his left hand, where the wound from the blood pact he had completed with the hatchling had now healed. Following the completion of the pact, he could sense the heartbeat within the shell. With a series of cracking sounds, a black claw broke through the eggshell, and before long, the hatchling's head emerged, calling out in a tender voice. Gloria watched intently until the hatchling completely emerged from its shell, at which point she gently licked it. Newly hatched, Adonis possessed striking bronze eyes. And when he locked gazes with Draco, both sensed each other's emotions in a subtle communion. Gloria inquired, "What does it feel like now?" "It's astonishing," Draco replied. "I can perceive some of his thoughts. For instance, he wishes to eat now." Suddenly, with a crackle, Gloria swiftly bent down to shield the hatchling, gazing towards the approach from behind them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gloria rose immediately, assuring, "No need to worry, Grace. This gentleman bears no ill intentions. I have invited him." She had instructed Coco to guide Mr. Scamander directly to the forest upon his arrival, though she had not anticipated him to arrive so soon. With her assurance, Grace relaxed slightly, continuing to watch over his offspring. Merlin was indeed a true black fire dragon. Newt Scamander, dressed in a somewhat faded blue suit, carried an old suitcase. His silver hair and face bore little change from decades past, and he appeared rather shy. Gloria welcomed him warmly. "Welcome, Mr. Scamander. We are observing Adonis as he hatches." "Adonis, is that his name? It is splendidly chosen." Newt's emotions were somewhat elevated, and I took the liberty to research extensively on how to distinguish the genders of baby fire dragons based on their appearances. He had long anticipated this day. Upon receiving the letter informing him that he could come today, he meticulously selected his finest suit and donned it with great care. Even neglecting to admire the renowned Slytherin manor, his mind solely occupied with the creatures that had perished in the forest. Draco rose to welcome Mr. Scamander. Introducing himself as Draco Malfoy, Newt offered a gentle handshake, requesting to simply be called Newt. Following this, his gaze remained affixed on Grace, his eyes reflecting a pure and unadulterated affection. Gloria resumed her seat and patted the space beside her, inviting him to join, inquiring if he had come alone. Newt approached slowly, his suitcase in hand, affirming that he was indeed alone, as his wife had gone to their child's home. Despite his advanced age, his movements were remarkably spry and measured. Draco observed as he gradually made his way over, placing the suitcase down carefully before sitting. Raising an eyebrow in surprise at the thought of such a reserved and taciturn elder having once captured the illustrious dark wizard Grindelwald in his youth, Newt's attention was drawn to the baby dragon, which was crying out as it looked upwards. He recalled that the text stated it would only truly mature after shedding its horns 7 times. This was the first time he had encountered such a creature, and he pondered the authenticity of the records, especially considering that only members of the Slytherin family had ventured into this forest. Gloria, who typically visited merely out of curiosity, admitted her ignorance regarding the horn shedding of fire dragons, but noted that Draco might soon learn, as he had recently established a blood pact with Adonis. A blood pact, Newt mused, is quite rare. Few creatures are willing to forge such an agreement. Yours must be one of equality. Draco nodded, his tone brimming with pride, affirming that Adonis would become an immensely significant companion in his life. Chapter 81, A Regrettable Matter. Newt possessed an extensive familiarity with the characteristics of various creatures, able to articulate insights upon citing them, unless he encountered something entirely novel or absent from literature. Even when confronted with unknown entities, he exhibited patience in observing and understanding them without inciting their disdain. Grace, in particular, displayed the most striking contrast. Initially wary, she had become quite affectionate towards Newt in just one morning. Having gazed at the dragon eggs for several days, Grace was now eager to venture out in search of food. As the last to hatch, Adonis, had finally emerged. Newt left his suitcase behind, eager to follow, unwilling to miss the spectacle of such magnificent creatures hunting, as it would offer profound insights into the habits of fire dragons, particularly regarding their dietary preferences. "Is it dangerous to leave the suitcase here? Should we return to the manor first?" he inquired, his thoughts still lingering on Grace's safety. "Do not worry, Newt," Gloria reassured. "The creatures here are mostly familiar with me, especially powerful beings like the fire dragon. Go ahead, but do not lose your way. If necessary, call Grace's name, and she will guide you back." Newt smiled faintly, feeling reassured. "That is good. I shall take my leave now." With a swift motion, he was already in the distance, pausing to look up and confirm Grace's location before proceeding with his next apparition. Draco remarked, "Though we all share a fondness for magical creatures, Newt is entirely unlike the oafish students who visit the Forbidden Forest." "Indeed, he is quite different," came the response. Gloria remarked that Hagrid held a fondness for all manner of creatures, whereas Newt cherished every magical beast. In the absence of others, the young man immediately wrapped his arms around her, professing that he would be more than willing to pay earnest attention to lessons on the protection of magical creatures. It was said that Professor Kettleburn, despite his affection for some ferocious magical beasts, only allowed students to interact with the less perilous varieties, leaning into his embrace. Gloria acknowledged the undeniable allure of formidable beings. After a hearty meal, Adonis nestled his head against Draco's lap, slumbering soundly, while other resting Hungarian horntails occasionally glanced over to ensure the safety of their kin. There was something she had long pondered but never asked during their time at school. Gloria lifted her gaze, catching sight of Draco's chiseled jawline, and inquired, "What fuels your disdain for Harry, Ron, and Hermione?" The young man tightened his grip around her arm, brushing his chin against her hair. "Weasley mocks my name, Potter defends his impudent friend, and Granger perpetually presents herself as the most intelligent of them all. Each one is insufferable." It was evident that they had become rivals since their first year, which explained the animosity that flared upon their encounters. The memory of their confrontations elicited a soft chuckle from Gloria, prompting Draco to tickle her, and soon they were playfully tumbling with Adonis. Newt had settled in the Slytherin manor, wishing he could erect a temporary dwelling in the forest, were it not for his concern over disturbing other creatures. Gloria and Draco inspected the interior of his suitcase, and were compelled to admire Newt's remarkable extension charm, which created a stable, divided space that simulated various natural environments. Even during the summer break, Headmaster Dumbledore remained occupied, visiting several days later and engaging in an extensive conversation with Regulus Portrait. Upon his exit, he appeared contemplative and later found himself conversing pleasantly with other portraits in the gallery. During lunch, 3 serpents, each the width of a palm, slithered into the dining hall, causing all but Gloria to halt their cutlery in midair. They likely had ventured deep into the forest in the initial days of summer, returning today for a visit. "These are my family snakes," Gloria introduced in turn, Glycon, Emer, and Apophis. The 3 serpents approached each of the 3 individuals, and when Draco cast a glance at Glycon, he turned to Gloria, who nodded in reassurance, allowing him to relax. Newt had already set down his fork and knife, asking, "Is this creature akin to the basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets?" It was his first encounter with such a serpent, whose scales and eyes bore rare hues. Predating the emergence of the Chamber's basilisk, these beings were products of magic and alchemy, not strictly classified as magical creatures. She had assumed the 3 serpents would frolic outside until August. Dumbledore lowered his head and tentatively uttered a phrase in Parseltongue, implying that the snakes were quite delectable. Gloria chuckled at this, while Apophis recoiled slightly, hissing back before returning to Gloria's side, remarking, "This is the first time I've heard a human say I'm delicious." Gloria's smile deepened, and Dumbledore inquired, "Is there something amiss with what I said?" He possessed some knowledge of Parseltongue, but lacked the innate proficiency of Gloria, who could engage in meaningful dialogue with snakes, often conveying nuances that might elude him. "You suggested he is delicious." Apophis expressed surprise at the manner in which a human addressed him. Dumbledore nodded slightly. "I initially perceived this as a greeting." Galatea had already climbed atop Draco, coiling around his legs, gazing intently at the heir of the Slytherin lineage. Draco froze momentarily, summoning his courage to extend a hand. Not sensing any hostility from her, he touched her cool scales, his mind involuntarily recalling Galatea's radiant presence during the incident in the common room. Yermungard, having diminished in size, nestled on Newt's shoulder and, after a few nudges, made its way back to Gloria, whispering something to her. Gloria looked up, and Yermungard commented on the delightful scent emanating from Newt, describing it as exceptionally calm and amiable. Newt, blushing slightly, replied with a grateful smile, acknowledging their uniqueness. The 3 serpents lingered only briefly before retreating upstairs, likely to rest. Following the meal, Newt ventured back into the forest, while Gloria instructed Draco to complete his homework, as she had matters to discuss with Dumbledore. Her invitation for the headmaster to visit during the summer was not merely a social call. There were far more pressing issues to deliberate. In the tranquil room, Dumbledore initiated the conversation. "What is it you wish to discuss, Gloria?" Regarding the confrontation with Voldemort, she replied. Dumbledore adjusted his wizarding robes and sat up straighter. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Even if he returns, he cannot immediately instigate war. I am also seeking information regarding other Horcruxes and their whereabouts." Gloria shook her head. "That is not my concern. What do you think of my 3 serpents?" "Extremely powerful," Dumbledore stated, recognizing their significance with just a glance. "If I am not mistaken, they have been by your side throughout the entire school year." Gloria did not deny it. "Indeed, but they remain solely by my side. Virtually no one in this world could contend with them." Dumbledore understood. "Thus, you possess the confidence to utter the words that could lead to Voldemort's demise." "Not entirely. I must inform you of a regrettable limitation. My serpents cannot act against those of Slytherin blood who possess the ability to speak Parseltongue." Gloria elaborated. This command, embedded within them primarily, serves to prevent internal strife and harm within the family. Consequently, it similarly restricts me from employing them against Voldemort. So you seek my collaboration, Dumbledore inferred. Gloria exhaled deeply. Precisely. When he returns, I will lend my full support to you and Harry. Harry is recognized by the magical community as the savior. Voldemort must eliminate him to solidify his identity and status as the Dark Lord. Though the three serpents are indeed formidable, excessive use of killing curses could weaken them. In Gloria's heart, they were akin to family, not weapons of war, and she would not unleash them unless absolutely necessary. Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully. I am heartened by your perspective. However, should Voldemort truly return, he will need to summon his followers. Compared to his lineage as a Gaunt, your surname holds greater sway among pure-blood families. I shall make an attempt, Gloria responded. You are aware that some families are beyond redemption and unworthy of our efforts, and this will require time. Chapter 82, A Quiet and Beautiful Birthday. In mid-July, Draco accompanied his parents to Germany, returning after about a week, just in time for Gloria's birthday. She, preferring not to venture out, decided to remain at the estate. In recent days, I have been traversing the forest alongside Newt, diligently documenting the various habits of creatures, with the intention of compiling our findings into a new edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. During July, I exchanged letters with Harry and the others several times, and I have recently received their replies. Dear Gloria, I hope you are faring well at the estate. My aunt, who is settled in France, is getting married, and in addition to the wedding festivities, we will be vacationing there. I intend to select a gift for you while in France. Furthermore, I am considering acquiring a pet for the new school year. A toad is out of the question, for I have touched Neville's toad, and the sensation was utterly revolting. Thus, I am contemplating a cat or an owl instead. Perhaps you could offer your opinion. Warm regards, Hermione. Dear Gloria, you will scarcely believe it. My father has won the annual galleon jackpot in the Daily Prophet, a staggering sum of 700 galleons. We are overjoyed. My parents have decided to visit Bill in Egypt and enjoy a month of leisure there. Last year, my mother was quite upset due to the car incident. Yet she promised to buy me a new wand for the new school year. However, with your complimentary wand voucher, she has resolved to invest additional funds in 2 larger sets of new school robes. I am immensely grateful to you. The gift I am sending you this year has my mother's support. I hope you will cherish it. Ron. Dear Gloria, how have you been lately? I am quite pleased that you wrote to me on the very first day of the summer holidays, informing me about the Hogsmeade signature list. I have never employed the Confundus charm, and the holiday has been as dull as ever. Your owl delivering letters at midnight is delightful. Uncle Vernon has not noticed a thing. Thank you for the treats you sent for Hedwig. She thoroughly enjoys them. Harry, I was quite surprised to receive a letter from Neville, who, lacking a Slytherin owl, sent his correspondence alongside Ron's. Dear Gloria, I am sincerely grateful for the spell you sent last time. I have successfully cast it several times. My parents now grasp my hand instead of merely offering me candy wrappers. They actually give me sweets, and I was truly exhilarated. An aunt from St. Mungo's, who oversees my parents, mentioned that the frequency of their nighttime wails has diminished, which is a significant improvement. I hope to cast a few more spells to alleviate their suffering. I have yet to share this with my grandmother. I have decided to wait until my parents' condition improves before informing her. Ron has written to me, reminding me that your birthday is on the 25th of this month. I hope you will enjoy the gift I send you, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude once again. Neville. Upon reading Neville's letter, Gloria felt a surge of emotion. Despite the madness that had afflicted his parents for years, they had endured the torment of the Cruciatus curse, resulting in their premature graying. If she could assist this couple, it would indeed be a blessing. Lastly, there was a letter from the Tonks family, in which Tonks expressed how fascinating her training at the Ministry of Magic has been, lamenting that she cannot partake in more challenging assignments. Regarding the Hogsmeade list, Minister Fudge had initially stated that he would sign it promptly, but the day after the banquet, he departed for friendly exchanges with the magical departments across Europe. However, he did assure us in a letter that it would be completed before the summer holidays concluded. In truth, Fudge could easily assign an employee to take care of this, but he relished the opportunity to cultivate a rapport with Miss Slytherin. On July 25th, at Slytherin Manor, Gloria descended the stairs adorned in a delicate satin gown of soft yellow, and upon entering the hall, she beheld a multitude of gifts amassed upon the carpet. Draco, engrossed in a newspaper, rose immediately upon sighting her. Drawing her close and pressing a fervent kiss upon her soft lips, reminiscent of a woodpecker's gentle pecking, lingering for quite some time before releasing her. Mr. Newt had set down the gifts, intending to return later to convey his birthday wishes. As for her father and mother, they were to attend Minister Fudge's banquet, and numerous families wished to bestow birthday gifts upon her. If she chose to accept them, they would be forwarded, with her mother promising to arrange future gifts for holidays. The minister had finally returned. Gloria had previously harbored concerns about receiving a signed document before the summer's end, but regarding the gifts, she decided to accept them. One cannot dismiss the friendly gestures of others outright. She first located the gift from Tonks, unwrapping it to discover a tap-dancing figurine resembling Tonks herself, complete with color-changing hair, though limited to 3 hues, and a bow after its performance. Most of her friends' gifts were related to studies or toys, while Lucius and Narcissa's offerings were more opulent, including a jeweled brooch and a diamond bracelet. Andromeda gifted her a dozen hand-knit headbands embedded with exquisite gemstones, each perfectly matching her hair color. Among the wrappings were several photographs of her father, which she had secretly taken from home. Gloria cherished each gift, yet she had yet to uncover Draco's present. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Where is my birthday gift?" Draco remained silent, instead holding her waist and leading her into a dance. As they twirled in the hall, entwined in each other's embrace, the duet concluded, and the young woman gazed at him, demanding the gift. Draco's right hand glided to her tender neck, his left parting her thick, golden locks, and as Gloria reached up, she felt a necklace. "I saw this necklace in Germany and felt it was perfect for you." Lowering her gaze, she beheld a sunflower carved from yellow diamond, its petals unfurling like radiant sunlight. As her fingers caressed it, she looked up into the eyes of the young man, whose smile mirrored the brilliance of the sunflower. "It's beautiful. This is my favorite gift," she exclaimed, unable to part with the necklace. "I have a task for you." Draco, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" Gloria produced a ring, its silver band entwined with 3 serpents, gold, white, and black, gripping a large green gemstone at its center. "This is the Slytherin family ring, akin to your heirloom. Will you help me put it on?" Draco accepted the ring, examining it closely. "It is my honor." The ring was gently placed upon Gloria's right hand's 4th finger, and as Draco's gaze lingered on her lips, his heart raced as he leaned closer. Just then, Newt stood at the hall's entrance, awkwardly aware of the mud on his clothes, holding a squealing baby Niffler, its neck sturdier than its body. The once ethereal atmosphere shattered like a dream upon awakening. Draco released his hold, and Gloria steadied herself, facing Newt, both young lovers feeling a tinge of shyness. "I fear that the gift I have prepared may not suffice, and I wish to share with you my newfound discovery regarding the long-necked beast." Despite being an adult, Newt presently resembles a child who has erred. Gloria swiftly adjusts her mindset, inquiring about this new discovery. Instantly, Newt's confidence surges. He gently rubs the nape of the long-necked beast's offspring, prompting the little creature to tilt its head and release a flurry of delicate blue bubbles. These bubbles, ethereal and light, solidify the moment they touch the air, posing no harm to humans, and they are quite enchanting, are they not? The hues of the bubbles are dreamlike, landing softly upon the carpet without bursting, resembling weightless snowflakes. "Happy birthday, Gloria. Being at Slytherin Manor has been one of the finest experiences of my years." During his prolonged stay of over half a month, Newt has appeared invigorated, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. Gloria takes Draco by the hand and leads him to Newt, and together they caress the nape of the long-necked beast's offspring. "I am delighted that you enjoy this place. You are welcome to reside here long-term. I also hope that the wizards outside will come to appreciate these magnificent creatures. Once the new edition of Fantastic Beasts is published, people will gain a deeper understanding of the mystery and might of Slytherin Manor." Chapter 83. He at Hogwarts. The summer air in Azkaban is particularly dreary due to the presence of Dementors. Fudge adjusts his hat, clutching a newspaper in Gloria's signature form for Hogsmeade. "Merlin, what a dreadful place." An accompanying Auror remarks that during their patrol, they observed a significant reduction in the number of Dementors, having checked all the inmates. Fudge dismissively waves his hand, suggesting perhaps they are on the brink of madness, devoid of any joyful memories. For those who have reached this state, life is merely a numb waiting for death. As the door to Sirius's cell creaks open, Fudge bends to enter, flanked by 2 Aurors, wands trained on this high-profile criminal. "It has been a long time, Sirius. Do you still recognize me?" Fudge asks uncertainly. The man, huddled in the corner with disheveled hair, remains motionless, his face turned to the wall, leaving one to wonder about his mental state. After over a decade in Azkaban, it is rare for anyone to retain their sanity. Recognition matters little. Fudge takes a quill from the Auror and hands it to Sirius, stating that there is a document requiring his signature. "Your brother Regulus's daughter is nearing her 3rd year at Hogwarts. You remember Hogsmeade, do you not? As her guardian, you must sign." Fudge realizes that Sirius has been confined for over 10 years, unaware of the happenings outside. Before he can finish his thought, Sirius stirs, even without a wand. The 2 Aurors tense, bringing their wands closer, but Fudge gestures for them to remain calm. His gray eyes resemble a desolate sky shrouded in clouds as he takes the document and signs without even glancing at its contents. It is astonishing that this little girl ventured to Azkaban alone during Christmas. Fortunately, the Aurors on duty did not notice anything amiss. Observing Sirius's condition, Fudge shakes his head and remarks, "Who would have thought you would be surprised that your brother had a child? We are even more astonished." Regulus recognized the concealed heir of Slytherin, and this generation of Slytherin heirs bears the blood of the Blacks. He has often reflected on Regulus's mixed fortune. After signing, Sirius's hand froze as he grasped the document, whereupon he noticed the first line read, Gloria's Slytherin. So, he had come to Azkaban alone. Fudge observed him clutching the document and warned, do not tear it. I still need to return it to that child. Retrieving the document, Fudge casually placed the newspaper on his lap, folding the signed paper neatly into his pocket. Sirius withdrew his hand, casting a fleeting glance in Fudge's direction. But soon his gaze became fixated on a particular article in the newspaper, obscured by his hair. He recognized the Weasley couple in the photograph. The others were presumably their children, yet his attention was riveted on a mouse perched on the boy's shoulder. Fudge, having secured the signed document, noticed Sirius's reaction as he beheld the Weasley family's celebratory photograph from their vacation in Egypt. You recognize the Weasleys, do you? Molly Weasley's two brothers fought valiantly and paid the ultimate price, just like your sibling. His words dripped with disdain for Sirius, but the matter was settled now. Their youngest son remained one of Harry's closest friends. To clarify, Fudge pointed to the boy in the photograph, the very one with that detestable mouse he could never forget. Resting upon the boy's shoulder, Sirius shot his gaze up, his eyes ablaze with an intense fire, a fervent desire to incinerate everything in sight. Two Aurors stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Fudge. May I keep the newspaper? I can no longer venture outside. It would do me well to read the words upon it. Sirius's voice was unnaturally calm, leaving Fudge uncertain of his intentions. Nevertheless, it was merely a newspaper. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, he tossed it to Sirius. Here, take it. Everything beyond these walls is irrelevant to you. Harry will grow up safely, forever unaware of your treachery. The school and the Ministry of Magic will protect him well. You wretched wizards can await your doom. Adjusting his hat, he exited the cell, while the two Aurors fixed their fierce gazes upon Sirius, their eyes glinting with lethal intent. In the dim light, Sirius picked up the newspaper, and the departing Aurors presumed he was contemplating how to eliminate Harry. Once they left, Sirius clenched his fists tightly, his gray eyes shimmering. He was at Hogwarts, and Harry was in peril. Yet, no one heard his words. Only darkness and silence remained. After nearly a month at Slytherin Manor, Newt decided to return home for about a week to celebrate his grandson's birthday before coming back. The Slytherin Manor glimmered with lights that evening, as Glorious and Draco each held a young swooping evil, gently massaging the nape of its neck, releasing a cascade of blue bubbles. They had only discovered the night before that the bubbles glowed in the dark. Against the backdrop of night, the bubbles swirled in shades of blue, drifting gracefully into the fountain below, some floating upon the water's surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After releasing the swooping evil, Coco returned it to its nest in the forest. A magically controlled camera captured the moment as they squatted by the fountain, mesmerized by the enchanting bubbles. Gloria's delicate fingers danced among the bubbles, the cerulean glow reflecting upon her hand. In an instant, a large hand clasped hers, and Draco leaned in, planting a gentle kiss upon her. To spend my summer away from all the grand soiree, yes, simply in your company, is the most joyous vacation I could wish for. Gloria wrapped her arms around his shoulders. The holiday was but a month long, and he had grown taller, while she too began to stretch. This summer was merely at its inception. The two embraced, relishing the beauty of the moment. Miss Gloria and Master Draco, dinner is prepared. Shall we proceed to the dining hall? Otto inquired, bending slightly. They had arrived at Slytherin Manor, where Otto had also been summoned by the Malfoy couple. Draco stood, guiding Gloria by the shoulder. We have played outside long enough. Let us dine before we continue our frolic with these bubbles. Very well. Otto grasped the edges of their garments, and in an instant, they found themselves in the castle's dining hall. Draco's gaze fell upon the daily prophet laid out on the table. He had ventured out with Gloria that morning and had yet to peruse the newspapers delivered earlier. However, the most prominent feature was a wanted poster, prominently displaying a photograph of Sirius Black, taken 12 years prior when he was incarcerated in Azkaban. The man in the image appeared youthful yet tormented, his expression one of desperation as he screamed at the camera, clutching a sign. Sirius Black has escaped. Draco exclaimed, astounded. How is this possible? That place is Azkaban. No one has ever broken free. Yet here we are, Gloria remarked, her eyes fixed on the report. How could he have escaped? The last time I saw him, he seemed entirely devoid of any intention to flee, almost genuinely remorseful for his past. Draco remained engrossed in the newspaper. I must write to my father. He has undoubtedly been summoned to the Ministry of Magic. Gloria stood, declaring, I need to check on Harry. Sirius, loyal to Voldemort, will surely seek him out. The young man grasped her arm, insisting, no, why pursue Potter? The Ministry will naturally protect that illustrious savior. They have already allowed Sirius to escape. Gloria met his earnest gaze. Draco, Harry is a crucial part of my future plans. He must remain safe. Draco lowered his eyes, a hint of grievance in his tone. That Potter, then you might as well bring all the snakes with you. Gloria embraced him, her cheek resting against his chest. Of course I shall. Chapter 84, A Dejected Harry. As Gloria sought the 3 serpents in her room, Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how she had instructed the Dementors to keep their distance from Sirius's cell, yet they would never release a criminal. How had he managed to escape? With 3 snakes in tow, Coco seized her hem, and in an instant, they arrived in the Muggle world at number 4, Ashtree Road, in Surrey. Upon arriving, Gloria had barely taken in her surroundings when a shrill scream pierced the air. Following the sound, Coco guided her to a grassy patch where a swollen figure writhed in agony. Emerging from a nearby room was a tall, burly man with a patchy beard and a face tinged a purplish hue, shouting as he stumbled out, a dog tugging at his pant leg, rendering his already clumsy movements even more cumbersome. Maggie, the figure, referred to as Maggie, began to levitate skyward. The man, dragging his heavy form, leapt in a futile attempt to grasp her hand, only to be pulled upward along with her. The slender woman with golden hair stared blankly at the unfolding events. Within the room, there was no sign of Harry, nor any trace of Sirius. It was highly likely that Harry was responsible for the occurrences. Gloria directed her wand towards the inflated object, and Maggie was suspended in midair before slowly descending. When Maggie landed, she resembled a buoyant balloon. Her clothing stretched tightly around her, her fingers thick as Italian sausages, and her features grotesquely swollen, leaving only her mouth capable of a strained scream. Gloria lightly tapped her wand twice more, and Maggie ceased her screams, her body deflating as if losing air. The dog released its grip on the man's trousers and scampered over to lick Maggie's face. "Where's Harry?" Gloria inquired coolly. Vernon's heavy breathing returned him to reality, and upon seeing the familiar wand, he pointed at her, exclaiming, You are like him. Like that?" Gloria strode purposefully into the room, pondering the absence of Auror guards. Vernon rose to obstruct her, declaring, "I will not allow someone like you into my home." Gloria's brow furrowed slightly, then her lips curved into a cold smile. A Muggle attempting to hinder a witch? Suddenly, there were loud bangs from within the room as Harry appeared, dragging heavy luggage. He looked astonished upon seeing her. "Gloria?" Vernon's agitation intensified at the sight of Harry. "I know you cannot use magic outside of school. They will capture you." Harry's expression hardened. "Step aside." He aimed his wand at Vernon, who frantically raised his hands to shield his face, fearing a fate similar to Maggie's. With the obstacle removed, Harry stormed out, only to remember to call back to Gloria at the door, "Let's go. I don't want to stay here." Gloria had no objections and cast a cold glance at Harry's Muggle relatives. The slender woman held her exceptionally plump son, while Vernon appeared fearful, and Maggie sat dazed on the lawn. "The ministry will send someone to handle this. Neither Harry nor I will face any punishment, so don't delude yourself," she stated before stepping outside, with Harry dragging his suitcase ahead, his gait revealing his anger. Gloria followed silently for several streets until Harry finally grew weary and sat down on the steps by the roadside. She noticed a sign reading Magnolia Crescent. No one spoke. He hung his head forlornly, the streetlight illuminating him but failing to dispel the sorrow enveloping him. "He insulted my parents. I cannot bear it." Harry clenched his fists, a wave of fear washing over him as he realized, "They will expel me from Hogwarts." Gloria detected the tremor in his voice. "If you can endure it, then I shall look down upon you. Rest assured, Harry, you will not be expelled." Her tone was resolute, prompting Harry to glance at her. "Really?" "Certainly," Gloria smiled. "Regardless of how the ministry handles this, I am one of the governors at the school, and I will ensure you are not expelled. It is entirely normal for Muggles to face consequences for insulting wizards. Moreover, Headmaster Dumbledore will assist you. After all, you are Harry Potter." Harry felt a surge of gratitude. Wrapping his arms around himself, and with self-deprecation, he remarked, "I am merely an orphan whose parents were murdered by Voldemort. If only I could trade this notoriety for my parents' lives." Gloria crouched down to meet his gaze. "Harry, what has transpired cannot be altered. We must focus on the present. You have good friends who care for you, concerned professors, and the loving Weasley couple, all of which are your blessings." A smile finally crept onto Harry's face. "Thank you. Sometimes I truly cannot fathom how you ended up with Malfoy. You seem entirely different in temperament. Malfoy, with his pure blood supremacy, looks down upon those of lesser lineage and despises Muggle-born wizards. Yet Gloria has never harbored disdain for anyone. Her strength and confidence remain unaffected by the opinions of others. Draco is quite charming," she remarked. "Such charm, however, will surely not be evident towards you. You have nowhere to go. Why not stay at my estate?" Harry immediately shook his head. "No, Malfoy is undoubtedly at your estate. I would rather return to the Dursleys." "Very well, then where do you intend to go?" "The Weasley household." Harry let his hands fall to his knees. "London. I will find a place at the Leaky Cauldron. I have funds." Gloria deemed that a suitable idea, noting that it was populated by wizards who would certainly protect Harry. At that moment, the street lamp above them flickered erratically. Gloria stood, gripping her wand. As the wind began to stir around them, Harry rose as well. The street lamp dimmed significantly. He uttered a spell. Across the street, something stirred in the bushes. Drawing their attention, a shadow of considerable size appeared. Harry raised his wand to gain a clearer view, revealing what seemed to be a stray dog. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the quiet street, diverting both Harry and Gloria's focus. A brilliant light illuminated them as they retreated to the steps of the road, where a three-story, vividly purple bus with enormous wheels came to a halt before them. The door swung open, revealing a ticket collector in uniform. "Welcome aboard the night bus." He casually regarded Gloria. "You are that Slytherin." Ignoring him, Gloria turned her head to peer past the bus at the bushes opposite, which were now empty of any shadow. The ticket collector, intrigued, inquired, "What are you looking at?" Harry shook his head. "Nothing." As he attempted to retrieve his suitcase, the ticket collector interceded. "Allow me. I should mention my name is Stan Shunpike. The bus is specifically for stranded wizards and will take you wherever you wish to go. Please, step aboard." Both were bewildered by the sudden appearance of the bus, yet Harry was indeed in a predicament. Sirius Black was still at large, unapprehended. Gloria nudged Harry, urging him to board first. Stan, panting as he hoisted the suitcase onto the bus, approached them. "Never expected to see you here, Miss Slytherin." "And you are?" "Neville Longbottom." Harry promptly replied. Gloria directly asked, "How much to London?" Stan quickly tore off a ticket. 11 sickles. He appeared about to say more, but Gloria opened her palm, presenting 2 golden galleons to him. "No need for change. We require conversation. You may proceed directly to the Leaky Cauldron in London." Sampak turned to the driver's seat and shouted to the elderly wizard with thick glasses, "Drive to the Leaky Cauldron in London, Earn." Gloria, quick-witted, cast a spell that anchored herself in place as the car emitted a thunderous bang, throwing Harry onto the unrestrained back seat, his glasses askew. Chapter 85. The new academic year begins. Sampak cautiously glanced at Gloria, noting her reticence, and refrained from further conversation, opting instead to unfold a newspaper to pass the time. "Harry," Gloria said as she took a seat beside him, "I have come to inform you of a grave matter." Harry adjusted his glasses and clutched the blanket beneath him tightly. "What is it?" "There's an escaped convict," Gloria replied. "His name is Sirius Black." Hearing that name for the first time, Harry wondered what it meant for him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the newspaper Sampak had opened. And there it was, the wanted poster for Sirius. He recalled seeing that face on the television at Aunt Petunia's earlier that day. Gloria explained, "He is the first wizard to escape from Azkaban since its inception, a former Death Eater who was deeply loyal to Voldemort. I believe he is highly likely to come looking for you." The mere mention of that name left Sampak pale with fear. Harry pursed his lips and said to Gloria, "Thank you, but it is too dangerous for you to come alone. Have you forgotten?" Gloria replied, "Basilisk." That reminded Harry of the serpent whose gaze could lead to death. "Still, I appreciate your concern," he said, rising to approach Sampak. "May I borrow your newspaper to take a look?" "Earn, there's an old lady ahead. We're going to crash," shouted the little head dangling from the rearview mirror. In an instant, the car screeched to a halt, and Harry was unceremoniously thrown forward, his face colliding with the glass, causing Gloria to frown. As the little head began a countdown, Harry managed to grab the newspaper and read the article about Sirius's escape. When he learned that Sirius had killed 13 people with a single spell, he swallowed hard, understanding why Gloria had sought him out. He was an extremely dangerous individual. Gloria added, "I forgot to mention, Sirius is my father's brother, and they have had a troubled relationship since childhood." Dumbledore had shared some details about Regulus with Harry, so he was aware of her father's identity, and their friendship remained unaffected. "What he has done has nothing to do with you." Harry then asked, "How will you get home later?" "Do not worry, a house elf will escort me. You know their remarkable abilities." The car sped along the Muggle streets, effortlessly navigating any obstacles, and before long, the little head alerted them that their destination was near. Harry rose to find his suitcase and returned the newspaper to Sampak. At the moment of the sudden stop, Gloria once again anchored herself in place, while Harry leaned forward and struck the glass. Once outside the vehicle, Sampak dutifully assisted with the luggage, mentally thanking Gloria for the extra payment. "There you are, Harry." "Gloria," a familiar voice called out. Gloria turned to see Minister Fudge, clad in a striped cloak. Sampak excitedly shouted from inside the car, "Earn, look, it's the Minister of Magic." Then, fixing his gaze on Harry, he remarked, "You are Harry Potter. I must say, it appears you have a scar upon your forehead." Harry immediately covered his brow. Fudge, eager to converse with Harry, exhibited a somewhat indifferent tone towards Sampak, expressing his gratitude for bringing them. He stated, "Now, I shall escort them into the Leaky Cauldron." Sampak, with an expression of excitement, returned to the vehicle, standing by the door, bidding farewell to Harry Potter and Miss Slytherin. As the car vanished, Gloria turned to Fudge and said, "I shall not enter. I must return to the manor. Mr. Fudge, was my list signed prior to Sirius Black's escape? I intend to present it to you upon entering the pub." Fudge, rummaging through his coat pocket, produced a signed list, revealing, "I visited Azkaban a few days before his escape. Shall I return you home first?" Gloria, noticing the somewhat hasty signature, felt considerably uplifted. "No need, my house elf will guide me. I entrust Harry to your care. Farewell." Harry waved at her, saying, "See you at school." With a pop, Coco appeared, grasped Gloria's garment, and then vanished again. Fudge led Harry into the pub, where the gaunt, toothless proprietor, Tom, emerged, holding a lantern, and exclaimed, "Mr. Potter, we have been searching high and low for you." A wave of anxiety surged through Harry, as he suspected that Aunt Marge's inflated incident had come to the ministry's attention. I apologize regarding Aunt Marge," he said. Fudge patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. Harry, the matter concerning your uncle's family has been resolved, and there shall be no issues. However, how did Gloria come to find you?" "It is due to Sirius Black's escape," Harry replied. "Gloria was concerned he might locate me and intended for me to stay at her manor. But I declined and came here instead." Fudge's expression stiffened as he quietly inquired, "Is there anything else?" Harry shook his head. "No. Is there anything else, sir?" "Oh no, certainly not." Fudge resumed his smile, guiding Harry upstairs. As August progressed, Sirius's wanted poster remained unwithdrawn, with the Daily Prophet consistently reminding everyone to be vigilant regarding the man depicted in the photograph, while the Ministry of Magic solicited reports concerning Sirius's whereabouts in the newspaper. Gloria corresponded with Dumbledore, who replied that Harry was currently safe and was preparing to find an acquaintance to assume a teaching position at the school, potentially providing an additional layer of protection for Harry. Before the summer concluded, the Malfoy couple visited Slytherin Manor. Narcissa primarily examined Regulus's portrait, while Lucius ventured into the portrait room. They did not linger long. As the new school year approached, Newt decided to remain, aiming to familiarize himself with the myriad of unfamiliar magical creatures residing within the forest. At Platform 9, plastered with wanted posters, parents hurriedly sent their children aboard the Hogwarts Express. Draco held Gloria's hand as they had just bid farewell to the Malfoy couple amidst the throngs of people. The young man protected her as they sought a less crowded carriage door. Shortly after boarding, the express departed, and they began to search for suitable seating. Eventually spotting familiar faces within a compartment, Draco halted first, pulled open the compartment door, and lazily remarked, "Isn't that Harry and Ron, just as we called out?" Gloria, eager to greet them, closed her mouth, fearing she might burst into laughter, while Draco, upon seeing the group, became exceptionally acerbic. Draco fixed his gaze on Ron, having heard that his father had won a prize that summer. "I suppose you all cuddle those gold coins at night," he taunted. Ron clenched his fists, while Harry and Hermione shot him disapproving looks. Gloria noticed a man draped in robes, sleeping by the window. Was he the new professor? Their collective attention fell upon him, and Hermione nodded, confirming that it was Professor Lupin, who would likely teach defense against the dark arts. The thought of this subject stirred a mix of emotions within them. As the previous two professors had encountered dire fates, they had heard rumors that the position was cursed, leading to frequent changes in instructors. Upon learning that he was the new professor, Draco fell silent, but continued to regard them with disdain. "Since the professor is resting, we shall not disturb him. See you at school," Gloria remarked as she nodded and closed the compartment door, pulling Draco away with her. Chapter 86, The Demento on the Road. The compartment was nearly full, but as soon as the Slytherin students spotted Gloria, they immediately vacated their seats for other compartments, even without her uttering a word. Once Draco settled in, he wrapped his arm around her. "In our third year, we can finally date in Hogsmeade." Hogwarts was expansive, but it was still a school, and he wished to avoid encountering professors during their romantic escapades. "I am fine with dating anywhere," Gloria replied. "By the way, I mentioned joining a club in my second year, but I didn't mean the Pure Blood Club." Draco inquired, "What club would you like to join?" "I shall accompany you." Gloria retrieved a quill and parchment from her small bag, writing a line, "Slytherin Club. I wish to establish a club in the name of my family. Each individual will have but one chance to join, and doing so signifies allegiance to the Slytherin family. I will not join any other organization." Draco understood why she had consistently declined to join in her second year. "I shall definitely join. I will withdraw from the Pure Blood Club when the time comes." Gloria's absence from the club rendered it unworthy of her time. Once the Slytherin Club was established, the viability of other clubs within the house would be in question. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a torrential downpour commenced outside, the moisture mingling with the air and obscuring the distant mountains. Draco sat by the window, and after an extended conversation, Gloria grew drowsy and rested her head on his shoulder. Many students on the train also succumbed to fatigue, enveloping the carriage in a tranquil silence. The rain intensified, the train rattled on, and raindrops pattered against the glass while the wind howled. This symphony of sounds became a lullaby. Uncertain of the time, the train began to decelerate, signaling a change. Voices of students echoed from outside the compartment. Gloria lifted her head, realizing the outside world had turned pitch black. "Are we nearing the station?" Draco leaned closer to the window and frowned, saying, "No. We are still in the wilderness." Yet, the train slowed further, coming to a complete stop, causing them to sway slightly due to inertia. The sounds of wind and rain grew more pronounced. A number of students opened the compartment door to peer outside, and in the next moment, the lights within the train extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Everyone hastily closed their doors. Gloria stood to glance out the window, faintly perceiving a group of floating shadows. Apophis in the pocket of her robes reminded her that they were Dementors. Confused, she wondered why the Dementors were intercepting the Hogwarts Express. What was happening? Had the train broken down? Draco firmly grasped her hand. Gloria settled back into her seat, stating that Dementors were present, and that it was best for them to remain in the compartment. In the darkness, Draco's expression was obscured, yet his tone conveyed utter astonishment. Dementors? Aren't they the guardians of Azkaban? What are they doing here? One escaped convict is not enough. Now the Ministry has unleashed them as well. Gloria replied. They must have been dispatched to hunt down the fugitive, but they seem to have intercepted the train to the school. I suppose they are drawn to the students' joy, siphoning off a bit of happiness while they inspect. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the train, and an odd sensation overtook everyone, as if joy would never return. Moments later, Gloria rose to open the door, but was restrained by Draco. Don't go out. Dementors are monstrous creatures that can devour one's soul. Lucius has warned me about the horrors of such magical beings. She sat back down, conceding, all right, but I must drive them away. Drive them away? Draco was still bewildered as Gloria pointed her wand at her throat and declaimed in a booming voice, begone. The train seemed to sway once more, and in the darkness, Draco murmured, Lori. Before long, the lights inside the train flickered on, revealing Draco's pallid complexion, his lips drained of color. Draco. He placed his palm against the back of her hand that cradled her face. I'm fine. What was that incantation you just uttered? I've never heard such a peculiar language. Seeing his expression gradually return to normal, Gloria sighed in relief. That was a language the Dementors can comprehend, but this must remain a secret. It would not bode well if the Ministry found out. Draco gently embraced her. Of course, I shall keep your secret, but those creatures are truly repulsive. Outside, the commotion intensified as students speculated about the earlier incident. Gloria offered Draco the snacks she had purchased earlier to help him recover. The boy appeared somewhat bashful, yet accepted them nonetheless. The train resumed its journey, and everything that had transpired felt as though it were merely a figment of the imagination. Suddenly, there was a knock at the compartment door. It was Crabbe and Goyle, who had come looking for them. Gloria waved them in. After a summer apart, the two bodyguards had grown even more robust, resembling two small mountains of flesh. Gloria, Draco, do you have any idea what just happened? I thought I heard someone shout something, but I couldn't make it out. Crabbe spoke, a sheen of cold sweat on his brow. Goyle's lips trembled, causing the flesh on his face to quiver. The sensation was unbearable. I had to eat 3 pastries to feel better, and then I wanted to find you. Draco wrinkled his nose. Then continue eating whatever you have. The two bodyguards had not forgotten to bring snacks, the chocolate nearly melting in their hands. After they indulged in the chocolate, Crabbe licked his fingers and said, on our way here, we heard that girl from Gryffindor, the Weasley girl, shout that Harry Potter had fainted. It must have been Ginny Weasley, Gloria thought, facepalming internally. If Draco learned of this, Harry would surely face ridicule. As expected, Draco's pallid face flushed with color upon hearing this. Really? Ha. Gloria leaned against his shoulder, listening to their plans for how to mock Potter later. Oh. It seems the school year has indeed begun with much excitement. The train journeyed for a little over 10 minutes before they arrived at Hogsmeade Station, where the relentless downpour continued, and the station exuded an icy chill. Each student wrapped their robes tightly around themselves, while owls, cats, toads, and various pets clamored about. The temperature difference upon alighting from the train was stark, creating a scene of utter chaos. The carriages that had brought the students were parked at the roadside, and the first-year newcomers were boarding boats with Hagrid. Such inclement weather for a boat ride was indeed unfortunate. Draco and Gloria swiftly climbed into a carriage, with Crabbe and Goyle hastily following suit. As the carriage passed through the grand wrought iron gates, they spotted Dementors standing guard at either side. Draco exclaimed, I must write to Father and inform him that Dementors are indeed halting the express. What if they harm purebloods like us? How can these creatures be allowed to roam Hogwarts? Gloria fixated on the two Dementors, feeling compelled to find an opportunity to communicate with them. Such incidents on the train must not be allowed to reoccur, especially since the criminal remained at large, and Harry was undoubtedly the primary target. This place must be defended. Sirius, lacking a wand, was unable to cast the advanced Patronus charm. It's all Potter's fault. Draco scowled, convinced that he bore some ill-fated magic, perhaps the very thing that had enabled him to defeat that individual. Both Crabbe and Goyle shuddered at the mere mention of the name, as even without invoking it, their dread of that person lingered. Chapter 87. The Two New Professors. After traversing the opulent marble staircase, Gloria beheld the familiar Great Hall, adorned with nearly 1,000 flickering candles and a somber sky reflected on the ceiling, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Upon entering the hall, a warm ambience dispelled the chill that had enveloped them. As they walked along, it became evident that the school had undergone noticeable changes over the summer. The construction teams had evidently worked diligently. Every student at the Slytherin table acknowledged Gloria with a nod. Draco scanned the room, failing to spot Harry and Hermione, and chose a seat for her near the Gryffindor table, right behind Ron. This year, The sorting hat ceremony was conducted by Professor Sprout, while Professor McGonagall was conspicuously absent. Gloria noticed a new face at the professor's table, presumably this year's defense against the dark arts instructor, clad in a tattered wizard's robe that had been mended multiple times. He appeared youthful, yet bore the signs of wear, with his light brown hair already streaked with gray, indicating a life of hardship. 2 seats away. Professor Snape's expression was ominously dark, his eyes harboring a suppressed fury and loathing, a rare glimpse of such emotions only manifesting when directed towards Harry. Do you recognize these two? Several classmates engaged in discussions about the events on the train. Did you hear that? Surely, I am not imagining things. A girl from Gryffindor remarked from behind. No, we heard it too. After that shout. It felt like the carriage was no longer as cold. Was it a spell to repel Dementors? How peculiar, others responded. Draco made a concerted effort to restrain himself, focusing his attention on Gloria, regrettably unable to divulge the full truth. The sorting ceremony commenced, with each anxious new face taking their place on the high stool, listening intently as the sorting hat announced their respective houses. The sorting ceremony having concluded, Harry and Hermione stealthily returned, whereupon Ron promptly beckoned them over. The students of Gryffindor frequently cast glances in their direction, occasionally whispering and pointing at Harry. Headmaster Dumbledore rose to address the assembly, welcoming everyone back to Hogwarts as he did each year. He informed them that several Dementors from Azkaban would be stationed at every entrance of the school. The headmaster elaborated on the nature of the Dementors, cautioning the students to avoid any confrontation with them and ensuring that the prefects and student leaders would uphold this directive. Without mentioning the peculiar and unsettling cries from the train, the students had already witnessed the terror of the Dementors on the train, and even the mischievous Weasley twins had refrained from jesting in their presence. Naturally, should any unfortunate incidents arise, the professors would be notified, and he would liaise with the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore then introduced a man with light brown hair, inviting everyone to meet our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Lupin. Sparse applause echoed through the hall as Gloria noticed Professor Snape, who half-heartedly clapped twice before lowering his hands. Dumbledore continued to applaud, appearing in good spirits, welcoming the professor and wishing him luck. Gloria chuckled softly, wondering if the well-wishing was sincere at such a moment. The headmaster proceeded to announce that this year there would be another new teacher, as the previous professor of care of magical creatures, Professor Kettleburn, had chosen to retire to enjoy life. Rubius Hagrid, willing to assume the role of keeper of keys and grounds, would also take on this new teaching position. Hagrid! Ron exclaimed with excitement. Harry clapped enthusiastically as Hermione joined their fellow classmates in cheering. Are we really going to have him teach us? A giant who guards the forest. Draco scoffed. Do not fret. Hagrid possesses extensive knowledge of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Gloria gently applauded, expressing her anticipation for the content of his first lesson. With her initiating the applause, other Slytherin students followed suit, preventing an awkward silence. Once the welcome concluded, Headmaster Dumbledore declared the feast officially open. Golden platters instantly filled with food, and the clatter of cutlery resonated through the hall as Gloria spotted a creamy wild mushroom risotto and ladled some onto her plate. Potter! Draco called out in a low voice. Harry, savoring the feast with his friends, turned around in confusion, sensing something amiss. I heard your little girlfriend calling out. You fainted on the train? Is that true? Draco's face bore a mocking smile, while Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him, feigning faintness. Shut it, Malfoy. Ron could no longer tolerate their taunts. Draco raised an eyebrow, relishing their anger. You truly are the famous Potter, fainting at the sight of a mere Dementor. Harry's previously buoyant mood, buoyed by Hagrid's appointment, was swiftly extinguished. He turned away, choosing to disregard the jeering voices behind him, not even pondering who Draco's reference to little girlfriend might be. After the opening feast, Gloria returned to rest, only to awaken the next morning to the sound of rain still falling outside. The schedule for the first day of classes included 2 elective courses, one in the morning and the other in the afternoon. As Gloria donned her robe and stepped out, she found Draco already seated on the sofa, accompanied by Zabini and others. Their gazes had shifted, devoid of scrutiny and examination. Laurie, let us depart. Draco extended his hand, which Gloria clasped, nodding towards Zabini and the others. En route, Draco spoke of the need to publicize Harry's fainting incident, while Daphne and Pansy hesitated to engage Gloria in conversation, trailing behind and merely listening. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the absence of professors emboldened their mockery. How long shall you continue this laughter? Gloria expressed her exasperation, having grown weary of the incessant taunts. Draco, with a malevolent smirk, replied, Not a year shall pass without it. She merely shook her head in amusement. Just then, Harry and his companions entered the hall, and Draco quickly spotted Potter, the one who had fainted at the sight of the Dementors. The group chose to distance themselves from the Slytherin table, ignoring any remarks made. The first class of the morning was Ancient Runes. Gloria settled into her seat and retrieved her collection of texts, including a beginner's guide to ancient runes, the runes dictionary, and the magical phonetics chart, some of which were family heirlooms. Professor Babbage, a woman with long black hair and a crumpled wizarding hat, obscured her eyes with the hat's brim, rendering only her lips visible as they moved. Her speech was rapid, introducing the mysterious and symbolically rich language of ancient runes, once utilized by wizards for magical purposes. Understanding it would deepen their knowledge of ancient magic and texts. As Gloria perused the beginner's guide, one page delineated the abilities and characteristics of animals, categorized by symbolic meanings from 0 to 9. In the estate's library, she had previously learned from portraits skilled in this subject, and thus found the professor's discourse quite comprehensible. Meanwhile, Crabbe and Goyle, who had chosen this course merely by default, were already drowsy, the class's hypnotic effect akin to that of history of magic. Fortunately, Harry had opted out of this subject, allowing Draco to enjoy a tranquil classroom atmosphere, occasionally perusing books and discussing with Gloria. Despite its challenges, the course proved rather intriguing. As he immersed himself in noting the meaning of a particular rune, Gloria raised her head to relieve her neck, catching sight of a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. Turning her head, she was indeed surprised to see Hermione. Oddly, that seat had been vacant upon entering the classroom. Sensing Gloria's gaze, Hermione glanced back, mouthing, "I have also chosen this elective." With a hint of suspicion, Gloria wrote a note. "I did not see you before class. How did you enter?" She discreetly floated the note to Hermione's desk, while Professor Babbage wrote on the blackboard. After a considerable interval, Hermione returned the note, which read, "I used a time turner. I chose too many courses, and some electives coincide. This is the only way I can attend them all. Please keep this confidential." The mention of the time turner reminded Gloria of the one stored away in the estate, long sealed. The portraits often spoke of its limitations, asserting that it merely allowed one to witness multiple perspectives at the same moment, warning that excessive time travel could lead one to become lost in the past. Gloria wrote, "It is advisable to adjust the time forward for a brief respite while using this device. Otherwise, the relentless rush may lead to an irritable disposition." Chapter 88, Elective Courses. The morning classes concluded smoothly, and at noon in the auditorium, Zabini and others found themselves seated across from Draco. "Draco, where did you spend your summer? You missed all the family gatherings we hosted," Zabini inquired with curiosity. In previous summers, their families had regularly convened, as such gatherings were customary among pureblood families for maintaining connections. Gloria interjected, "He spent the summer at my estate." An immediate hush fell over the dining table. Whenever she spoke, everyone fell silent. Draco, unfazed, replied, "Indeed, the Slytherin estate is quite fascinating. I spent nearly 2 months there and have yet to explore all the rooms of one of the castles." Noticing Gloria's composed demeanor, Daphne boldly asked, "What intriguing things did you find?" "Numerous portraits of renowned dark wizards, including one of Salazar," Draco stated proudly. "Idonis has grown significantly, and I even rode on the back of a fire dragon with Lori. Although he didn't attend the gatherings, he had written to them, and they all knew that Idonis was the young dragon gifted by Gloria." The young man did not forget to offer Gloria a drink as he spoke. "Will we have the chance to visit in the future?" Pansy, having mentally prepared for some time, finally spoke. As a member of a pureblood family, constantly adjusting one's demeanor in the presence of an overwhelmingly powerful family was a necessary lesson in their lives. By now, she had shed the resentment she harbored towards Gloria in their second year, and had even chosen to stand beside her in the common room incident before the summer break. Alongside Zabini, despite her reluctance to admit it, Pansy never doubted the authenticity of Gloria's status. Her indulgence did not equate to foolishness. For the astute Pansy, Gloria had no intention of holding grudges. After all, she had already imparted a lesson previously. "This year, I will not join any clubs. Instead, I will establish a Slytherin club." Draco nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I will not be attending the Pureblood Club." Zabini immediately sat up straight, eager to know, "What are the conditions for joining? Who wouldn't want to be part of the club Gloria was forming at Slytherin?" "Currently, there is but one condition for membership," Gloria replied, meeting their gazes. "Joining signifies your allegiance to the Slytherin family, both now and in the future. It is about you, not your families. There will be opportunities to withdraw, but once you leave, rejoining is not permitted." Hearing such an unusual requirement for the first time, Crabbe and Goyle, mindlessly following Draco, expressed no dissent. Theodore, seated furthest away, silently agreed to join. After some contemplation, Zabini, Daphne, and Pansy ultimately decided to join as well. Gloria remained unhurried. This was merely the beginning, and the real test had yet to come. The afternoon class was care of magical creatures, gathering at Hagrid's small cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As the newly appointed professor, Hagrid donned a coat of mole fur, adorned with a dead chicken ferret, his beetle-like eyes sparkling with excitement for his inaugural lesson. "Is everyone here? For the first class, I will introduce you to a truly magnificent creature. Come along." He enthusiastically led the way, with a group of students trailing behind him, walking along the edge of the Forbidden Forest. After approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at a small enclosure, where many classmates breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Hagrid would lead them into the forest for their lesson. Gloria noticed Hermione standing alone. Not as she usually did with Harry and Ron. She handed her book to Draco, stating, "I'm going to speak with Hermione. I'll be back shortly." Draco furrowed his brow at Hermione and replied, "Make it quick." Hagrid stood outside the small enclosure, announcing, "All right. We're going to open our textbooks and familiarize ourselves with the magical creatures you will encounter in our first lesson." He called out cheerfully, but no one moved. After all, they had witnessed the ferocity of that book in the leaky cauldron, and the shopkeeper had lamented incessantly about the decision to use it as a textbook. It seemed that few knew how to open it. Draco coldly remarked, tossing his book to Crabbe, and reached out to touch the spine of Gloria as fantastic beasts, assuring her, "It won't bite if you stroke it." At the end of July, upon receiving a notification from the school, Newt had informed them on how to safely open the book. The books in their hands were bound with various contraptions to prevent them from biting. And upon hearing Draco's words, they all began to stroke the spines, and indeed, the books ceased their struggles. Hagrid's expression oscillated between relief and embarrassment, before he finally stated dryly, "Very well, Slytherin earns 2 points." Draco did not improve his demeanor due to the added points. He sneered, "Wonderful. A textbook that can sever a student's hand." "Shut up, Malfoy," Harry retorted, unable to bear Hagrid's despondency. Knowing how much effort Hagrid had put into preparing this lesson, Hagrid, flustered by the mockery, decided to overlook them and walked into the Forbidden Forest, saying, "I'll leave them here. Wait for me." Can you believe they hired such a person to teach us? If it weren't for Laurie becoming a board member, Hogwarts would probably be closing its doors. Malfoy exclaimed, seemingly addressing Hagrid as he entered the forest, yet also speaking to the gathered students. "Be quiet, Malfoy," Harry reiterated sternly. Draco scoffed, gently handing Gloria's book to Goyle, and walked step by step toward Harry, suddenly lifting his head as if he had seen something. His eyes reflecting fear as he pointed behind Harry, shouting, "Dementor! Dementor!" The chilling cold and piercing screams echoed in his memory, causing him to turn in fright. Yet he saw nothing. Draco burst into laughter, and his fellow Slytherin students joined him in making faces at Harry. Meanwhile, Gloria approached Hermione, asking, "What's wrong? Did you argue with Harry and Ron?" Hermione rolled her eyes in their direction, replying, "Sort of. It's about the divination class." "Divination class? What happened?" Gloria inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Finding a confidant, Hermione set her book down and began to recount. "Professor Trelawney always makes a fuss, speaking in vague, mysterious terms. Right at the beginning of class, she claimed that one student would leave us forever, implying that someone would die. She even mentioned that Harry has a death omen related to a grim, ominous dog. Because of that?" Gloria asked. "Certainly not," Hermione exclaimed anxiously. "I cannot believe they would trust that eccentric professor. Professor McGonagall predicts that a student will die each year, yet none of her predictions have ever come true. Thankfully, I did not choose divination." Gloria reflected, "The uncertainty of the future is overwhelming. Believing in prophecies may inadvertently bring them to fruition." Hermione wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "Indeed. I deeply regret selecting this course, but I shall not surrender easily." As the two girls exchanged smiles, they heard Draco and his companions laughing not far away. Gloria waved farewell to Hermione and returned to the group of Slytherin students. "Did you see his face? He looked utterly terrified." Draco laughed boisterously, while Harry appeared stiff, and Ron glared menacingly at those mocking Harry. Gloria approached and tugged at his robe sleeve, inquiring, "Where has Hagrid gone?" Draco momentarily ceased his taunting of Harry and took her hand, speaking gently, "He has gone to the Forbidden Forest. I do not know what for." Seizing this opportunity, Hermione led Harry and Ron away. Chapter 89, The Hippogriff. Hagrid soon returned, accompanied by a dozen peculiar creatures none had ever seen before. They possessed the body of a horse, wings, and heads resembling eagles, with sharp claws on their limbs. Thankfully, each creature wore a leather collar, and Hagrid held the iron chains. Everyone felt an inexplicable assurance that he, with his massive physique, could manage to control the strange beasts. Setting aside their sharp claws and beaks, these creatures appeared quite elegant and beautiful, adorned in various hues of gray, bronze, and mottled patterns. Hagrid, now devoid of his earlier despondency, exclaimed, "Aren't they all magnificent?" The crowd remained silent in response. "They truly are beautiful. I adore that one with the pink feathers," Gloria said, standing at the front. Hagrid, evidently more cheerful, asked, "Would you like to come a bit closer?" Draco, of course, did not wish for his girlfriend to be in danger, stating, "We shall merely observe." "Allow me." Harry stepped forward, knowing that Hagrid favored fierce creatures and felt it too perilous for Gloria to approach. "Harry," a Gryffindor girl called out, "do not forget your tea leaves from divination class." It seemed many students had come to believe in Professor Trelawney's predictions, and Gloria, appearing relaxed, responded, "It is fine. I can handle it." She patted Draco's arm and walked toward Hagrid, while other students stepped back. Hagrid immediately explained, They are very proud creatures, with rather unpleasant temperaments, but if treated properly, they can be quite delightful. He unfastened the collar of the pink-feathered hippogriff and advised Gloria, be sure to show it respect. Do not blink frequently when meeting its gaze, or it will not trust you. Once you establish eye contact, a bow is acceptable, and if it bows back, you may attempt to make contact. Gloria nodded and took 2 steps closer to meet the hippogriff's soft pink eyes. After a moment of eye contact, Hagrid said, "Excellent, now you may bow." In response, she gracefully bowed. Almost instantly after her bow, the pink hippogriff reciprocated with an equally elegant gesture. I have never seen a hippogriff accept someone so quickly. Well done, Gloria. Hagrid clapped his hands joyfully, and naturally, the Slytherin students joined in, applauding enthusiastically. Draco, feeling a weight lift from his heart, clapped with pride. Can I touch it? Shall I take a flight? Hagrid inquired. Gloria shook her head, replying, No. Can I take it for a stroll instead? Hagrid nodded in agreement, advising her to remain gentle and not wander too far. He sensed that Gloria possessed a remarkable talent for connecting with magical creatures, and he resolved to have her demonstrate in future encounters with such beings. Having witnessed the first successful interaction, Hagrid turned to Harry, saying, Harry, why don't you give it a try? It's quite exhilarating. Gloria approached the winged beast, offering it a magical gem. After swallowing the gem, the creature affectionately nuzzled her face, displaying more intimacy than with its own kind. After thoroughly petting its feathers, Gloria allowed it to return to its companions. Reluctantly, the winged beast nudged her again with its large head, presenting her with 2 beautiful feathers as a parting gift. Meanwhile, Harry had completed his interaction with a gray-feathered winged beast named Buckbeak, as Hagrid lifted him onto its back for a flight. Returning to Draco, Gloria held out 2 pink feathers, saying, Here's one for you. It would make a splendid quill at the featherpen shop. Draco smirked as he accepted the exquisite feather, momentarily dismissing the thought that its color may not suit a boy. I was quite worried earlier, but thankfully that beast was sensible. Beast? Gloria laughed in surprise, adding, Fortunately, they cannot understand human speech. The proud hippogriff would be mortified to hear such a term. Unfazed, the boy toyed with the feather, remarking, Potter is only worthy of riding such a beast. Gloria chuckled and embraced him warmly, responding, I understand. No creature that can soar compares to your Idonis. By the time they were about to leave, Idonis had already grown taller than Draco. As Harry safely landed on Buckbeak, Hagrid tossed 2 dead chickens to the creature. With newfound confidence from 2 successful examples, he unfastened the collars of the winged beasts, encouraging everyone to imitate Gloria and Harry's earlier actions, making eye contact and bowing slowly. Soon, they discovered that the more graceful the bow, the quicker the winged beasts accepted them. The small arena buzzed with harmony, as Gloria took Draco's hand and approached a speckled winged beast. Though you adore Idonis, we must complete the lesson, she said, removing the serpent scale necklace from Draco's neck to avoid scaring the beast. Despite his arrogance, Draco would not act aloof in front of his girlfriend. He met the creature's gaze, and when the moment was right, he bowed with utmost courtesy. The winged beast reciprocated swiftly. Everything proceeded smoothly as Gloria slipped a magical gem into his hand, suggesting, Feed it, it will grow closer to you. Following her advice, Draco approached the winged beast with the gem, and indeed, it focused intently on the offering. The boy raised his hand, presenting the gem at the beast's mouth. With a delicate motion, it took the gem, tilted its head back to swallow, and then playfully nudged Draco's face, nearly startling him backward. What was that? He exclaimed, marveling at the creature's remarkable transformation in demeanor. With a mysterious smile, Gloria hinted at something universally cherished by all creatures, which you will come to understand in time. The first lesson on the protection of magical creatures proceeded seamlessly, with every student successfully making contact with the hippogriff. Draco did not follow the throng of students back to the castle. Instead, he took Gloria by the hand and led her to a quieter side. The young girl plucked a beautiful flower and waved it before him, exclaiming how lovely it was. Draco embraced her, intertwining his fingers with hers as she held the flower. And in that moment, Gloria's world narrowed to the captivating gray blue of his eyes, his soft lips brushing against hers. Words were unnecessary. The sweet atmosphere enveloped them. Just a year ago, you were at odds with me, Gloria recalled. Draco nuzzled her cheek with his straight nose, promising, I shall never argue with you again. In truth, even after our quarrel, I continued to watch over you in secret. I know, Gloria replied with a smile. That's why you bought snacks and stealthily brought me a portion, fearing I would refuse. Draco remembered how she had come to him with her reasons, and it had brought him joy. The two held each other tightly, their affection overflowing. After a while, Gloria suggested, let us return, we have assignments to complete. As they walked toward the castle, they spotted the Dementors floating in the distance. Draco furrowed his brow, remarking on their distasteful presence. The chill brought by the Dementors seemed palpable even from where they stood. Gloria glanced silently towards the horizon, reassured that with so many Dementors surrounding the school, Sirius would be unable to breach Hogwarts. Let us go. I shall find an opportunity to warn them not to approach the school too closely. Draco recognized her capability and chose to remain silent on the matter.